In Qingchang, at the Yi family ancestral hall, the elder in black robes declared, "Our ancestor watches from above. Yi Xian, the heir, is without talent and virtue. From this moment, he is stripped of his position as heir, which will be passed to Yi Lang." Standing not far behind the elder was a young boy with a faint smile on his lips, Yi Lang himself. Flanking them were the family elders of the Yi mansion. "Why?" A timid voice suddenly rang out inside the hall. All heads turned to see a little girl standing by the door. She looked about 12 or 13, clutching the hem of her dress tightly with both hands. Her face was pale and weak, with a trace of fear in her eyes. This was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's own younger sister. Hearing that the family had decided to depose her brother, she had risked her frail health to come. The elder in black frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing here?" Yi Ling gave a slight bow to the elders and spoke softly. "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the rightful heir. Why are you unjustly stripping him of his position?" The elder coldly glanced at her. "This is a family matter. What business is it of yours? Leave at once." She cowered but did not retreat. Summoning her courage, she stepped fully into the hall and bowed again. "Honored elders, my brother is currently at Nanshan, fighting with the Li family for the rights to that mine. He is risking his life for the family, yet you are using false accusations to strip him of his title. This is unfair. Impudent child." The elder suddenly bellowed. "Whether he is stripped of the title is none of your concern. Guards, seize her." At that moment, the new heir Yi Lang laughed and said, "He should be punished with 30 strikes to set an example." The elder nodded grimly. "Then 30 strikes it is." 2 guards from the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, voice trembling with indignation. "It's not fair. My brother has risked his life for this family all these years, and even now he fights for us, yet the family treats him so unjustly." One of the guards glanced at Yi Lang, knowing his opportunity had come. With a cold smile, he said, "Young Master Yi Lang's succession is well deserved. What nonsense are you shouting?" Then he slapped Yi Ling hard across the face. The sharp smack echoed through the hall. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly swelled, but she did not cry. She only pressed her hand firmly against her face. Yi Lang looked at the guard and asked, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Your servant Zhang Mu, greetings, young master." Yi Lang nodded. "You did well. After I become heir, I will need 10 personal guards. You'll be one of them." Zhang Mu beamed and bowed deeply. "Your servant is willing to face fire and death for the young master, without hesitation." Yi Lang inclined his head slightly. "Take her away. This person disturbed the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang and saw the murderous intent in his eyes. He understood clearly. Without hesitation, he grasped Yi Ling by the hair and began dragging her out. Suddenly, Zhang Mu stopped abruptly as if he had seen something. Everyone inside the ancestral hall turned toward the entrance. Not far outside, a young boy was walking toward the hall. He wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and stained with blood everywhere. "Here comes Yi Xian, rushing back from the southern mountains." Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders all furrowed their brows deeply. The grand elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and grim, as if pondering something terrible. From a distance, when Yi Xian spotted Yi Ling being dragged roughly by Zhang Mu, his expression instantly twisted into a fierce snarl. "Who gave you the nerve to lay a hand on my sister?" Upon seeing Yi Xian, Zhang Mu's face dramatically changed. He quickly glanced toward Yi Lang and was about to speak, but before he could react, Yi Xian pounced like a fierce tiger right in front of him. Before Zhang Mu could even respond, Yi Xian's fist slammed hard onto his face. Bang! Zhang Mu's head spun wildly, and he staggered backwards, collapsing to the ground. But Yi Xian wasn't done. He charged at Zhang Mu again. Just then, Yi Lang inside the hall suddenly roared angrily. "Yi Xian, he is my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian abruptly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest with a heavy stomp. Puffed. Blood sprayed from Zhang Mu's mouth. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned extremely ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him with a savage glare, growling, "Your man?" Then, he mercilessly stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu whimpered helplessly, "Young master, save me." But Yi Xian ignored the cries. He turned to Yi Ling, who looked battered and weak. His heart shattered at the sight. His hands clenched tightly, his whole body trembling. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up suddenly. "Brother, it hurts, I'm in so much pain." His expression twisted fiercely at her words. In the next instant, he dashed toward Zhang Mu again and violently kicked him in the head. Bang! Zhang Mu's head slammed against the stone steps. Everyone present froze in shock. But Yi Xian was relentless. He glared at Yi Lang with bloodthirsty eyes, snarling, "You think you can touch my sister too?" Then he charged straight at Yi Lang. Inside the ancestral hall, the grand elder's complexion shifted dramatically. "How dare you?" he growled. With a sharp stomp, he slid forward and struck at Yi Xian with a powerful palm. The palm carried a fierce gust, sharp and piercing. A savage smile appeared at Yi Xian's lips. His right hand clenched tightly into a fist. In a flash, the sleeve of his right arm tore apart, and with all his strength, he punched back at the grand elder's palm. Boom. The clash of fists and palm echoed with a low explosive sound. Yi Xian retreated to the doorway, and the Grand Elder was forced to take several steps back. Everyone was stunned by the confrontation. In Qingzhou, martial artists are ranked as follows. First grade is refined body realm. Second grade is strength training realm. Third grade is internal power realm. Fourth grade is dual cultivation realm. Fifth grade is endless realm. Sixth grade is Qi transformation realm. Above that is the Qi master realm. This Grand Elder was truly a Qi master. Yet Yi Xian was only at the 5th grade endless realm, 2 full levels below the Elder. Still, Yi Xian barely lagged behind in the fight. The Grand Elder's heart trembled in shock. He knew Yi Xian was incredibly gifted, the carefully groomed heir of the Yi family, who had fought hard for his clan year after year. But he never expected Yi Xian's combat power to be so strong. His resolve steeled. The killing intent in the depths of the Grand Elder's eyes grew even more intense. He fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how dare you attack the young master in public? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Young master? The Grand Elder sneered coldly. Yi Xian, I forgot to tell you. You have been stripped of the title of heir apparent. From this moment on, Yi Lang is the new heir of the Yi family. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Stripped of my position as heir? The elder patriarch spoke coldly. This is the unanimous decision of all the elders. Yi Xian sneered bitterly. I risked my life out there. Yet you abandoned me here and stripped me of my title? The elder patriarch laughed coldly and pointed toward Yi Lang not far away. Do you even know who he is? Before Yi Xian could answer, he continued. Yi Lang is the chosen one, a newly awakened chosen one. Yi Xian was stunned. What is a chosen one? A chosen one is someone selected by heaven. Across the entire Qingtsong realm, there are a select few who may seem ordinary in youth, but suddenly awaken one day. After awakening, they transform completely, their cultivation accelerates exponentially, and countless opportunities come their way. They are like heaven's favored children. The Qingtsong realm is divided into 3 continents. Yi Xian is in Qingzhou, which contains hundreds of small countries. He's currently in Jiang country. In decades, fewer than 10 chosen ones have appeared there, and every one of them eventually became a great power in the region. Yi Xian clenched his fist slowly. He knew the Yi family was abandoning him, not only abandoning, but possibly trying to kill him. Just then, Yi Lang suddenly smiled. Elders, Yi Xian publicly killed someone and attacked the elder patriarch. According to clan rules, how should this be dealt with? Everyone turned to look at Yi Lang. He smiled coldly. According to clan law, he should be beaten to death, right? The elders nodded in agreement. Yi Lang was the chosen one and the elder patriarch's eldest grandson. They naturally wouldn't offend him or the elder patriarch. The elder patriarch gave Yi Xian a cold glance. Guards. Soon, dozens of Yi clan guards appeared outside the ancestral hall. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, in our Yi family, there is a rule. To earn the respect of the clan, the heir cannot refuse any challenge from the younger generation of the Yi family. Then he looked directly at Yi Lang. I challenge you. Yi Lang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Challenge. Fine. But we do it on the death arena. Do you dare? Death arena. There was an uproar. Within the Yi family, if conflicts couldn't be resolved, they fought on the death arena. Once on the arena, death was accepted by both sides. Yi Xian sneered. Let's go to the death arena. Yi Lang shook his head. 1 month from now, we will meet on the death arena. At that time, the clan leader will have just returned. He can witness our duel to the death, so no one can accuse us of foul play. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, agreed. Without another word, he picked up Yi Ling and left the ancestral hall. Watching them leave, the elder patriarch looked at Yi Lang. He has fought fiercely outside for years and is no easy opponent. Do you have confidence? A savage grin crossed Yi Lang's lips. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. I have just awakened. My soul and body have not yet fully merged. Otherwise, crushing him would be like crushing an ant. 1 month from now, there will be no one in Qing City who can match me, he said. The elder patriarch nodded slightly and smiled. Good. Then he looked at an elder beside him and said quietly, the men I sent to Nanshan have not returned. And Yi Xian looks pale and unwell. Yi Ku, investigate what happened to Yi Xian in Nanshan. The elder nodded and left. Yi Xian carried Yi Ling back to his room in their courtyard. Gently laying her on the bed, he softly rubbed her still swollen cheeks and asked, does it hurt? Yi Ling wiped the tears from her face and replied, no, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brother, how can they strip you of your status as the heir? You risked your life for the family. Just because Yi Lang is the chosen one, they want to remove you? It's so unfair. Yi Xian shook his head, gently massaging her reddened cheeks. There's no fairness or unfairness here. This time, it was my failure. I couldn't protect you, which is why you were hurt. Yi Ling shook her head as tears welled up in her eyes again. No, I am useless. I can't help you at all. I'm just a burden to you, brother. Yi Xian smiled faintly and lightly tickled her nose. You're such a fool. I'm your brother. It's only natural for me to protect my little sister. Understand? Yi Ling sat up and kissed Yi Xian's forehead softly. Brother, Once I get better, I want to cultivate too. I want to protect you. Yi Xian smiled and patted her head gently. All right, I will make sure you get well. It's too late now. Rest first. Yiling nodded and said, I want to hear a story. Yi Xian chuckled and began, once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain was a temple. Inside the temple, Yiling rolled her eyes. Brother, you've told me this story for years now. I know, but I like listening to it, he replied with a smile. Half an hour later, Yiling had fallen asleep in bed. After covering her warm with blankets, Yi Xian sat quietly on the floor beside her. Slowly, he opened his robe to reveal a long scar across his abdomen, still fresh and bleeding beneath. To fight for the mining rights, he had clashed in a bloody battle against 12 members of the Li family. Later, caught off guard, he was ambushed by a mysterious stranger. Although he killed the attacker, the opponent's blade pierced his dantian. His dantian was shattered. Dantian shattered. Yi Xian's eyes closed slowly. This meant he could only train his physical body. Reaching the 6th level Qi transformation realm was no longer possible. Not being able to cultivate was bad enough. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling on the bed. Her complexion was still pale, and she was piled under 3 blankets. Yet she still shivered. It was a chill poison. Ever since she was young, Yi Ling had been plagued by cold qi, her body weak. If Yi Xian hadn't fought so hard to become heir and earned countless merits for the Yi family, and if the family hadn't provided her with medicinal soups and pills every month, she would have died long ago. Yi Xian clenched his right hand tightly. Now that he was no longer heir, would the Yi family keep supplying the medicines? Moreover, Yiling's illness was worsening. The only way to cure her was to go to the Tsangmu Academy in the imperial capital of Jiang Kingdom, home to the best doctors. But to enter Tsangmu Academy, one must reach the Qi master level before turning 18. He had 6 months left until 18, so it was still possible until his dantian was shattered. Achieving Qi master level now was nearly impossible. Thinking this, Yi Xian looked back at Yi Ling, peacefully asleep. Whatever it took, brother would cure her. After a moment, as if remembering something, he took a jet black ring from his pocket. It was a keepsake left by their mother, a woman whose memory was faint to him since she left when he was 10 years old. Back then, at the back gate of the Yi residence, the woman held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Not far behind her stood a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Actually, he wasn't standing, was hovering in the air. In his memory, the man said, Miss, if you don't leave now, and the clan leader discovers the young master's existence, the leader's wrath could bring catastrophe upon this realm, and the young master's life will be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, the woman gently pushed him aside, then quietly slipped the ring into his bosom. Xianer, take good care of Linger, and take care of yourself. Don't hate your mother. With that, she turned and left with the black-robed man. He was stunned for a moment, then frantically gave chase. Sadly, he couldn't catch up, because the black-robed man and the woman were flying. So he chased on, until he could go no further and finally stopped. The woman never looked back, disappearing with the black-robed man beyond the horizon. After a moment, Yi Xian gathered his thoughts. His right hand clenched tight around the ring. Since his right hand was already injured, the effort caused the wound to split open. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the black ring. Suddenly, the ring trembled. Startled, Yi Xian quickly looked down at it, and at that instant, the ring transformed into a streak of black light that shot into his forehead. In a flash, Yi Xian vanished from where he stood and reappeared amid an endless starry sky. Not far ahead floated a towering black spire 12 stories tall, hovering there silently. From massive black iron chains, each as thick as pillars, bound the tower on all sides. At the tower's summit, 3 swords were thrust upright. The entire structure was pitch black and eerie. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yi Xian looked toward the entrance of the first floor. Above it were 2 blood-red characters, Jiayu Prison Realm. On either side of the doorway hung 2 lines of blood-red words, arranged like a couplet. On the left, imprison the heavens, imprison the earth, imprison all gods and demons. On the right, forbid the ways, forbid life, forbid all immortals and mortals in the 10,000 realms. Staring at the black tower before him, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming shock in his chest. The tower's body was pitch black like ink, piercing straight into the swirling mist above like a slumbering beast, coldly watching all who dared approach. Such a sight far exceeded anything he had ever imagined. After a brief moment of daze, he forced himself to suppress the turbulent emotions. This could be a unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, or a hidden deadly trap. Hesitating only briefly, he pushed open the heavy, icy tower door and stepped inside. The interior was dark but far from silent. Strange murals covered every wall. A golden-winged giant bird spreading its mighty wings, a ferocious twin-headed demon python, coiled menacingly, an iron-armored wild hound with a rocky back, each mythical creature depicted so vividly it seemed alive. Between them snaked countless purple-gold runes, like veins pressed against the stone, writhing subtly and sending shivers down Yi Xian's spine. He held his breath briefly, his gaze drawn sharply ahead. Not far off sat a withered human skeleton cross-legged, tattered black robes draping over brittle bones, fingers still poised in a ritual gesture. Beside the remains stood a long sword with a freezing, crystalline blade, as if it was still drawing invisible sword intent. Carved faintly on the stone floor before the skeleton was a line of ancient characters that seemed to seep blood. I am the sword master of the Tsong realm. Began sword cultivation at 12, attained mastery at 17, conquered all rivals at 21, transcended swordsmanship by shattering my heart at 27. Imprisoned here in this tower for 1200 years, unable to escape despite a lifetime of trying. Today, knowing my death is near, I leave this inheritance for those who come after. If you remember the past, please watch over the Tsong sword sect. The sword master of the Tsong realm? Yi Xin frowned. He had never heard that name before. Following the inscription downward, he spotted a fist-sized, translucent jade stone lying quietly in the Dustin inheritance stone. A rush of excitement surged to Yi Xian's forehead. Sword cultivators. In Qingzhou, martial artists were as common as fish in a river, but true sword cultivators were rare like morning stars, for only those with special spiritual roots could pursue the sword path. He knew little of these spiritual roots, only that they were extremely rare talents. Driven by instinct, he stepped forward and reached out, but an invisible force suddenly roared into existence, like a thick wall, firmly blocking him in place. He could not move an inch closer. Can't get through? He said in surprise. Newcomer? A cold female voice suddenly echoed through the empty tower. The unexpected sound made Yi Xian's heart jump. He staggered back several steps, looking around cautiously, but there was no sign of anyone. Did I hear wrong? Just as he thought this, the voice rang out again. Who in this realm rules the way of heaven? The way of heaven? Yi Xian was stunned and couldn't answer. After a pause, the woman's voice returned, dripping with sarcasm. Why so weak? No, you weren't imprisoned here. Yi Xian was completely confused. Then the mysterious woman seemed to realize something and sounded even more amazed. Born with a heavenly Tao body was excusable, but to have dual spiritual roots as well. The merging of those two explains why this prison tower chose you. Heavenly Tao body. Dual spiritual roots? Yi Xian was bewildered. Sir, who are you? You should be an adult by now, and by rights entered the Tongyu realm. Yet your cultivation is pitifully low. Your physical foundation is even worse. The woman's tone grew icier. How have you been training your body? Yi Xian hesitated briefly but answered honestly. Push-ups, weighted long-distance runs, occasional striking of the body, that sort of thing. Are you still living in the Stone Age? Using such archaic methods? You're ruining your physique and wasting your spiritual roots. She snorted coldly. Yi Xian smiled wryly. Sir, everyone from Qingsheng trains this way. The woman fell silent, seeming to silently digest such an absurd reply. Yi Xian raised his eyes to look around once more. The empty stone chamber still held no breath of life, only the writhing murals and flickering runes. Everything about this place radiated a strange, unsettling aura. Seeing that the mysterious woman remained silent, his gaze fell again upon the inheritance stone not far ahead. His eyes burned with an unmistakable fire. The stone's surface shimmered with faint cyan patterns, like countless tiny bolts of lightning dancing within it, evoking visions of the ancient sword's former brilliance. Do you want to learn swordsmanship? The mysterious woman suddenly spoke, her voice calm, but carrying an unyielding intensity. Yi Xian was jolted awake by her words and quickly nodded. Yes. His tone deepened as he spoke. Who wouldn't want to command a sword that rules over heaven and earth, looking down upon all things? Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she could see right through him. Your dantian is shattered. You can't cultivate the sword path inherited by the sword before you. At her words, Yi Xian's soaring spirit immediately plummeted into despair, his face darkening. His dantian was broken. Forget about becoming a sword cultivator. Even as a regular martial artist, his chances were slim. For now, he was barely a novice martial apprentice. A heavy silence fell, as if even the light in the tower dimmed with his loss of hope. Then the mysterious woman broke the stillness again. How about this? I have a way of cultivating the sword Tao that's different from the rest. Will you learn it? Yi Xian blinked in surprise and instinctively looked up. You can practice without a dantian. Without a dantian is even better, she replied coldly. You can learn without a dantian. His heart pounded wildly, nearly making him leap with excitement. But he forced himself to calm down, scanning the empty stone walls of the tower before asking in a low voice. There must be conditions, right? There's no free lunch in this world. The woman replied calmly. This tower was severely damaged long ago. Its 9 laws scattered throughout this Qingtsong realm, and the seals on each floor have loosened over time. You got lucky when you entered. The sword cultivator before you was already dead. Otherwise, you'd likely be a corpse by now. Yi Xian opened his mouth, but found no words. The woman continued, I know you're confused about what this tower really is, but explaining won't help. Just know that this tower has 12 floors, each imprisoning some of the world's top beings, humans, spirits, monsters, even the soul of a world's heavenly Tao. It once held them captive, but now the seals are weakening. It won't hold much longer. She paused, as if weighing her words, then went on. Your task is to find those scattered laws of heaven and earth and use them to strengthen this tower's seals. Of course, you could also release them. Release them? Yi Xian was stunned. What would happen then? Two outcomes. First, they kill you and take the tower. Second, you hold them back and make them serve you. But with your current strength, your chances of survival are basically zero. Her tone was as calm as stating the weather. Yi Xian gave a bitter laugh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. A blessing and a curse all at once. As if remembering something, he suddenly asked, Are you trapped here too, senior? No. Then, too many questions. The woman cut him off. He fell silent, feeling somewhat chastised. She looked at him and said, You are now the tower's master. The more laws you reclaim, the more your strength grows, and your control over this tower deepens. Reclaim one law and you control the first floor. In future battles, as long as the enemy isn't overwhelmingly stronger, you can summon this tower to trap them. The faded, lifeless seals on the tower walls seemed on the verge of collapse. Her voice dropped low as it lingered on them. Right now, the tower's laws are gone, its power completely lost. Each floor's seal grows weaker by the day. If the tower shatters, those imprisoned inside will be freed and this realm will surely perish. And you? You will be the first to die? Yi Xian's expression grew grave. He asked quietly, Senior, do you want me to save all living beings? You need to save yourself. The woman shook her head. The second floor imprisons no good creatures. If predictions hold, that seal will break completely in less than a year. That's when you must say goodbye to this beautiful world. Yi Xian bowed deeply before her and respectfully asked, Please, Senior, teach me the cultivation method that doesn't require a dantian. The mysterious woman stood silently against the dim stone wall, her eyes clear and cold. After a pause, she spoke softly, My sword cultivation differs greatly from ordinary swordsmanship in the world, and its difficulty is of an entirely different order. During training, you may feel worse than death. You must decide if you're truly prepared. Yi Xian gave a wry smile. My dantian is already shattered. There's no turning back, is there? That is true. The woman lifted her sleeve slightly, letting dust fall from her fingertips. But I still must explain the rules clearly. Without a dantian, you're the perfect candidate for my method using the sword as your dantian. Using the sword as a dantian? Yi Xian froze, his chest rising and falling sharply. Is that even possible? Of course it is. Her gaze fell on the empty scabbard at his waist. What you pursue will no longer be martial path, but pure sword path. The sword itself becomes your dantian. The better the sword, the stronger your dantian is. While others meditate to gather spiritual energy, you'll collect legendary swords. The higher their quality, the faster your cultivation advances. If you reach a minor breakthrough, you form a sword body and ordinary weapons can no longer harm you. Go further. She lifted her eyes, the darkness within them seeming to crackle with lightning, and all swords will submit to you. Her words made Yi Xian's blood race and his breath grow heavy. She withdrew her gaze. Before you entered the tower, did you see the 3 swords atop it? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. They represent 3 supreme sword paths of heaven and earth. If you can absorb them into your body as your dantian and successfully assimilate all their power, your strength will reach unprecedented heights. Yi Xian frowned hesitantly, looking up at the dim vaulted ceiling. Those 3 swords seem to be suppressing the tower. If I take them, won't disaster follow? Not at all. She answered without hesitation. I am here. Everything is under my control. Though suspicion lingered in his heart, Yi Xian knew he had no choice. He said quietly, Very well, I trust you, Senior. The woman stepped forward, her robes brushing against the gravel with a faint rustle. Do you see the sword in front of you? Following her gaze, Yi Xian saw a withered corpse leaning against a stone pillar several paces away. A skeletal hand still gripped a long sword. The blade was 3 feet long, about a finger's width, radiating a restrained silver light and chilling aura. Carved on it were 2 tiny ancient characters, Lingxiao. The Lingxiao sword, she introduced, has been sealed here for exactly 1200 years. Its spiritual energy has depleted by 90%, but its residual sharpness remains stable, perfect for your first refinement. I will first teach you a technique. After a while, practice it and absorb this sword into your body. You are now at the peak of the 5th grade non-stop realm. If successful, you can break into the 6th grade Qi transformation realm. Yi Xian's heart stirred, but he caught a hint of concern in her tone and immediately asked, So there is still a possibility of failure? Failure is possible, she admitted calmly. Yi Xian's brow twitched. Senior, you're not telling me no one's ever attempted this before, are you? The woman remained silent for a long moment, then sighed softly. Indeed, no one has dared. You are the first. If you succeed, you will be unparalleled in history. Yi Xian's face stiffened, and after a long pause, he forced a bitter smile. And if I fail, what then? The sword will break your body. Her voice was chillingly calm. It might, should, almost certainly, kill you. Yi Xian was speechless, swallowing hard. She raised a hand and pointed to his broken dantian, her tone indifferent. You're already worse than dead. Why waste time overthinking? Just fight with everything you have. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression grew serious. It made sense his dantian was shattered, leaving him at a dead end. If he didn't fight with everything he had, not only would he lose all hope, but his sister Yi Ling would have no chance of survival either. He had to fight. Yi Xian nodded fiercely and whispered, "Bring it on." The moment the words left his mouth, a thread of white light, no thicker than a fingertip, shot into the center of his forehead. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness like a dam breaking. Invincible sword body technique. Use your body as the sword as the dantian. Absorb the myriad swords of the world into your dantian, nurture your body with those swords, and endure endlessly. Within seconds, the knowledge imprinted itself on every fiber of his soul. Then, a beam of white light descended onto the long sword before him. The sword hummed and trembled, transforming into a sharp blade of light that pierced straight into Yi Xian's chest. Sudden, unbearable pain exploded through him. His eyes widened wildly, his features twisted almost beyond recognition, as if countless tiny blades were carving into him bit by bit. Veins bulged across his body, muscles convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, the mysterious woman's calm voice echoed in his mind. With the sword entering your body, you must endure excruciating pain. If you can't hold on, you won't be able to use the sword as your dantian and you might die immediately. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat instantly soaked him from head to toe. If I don't succeed, he'll die trying. He roared inwardly, his back arching into a curve from the agony, but he held on resolutely. Time ticked by slowly. The pain burned like flames, relentlessly charring him. His face twisted into a ghastly grimace. His body spasmed violently again and again. Several times, the pain threatened to snuff out his vision, tempting him to faint, but every time he teetered on the edge, his fierce determination for Yi Ling's sake dragged him back to consciousness. Knew if he passed out now, he might never wake up again. And so, he endured a full day of torment. Finally, a faint sword hum escaped from within him. In the next instant, his knees gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a clear flow of energy radiated gently from his body, washing through his limbs and bones. Qi transformation realm. At the spot where his dantian had been broken, a sword about an inch long hovered silently. Its blade shimmered with a pale silver glow, pulsing faintly like a beating heart. From the shadows inside the tower, a soft murmur drifted. I didn't think it would actually work. But Yi Xian had already lost consciousness and never heard those words. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. As if sensing something, he suddenly sat up, disbelief written all over his face. I've reached the Qi transformation stage? The Qi transformation stage. He could clearly feel that the energy flowing inside him was no ordinary Qi, but sharp strands of sword energy. At the same time, in his dantian, a small silver sword about the size of a palm hovered silently, its blade shimmering with a mysterious glow. You have indeed reached the Qi transformation stage, came a sudden, familiar yet cold female voice. Confirming the breakthrough, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with excitement as if a person falling into an abyss suddenly caught a ray of light. In his mind, he quickly painted a vision of the future. If he advanced further to the Qi mastery stage, he could take his sister to seek treatment at Songmu Academy in the imperial capital. What's there to be excited about? This is only the beginning. The mysterious woman doused him with cold water. Embarrassed, Yi Xian forced a smile. Please forgive my enthusiasm, senior. The woman continued her explanation. Using the sword as your dantian does compensate for your innate lack of one, but it also comes with risks. There are 7 sword ranks: common sword, spirit sword, bright sword, true sword, heavenly sword, Tao sword, and immortal sword. The sword inside you was originally at the true sword rank, but after 1200 years of erosion, it lost its true essence. Even the bright sword heart has faded. Now, it's only at the spirit sword rank. She paused briefly, then added, the spirit of any sword will eventually exhaust. Once the spiritual energy dissipates and the sword shatters, you'll be the first to perish. The joy on Yi Xian's face instantly froze. There are only 2 solutions. 1. Continuously seek out new spirit swords to consume, both to strengthen yourself and replenish the sword's spirit inside. 2. Replace it outright with a higher ranked sword. The higher the sword's rank, the stronger your dantian, and naturally, your power increases. Judging by your poor state, I doubt you could even produce a common sword. Suddenly recalling the 3 swords on the tower roof, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Senior, what ranks are the 3 swords on the tower roof? No rank, the woman answered indifferently. Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. The woman warned again, don't set your eyes on those 3 swords. If it weren't for them guarding, your world would have been doomed long ago. As for the Lingxiao sword inside you, it can sustain you for at most 1 more year. Right now, the most urgent matter is sword training. Please instruct me, senior. How should I train? A sword is a ruthless weapon. Since you just entered the chi transformation stage, start by training your speed and strength. Use the sword techniques I taught you to summon your sword. Yi Xian closed his eyes and concentrated. Opening his palm, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared. The silver Lingxiao sword floated above his hand, gently vibrating. It can actually be summoned? He said, astonished. Yes, but don't use it to clash Hedon. If it gets destroyed, you're finished. As for your opponents, I will find them for you. As the woman's voice faded, a phantom-like shadow appeared before Yi Xian. The mysterious woman said, the shadow before you is at the chi transformation stage, the same level as you. Begin. No sooner had she finished speaking than the shadow in front of Yi Xian vanished instantly. Almost at the same moment, a cold gleam tore through the air from above. Yi Xian's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively dodged, but the sword seemed to anticipate his move. The sword's momentum shifted, striking directly against his chest. Blood spurted out, instantly staining his robes red. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Senior, isn't this supposed to be sword training? Why go so seriously? Besides, you haven't taught me any sword techniques or moves. The mysterious woman's voice turned ice cold in response. Training? The strongest killing moves of a sword cultivator are never acquired just by training. The shadow before you is both enemy and teacher. If you're smart enough, it will teach you all the basic swordsmanship. Remember, getting hurt is the best teacher. As for sword skills and techniques, don't rush. The fundamentals are most important. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded obediently. The next instant, he drove off the ground with his right foot and shot toward the shadow like an arrow released from a bow. Inside the tower, blood kept splattering everywhere. The wounds on his body multiplied, but he fought on with growing courage. Yi Xian was once the heir to the Yi family. For family interests, he had fought countless life-or-death battles over the years. His cultivation realm wasn't nurtured but forged in battle. That was why he could fiercely challenge the Great Elder even at the unceasing realm. Now he poured all his former ferocity and resilience into this sparring match. As time passed, Yi Xian gradually caught the sword patterns of the shadow. Each time he was wounded, he immediately reflected why was he hit, and how to avoid it next time. After 3 days of bitter fighting, the wounds on his body began to decrease. Although he hadn't mastered any complete sword technique yet, he already understood when to strike and when to withdraw the sword, when to block and when to dodge all insights earned through bloodshed. On the 5th day, he was finally able to mount scattered counterattacks. Yet whenever he struck, he was shocked to find the shadow's defense was terrifyingly solid, several times stronger than any defense he had used before, impenetrable. But to him, this was the perfect defense lesson. Day after day, the only sounds echoing in the tower were the clash of metal and heavy breathing. Yi Xian abandoned sleep and food, and his strength, speed, and reflexes soared astonishingly. Realizing his own transformation, he was overjoyed and trained with increasing madness. Meanwhile, at the Yi family estate, Yi Ku pushed open the Great Elder's door with barely concealed excitement. Great Elder, I've investigated the Nan Mountain incident. Although the assassin sent did not kill Yi Xian, a survivor from the Li family personally witnessed Yi Xian's dantian was shattered. The Great Elder's eyes snapped open, his voice turning cold. Are you sure? Not a word of falsehood. I asked him myself. Yi Xian's dantian was truly destroyed. The Great Elder looked up, his eyes filled with a sinister smile. It seems heaven itself intends to destroy that Yi Xian, haha. His dantian shattered. If a person loses their dantian, they are nothing more than a common fighter. Only those with a dantian can truly be called warriors. Yi Xian's dantian had been completely shattered. To everyone else, he was little more than a crippled shadow of himself. No matter how strong he was physically, it was just brute strength. Only by harnessing spiritual energy could one truly rise to greatness. Inside the council hall, the air was cold and heavy. The Grand Elder's voice was like forged iron. Yi Ku, immediately gather the clan's young disciples and eliminate him to prevent future trouble. Yi Ku, the steward elder, cupped his hands but shook his head firmly. No, Yi Xian has brought great merit to the Yi family. If we kill him outright now, unrest will spread within the estate. Besides, Yi Lang recently became the heir and has made a life-or-death pact with him. If we act prematurely, outsiders will suspect cowardice and treachery, and the Li family will seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. The Grand Elder frowned, pondering for a moment. Then in your opinion, how should we deal with him? Let Yi Lang settle it on the death platform with his own hands, Yi Ku said calmly. His dantian is broken and poses no real threat. When the duel comes, Yi Lang can justifiably kill him, securing his own authority and sending a warning to Qingqing. Even if the clan leader returns, there won't be much room for protest. The Grand Elder slowly nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Very well. Until then, make his life difficult. Issue orders. From today forward, suspend the monthly allowance for Yi Xian and his sister, cut off their food, revoke all privileges and special treatments for the heir, Forbid Yi Xian from entering the martial arts pavilion or leaving the estate without permission. Stop the medicinal meals for his sister as well. Humph. How many valuable elixirs has that girl's cold condition consumed over the years? Had he not been somewhat useful before, I would have thrown them out long ago. Yi Ku smiled faintly. With his dantian broken, he is little better than useless now. The Grand Elder added, Yi Lang's bloodline has awakened. If he has any needs, the entire estate's resources are his to command, including the martial arts pavilion. Yi Ku responded, understood. After a brief pause, he suggested quietly, by the way, Yi Ling is growing up. Perhaps, grant her to one of the estate servants? The Grand Elder lowered his eyes. Do as you see fit. Inside the prison tower, the cold iron walls dripped with water. Yi Xian lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his clothes soaked with blood and tears from sword wounds. Thankfully, having reached the Qi transformation realm, he could use spiritual energy to pull his wounds closed. Though the pain was like raw flesh being torn, he gritted his teeth without a sound. In just a few days, his combat strength had advanced even further among King Cheng's young fighters. How do you feel? A mysterious woman's voice came from the darkness, clear and cold as a mountain spring hitting rocks. Yi Xian grinned, baring bloodstained teeth. Good. This is only the beginning, she said calmly. Without a dantian, your path will be more perilous than others. Swordsmanship will be like walking on the edge of a cliff. The hardships will only increase. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and exhaled warm breath. I'm not afraid of hardship. Growing up with his sister surviving in the shadows of the Yi estate, he was already used to suffering. As long as he could reach the spirit control realm and find a cure for his sister's cold condition, he would bear any wounds without complaint. After a brief rest, he ended his training. Though not yet at the stage of fasting, he still needed to eat. Back at their dilapidated courtyard, barely had Yi Xian settled down when Yi Ling rushed in, holding 2 steamed buns still warm in her hands. She whispered, brother, eat this. Yi Xian frowned. What happened? Look up. Yi Ling hesitated, then lifted her face. There was a bright red handprint burning on her right cheek, stinging Yi Xian's eyes. What happened? His voice suddenly turned icy. Nothing. I accidentally bumped into something, she stammered. Yi Xian pulled her close. Brother is still here. I'm in charge now. Tears poured from Yi Ling's eyes as she sobbed and told him everything. That morning their meals were stopped. She went personally to the kitchen management, only to be thrown a bowl of rotten dog food crawling with maggots. When she confronted them, they mocked Yi Xian as no longer the heir and said he deserved only dog food. They even demanded she sleep with someone to get decent meals. When she cursed them out, she was slapped hard. Yi Xian's knuckles went white from clenching tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms once fallen from grace. A man was no better than a dog. After she finished, he took Yi Ling's hand and stormed out, heading straight for the Yi estate kitchen. Along the way, Yi Xian hurriedly walked with Yi Ling, attracting many pointed glances and whispers. Back when he was still the heir to the Yi family, the servants would bow respectfully whenever they saw him. Now they all avoided eye contact or pretended not to recognize him. Yi Ling was the new heir, and no one wanted to cross him or the Grand Elder. Yi Xian didn't bother with these fair-weather followers, thinking bitterly to himself that only when you lose power do you truly see people's hearts. On the stone path, Yi Ling tightly gripped her brother's hand, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother, maybe forget it? It doesn't really hurt me. The elders are behind them. They'll come after you. Yi Xian suddenly stopped, turning to glare at his sister with icy eyes. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, even the Grand Elder, they'll take them down myself. With that, he dragged Yi Ling forward at a faster pace. Before long, they reached the kitchen in the back courtyard. Behind the yellow mud walls, the strong smell of meat mixed with wood smoke drifted through the air. A stout middle-aged man lifted the curtain. Wang, the head steward in charge of the Yi household kitchen. Wang froze briefly, then forced a sarcastic, flattering smile. Oh? What wind blew the former heir here? Ah, my memory's terrible. Right, the elders already promised to marry your sister to me. Should I start calling you brother-in-law now? Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly appeared and slammed his knee into Wang's stomach. Ah! Wang's eyes bulged, his face twisting in pain. The other kitchen helpers froze in shock. No one expected Yi Xian to make a move in the kitchen. Yi Xian grabbed Wang's collar and growled fiercely. I've never allowed anyone to hurt my sister, not even a finger. How dare you lay a hand on her? Then he raised his palm. Smack! The sharp slap cracked through the air. Wang spat blood, clutching his groin as he curled on the floor, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Yi Xian was about to strike again when a fierce voice rang out behind him. Yi Xian, you're out of line. It was Yi Ku, accompanied by several sword-bearing guards. Yi Xian didn't even turn around. He stomped on Wang's face with brutal force, crushing his teeth. He glanced sideways at the pale-faced Yi Ling. Which hand did they hit you with? The right hand. Brother, maybe Yi Ling started to say. A flash of cold steel, and Yi Xian had already drawn the dagger at his waist. Slice. Blood sprayed like a crimson line as Wang's right arm was nearly severed. In unbearable agony, His screams turned to hoarse gurgles before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The world seemed to freeze. The guards stood dumbfounded. Yi Ku's eyes strained with anger, but he dared not step forward. The stench of blood quickly spread through the steaming kitchen air, mixed with the pungent smell of stew. Yi Ling covered her mouth, shaking with fright. At that moment, Yi Ku snapped back to his senses and angrily pointed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, how dare you? You actually commit violence right in front of me. Before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly spun around, the cold flash of his dagger aiming straight at Yi Ku. His voice was hoarse and icy. Old dog, don't think I don't know that you and the Grand Elder have been scheming behind everyone's backs. You bunch of trash only know how to scheme against your own people. If you've got guts, then target the Zhang family, the Li family, or the City Lord's mansion. You're ruthless inside, but soft as lapdogs outsitteth that's the so-called honor of your elders. The Zhang family, the Li family, and the City Lord's mansion, along with the Yi family, were known as the four greatest powers of Qingqing, but Yes family was by far the weakest. Every word Yi Xian spoke was like a blade stabbing straight into Yi Ku's heart. His face darkened like iron as he gritted his teeth and growled. Yi Xian, what right do you have to be so arrogant? To commit such violence in broad daylight? What nonsense are you blabbering? Yi Xian snapped angrily, flicking his wrist as the edge of his dagger sliced through the air. If you can't even beat me after I've already cut down your men, then come and try it. Yi Ku was so furious his face turned purple. He slammed his sleeve and shouted, seize him. But the Yi family guards standing next to him only tightened their grips on their weapons. None dared to make a move. Over the years, Yi Xian had fought countless deadly battles representing the Yi family, earning a reputation almost like a war god in their eyes. When pressured by the Zhang family, Li family, or City Lord's mansion, he was the only one brave enough to stand up and fight back. Most of these guards had risked their lives alongside him in the outside world. Seeing no one move, Yi Ku was momentarily stunned, then exploded with rage. Are you trying to rebel? The lead guard, Li Mu, clenched his teeth and looked at Yi Xian nervously, his voice trembling. Brother Yi, we. Yi Xian's eyes glared like lightning as he casually glanced at him. Li Mu, you and I have fought side by side in at least 100 bloody battles. You know better than anyone how much I've sacrificed for the Yi family. But now the family's throwing scraps to my siblings. I won't tolerate this. I don't want to make things hard for you, and I understand your difficulties. But let me be clear, if you raise a hand, our brotherhood ends here. Don't go easy on me, because I won't hold back. Li Mu's face drained of color. The four great powers of Qingqing constantly fought over mines and territory, and bloodshed was the norm. According to tradition, if the elders intervened, it was a full clan war, which no one dared trigger lightly. So the young generation fought among themselves. Yi Xian was the sharpest sword of the Yi family, their acknowledged young master, a ferocious tiger driven mad with desperation. If it came to killing, these few guards stood no chance. Li Mu and the others remained frozen in place. Yi Ku's fury nearly materialized into a physical force. Do you all want to die that badly? Before he could finish, Yi Xian spoke coldly. He knows you're no match for me alone, but he won't fight himself. Instead, he wants you to do it, hoping he'll kill you and escalate this mess. With a sneer curling at his lips, he said, here in the Yi mansion, our privileged elders really know how to deal harshly with their own people. It's impressive, isn't it? The moment Li Mu and the others heard this, their faces went pale. They realized Yi Ku was clearly planning to throw them under the bus. Yi Ku fixed his gaze on Yi Xian and said coldly, Yi Xian, times have changed. If you keep a low profile, maybe you could survive a few more days. But sadly, you can't see the situation clearly and still dare act so arrogantly at a time like this. You old dog. Yi Xian suddenly cut him off, murder flashing in his eyes. Was it your idea to betroth my sister to that bastard? Yi Ku sneered in response. It was indeed my idea. And what can you do about it? Yi Xian's face twisted in rage. You schemed against me, fine, but my sister is only 12. And you old dog, actually want to lay your poisonous hands on her. At those words, Yi Xian stamped his right foot sharply. Bang! Stones shattered. The bluestone floor cracked instantly beneath him. Like a fierce tiger pouncing, he lunged straight at Yi Ku. Yi Ku's expression changed drastically. An elder of the Yi mansion was being openly defied. Without hesitation, he squatted slightly, pulling his right arm back, then unleashed a forceful blow. Fist crush. A low-level martial technique that could smash stone. At the same moment, Yi Xian's fist came flying. Boom. Their fists collided. Yi Ku felt his arm bones crack piece by piece, blood spurting. Before he could retreat, Yi Xian closed the gap and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Puffed. Blood and essence sprayed out. Yi Ku's body curled like a shrimp and flew backwards. The moment he hit the ground, Yi Xian raised his foot to stomp. Crack. His sternum collapsed inward, agony draining the color from Yi Ku's face. Impossible. Yi Ku hoarsely growled. How can your fist crush be so powerful? I'm also at the Qi transformation realm. Trash. Yi Xian scoffed, slapping him across the face. Spoiled rotten your whole life. Your fist crush is like a child's punch. I'm embarrassed for you. How dare you hit me? Yi Ku's eyes bulged in fury. Smack. Another ruthless slap landed. I'm hitting you. Yi Ku's entire face swelled instantly. Humiliated in front of everyone, Yi Ku howled. Why don't you all attack? Li Mu and the others exchanged glances. If they had a chance to win, they might jump in, but right now there was no way to beat him. How dare you? Suddenly an angry shout came from afar. Everyone turned to see the Grand Elder rushing over, flanked by several elders and guards. Yi Ling anxiously ran to Yi Xian's side, clutching his clothes tightly. Her voice trembled. Brother, you have to run. Yi Xian grasped her cold hand gently and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. But Yi Ling couldn't hold back tears. It's my fault, brother. I've dragged you down. I'm useless. I'm sorry. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Don't be afraid. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up first. Then he faced the Grand Elder with a cheerful expression. Grand Elder, let's make peace. I'll admit my fault, and well drop this matter. How about that? The Grand Elder laughed angrily. Make peace? Drop it. Yi Xian, are you dreaming? Before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly stepped down hard. Crack. Another bone broke. Yi Ku's eyes widened in disbelief, then all light drained from them. Everyone froze. The son of Yi Ku had just publicly stomped him to death. Yi Xian looked up calmly at the Grand Elder. If you want make peace, then it's a unknown fight. Under countless watchful eyes, he strode step by step toward the Grand Elder, stopping in front of him. His voice rang out clearly to the entire crowd. Grand Elder, I, a junior, challenge you. You won't back down, will you? The courtyard was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Yi Xian stepped forward decisively, his voice booming clearly through the yard. I challenge you. I, Yi Xian, hereby challenge the Grand Elder. The unexpected declaration stunned everyone in the Yi mansion into stone-like stillness. All instinctively held their breath. The hierarchy of power in the Yi family was always clear. The secluded patriarch was the strongest, followed by the protector elder, Yi Qing, unfortunately absent at the moment, and then the Grand Elder. And now, Yi Xian, a fifth-grade unceasing realm cultivator, was directly pointing his challenge at the Grand Elder. Some scoffed, thinking Yi Xian was overestimating himself. Others pondered and felt he might actually stand a chance. After all, Yi Xian had been a key protege of the family, recently hardened by years of bloody battles outside, forging a ruthless resolve and fighting spirit that the long-sitting and practice-focused Grand Elder lacked. If he fought with all he had, Yi Xian might just scrape a slim chance of victory. The Grand Elder's fingers trembled slightly inside his sleeve, eyes locked fiercely on Yi Xian. An internal storm of thoughts surged in his chest. Should I accept or not? If he refused, word would spread, and his face and prestige would be utterly ruined, making it hard to command respect thereafter. But if he accepted, though his realm was higher, he had not been in true battle for many years, only occasional sparring, while Yi Xian had been tempered repeatedly in life-and-death fights with ferocity not to be underestimated. If he won, others would say he was bullying a weaker opponent. But if he lost, the Grand Elder's face, and perhaps even his position, would be lost. What had seemed like Yi Xian's desperate last stand a moment ago had now turned sharply against the Elder. The latter's expression darkened, his breaths grew heavy. Just as the tension thickened to a tangible weight, a clear voice called out from the back of the crowd. Don't you still have a duel with me in a month's time? All heads turned toward the voice. Yi Lang walked forward calmly, his white robes fluttering slightly. Gaze sharp as lightning, was the current heir to the Yi family. The Grand Elder was about to respond when his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, shouting harshly. Yi Lang, you've reached the Qi transformation realm? Qi transformation realm. Shocked murmurs erupted around. Many faces went blank from astonishment. Yi Lang seemed unfazed by the reaction, simply nodding lightly. It took me just over 10 days to break through. Too slow, admittedly. In just over 10 days, he had soared from a former 4th-grade dual cultivation level to the Qi transformation realm in a leap never before recorded in Yi family history. Gasps and exclamations of awe rippled through the crowd. The Grand Elder looked up and laughed aloud, a hoarse but ecstatic sound. Heaven bless the Yi family. Ha ha ha. The family members' faces glowed with fervor, already glimpsing a future where Yi Lang led their clan to unprecedented heights. As the laughter died away, Yi Lang fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What right do you have to challenge the Grand Elder? If you want to fight him, first defeat me. Our death match is less than 20 days away, don't forget. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow at Yi Lang, smiling casually. You remind me, almost forgot about that. Then he turned toward the Grand Elder, cupping his hands with a smile. Grand Elder, forgive my earlier insolence. After I face your grandson, I will come to seek your guidance. With that, he took Yi Ling by the arm and began to leave. Wait. At that moment, the Elder suddenly snapped angrily. You killed an Elder, and you think that means? Before he could finish, Yi Xian spun around sharply, his gaze cold and piercing as a blade aimed at the Elder. Elder, how about a unknown duel right now? Or we can have your grandson face me on the death stage. Or are you two so scared that you sent Yi Ku here to stir up trouble, just to find an excuse to kill me? If that's the case, don't waste your breath. Bring it on, Yi Xian. I'm not afraid of either of you. You. The elder's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched tightly. Yi Lang stepped forward half a pace, casting a cold glance at Yi Xian. Leave now. We'll see each other on the death stage in 20 days. Yi Xian shrugged dismissively, unconcerned. Your grandson's got some sense. You, though getting older only makes you more foolish. With that, he took Yi Ling's hand and turned to leave. The elder's face purple with rage, his chest heaved violently. Suddenly, he vented his fury on Li Mu and the others. You good for nothing trash. The elder has been beaten, and you stood idly by? Guards, drag them out, and execute them on the spot with cudgels. At the command of death, Li Mu and the others instantly went pale. In the distance, Yi Xian's footsteps halted, and he called back, Elder, a friendly reminder. Li Mu and the others are the chieftain's personal guards. Though your rank is high, the clan chief is still alive. If you act against his guards now, are you really aiming to attack the chief himself? How dare you? The elder exploded in fury. Yi Xian, if you say one more word, he'll cut you down no matter what. Yi Xian smiled cheekily and waved dismissively. Don't ruin your health getting so worked up. I'd be way too happy. No, wait, too heartbroken. Then he led Yi Ling and actually left. Li Mu and the others watched Yi Xian's retreating back, eyes filled with gratitude. Without his words, they'd be dead today for sure. In the midst of them, the elder shook with anger, the crowd falling into stunned silence. Suddenly, a thought came to him, and he turned to Yi Lang. Why didn't you fight him to the death just now? Why wait 20 days? Yi Lang replied calmly, I'm close to breaking through to the Yui realm. The elder was momentarily stunned but then excitedly rubbed his hands together. Really? Nearly there. Yi Lang nodded. If not, I would have ended him just now. At this crucial moment, I can't afford distractions. Can't let a mere ant ruin our plans. Exactly. Exactly. The elder agreed repeatedly. Let him live a few more days, already useless as is. Yi Lang's expression turned cold. He's desperate and dangerous now. Don't provoke him during this time. Otherwise people will say I'm afraid of him, using you to stir trouble so I can kill him later. This was my oversight, the elder whispered. I promise no one will bother him within 20 days. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Also, I need a large amount of spirit stones to break through. The elder frowned. Spirit stones are rare treasures brimming with spiritual energy. The entire Yi family's reserves are limited, and by rule only available to the chieftain and heir. Yi Xian never used any because they were secretly withheld. Yi Lang pressed, Is there a problem? The elder hurriedly waved his hand. No problem, just, the supply might be tight. Yi Lang smiled and said, Don't worry. It's only the Yuchi level, so it won't require many spirit stones. Hearing this, the elder chief finally exhaled the breath he had been holding in his throat and nodded repeatedly. That's good. Yi Lang looked up at the dark blue sky, where a slender crescent moon hung like a hook. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This remote, impoverished place was hardly impressive, but it could serve their purpose for now. Meanwhile, Yi Xian led Yi Ling back to their home courtyard. As soon as the door was pushed open, Li Mu and the others who had fought alongside him quickly arrived, their footsteps echoing chaotically on the bluestone slabs. Yi Xian glanced at Li Mu coolly, his voice calm but laced with coldness. Coming here now won't do you any favors. Since he had been stripped of his position as heir, nearly all his sworn brothers had drifted away. Everyone knew the future of the Yi family belonged to Yi Lang, not Yi Xian. Li Mu cupped his hands and said softly, Brother Yi, thank you for everything before. Yi Xian nodded slightly. If you hadn't stepped in, I should be the one thanking you. You should go back. If Elder Chief's men see you here, it will only cause trouble. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yi, if you ever need us again, just say the word. My brothers won't refuse. With that, he and his guards hurried away. Watching them leave, Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Yi Ling linked her arm through his, whispering, Brother, don't you trust them? If I were strong enough, what he said would have been true. But if I have no chance to turn things around, then it was all just empty words. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Yi Ling pressed her lips tightly, her gaze stubborn. I'm sincere. He'll always stand by you. The siblings entered the courtyard. Just as they stepped under the corridor, Yi Ling's body trembled violently. Her fingertips turned pale as a chilling aura suddenly dissipated. Yi Xian's heart jolted in alarm. He swiftly scooped her up and laid her gently on the bed. Reaching into his hand, he pulled out a white jade bottle, pouring a milky white pill into her mouth. As the medicine took effect, her face regained some color, though she still looked weak. She slowly opened her eyes, clutching Yi Xian's hand tightly. Brother, I feel like I won't live much longer. If I die, will you carry my ashes with you? I want to stay with you forever. You're not allowed to say things like that. Yi Xian growled, bloodshot eyes burning fiercely. You want die? I won't let you die. Trust me. Once I reach the Yuchi level, we'll take you to the imperial capital, all right? His tone softened as he bent down to tuck her in. You're the only family I have left. For my sake, you must live, okay? Tears streamed down Yiling's face. Yi Xian gently wiped them away and smiled. Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty. You still have to get married one day. I won't marry. I only like you, brother. Dummy. Yi Xian ruffled her hair. Come here. He'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain was a temple. After about 15 minutes, Yiling drifted into a deep, steady sleep. Yi Xian stared at her, his brow furrowed darkly. She had been sleeping longer lately, and there were less than 3 pills left in the jade bottle. He put away the bottle carefully, pulled the blanket snugly over her, and then turned to walk toward the realm prison tower. Training that was all Yi Xian could do now. He had to rapidly improve his strength, reach the Yuchi level as soon as possible, and then bring Yi Ling to the imperial capital. Besides, the Yi family had already decided to kill him. If he lost the life or death duel 20 days from now, not only would he die, but his sister Yi Ling would die as well. Yi Xian was about to seek out that shadowy figure for sparring when suddenly, a calm and ethereal voice of a mysterious woman whispered in his ear. You can begin training the hidden realm now. The hidden realm? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, puzzled. The mysterious woman explained slowly, the physical body realm has 6 levels, from 1st to 6th rank. But most people don't know that after the 6th rank, called the Qi transformation realm, there is another layer, the golden body realm. Breaking through to the golden body realm is what truly leads to the innate Qi mastery realm. Golden body realm? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Senior, why have I never heard of this before? I told you, it's a hidden realm. Ordinary cultivators have no way of knowing about it. Her voice was calm, but carried an unshakable certainty. If you reach the golden body realm, your overall strength will increase by at least double. Will you train? Double? A bright spark lit up in Yi Xian's eyes. His breath quickened. Really? Of course. Then what am I waiting for? He'll train. He clenched his fist resolutely. The mysterious woman went on. You already have sword Qi inside your body. Although you can't release it yet, you can use it to stimulate your meridians and internal organs. Before, you refined your Buddhist toughness from the outside outwards. Now you must forge yourself inwardly. Training both inside and out is the only way to be complete. But it will hurt a little. Yi Xian waved his hand grandly, full of confidence. A little pain is nothing. I'm starting now. Good. The method is simple. Activate the sword Qi inside you, and let it spread throughout your limbs and body. Yi Xian sat cross-legged and focused his mind as instructed. The next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. A searing, stabbing pain surged wildly through him, as if tens of thousands of needles were piercing inside, his bones vibrating in resonance. He swayed violently, nearly passing out on the spot. Senior, this is not just a little pain. Her tone remained calm. It hurts a lot? I thought it would only be a little. Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Senior, don't tell me no one else has ever trained this hidden realm. Long ago, someone did try. She paused briefly, but he died instantly. At the time, I thought it was from another cause. Veins throbbed wildly on Yi Xian's forehead. Seeing you suffer like this, and me unable to help, all I can do is express my guilt with a smile. The woman's soft laughter echoed in his spirit. See, Yi Xian, pain, agonizing pain. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to die more than ever before. In the past, the worst he suffered was just flesh wounds. But this time, it felt as if his internal organs and meridians were being ripped apart inch by a sharp blade. Thunderous waves of pain surged through his entire body, as if every drop of blood was screaming in agony. Endure it. He clenched his teeth so hard his knuckles turned white, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Losing consciousness might end the suffering at once, but he dared not, because if he closed his eyes, he might never wake up again. And if that happened, what would become of his only 12-year-old sister? Would the Yi family show any mercy? Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly tilted his head back and roared hoarsely with rage. His voice was rough, fierce, and unrestrained. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Though his face was twisted in pain, he forced out a mad smile. Come on, harder. Huh, I can take it. Damn, it really hurts. A little lighter, please. Time dragged on amidst the torment. Finally, after an unknown length of agony, Yi Xian collapsed like a puddle of mud, utterly drained, as if his bones had been sucked dry. Then his body started convulsing violently, like a relentless epileptic seizure, one wave after another, lasting almost 15 minutes before slowly subsiding. When the spasms ended, he was drenched in cold sweat, his chest rising and falling weakly with difficulty. He didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. Just then, outside the prison realm tower directly above the Yi estate, dark clouds suddenly roiled and gathered swiftly from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a black cloud mass pressed down like a dome, and a torrential rainstorm drenched only one corner of the estate, while the burning sun still shone fiercely beyond the courtyard walls. Within the rain curtain, a faint rainbow arched quietly, like a celestial bow hanging in the sky. Right behind it, a second rainbow glowed through the downpour. As the third rainbow began to form, the prison realm tower inside, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and that brilliant light silently shattered and vanished. A cosmic phenomenon. Qing City buzzed with excitement. According to legend, only supreme geniuses having an epiphany or breaking through a realm could summon such a scene. What was once mere myth told casually over meals now manifested vividly above the Yi estate. Instantly, every street, alley, and high building in the city had eyes fixed on that storm of thunder, rain, and radiant rainbows. Within the Yi estate courtyard, the great elder led the other elders and clanspeople in orderly procession and knelt down as one. The great elder looked up at the sky, hands touching the ground, voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. Thank heaven for blessing the Yi family, for blessing Yi Lang. At once, the sound of kowtowing echoed continuously, filling the estate with joyous uproar. In the city lord's mansion, an elderly man with graying hair peered out the window at the phenomenon, his expression shifting uneasily. He snorted low and cold. Impressive, Yi Lang, to summon such a cosmic sign. Send for the heads of the Zhang and Li families at once. They must be summoned here for a discussion. Meanwhile, above Qing City, flocks of messenger pigeons took flight, wings beating as they scattered in all directions. Their pure white feathers gleamed brilliantly under the blazing sun, a magnificent sight that stirred heated chatter among the townsfolk. The news that the Yi family had produced a chosen one was already widespread. The possibility that this monster who could trigger a cosmic event really existed went beyond rumor. This meant the Yi family was destined to rise. Their stage would soon extend beyond Qing City to encompass the entire Jiang Kingdom and the whole of Qingzhou. Cheers rang through the Yi estate. The great elder immediately announced a month's salary bonus for everyone in the estate, and, overstepping traditional authority, bypassed the clan leader to directly appoint Yi Lang as the junior clan chief. The heir apparent was only the young generation's representative, but the title of junior clan chief meant Yi Lang was already the true second-in-command of the Yi family. Overstepping boundaries? At this moment, no one objected. The great elder's eyes shone bright. Yi Lang would surely be a phoenix among men. No matter what the clan leader said, the future of the entire Yi estate would depend on Yi Lang's breath and will. In a certain courtyard, Yi Lang looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, his brows tightly furrowed. The deep blue sky churned with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled faintly within them, as if some unseen force was gathering. He had indeed completed his breakthrough from the 6th grade Qi transformation realm to the Qi mastery realm just 1 hour ago, but at that time, the world was calm and peaceful. Yet this strange celestial sign had suddenly appeared moments ago. Yi Lang lifted his gaze to scrutinize the sky, uncertain if this was caused by himself. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile curved on his lips. If not me, then who is worthy of stirring heaven and earth? It seems that this lifetime, Yi Lang will surely claim a place on the list of demonic talents. With that, he reined in his breath, his robe fluttering lightly, and turned to leave the courtyard in a swift motion. Inside the realm prison tower, the flickering light of a yellow candle danced on the walls. Yi Xian lay on the cold stone slab, face up, unconscious for an unknown length of time. Suddenly, a clear, cool female voice echoed through the empty chamber. Get up and look at your body. Rubbing his head, Yi Xian sat up and glanced down. His entire arm and chest were covered in a faint golden glow. His skin no longer felt merely flesh, but something subtly metallic, radiating a warm spiritual energy. This, the mysterious woman's voice explained steadily. This is the golden body realm. Your flesh has been refined into a golden body. The physical body is fundamental, and this stage is laying the groundwork. Only with strong muscles, bones, and internal organs can you withstand greater external forces. Most people focus only on their outer power and neglect their foundation, which is backwards. Though you endured pain beyond that of ordinary people, you've also gained a rare advantage. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fist as power surged through him like a flood breaking a dam. My strength at least doubled, he exclaimed in surprise. What comforted him even more was that his physical Buddhist toughness far exceeded what it had been before. If he were to face off in single combat against the pampered Grand Elder of the Qi Mastery Realm, he felt no fear whatsoever. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he urgently asked, Senior, my sister is suffering from typhoid fever. Is there any way to save her? The mysterious woman fell silent a moment before replying. You mean that little girl? I can cure her, but she cannot enter this tower. The tower spirit is dormant, and while it regards you as master, you have yet to master even a single tower rule, so you cannot bring others in. Forcing entry will cause the tower spirit to instinctively erase any unrecognized presence. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's face grew grim. Then I can only take my sister to the imperial capital for treatment. He clenched his fists tightly. The more difficult problem was that to advance further into the Qi mastery realm, his spirit sword had to resonate with the sword Dao seed inside his body. But spirit swords were exceedingly rare, let alone the Yi family. Even the entire Qingqing region hardly had one. Only the imperial capital of the prosperous Jiang kingdom might still hold a few. Imperial capital, Yi Xian murmured, eyes blazing with determination. Looks like I have no choice but to go. He practiced his swordsmanship again inside the tower, the sword light cutting across the space, winds howling fiercely. When he sheathed his sword, he willed himself to exit the realm prison tower. As the tower door closed behind him, a barely audible whisper echoed through the empty walls. That little girl, there's something strange about her. The moonlight was cool as Yi Xian pushed open the door and returned to his room. Not long after, Yi Ling sneaked in quietly, the young girl's expression gloomy, her eyes downcast. Yi Xian smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Ling approached Yi Xian quietly and said, "Brother, Yi Lang has triggered a rare celestial phenomenon. The entire clan is celebrating, and the Grand Elder has already appointed him as the young clan chief. From now on, he will be the head of the Yi family." Hearing this, Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He had only heard of such heavenly anomalies and legends rumored to occur only when a prodigy breaks through to a new level. But Qingqing had never seen such a being before. He never expected Yi Lang to actually achieve it. This meant Yi Lang's talent far surpassed ordinary people. Yet Yi Ling was defiant and snorted softly. "What celestial phenomenon? My brother is the strongest." Yi Xian smiled reassuringly and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. His life or death duel is still 10 days away. After that, our siblings will leave the Yi manor." "Leave?" Yi Ling froze, then whispered anxiously, "Will we come back?" Yi Xian was silent. The Yi family had been his home since childhood, but this event revealed the truth among the clan elders. Their status was insignificant. If not for his remaining utility, he and his sister would likely have been dead already. Now that the family found a better heir, they discarded him without hesitation. He once thought that even if he died, the Yi family would protect Yi Ling, but it seemed her fate would be grim without him. Thinking this, he shook his head with a bitter smile and ruffled Yi Ling's hair. "Do you like it here?" Yi Ling shook her head, her tone gloomy. "I used to, because you were here, but not anymore. The family has been so unfair to you. You risked your life for them, yet they treat you like this. The Grand Elder and those elders are terrible. Not a single one defends you. They're all rotten." Yi Xian replied gently, "No matter how big the world is, as long as we're together, anywhere is home." Yi Ling smiled sweetly and suddenly hugged him tightly. "As long as I'm with brother, anywhere is fine." Yi Xian laughed heartily and played with her briefly before returning to the prison tower. Only 10 days remained before the life or death duel. He couldn't afford to slack off, especially with Yi Lang having caused the legendary celestial phenomenon. Yi Xian opened his right palm, and a silver longsword materialized faintly in his hand, its light subtle but clear. He looked excited. "Senior, does that mean I'm a sword immortal now?" The mysterious woman inside the tower snorted coldly. "Sword immortal? You're still far from that." Yi Xian was taken aback. "Why?" The woman explained calmly. "Only those who comprehend the sword's true meaning and master the way of the sword can be called sword immortals. Right now, you're not even a sword master yet at best. You're a sword cultivator." Yi Xian felt embarrassed, but refused to give up. The woman continued, "Becoming a qualified sword cultivator is the first step. Remember, sword cultivators are many in the world, but true sword immortals are remarkably rare. 10 in your entire realm would be impressive. The reasons for this you will understand in time. All I can say is the path of the sword is hard to walk." Yi Xian nodded firmly. No matter how difficult the path, he would keep pushing forward with all his might. After the turmoil within the Yi family, he finally saw the harsh truth. Relying on the clan to protect his sister was wishful thinking. The only way to ensure her security and well-being was to become so strong that no one dared to look down on him. With this resolve, he cleared his mind and asked aloud, "Senior, how can I become a qualified sword cultivator?" The mysterious woman stood in the void of the prison tower, her voice cold and distant. "Cut a single strand of hair with one sword." Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. "Just cutting one hair? That sounded too simple." The woman sneered, "Give it a try." The youth plucked a strand of black hair, spun his wrist like a sword axis, unleashing a flash of sword light. Clang! The hair exploded into powder midair, but it didn't sever cleanly. Only scattered fragments remained. Yi Xian froze, experiencing firsthand the meaning of power without control for the first time. The woman's voice came again. "Strength alone isn't enough. You must learn to control the release, calculate the sword angle, speed, even the wind resistance. I'd wager without tens of thousands of swings, you'll never grasp the essence." Yi Xian took a deep breath, lifted his hand to brush through his hair, eyes burning with determination. "I've got plenty of hair to spare." With those words, sword light erupted inside the tower. Strands of hair fell like rain, sliced to shreds by the sword's brilliance. Turbulent air currents swirled, cold light gleaming off the walls like snow. The boy stepped, spun, each motion accompanied by crackling air and swirling hair fragments. Meanwhile, outside the prison tower, the Yi mansion was resplendent with festive decorations. Red silk hung above the gates, banquets stretched along the corridors to the front courtyard. All the stewards and heads of various factions in Qing City had received invitations. The young members of the Yi family strode proudly. boasting to all that the Yi clan was the premier family of Qing City. Even the lord of the city, the Li family, and the Zhang family came bearing generous gifts, entering quietly just to lend prestige to the Yi clan. In the reception hall, the Grand Elder sat solemnly in the Grand Tutor's chair, a thin wisp of steam rising from his teacup as his eyes half closed, seemingly waiting for something. Then footsteps approached, and an elder bowed as he entered. Grand Elder, the city lord and the heads of the Li and Zhang families have arrived. The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, speaking with a cool detachment. Yi Yu, tell them I am resting and cannot receive guests for the next half hour. Yi Yu hesitated slightly, Grand Elder, but the old man closed his eyes again. When he spoke next, his voice was low but resolute. Now is the time to let them know who truly holds the power in Qing City. Outside the Yi residence, the morning sunlight slanted across the steps as Yi Yu clasped his hands respectfully, facing a white-haired elder and two distinguished middle-aged men. His tone was courteous yet composed. Lord Jiang, Lord Li, Lord Zhang, I apologize. The Grand Elder is resting now and cannot receive visitors. However, if you're willing to wait half an hour, he will see you once he wakes. Lord Li's eyes darkened, his voice sharp. You expect us to wait half an hour? Yi Yu smiled and nodded. Of course. If you prefer not to wait, you may leave. Saying this, he turned and strode into the residence, his robe brushing the stone steps, never looking back. At this moment, the Yi family no longer needed to grovel before the influential clans. Though still weaker overall than these three families, everyone in the Yi household firmly believed, soon, the Yi family would be the ones others looked up to. Watching Yi Yu's retreating figure, the expressions of Li and the others soured immediately. Li sneered coldly. The Grand Elder of the Yi residence is really full of himself. Jiang Yan, Lord of Qingcheng, replied coolly. Now that they have Yi Lang, it's no wonder they look down on us. Lord Zhang Lian chuckled lightly. When one person attains the way, the whole family rises. But if the Grand Elder is this arrogant, it might not be good for the Yi family. He glanced seriously at Li and Jiang. Gentlemen, we previously debated whether to unite. Now it's clear. If we don't join forces, we're finished. Jiang and Li exchanged looks, then both nodded. Yi family's attitude left them no choice but to stand together. Half an hour passed quickly, and the three were led into the Yi family's reception hall. Inside, incense smoke curled from a burner. The Grand Elder emerged, clasping his hands and speaking loudly. My apologies, my greed for sleep has delayed me. Please forgive my negligence. Jiang Yin smiled and cupped his hands. Not at all, Grand Elder. We understand how busy you must be. The elder laughed heartily. Please be seated. Once seated, he looked around and smiled warmly. Since you all came together today, I assume there is something important? Li was the first to speak, his face respectful and congratulatory. Naturally, to offer congratulations. The Yi family has borne a chosen one Qingcheng's great fortune. Congratulations. The Grand Elder nodded. Yi Lang's awakening and the accompanying celestial phenomena are blessings from heaven upon the Yi family. He took a small sip of tea, the cup lid tapping the rim lightly. Thank you all for coming to offer your good wishes. Lord Li Nian, also called Li Yu, rose and again clasped his hands. Grand Elder, my Li family and Yi family have had many conflicts in the past. I hope you can forgive us. Lord Zhang Lian also stood and bowed. My Zhang family likewise has offended the Yi family before. We ask for your understanding. In the past, the Zhang and Li families were near mortal enemies with the Yi family, especially the Zhangs, as the previous Yi heir was slain by them. Yet now, as the Yi family has a celestial chosen who can invoke heavenly phenomena, refusing to show humility now would only invite ruin later. The Grand Elder set down his teacup and lightly tapped his fingers on the rim, but remained silent. His silence stretched, and the atmosphere in the hall immediately grew heavy with tension. Zhang Lai glanced toward the nearby City Lord's mansion, where City Lord Jiang Yin gave a slight smile. Elder, we're all from Qingcheng, a tiny place where everyone runs into each other all the time. It's natural there will be some clashes. Now the Yi family is bound to rise, and their rivals will definitely be some of the most powerful clans of our time. Don't you agree? In the Great Hall, the flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across the elder's face. He smoothed his sleeve and nodded slightly. Since Brother Jiang has spoken, what else can I say? Hey, raise a proposal. The Yi family has had a rough few years. For the next 10 years, grant us the mining rights around Qingcheng's gold mines. Is that acceptable? As his words fell, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Gold mines. The clan representatives all changed expression at once, their eyes burning with barely contained fury. The many families of Qingcheng depended on those very gold mines to survive. Each mine was hard-won through fierce battles. Once lost, the elders couldn't cultivate their powers, and the junior disciples would lose their training foundation. Decline would soon follow. Yet the Yi family was demanding exclusive control for 10 whole years right from the start. Jiang Yin sipped his tea, the cup lid lightly tapping the porcelain with a crisp sound that carried a chill. Beside him, Zhang Lai and Li Yu wore equally grim looks. They had anticipated being dealt a harsh blow, but not one so deep. The elder surveyed the gathering, a smile playing across his lips but not reaching his eyes. Rest assured, in 10 years, Yi Lang will have long become one of the mountain's own. When that time comes, he paused deliberately, chuckling softly. One of the mountain's own. Jiang Yin's fingers stiffened. If the sect beyond the mountains truly accepted Yi Lang, their clans would be no more than dust beneath a flicking finger, a threat laid bare. Silence filled the hall briefly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin rose and cupped his fists. If the Yi family is struggling, then for the next 10 years, all mining rights around Qingcheng will belong to them. The elder returned the gesture with a smile. Thank you all for your support. Jiang Yin nodded lightly. We take our leave. As the four stepped out of the Yi residence, a cold night wind struck their faces, and the suppressed rage exploded. Zhang Lai growled, "This is outrageous. Once the Yi family gains power, they'll stop at nothing." Li Yu answered icily. With Yi Lang as their chosen prodigy, even the city lord's mansion means nothing to them. Jiang Yin waved his hand, forcing down his fury. Enough. We have to endure this now, no matter how hard. Return to your mansions for the time being. Then we will make plans. Inside the hall, Yi Yu strode in hurriedly, his tone grave. Elder, you've just alienated them all. Alienated? The elder snorted. The Yi family fears no one. Once Yi Lang becomes one of the mountain's sect, destroying those clans will be as easy as snapping fingers. 10 years' grace is more than merciful. With that, he swept his sleeve and left, voice resolute. Outside the Yi mansion, Zhang Yin and the others exchanged cold glances. The humiliation was undeniable, but for now they had no choice but to endure. Zhang Yin finally said, "Return to your mansions for now. We'll see what to do when the time comes. Don't be so impatient. Flowers never bloom forever, and with the Yi family acting so arrogantly and tyrannically, their day of downfall is bound to come." After saying this, the few onlookers exchanged a knowing glance and disappeared into the night outside the Yi mansion. The compromise between the Li family, the Zhang family, and the city lord's residence swept through the Yi estate like a wave of heat, quickly filling every courtyard with a piercing sharpness. The Yi family, who used to show some respect towards these families, was now brimming with confidence thanks to the rise of Yi Lang. Everyone stood tall and proud. The source of their strength was Yi Lang. Many young heirs no longer hesitated to call the Yi family Qingcheng's top lineage, and even the composed elders quietly accepted this new reality. Now, Yi Lang was the brightest name within the Yi estate, while another named Yi Xian was treated like a relic of a bygone era. Have you heard? Yi Xian hasn't left his little courtyard for several days now. Does he dare? Among Qingcheng's young generation, who can suppress Yi Lang? Across the whole Jiang kingdom, Yi Lang ranks among the absolute top. As for Yi Xian, he isn't even worthy of carrying Yi Lang's shoes. TCH, if he had just knelt and admitted his mistake back then, maybe he could have saved his own life. Who cares if he lives or dies? You know how powerful the Yi family is outside now. Yesterday, I ran into a young master from the Zhang family and slapped him hard. He didn't even dare make a sound. Haha. Last night, I met the heir of the Li family at Yichuan court. He used to only look up to Yi Xian. I told him to get lost, and he slunk away without a word. Feels great. Come on, let's visit brother Yi Lang and catch up. Inside the realm prison tower, the damp stone walls exuded a cold chill, while the sharp clangs of iron meeting sword filled the air. Yi Xian gripped his Ling Shao sword tightly, sweat pouring off him like strands of water squeezed out, as he swung tirelessly again and again. Sword shadows intertwined around him, strands of hair sliced off by the fierce wind drifting to his feet, proof that in that moment, he had truly stepped onto the path of the sword cultivator. But it was still far from enough. His strength, speed, and agility only barely met the standard of an ordinary sword cultivator. He was still a step away from becoming a great sword cultivator. For him, there was only one thing to do: keep pushing forward desperately. Having relied on each other since childhood with his sister, he understood more than anyone else that strength was life itself. The Yi family had discarded him as a throwaway, so he could only rely on himself. Time meant nothing in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, fewer than 3 days remained before the month-long duel. That dawn, Yi Xian opened the tower door. A cold wind hit his face as his brow furrowed sharply. Be all rights. Yi Ling should be here carrying breakfast, but the place was empty. Not good. He dashed toward Yi Ling's courtyard. The worn wooden door was shut. He kicked it open in one blow, revealing a chill so bitter it stung the lungs. Yi Ling huddled under the covers, trembling uncontrollably, her hair frosted white as though frozen by winter's snow. Linger. Yi Xian rushed to her bedside and shook out his white jade bottle empty. The pills were all gone, and he had forgotten to restock. Yi Xian slapped himself hard, leaving finger marks on his cheek. Damn it. He slapped himself again, the sound muffled. Leaning over, he tidied the blankets around Yi Ling, his voice trembling with guilt. Wait for me. We'll be right back. Before finishing his words, he sprinted out the door toward the Yi family pharmacy. Yi Xian is out. Someone shouted, and the news spread instantly through the estate. Several Yi heirs who had been loitering took immediate interest, calling friends to follow. In the past, They'd somewhat feared Yi Xian. Now, emboldened by Yi Lang's influence, they were full of confidence. Rounding a corridor corner, a group blocked his path. The leader, Yi Feng, dressed in wide robes with a golden belt and a smug smile, was the grandson of the Grand Elder and Yi Lang's close cousin. Yi Xian, hiding away all these days, finally stepping out today? He smiled faintly, stretching his arms to block the way. Yi Xian ignored him and kept walking. Yi Feng shifted and stood directly before him again, dragging out his words. In such a hurry, is it because your sickly little sister is about to die? If so, congratulations in advance, one less burden to drag you down. Before he finished, Yi Xian exploded forward, his fist turning into a harsh shadow. Bang! His punch struck Yi Feng's chest, the crack of bone sharp and clear. Yi Feng's eyes widened as his body bent double, a scream choked back in his throat. A cold gleam flashed as Yi Xian's dagger slipped free from his belt, slicing through the air. Shing! Blood splattered onto the ground. Sheathing his blade, Yi Xian's gaze was colder than the edge of his dagger as he glared at the blanching Yi heirs and growled word by word. If anyone dares say one more word against my sister, I swear, he'll shut you up for life. The arena fell completely silent. It was as if all the air had been sucked out of the Yi family's training ground. The shock and terror of every Yi family member seemed almost tangible. Everyone knew Yi Xian was obsessively protective of his sister, but no one expected him to be this ruthless Yi Feng. The victim was not only the eldest elder's grandson, but also Yi Lang's cousin. Yi Xian didn't even bother to offer an explanation to the onlookers. Without a word, he turned and headed straight for the Yi family's pharmacy. As the pharmacy door swung open, a gray-haired elder stepped out, none other than Elder Yi Qing, in charge of the medicine cabinet. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do? His brows knitted tightly, his voice cold and firm. Yi Xian said nothing, walking directly to the cabinets. His eyes scanned the hundreds of compartments before settling on one. He pulled open the drawer empty. Yangshan pills. His voice was sharp and cold. Yi Qing's expression darkened. I hid those pills long ago. The family has already cut off your sister's supply. You. Before he finished, Yi Xian grabbed a fist-sized bronze weight from the counter and suddenly flung it. A fierce gust swept through. Yi Qing barely dodged in time, but out of the corner of his eye, Yi Xian was already closing the distance. Boom. A straight punch came, simple but packed with overwhelming force, aimed at Yi Qing's head. Yi Qing's heart jolted, and he met the blow with a fist of his own. Bang! A deep shockwave exploded, forcing Yi Qing backward several steps until his back slammed against the corner of the wall. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch was already crashing toward his forehead. I warn you. Stop! Yi Qing shouted, sweat dripping down his face. The fist stopped just inches from his face, but the wild force whipped his skin raw. Terror froze him. Was a seasoned Qi transformation stage cultivator with solid skill, yet within one exchange, Yi Xian, a mere fifth-rank unceasing realm fighter, had him completely suppressed. Yi Xian's true strength far exceeded the rumors. Yi Xian reached out a hand. Yi Qing quickly took a white jade bottle from his robes and handed it over. Yi Xian uncorked it and glanced inside. Only 15 Yangshan pills remained. A faint frown crept across his face. These pills are extremely rare. Qingcheng can't refine them ourselves, must buy them from outside. Yi Qing explained. This is all that's left from the last shipment. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before tucking the bottle away. I've fought for this family for years. Taking these few pills isn't too much to ask, is it? Yi Qing said nothing, watching as Yi Xian turned and left. Outside the pharmacy, the eldest elder had already arrived with several other elders, blocking Yi Xian's path. The news of Yi Feng's brutal death had obviously reached them. The eldest elder's gaze was like a blade. I only said a few words to your sister, and you killed my grandson for it? Yi Xian stepped forward, meeting his stare without flinching. Your grandson needed to be taught a lesson. Since you wouldn't teach him, I will. The eldest elder's fists clenched slowly, his knuckles cracking. Yi Xian's expression was unreadable, but his eyes burned with deadly intent. At that moment, the grand elder suddenly snarled, strike him down with your staffs. The scorching sun beat down on the front yard of the Yi mansion. A group of guards wielding staves shouted a fierce command. Their iron boots stomped the ground like a rising tide as they closed in on Yi Xian. A cold smirk flickered at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He lightly tapped the blue stone beneath his feet, his figure launching forward like a drawn bowstring before anyone could react. The lead guard was sent flying by a brutal force, crashing heavily down the stone steps several yards away. As he landed, Yi Xian spun around, sweeping a whip-like kick. Boom! Another guard rushing forward doubled over as if his spine had broken, flying backward and toppling 2 rows of potted plants. The shattering of pottery mixed with muffled groans, dust rising faintly in the air. In the span of a single breath, the guard's formation was torn apart. Without hesitation, Yi Xian retracted his leg and pressed his attack, his steps quickening as he charged straight at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's face darkened. His coarse robe sleeves billowed as he stepped forward, slamming his palm carried by a fierce, whistling wind into Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian's right arm tensed, his fist wrapped in blazing force smashing back. Bang! The colliding palm and fist struck like thunder. The Grand Elder's heels scraped white streaks on the paving stones as he staggered backward more than 10 steps before regaining his footing, his chest heavy with surging blood and chi. Yi Xian remained perfectly still, the cold murder in his sharp eyes intensifying. The Grand Elder growled in disbelief. Impossible. Your Dantian has shattered. How can you still wield such power? From a distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, how do you know my Dantian is broken? The Grand Elder clenched his back teeth, but fell silent. Yi Xian's thoughts shifted swiftly. Was certain now. The mysterious assailant who had ambushed him before must have been secretly sent by the Grand Elder. Burning with murderous intent, his knuckles made faint cracking sounds. Before the killing intent fully descended, a calm voice cut through the tension. Yi Xian, leave now. All eyes turned to see Yi Lang approaching. Yi Xian shot him a cold glance, but did not stop, instead striding away quickly. Though the surrounding guards glared hostilely, they all looked to Yi Lang and did not interfere. Beside Yi Lang, the Grand Elder's grip on his staff showed bulging veins. Yi Lang, even if you're bound to him by life and death, he killed your cousin. This blood debt. Yi Lang raised a hand to cut him off. Don't worry. In 2 days, he'll repay that debt for you. The Grand Elder's face darkened like iron, but he said no more. Yi Lang smiled and explained, I know how arrogant he is and that he deserves death. But the time isn't right yet. In 2 days, notify everyone in Qing City to come watch. I'll battle him in the arena and make a name for myself. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The powers beyond the mountain hold lofty status. They won't bow down without a scene. Yi Xian is the first stepping stone I need to crush. Once I trample him, I can rise in Qing City and naturally draw their attention. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression softened slightly. That's true. But don't forget, although his Dantian is broken, his fighting strength shouldn't be underestimated. You mustn't be careless. Yi Lang's gaze flickered over the Grand Elder. A faint smile curled his lips, but inside he sneered. Had seen the previous fight clearly. To him, it wasn't that Yi Xian was exceptionally strong, but that the Grand Elder was too weak. An old man who had long occupied a high position, but whose body was steadily failing, without breaking past his physical limits. Any reputation as a master was mere illusion. In Yi Lang's mind, this Grand Elder was simply an old man, not just any elder, but all the elders of the Yi Mansion were the same. Yi Lang withdrew his thoughts and glanced toward the direction where Yi Xian had left, sneering coldly. If you get to be my stepping stone, consider it your honor. Yi Xian returned to his room and immediately took out a spirit-nourishing pill, gently placing it in Yi Lang's mouth. The herbal aroma filled the air as he anxiously stared at his sister's face, his fingers trembling with guilt and regret for forgetting to save any medicine for her. After a moment, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes and smiled sweetly upon seeing Yi Xian. Brother, it's so good to see you. Holding her cold little hand, Yi Xian asked softly, do you feel better? Yi Ling nodded, not so cold anymore. In a low voice, Yi Xian said, it's all my fault. I promise it won't happen again, not ever. Tears slipped down Yi Ling's cheeks as she quietly said, brother, before, I wanted to die because I didn't want to be a burden. But just now, I was scared you'd be all alone. I want to stay with you forever. Yi Xian's eyes burned with emotion. Forcing a smile, he replied, linger, nothing will happen to us. We'll both be fine, brother and sister together. Wiping her tears, Yi Ling nodded firmly. He'll live well and stay with you for a lifetime. Yi Xian hooked her small pinky with his, grinning, it's a promise, one dies first. Yi Ling rolled her eyes. Brother, pinky promises are for kids. Yi Xian laughed. You'll always be my child in my heart. Yi Ling smiled back, and warmth returned to the room. This time, Yi Xian didn't meditate away but carried Yi Ling on his back and went out. After her long confinement in the Yi Mansion, he felt guilty and eager to make up for it while he had the chance. In Yi Xian's mind, no matter the size of the world, his sister was the most important. Qingcheng, located on the border of Jiang Kingdom, had fewer than 200,000 residents and ranked low among many cities. But it was just as lively. Hawkers shouting, street performers entertaining, and food stalls blending smells into a bustling tapestry. The siblings had barely stepped out of the Yi Mansion when the mansion guards appeared in the distance. Elder Chang was worried Yi Xian might run off. Yi Xian ignored them. As long as they caused no trouble, he let them follow. Brother, I can walk by myself. Nonsense. You're too weak. Let me carry you for a while. All right then. They wandered through nearly half of Qingqing City and only headed back toward the city gate at dusk. Sunset bathed the alleys in warm, tranquil light until the sudden sound of galloping hooves shattered the calm outside the gate. A woman in white robes rode in swiftly, as fast as lightning. Her flowing garments stayed spotless, and in her right hand gleamed a silver spear. Her face was an oval of flawless beauty, phoenix-shaped eyes and delicate features without a single flaw. Yi Xian's heart skipped. This was the first time he saw such a visage, and he silently thought, this glance would remain unforgettable for a lifetime. The hooves thundered through the gate, drawing gazes from all sides. In that moment, she herself was the landscape. The woman reanigned her horse before Yi Xian and his sister, sweeping her phoenix eyes over Yi Xian with surprise. Hidden realm? Yi Xian's heart tightened. Even Elder Chong couldn't detect his hidden realm, yet she saw right through it at a glance. Without hesitation, the woman pointed her spear at Yi Xian, the cold light locking onto him. You must be Yi Lang, the one who brought about the heavenly phenomenon. Your foundation is solid enough to warrant my spear. I am Enlangzai, you accept my shot. Enlancio. The crowd burst out in murmurs. Oh my, she's the Onsen Tinthasandier's prodigy of Jiang Kingdom, Enlancio. Crowned state scholar at 18 by the ruler himself, a genius unseen even in previous dynasties. I heard she's challenged 36 cities and no one has withstood her spear. She's definitely here for Yi Lang. If she praises him, the Yi family is bound to become famous. Enlancio. Yi Xian was stunned. That Namihi knew it all too well. In the entire Jiang Kingdom, no one didn't know Enlangzioth Kingdom's #1 prodigy. Before turning 18, she had already jumped into the Lingkong realm, surpassing even the rank of Yui, the youngest spearman in history. And what was even more terrifying, she had comprehended the spear intent. Once the spear intent was mastered, there was a 99 chance she would rise to become a grandmaster of the spear Dao. In the past 500 years of Jiang Kingdom, no one like her had ever appeared. Countless legends surrounded her. She was the first student personally invited by the director of the Tsangmu Academy, the youngest national talent in Jiang Kingdom's history, and also the fastest in the younger generation to reach the Lingkong realm. Terms like Chosen One or Heavenly Phenomenon paled in comparison to her. Yet Yi Xian never imagined such a legend would show up in the small town of Qingqing. Dust stirred along the street as Enlancio rode in, her pure white warhorse's muscles rippling, hooves striking the ground like drums. She reined in smoothly and elevated her spear horizontally, the tip steadily pointing at Yi Xian. Her eyes were clear and cam no condescension, no looking down, just serene. Yi Xian came back to himself and shook his head. You've got the wrong person. And Langxius' dark brows knitted slightly. What do you mean? I am not Yi Lang, the one who summoned the heavenly phenomenon, Yi Xian answered. He's with the Yi family, you should look for him. You're not Yi Lang? Enlancio scrutinized him carefully. Yi Xian nodded. Suddenly, Yi Ling by his side looked up and said clearly, Big sister, my brother is amazing too. Yi Xian laughed and ruffled his sister's hair. Yi Ling smiled sweetly, still clutching his arm tightly. And Langxius' gaze lingered on Yi Xian as if weighing something. Then she said softly, in this small Qingqing, not only is there a Yi Lang who can summon heavenly phenomena, but also someone like you hiding your true realm. That surprises me. Yi Xian just smiled lightly, remaining silent. Enlancio raised the spear tip slightly. Whether you are Yi Lang or not, you're worthy to face my spirit, oh you dare. Yi Xian fell silent. If he accepted the challenge, his fame would soar, which could benefit him greatly. But once his true power was revealed, the great elders might stop at nothing, perhaps even use Yi Ling against him. Not accepting wasn't in his nature, though how could he back down? He lifted his eyes to meet Enlanxius. 2 days from now, a duel between us. What say you? 2 days? Enlancio shook her head slightly. With all due respect, you don't have the right to ask me to wait 2 days. Saying that, she cracked the reins and turned her horse. At that moment, Yi Xian reached out to a nearby stall, grabbed a wooden sword, and casually pulled a strand of hair. The sword tip gently rose and sliced the hair, silently cut in midair, drifting away with the breeze. Enlancio halted, her gaze returning to Yi Xian, surprise flickering in her eyes. I must have been blind. Not only do you hide your realm, but you're also a sword cultivator. Such young sword cultivators are rare in Jiang Kingdom. Yi Xian sheathed the wooden sword but kept looking at her. 2 days from now, a duel between us. Will it be? And Langxia's stunning face curved into a playful smile. That person said a duel with me, not just catch my spear. She looked him over once more, and then said, then I'll wait for you 2 days. Now, I'm about to meet Yi Lang. Do you know where the Yi residence is? Yi Ling smiled softly and pointed toward the city. Sister, we are from the Yi family. Come with us. Enlancio turned to Yi Xian, studying him closely. You're the young master of the Yi family? Yi Xian shrugged and nodded. I guess you could say that. Enlancio gave a faint nod, her brief assessment carrying a hint of admiration. Your family is lucky to have 2 geniuses at once. If things keep going like this, promotion to a second-tier noble house is just around the corner. Yi Xian only smiled lightly without responding. The siblings led Enlancio back to the Yi residence. With her status, word spread quickly, causing a stir throughout the family. The Grand Elder personally led the other elders to stand guard at the gate. Though the Yi family's influence had grown lately, Enlanxius' backing from the capital was enough to crush hundreds of Yi families. When the Grand Elder heard she intended to challenge Yi Lang, he was secretly thrilled. As the 3 crossed the threshold, the Grand Elder hurried forward. Seeing Yi Xian and Yi Ling, his brow furrowed deeply, but he ignored them, instead approaching Enlancio with a slight bow. Missin, your visit honors our humble home. Please, rest inside. Enlancio waved him off. No need to sit. Is Yi Lang here? He's in the residence. The Grand Elder quickly replied, then gestured to an elder nearby. Go fetch Yi Lang immediately. That elder dashed off at once. Now the Grand Elder turned sharply to Yi Xian, his face darkening. Still standing there making a fool of yourself? Get inside. Enlancio raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Yi Xian glanced contemptuously at the Grand Elder. None of your business. The two were sworn enemies, so Yi Xian refused to back down. The Grand Elder's face grew thunderous, just as he was about to lash out. Enlancio cut in. Who is this? The Grand Elder instantly softened his tone. Missen, you may not know, but this man was once the young heir of our Yi household. However, he was arrogant and mediocre, unfit to lead. We had no choice but to strip him of his title. He then bore a grudge and has been making things difficult for us even worse. Before he could finish, Enlancio interrupted. You say he was mediocre in talent? The Grand Elder blinked, then nodded confidently. Of course. He's already 18 and still stuck at the 5th grade of the unceasing realm. With such aptitude, how could he be heir? Enlanxius' expression grew strange. A sword cultivator, hiding his true level, how could that be mediocre? She glanced at Yi Xian, sensing something off between him and the Yi family. The Grand Elder continued. You probably don't know, Missen, but this man cannot tolerate Yi Lang sitting as heir and arrogantly challenged him to a 1-month life-or-death duel. There are 2 days left. If you have no business here, I invite you to stay in Qingcheng as a witness. Enlancio looked first at the Grand Elder and then at Yi Xian, her expression growing more nuanced. Just then, Yi Lang strode out. Tall and upright, he approached Enlancio and clasped his fists together in greeting. Missen. Enlanxius' gaze fixed on Yi Lang, her brows knitting slowly. The chosen one? The so-called chosen ones are those who have cultivated to a certain level, reached the end of their lifespan, and then reincarnated to start anew. To true prodigies of the heavens, such people are insignificant. Only the weak choose reincarnation as a way to cling to life. Enlancio came to Qingxing not because of Yi Lang's chosen status, but because someone here had triggered an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Only a presence capable of shaking heaven and earth was worth her attention. But when she finally saw Yi Lang, disappointment surged immediately. Although Yi Lang concealed his cultivation level with secret techniques, that disguise was as fragile and hollow as a soap bubble in her eyes, pretentious and empty, barely passing as extraordinary, but far from impressive to her discerning gaze. It was Yi Xian, quietly standing to the side, who truly caught her eye. Solid foundation, on par with her own, who had developed a hidden realm, and more rare still, he was a sword cultivator. With that thought, Enlancio looked up at Yi Xian and spoke evenly. I will come find you in 2 days. Without waiting for a reply, she swung onto her horse and prepared to leave. The entire Yi residence was stunned into silence, as if struck by thunder. Even Yi Lang was dumbfounded. She was just leaving like that? In shock, the elder suddenly snapped back to his senses, hurriedly catching up to her horse, bowing deeply. Missen, want you spar with our Yi Lang? From horseback, Enlancio didn't even bother to look back, coldly tossing out 4 words. He's not worthy. Then she urged her horse away, vanishing like dust on the wind. Her figure disappeared beyond the gates, leaving the Yi household dumbfounded. Yi Lang's face darkened as if had swallowed a fly since his debut. He had never been so utterly dismissed. Rage exploded inside him. He charged out fiercely. The elder's face changed drastically, and he tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ahead, Enlancio suddenly reined in her horse, spun around, and leveled her spear coldly at Yi Lang. An invisible force surged from the spear, pressing down on Yi Lang, forcing him to halt abruptly. Yi Lang's heart pounded in fear, spear intent. Someone this young, already grasping spear intent. Seeing he dared not advance, Enlancio retracted her spear on her back, her voice colder than iron. If you hadn't stopped, I might have thought more highly of you. But since you did, it's clear why you need to reincarnatire far from even a fraction of the standard. Then she glanced disdainfully at Yi Residence's senior members and at the neglected Yi Xian siblings, shaking her head in scorn. The leadership of the Yi family is nothing but a bunch of blockheads. With that, she spurred her horse and disappeared without another word. At the courtyard gate, Yi Lang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, his expression darkening to an extreme. Meanwhile, Yi Xian helped his sister Yi Ling back to their modest courtyard. He paid no mind to Yi Lang or the elder's embarrassment. At this moment, he wanted to focus on cultivation, accompany his sister, and prepare for the duel in 2 days with her by his side as they journeyed to the imperial capital. Night fell. Brother, that lady just now was so pretty. Yi Ling sat in their room, eyes sparkling with admiration. Yi Xian ruffled her hair and smiled. My sister will definitely be beautiful when she grows up. He meant no flattery considering his own good looks and Yi Ling's innate grace. She was destined to be a stunning beauty. Yi Ling smiled sweetly, content and peacefully drifting off to sleep. After she fell asleep, Yi Xian moved his spiritual awareness into the Jiu Tower. Inside the tower's dim silence, he spoke in a low voice. Senior, That woman saw through my hidden realm just now. Didn't you say nobody had ever cultivated this realm before? After a long pause, the mysterious woman's voice finally replied slowly. What she saw was only a surface illusion. Your hidden realm is different from others. Yi Xian was startled and asked, how is it different? Others cultivate hidden realms to make it easier to conceal their strength. Your cultivation affects your muscles, organs, and entire body. It only brings increasing pain. Yi Xian was baffled. Why is that? The mysterious woman answered calmly. Because they cultivate realms, but you cultivate your muscles, organs, limbs, and bones. Do you understand now, Yi Xian? Yi Xian didn't fully understand the mysterious woman's explanation, but he didn't dwell on it either. After all, it didn't harm him in any way, so he let it be. After a brief pause, he seemed to think of something and looked up to ask, Senior, you saw that woman earlier too, right? What do you think of her? The woman he meant was naturally Enlancio. The firelight flickered against the veil covering the mysterious woman's face as she replied calmly, she's average. You and your sister aren't any worse than her, especially your sister. She's actually better than Enlancio. My sister? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that, Senior? Don't worry about it for now. The mysterious woman waved him off, then shifted the topic. Now that you've mastered the basics of swordsmanship, you can begin training in sword techniques. Sword techniques? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What kind of sword techniques? The woman didn't answer directly. Instead, she made him first appreciate the true weight of the word sword technique. The Yi family had accumulated a legacy over generations, but only about 10 martial techniques, all quite basic. Martial techniques were ranked heaven tier, earth tier, spirit tier, profound tier, human tier, and ordinary tier. The Yi family's highest was only lower human tier, and only the clan leader was allowed to cultivate them. The best martial technique in Qingcheng was a lower spirit tier treasured in the city lord's mansion. Such techniques were more precious than elixirs. As for true sword techniques, there probably weren't any in the entire Qingcheng. At this point, the mysterious woman finally spoke. I have 2 sword techniques for you to choose from. The first is immensely powerful, but reaches a limit after a certain point. The second one is evolutionary, has no tier and no boundary. The stronger you get, the stronger it becomes, and it can accompany you for life. But it has a fatal flaw. If your killer instinct and faith in the sword way aren't strong enough, it will gradually weaken. If your resolve is firm, it will grow infinitely. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then clasped his fists respectfully. Senior, can I practice both? No, she said bluntly. Trying to master too much will only leave you overwhelmed. Each sword technique, especially the ones I teach you, represents an attitude, a philosophy of life and swordsmanship. With your current limited experience, it's right to focus on just one. Yi Xian glanced around and couldn't help but ask, are you also a sword cultivator, Senior? Her tone was cool and brief. You asked too many questions. He scratched his head, but didn't press further. Choose, the woman said, her gaze sharp as lightning. Yi Xian gave a wry smile, and ultimately chose the second, evolutionary sword technique. You have a broad heart, but remember, a big heart must be matched with strength, she warned. Yi Xian nodded firmly. The mysterious woman raised her hand and lightly gestured. A cold sword intent rippled out. This sword technique is called one sword to decide life and death. Its essence is contained in one phrase. If I wield the sword, your fate is sealed. It's not just a move, but a conviction in the sword way. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your destiny. As her voice faded, something new appeared in Yi Xian's mind. A new sword technique had begun to take root and operate. Yi Xian hurriedly summoned the Lingxiao sword and tried to execute the sword technique as practiced, but to his shock, the sword momentum vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, completely unresponsive. On top of that, his chest felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down, making him tight and uneasy. Looking around anxiously, he whispered, Senior, what's going on? The mysterious woman explained calmly, this sword technique has 6 stages of mastery. You haven't even unlocked the first stage, so naturally you can't use it. When you do unlock it depends entirely on your fate. Yi Xian's expression twisted. Inwardly he cursed. What kind of ridiculous sword skill needs to be unlocked? The woman added, a swordsman either doesn't draw the sword at all, or when he does, it's a matter of life and death. The core of this technique lies in the killing intent and your faith in the sword path. Don't chase it intentionally. When the time is right, it will come naturally. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, forced to let it go for now. In the following days, he didn't stay idle. Instead, he relentlessly sparred with the Dark Shadow. The Shadow's attacks were fierce and unpredictable, forcing him to push himself to the limit with every exchange. His speed, strength, and reflexes visibly improved. Although he was already a battle-hardened warrior, he now grasped the hidden realm and truly became a swordsman, his combat power multiplying several times over. Though still only at the 6th grade Qi transformation stage, he was now far superior to ordinary Qi controllers. In no time, the day of life or death duel between Yi Xian and Yi Lang arrived. Due to Yi Lang's deliberate boasting, word of the battle spread widely among the Yi family's disciples, and almost all of Qingqing knew about it. Yi Xian's name was well known in Qingqing. He had once turned the tide to save the Yi family's decline in the city, but now Yi Lang had suddenly risen. Royalty lacks family affection, and noble houses are even more ruthless. Whomever shines brightest is favored, and with only one position as clan head, two tigers cannot share a mountain. It was clear to everyone that only one of Yi Xian or Yi Lang would remain head of the Yi family. The outcome was obvious even to fools. Today was that life or death showdown. The Yi family invited other great clans of Qingsheng to witness the duel, and even set up a large arena outside the Yi mansion, dozens of yards long and wide. The family's intention was clear. Yi Lang had been rising fast, and this was to fan the flames and boost his prestige, as well as intimidate the other powers of Qingqing. Yi Lang was always a mystery. His appearance this time was clearly meant to establish dominance in one blow. This arrangement suited everyone's curiosity perfectly. Everyone wanted to see just how extraordinary this chosen one was, so nearly the entire city crowded outside the Yi mansion. The place was packed tight, filled with clamoring voices. Inside the ancestral hall of the Yi mansion, the family elders gathered, and Yi Lang had already arrived. Yi Lang wore a black long robe, lined with golden thread, impossible to tear with ordinary blades. At his waist hung a green jade pendant. This jade token is no ordinary trinket. It's called the concentration jade. It sharpens focus and clears the mind, crucial for staying alert in critical moments. Most importantly, this jade harnesses pure spiritual energy. Yi Lang is currently at the Qi master stage, able to manipulate Qi, and possessing this concentration jade is like having wings on a tiger for him. The thumb's-eyes jade token is smooth and warm to the touch, glowing with a translucent emerald sheen, as if tiny streams of spiritual light swirl within it. To acquire this, the Yi family paid a heavy price. Treasured spirit materials preserved for years, rare spiritual medicines, and exchanges with several powerful factions. It was a costly gamble. Yet no one in the clan regretted it. Inside the ancestral hall, flickering lantern light illuminated the great elder bowing deeply before an array of time-worn spirit plaques. His voice was rich and solemn. Blessed by heaven and protected by our ancestors, the Yi family has finally produced a chosen one. From today forward, the Yi family shall reclaim its former glory. As his words fell, all the clan members bowed in unison, their robes sweeping the floor, the hall filled with reverent silence. After the ceremony, the elder turned his gaze to Yi Lang's handsome face. Yi Lang, today is your debut. Don't hold anything back with Yi Xian. Several elders nearby exchanged nods. Yi Xian's arrogance made him a dangerous rival, best eliminated while opportunity allowed. Yi Lang smiled slightly. Of course not. The elder continued, we've just received news. Scouts from Yin City and Luo City have arrived in Qing City. Clearly, factions are sending spies. Your fight with Yi Xian is your stage. Once you defeat him openly, these factions will come courting the Yi family, and they will spread your reputation far and wide. People on the mountain, and even at Songmu Academy, will take notice. Yi Lang nodded faintly. Understood. Advancing, the elder placed a hand on Yi Lang's shoulder. A chosen one carries memories of past lives. Whoever you were before, the blood flowing through your veins is that of the Yi family. You do not oppose this, yes? Yi Lang smiled, but beneath it was a flicker of irony. Yi Xian was merely a stepping stone, and the Yi family itself just a stepping plank. That's good. Let's go. Moments later, the elder, surrounded by other elders, escorted Yi Lang out of the Yi estate. Outside, a temporary sturdy bluish-gray stone arena stood tall in the plaza, already packed with a sea of people. The crowd's eyes rose to see Yi Lang in snow-white robes, erupting in cheers. Demonic genius. A monster who can summon heavenly phenomena. The excited Qing City residents had never seen such a figure and were nearly breathless with admiration. Looking down on the crowd, a satisfied smile formed on Yi Lang's lips. In his past life, he had once stood this high. Now, with heaven's blessing and celestial signs, he was destined to shine as one of Qingcong world's brightest stars. His smile grew wider as he abruptly turned to face the high walls of the Yi estate, his voice roaring like thunder. Yi Xian, come out and face your death. The deafening shout rolled across the skies. The crowd fell silent in an instant, only to break into whispering murmurs soon after. Where is Yi Xian? Could he be scared? He was nicknamed Yi the Ruthless, not likely to back down. Humph, the opponent is a chosen one. Fear would be natural. Quiet. The Yi family will surely make a statement. On the viewing platform, the great elder furrowed his brow. What's he up to? Go check. Yes. Yi Ku received the order and quickly left. Deep inside the Yi estate at that moment, the scent of medicinal herbs filled a room. Yi Xian held a bowl of medicinal broth, carefully feeding it to Yi Ling, lying weakly on the bed. An hour ago he had finished preparations, yet he stayed patiently by his sister's side. Brother, today is your life or death battle with Yi Lang. Yi Ling's voice was faint, but her eyes struggled to open. Yi Xian smiled lightly, his tone gentle. Don't worry. He scooped the last spoonful. Open your mouth. Be good. When the broth was finished, he rose and straightened his robe. "I'm going out for a while." Yiling nodded with great effort. Yi Xian bent down to kiss her forehead lightly, then pushed open the door. From behind came Yiling's sudden voice. "Brother will come back, right?" Without turning, Yi Xian raised his hand in affirmation. "Definitely." With that, he strode away. The door closed softly. Silence returned to the room. Yiling slowly closed her eyes, her right hand slipping beneath the covers to clutch a cold pair of scissors. Long ago, she had once contemplated ending her life to avoid burdening her brother. Yet every time she saw him, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Now, she gripped the scissors tightly. If her brother wasn't there, she had no reason to live. Alive, she would be with her brother. If death came, she would accompany him too. Yi Xian has appeared. Someone shouted loudly, and instantly, all the eyes outside the Yi residence focused sharply on the main gate. The door swung open, and a man dressed in a long cyan robe walked out slowly. It was Yi Xian himself. The Yi residence's grand elder stood below the platform, and upon seeing Yi Xian's figure, his expression instantly turned cold, a faint, sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. On the other side of the gate, Zhang Lai, head of the Zhang family, the city lord's prefect, and Li Yu, head of the Li family, all raised their eyes to appraise Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's calm demeanor and steady steps, Zhang Lai gave a slight nod. With that composure and courage, no wonder the younger Zhangs have suffered losses against him in past years. Li Yu also thought quietly to himself. This young man is decisive in battle and quite strategic. It's a shame the Yi family can't tolerate him. If Yi Xian managed external affairs and Yi Lang handled internal ones, the Yi family's rise into the ranks of great clans wouldn't be mere wishful thinking. The city lord's prefect commented coolly. Yi Lang is the grand elder's direct grandson and narrow-minded. The more threatened he feels, the harder it will be for the Yi family to truly become a great house. Both Li Yu and Zhang Lai nodded in agreement. Among noble families, though one mountain cannot harbor two tigers, it's not unheard of to have one person in charge of inside affairs and another of outside. If a family truly has strength, its young members dare not act recklessly. But for the Yi family to openly favor one while suppressing another is uncommon. Before long, Yi Xian had stepped onto the stage for life or death. Opposite him stood Yi Lang. Yi Lang glanced first at Yi Xian with a smile, then cast his gaze toward the Grand Elder. But the Grand Elder instead looked up toward a nearby high platform, where a composed middle-aged man and an elegant lady sat representatives of the two largest powers behind Yin City and Luo City, far beyond what the Yi family currently dared to provoke. Sensing the Grand Elder's gaze, the two slightly nodded in acknowledgement. The Elder understood and raised his hand, loudly announcing, "According to Yi family rules, once you step onto the life and death platform, your fate is your own. No one may interfere. Today, you two will determine life or death. The one who leaves this stage alive lives, and there shall be no revenge from the defeated party's clan. Now begin. Begin." The referee's voice rang out. Yi Lang withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Xian, slowly curling his lips. "1 year from today, this will be your death anniversary." He didn't finish his sentence before his expression abruptly changed. Because Yi Xian suddenly slammed the ground, charging forward like a ferocious tiger leaping upon its prey. Everyone present was stunned. No opening pleasantries at all. He actually attacked right away. Having survived countless life and death battles, Yi Xian understood deeply. In fights like this, the talkative often die first. Without any build-up, he seized the initiative. His figure flashed before Yi Lang, his strength gathered into his arm, a fist as fast as thunder crashing straight toward Yi Lang's face. Crash punch. This is a low-level martial art technique from the Yi family, but he had already mastered it to perfection. With one punch, he could shatter rock and cleave metal. Before the fist even landed, the air was torn apart with a streak of white. Sensing the terrifying power contained in Yi Xian's punch, Yi Lang's face changed slightly. He dared not take it heeded, so he shifted his weight back by a step, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. Boom. The dull explosion sounded like distant thunder rolling across the arena, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. Yi Lang was pushed back several steps, dragging two curved marks across the floor with his feet. The crowd below held their breath in unison after the first round. Yi Lang was actually at a disadvantage. On the stands, the Yi family elders looked grim, especially the Grand Elder whose bulging veins and darkened expression seemed to drip with fury. Yi Xian pressed his advantage mercilessly. With a flick of his toes, he shot forward like an arrow, using his momentum to launch another devastating punch aimed straight at Yi Lang's face. In Qingcheng, decent martial skills were rare. Most battles relied purely on physical strength and experience. Yi Xian's savage power burst forth all the more shockingly in contrast. Yi Lang halted his retreat, cursing inwardly at his opponent's absurd strength. Abandoning pure defense, he clenched his fists to meet the blow. A faint glow hovered over his knuckles qi, the precursor to reaching the qi transformation stage, which could greatly enhance physical power. Crack. The fists collided and bones cracked. Yi Lang's face went pale. His arm began trembling uncontrollably. He staggered back several yards before barely regaining his footing. Anyone paying attention could see his entire arm spasming violently. From the stands, the Grand Elder stood up with a gasp, shock filling his eyes. This kind of power was impossible for someone at the 5th grade no-exhaustion stage. Li Yu and other relatives looked equally stunned. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and his beautiful wife from Yinqing and Luocheng exchanged surprised glances. At center stage, Yi Xian took another step forward. His right foot slammed into the ground with such force that cracked tile shards flew. In a flash, he closed the distance with effortless grace. Planting his left foot to lock his stance, his right leg whipped like a steel whip, roaring as it swept across Yi Lang's shoulder, shattering the air with a sonic boom. A savage gleam flashed in Yi Lang's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he refused to dodge. Bracing himself, he let the brutal kick land on his shoulder and countered with a powerful straight punch aimed squarely at Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! Bang! Yi Lang was knocked to the ground, rolling repeatedly as his chest heaved with blood and breath. Yi Xian staggered back more than 10 steps, but planted both feet firmly at the edge of the platform. His posture remained straight and unyielding. Remarkably, he was utterly unharmed. His body had taken Yi Lang's full-force strike heat in. How is this possible? The Grand Elder on the stands blurted out. Staring incredulously at Yi Xian's stomach, there wasn't a single mark, not a shred of injury. Li Yu and the others furrowed their brows. Yi Xian had taken Yi Lang's full-powered punch and was completely fine. On the platform, Yi Lang was also unscathed. His internal armor had absorbed most of Yi Xian's force. Yet seeing Yi Xian remain unharmed stunned him even more. His brows knitted into a deep knot as he rasped. How could you possibly be fine? That punch had been delivered with everything he had, amplified by his chi power. But Yi Xian actually managed to withstand it. From a distance, he glanced toward Yi Lang, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist. His sleeve suddenly burst open with a boom, revealing a bare arm bulging with blue veins like coiling dragons, sending chills down everyone's spines. Yi Lang stared at him fiercely, grinding his teeth and growling low. You've been hiding your strength all along. His words were cut off abruptly, as Yi Xian suddenly flickered forward like a ghost. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Lang was blasted backward again, almost pushed to the edge of the dual platform. In the stands, the Grand Elder suddenly stood up, shouting angrily. This is a life-or-death duel. Stop wasting words. Not just him, other elders also showed displeasure. Yi Lang was whining even after losing for the first time, utterly foolish. On the life-or-death platform, Yi Xian's relentless offensive surged again as he charged toward Yi Lang. Yi Lang's face twisted with rage, his hands floating in front of him. Boom! A fierce burst of energy gushed violently from his body. Yuchi realm. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. Oh my god, he's only 18 and already reached the Yuchi realm? No wonder he caused those weird phenomena. Really is a super genius. In the stands, the Grand Elder and others finally broke into bright smiles. He even glanced at the middle-aged man and beautiful woman from Yinqing and Luocheng. Shock glimmered in their eyes too, making the Grand Elder smile even wider. At the center of the life-or-death platform, Yi Lang gritted his teeth and sneered. Let this ant see the difference. With that, he stomped his right foot hard, transforming into a gust of wind as a roaring aura swirled around him. Yuchi realm power utterly surpasses the physical realm. Opposite him, Yi Xian's expression remained cold. He clenched his fists again as the power within him surged like crashing tide. She had reached the Golden Body realm. Since breaking through to Golden Body, his strength had increased tenfold from before. The two closed in on each other at lightning speed. Many in the stands shook their heads, deeming Yi Xian reckless for taking on Yuchi with mere physical strength. The Grand Elder smirked coldly. Physical strength versus Yuchi? He was courting death. But in the next instant, bang! One figure was blasted flying. It was Yi Lang who was thrown backward. The entire crowd froze. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock, as if his soul had left his body. The chosen one just lost like that? But Yi Xian didn't stop. He lunged again toward Yi Lang, still airborne. Arrogant. The Grand Elder roared fiercely, flashing down from the platform, slamming a palm toward Yi Xian. A cold flash appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. He shifted his stance and met the attack with a thunderous punch. Boom! A dull explosion echoed as the Grand Elder was blasted back several meters. Yi Xian was about to press the attack further when a large group of Yi family elders leaped onto the platform. Surrounding him, armed guards raised heavy crossbows, cutting off his escape. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes cold as he looked around. What's this? A group fight for a life-or-death duel? The Grand Elder pointed at him angrily and shouted, Yi Xian, you cheated. Your dantian is clearly broken. Where is this strength coming from? Yi Xian sneered. None of your business. Everyone. The Grand Elder angrily pointed at Yi Xian, his face dark with fury. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, casually glancing at the Grand Elder and the other elders. a cold curve appearing at the corner of his lips. Grand Elder, you promised me a life or death duel with him, but you suddenly interfered. TSK, Grand Elder, have you no shame left? Everyone in this world is watching. Aren't you afraid that the Yi family will become a laughingstock? The crowd in the stands immediately stirred, all eyes shifting toward the Yi family's direction, their expressions strange. A unknown duel turned into a group attack. How could that still be called a life or death match? The murmurs buzzed throughout the arena. On the other side, Li Yu, Zhang Lai, and Zhang Nian sat shoulder to shoulder, exchanging glances filled with barely concealed mockery. Seeing that even Yi Lang, who had reached the Yuqi realm, couldn't stop Yi Xian, this outcome was undoubtedly great news for their three clans. Li Yu stood and clasped his hands together, smiling at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you invited us to watch the duel, but all we're witnessing is the Yi family ganging up on a single young man? Zhang Lai snorted coldly. So this is the so-called life or death duel? Jumping on him as soon as it starts? Ridiculous. This is laughable. City Lord Jiang Nian lifted his eyes calmly, but spoke without warmth. Grand Elder, the whole world is still watching. The Grand Elder's face turned almost ink black. He looked down at Yi Lang, his armor shattered to pieces, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly gravely injured and certain to die if he fought again. Thinking of this, his fists clenched so tightly they went white. On the life or death platform, Yi Xian laughed loudly. Looks like the Grand Elder is determined not to let me duel unknown. I wonder what excuse you're going to use to kill me. Come on, say it, I'm listening. And so is everyone else. The Grand Elder raised his head, gritting his teeth. Yi Xian, I suspect this duel is unfair. You must be cheating. You. Cheating? Yi Xian stepped forward, angrily pointing at the Grand Elder. Old dog, do you have any shame? Me dueling him unknown, if I win, it's cheating? Your face is thicker than my own backside. With no way out, the Grand Elder snarled fiercely. Yi family disciples, obey orders. Yi Xian is rebelling, shoot him down. Chaos erupted instantly. The Yi family really has no shame. Can't accept losing? Not just losing, they're utterly shameless. Winning means cheating now? But the chosen one is his own grandson, how could he just watch him die? In the stands, a middle-aged man from Yin City and a beautiful woman from Luo City exchanged looks, shaking their heads with disdain. Around the life or death platform, the Yi family's crossbow guards stared at one another tensely. The Grand Elder roared, hurry, shoot him already. Just as the crossbowmen were about to draw their bows, a loud shout came from the mansion gate. The clan leader has returned. The Grand Elder's body trembled, suddenly turning around. At the gate stood a middle-aged man walking with steady steps, an aura deep and unfathomable, the current head of the Yi family, the strongest in the clan, Yi Tsong. Greetings, clan leader. Everyone in the arena bowed down at once. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Tsong, but said nothing. On the life and death platform paved with bluestone, the wind howled sharply. Yi Tsong strode onto the stage, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd before locking onto the Grand Elder. His voice suddenly dropped in tone. This is your doing. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, yet he still bowed deeply. Clan chief. Yi Tsong ignored him, swishing his wide sleeve and clasping his fists toward the gathering. I apologize for the embarrassment caused. Then he faced the Grand Elder again. From this moment, you are stripped of your position as head elder and demoted to ordinary elder, forever barred from holding power. An uproar broke out below. The Grand Elder's expression shifted drastically. He opened his mouth to argue, but Yi Tsong's gaze had already turned to Yi Xian. Let this matter end here, understood? Yi Xian shook his head and raised a hand, pointing toward Yi Lang nearby. His voice was cold. My life and death duel with him is not over. Yi Tsong frowned deeply. At that moment, the Grand Elder hurried closer, accompanied by several elders. His voice was grave. Clan chief, Yi Lang is the chosen one, bringing forth celestial phenomena and infinite promise. Though defeated by Yi Xian, his Dantian is destroyed, rendering him useless. His lifetime peak is that of a warrior. He will never leave Qing City. Yi Tsong's eyes were like blades. You were the one who sabotaged his Dantian, weren't you? The Grand Elder clenched his fists tightly and looked up defiantly. It was me. Clan chief, Yi Xian has no future, while Yi Lang holds limitless potential. Protecting him today will one day shine glory upon the Yi family. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement. Yi Lang must not be killed. This concerns the honor of the Yi family. Yi Tsong remained silent. Every family longs for a prodigy. With Yi Xian's Dantian destroyed, he indeed struggles to bear responsibility. Yi Lang, as the chosen one inducing celestial signs, is exactly the hope the Yi family needs. After a long moment's thought, Yi Tsong looked at Yi Xian. From now on, aside from your title as the heir, all other treatments will be fully restored. This matter is closed, understand? Yi Xian smiled, but it was tinged with quiet sorrow. He met Yi Tsong's eyes directly. You knew all along what was happening inside the mansion, yet you stood by and watched the Grand Elder and others treat me this way. You feared not only the Grand Elder, but also my rapid growth threatening you, didn't you? Yi Tsong narrowed his eyes coldly. You have no sense of propriety. Propriety? Yi Xian scoffed. The Grand Elder and others secretly damaged my Dantian. But you, clan chief, turned a deaf ear. Because I was already useless, worthless, unworthy of your risking angering them on my behalf. Yi Tsong stared hard at Yi Xian, murderous intent flaring beneath his silence. Yi Xian was once the clan's prodigy, but was neither the Grand Elder's grandson nor in Yi Tsong's direct lineage. As Yi Xian said, Yi Tsong did harbor fear. His recent seclusion was intended to let Yi Xian and the Grand Elder weaken each other through conflict to maintain balance. As clan leader, Yi Tsong believed he had done nothing wrong, but Yi Xian exposed the delicate truth, leaving everyone with no way back. The surrounding hall fell into silence. All eyes focused on Yi Xian. At this moment, even Li Yu and the others felt pity for Yi Xian's fate. Although the clan was pragmatic, treating a family's meritorious servant like this was truly disheartening and shameful. Yi Xian stood in the center of the crowd, a bitter smile curling at his lips, a smile steeped in desolation. He turned back to gaze at the towering Yi mansion. High walls, red doors, familiar plaques. Memories surged the day he was named heir at 12, the countless battles he fought risking his life for the Yi family. And now, all the respect he earned was repaid with cold indifference and exile. He drew a deep breath, then reached up to remove the bronze token engraved with the character Yi from his chest. With a relaxed finger, the token clattered heavily onto the ground. Raising his voice, Yi Xian declared, "Before all here today, I swear henceforth, my sister Yi Ling and I are no longer members of the Yi family. While alive, we are without the Yi name. In death, we shall not enter the Yi ancestral hall." His resolute oath rippled through the crowd. Faces turned pale. Even the eldest Yi family members were shaken. To renounce the clan, such a thing had never happened before in Qingqing. Observers like Li Yu gaped in disbelief at Yi Xian's determined figure retreating from them. He truly intended to sever all ties with the Yi family. Yi Tsong narrowed his eyes and said gravely, "This is your choice." With that, Yi Xian fell silent and turned to leave. "Wait," suddenly spoke the Grand Elder, his voice cold as frost on a winter night. Yi Xian halted but did not look back. The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian and then at Yi Tsong. The man's Dantian is shattered, his future ruined, but his combat strength still poses a threat. He surely harbors deep resentment toward the Yi family. If we don't deal with him now, it will breed endless trouble. A black-robed elder added, "Elder, this man openly betrays the clan. If we don't kill him, others may follow. Worse, if rival families recruit him, it will bring disaster." The Yi elders nodded vigorously, their voices rising like a tide. Yi Tsong's knuckles whitened as he raised his hand. Click. Dozens of elite crossbow guards raised their weapons, all cold steel aimed steadily at Yi Xian. His voice was icy. "Yi Xian has betrayed the family and is to be executed on-site according to clan law. Kill him." Just as the sound of twanging strings was about to erupt, a clear female voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Hold." Eyes turned to see a blue-clad woman holding a long spear, walking calmly forward. Her golden ceremonial robe billowed gently, her expression indifferent but her gait solid as a mountain. The Grand Elder's face immediately changed. Jiang Yan, Lord of Jiang City, stepped forward rapidly and bowed. "The governor of Qingqing pays respect to the national scholar." The visitor was Enlightenment, the youngest national scholar in Jiang Kingdom's history. National scholars outranked even the sovereign in authority. Representatives Mo Xing from the Mo family of Yinqing and Yu Meifu from the Yu family of Luoqing hurried to greet her as well, bowing deeply. Mo family, Yu family salute the national scholar. Enlightenment merely nodded faintly. "I have business to attend." The three men stepped aside quickly, unwilling to block her path. All eyes followed her as she lightly touched down in the center of the life and death platform, as if carried by the breeze alone. The effortless suspension confirmed her mastery of the Lingkong realm, Jiang Kingdom's youngest at that level. A hush of awe swept through the crowd. Enlightenment approached Yi Xian calmly. "The duel we agreed upon 2 days ago has come." The surrounding audience fell completely silent. The Grand Elder's face turned to Shinch, really intended to challenge Yi Xian. A voice cried out in shock. "My God, she's about to face Yi Xian, whose Dantian is broken." Doubts rippled through the crowd, but the air grew heavier with tension. Yi Tsong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with unease. Yi Xian looked at the woman before him, the storm in his gaze passing in an instant. He breathed out a single word, "Fine." With that, his palm flipped upward, and quietly a 3-foot-long gleaming green blade formed the spirit sword. "There's a sword cultivator." Gasps exploded in the crowd, quickly replaced by a chilling silence. At that moment, the surrounding world seemed to hold its breath, every ear straining for the first move. Everyone stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Yi Xian on the death platform. Around the arena, there was complete silence. Morning light filtered down, dust and small stones settling slowly, unnoticed by anyone because all eyes were fixed on the Lingxiao, sword gleaming coldly in Yi Xian's hand. Yi clan leader Yi Tsong's face instantly turned ashen. His knuckles whitened from gripping tightly, and his gaze flicked between Yi Xian and the sword, as if his very soul had been snatched away. The elder and other senior clan members were similarly paralyzed, their chests rising and falling with stifled breaths. A sword cultivator. Someone whispered. There has never been a sword cultivator in Qingqing. How could he possibly be one? Panic and confusion rippled through the crowd. Enlancio stepped aside, ready to speak. But the elder barked out first, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot be a sword cultivator. Yi Xian's eyes flickered coldly over the frenzied old man, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Sorry, but I really am a sword cultivator. Bet that drives you crazy, old dog. Suddenly, the enraged elder spat a mouthful of blood, trembling fingers pointing at Yi Xian while his face drained of color. He snatched a realization out of thin air, ignoring the blood dripping from his mouth, and shouted to Yi Tsong, clan leader. This man cannot be allowed to live. If we let him stay, it will surely bring disaster to the Yi family. On the nearby viewing platform, Enlightenment's brows knitted lightly. Her voice was cool, but reprimanding. Your temper is truly appalling. I've never seen behavior like this. The elder's expression flickered as he tried to retort, but Enlancio lifted her spear slightly, her eyes icy as frost. Speak another word, and today I will personally take your head. Before she finished, Lord Zhang Yinqing and the others had already locked their gazes on the elder like blades, silencing him instantly, as his face grew paler still. Ignoring the ugly looks from the Yi clan, Enlancio lifted her gaze to Yi Xian. Draw your sword. Yi Xian returned the salute, the Lingxiao sword tip resting against the stone floor of the arena. Its gleam rivaled the sunlight, but Yi Xian stood calm and unmoving like a mountain. On the opposite side, Enlancio gripped her spear, its silver tip dipping slightly. With a barely noticeable nod, she stepped forward. At that moment, Yi Xian surged suddenly forward, his long hair flying like wind. He was a flash of blue shadow as the sword's tip aimed straight at Enlancio. The strike was simple, direct, and astonishingly fast. Clang! Her spear thrust up simultaneously, tips meeting with perfect precision. The clash of metal rang like thunder. The force knocked Yi Xian sliding back to the edge of the platform, sparks flying from his heels. Before anyone could react, Yi Xian rose silently again, closing in instantly on Enlancio. Yet before his sword could fall, her spear tip was already steady a half-inch from his brow. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Yi Xian's sword and her spear were locked in a deadlock. She had only intended a warning touch, but now realized even advancing a fraction wouldn't guarantee a hit. Your battle awareness is quite impressive, she said softly, lips curling almost involuntarily. With that, she flicked her wrist. The spear curved like a silver snake, slashing diagonally across Yi Xian's shoulder. Cloth tore with a sharp sound, blood blooming instantly. Almost at the same moment, Yi Xian used the momentum to close in sharply, sword flashing fiercely toward Enlightenment's chest, a classic strike, to trade injury for an opening. Enlancio didn't flinch. Her smile grew more pronounced. She shifted lightly, the spear rising swiftly to intercept the sword's deadly point. Clang! Another deafening clash of metal. Failing to land the hit, Yi Xian moved like a ghost. He swept silently to the right, pivoting on his toes. His sword slashed downward like a blade of lightning, slicing through the air at a strange angle, aimed straight at Enlightenment's brow. When the sword was still half an inch from Enlightenment's elegant brow, it suddenly stopped because the spear in Enlightenment's hand had, without anyone noticing, pressed firmly against Yi Xian's ribcage. Everyone thought the outcome was decided. But in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly dropped his sword, and with lightning speed, grabbed that gleaming spear with both hands. Using his shoulders to exert force, he pulled and rammed fiercely, crashing his entire body into Enlancio. Enlightenment's eyes sharpened. With a light tap of her right foot on the stone slab, her robes billowed as she floated gracefully backward. Yet Yi Xian still held her spear tightly. Her retreat instead dragged him off his original spot. Losing balance, Yi Xian surged forward suddenly, wrapping his arms around her, pulling her close in a tight embrace. The unexpected closeness flashed a look of surprise across Enlightenment's eyes. Huh! Yi Xian roared, sinking his waist and flexing his arms. In full view of everyone, he swung Enlancio up and violently slammed her down in a fierce bear hug throw. Bang! The two landed on the deathmatch platform like two boulders smashing down. The heavy stone surface trembled slightly, dust scattering in all directions. But the shock didn't end there. In the next instant, a figure was flung off the platform, soaring beyond the edge and crashing heavily to the ground outside. It was Yi Xian. Amid the uproar below, Yi Xian struggled to push himself up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he cupped his fist toward Enlancio and said gravely, "No offense intended." Across from him, Enlancio withdrew her spear and stood upright. After a moment's appraisal, a faint smile curved her lips. Understood. As a martial artist, am not one to fuss over minor injuries. I had assumed your swordsmanship was already exceptional, but I didn't expect your close combat to be equally refined. It seems you have faced countless life and death trials. Yi Xian only nodded slightly, quietly accepting the compliment. Enlightenment then said, this match was unfair as I relied on my higher cultivation. If we have the chance again, shall we rematch? Agreed. Yi Xian lifted his gaze, eyes burning with intensity. This opponent before him was the true challenge, far more valuable than any shadow duel. Enlightenment inclined her head lightly. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She flicked a smooth white jade pendant from her fingers, tracing an arc through the air until it hovered steadily before Yi Xian. If you have nowhere to go, come to Tsangmu Academy in the imperial capital. This is my personal token. Holding it grants direct entry to the academy. Consider this my recommendation. The jade pendant gleamed softly, its glow flowing like liquid light. Yi Xian's heart throbbed. It was exactly the opportunity he needed to seek medical help for his sister. Without hesitation, he accepted it respectfully and carefully secured it close to his chest, fists clenched in gratitude. This great kindness needs no thanks. I, Yi Xian, will remember it for life. And Lancio dismissed it with a wave and a gentle smile. I cherish talent. Until we meet again. With that, she turned, her long hair and battle skirt cutting a sharp arc in the wind, vanishing into the crowd effortlessly. Only then did the audience regain their senses, all eyes turning toward the Yi family's direction. On Jiang Yan's face and others, smug amusement couldn't be hidden. They whispered like enjoying a spectacle. Suddenly, a middle-aged man from Yinqing and an elegant lady at his side stepped forward to Yi Xian, respectfully cupping their fists. Young Master Yi, if you find the time, we hope you will visit Yinqing and Luocheng as our honored guest. They had intended to win his favor. Now that Enlightenment had personally recommended Yi Xian to Tsangmu Academy, they had no choice but to retreat and cultivate a relationship for the future. Yi Xian returned their greeting. If there is opportunity, I will surely visit. The man laughed heartily. It settled then. Until we meet again. The couple clasped hands and politely took their leave. At that moment, Yizong's face darkened like still water. He barked sharply, guards. Seize the Grand Elder. The Yi family disciples around were stunned. Then several armored soldiers stepped forward, grabbing the Grand Elder's shoulders. Expressionless, the Grand Elder did not resist as the guards took hold of him. Yizong glanced at Yi Xian not far away. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Yi Xian, from this moment on, you are the heir of the Yi family and the next head of our clan. Heir. A cold sneer curled Yi Xian's lips. Like I care about being your heir. Let me say it again. I am no longer part of the Yi family. With those words, he turned and strode toward the main gate of the Yi mansion without a trace of hesitation. Yi Xian's resolute back etched itself deeply into the eyes of everyone present. Yi Tsong and the others' faces instantly drained of color. It was clear to all, the gifted sword cultivator Yi Xian had completely severed ties with the Yi family. What was worse, this prodigy likely harbored deep resentment toward them. Haha. Nearby, Zhang Lai, head of the Zhang family, burst into loud laughter. The Yi family. They've driven away a matchless genius. What an achievement you've made. Li Yu, leader of the Li family, scoffed. He's not just a genius, he's a sword cultivator. I bet those earlier strange celestial phenomena were caused by him. Otherwise, why would the martial experts of an state have come looking? It's laughable the Yi family still credits Yi Lang. It's simply ridiculous. Jiang Yan, the city lord, stood silently with a knowing smile, his expression speaking volumes. Yizong's knuckles whitened. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said to Jiang Yan and the others, Lord Jiang, Lord Li, Lord Zhang. The Yi family has made many mistakes in the past, and yet. Before he could finish, Zhang Lai coldly waved his sleeve. From today onward, if anyone from the Yi mansion sets foot outside, even half a step, my Zhang family will eradicate them. Li Ye's eyes turned icy. The same applies to the Li family. Any Yi family member seen by us will be killed without mercy. Turning toward Jiang Yan, he asked, Lord Jiang, what's your stance? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Brothers Li and Zhang, naturally, I stand with you. The three families reached a tacit agreement. Li Ye's laughter rang out wildly, while the Yi family members looked deathly pale within Qing City. The Yi family was now doomed. Suddenly, Yi Tsong strode over to the Grand Elder, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap. Damn you, old dog. Smack. The Grand Elder fell backward to the ground, stunned. The faces of the Yi family were filled with venomous resentment. If not for the Grand Elder's obstruction, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. The Grand Elder looked up into the sky, laughing wildly. Yi Xian was right. In this Yi family, once you lose power, you're less than a dog. Haha. Teeth clenched, Yi Tsong said, destroy his Dantian and lock him in the water prison for life. Night deepened. Yi Xian returned to his room and pushed open the door. On the bed, Yi Ling leaned weakly against the pillow. Seeing her brother, she first smiled. Then tears welled up and flowed down her cheeks. Yi Xian smiled too. He walked over and sat at the edge of the bed. Brother. The small girl suddenly threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around him as if never wanting to let go. A chilly night breeze stirred. Yi Xian carried Yi Ling on his back and stepped out of the room, walking slowly through the silent corridor, passing the gates, leaving the Yi mansion behind. At dusk, the setting sun stained the sky red like spilled blood. Deep within the Yi estate, Yi Lang's courtyard lay in ruins. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his hair disheveled and wild, his face twisted with fury and hatred. Yi Xian, our matter is far from over. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold someday. Before he finished speaking, a graceful figure silently appeared behind him, a cold gleam flashing. SSS. A crimson line appeared as Yi Lang's head rolled to the ground. The attacker was Yi Xian. Glancing down at the unwilling head, Yi Xian's voice was cold as ice. Sorry, I never leave trouble behind. With that, he turned and vanished into the night. Outside Qing City on the official road, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. A young boy carried a small girl on his back, walking steadily forward. Brother, will we never go back to the Yi family again? No. Then where will be our home? Wherever my little sister is, that's home to me. Cough, brother, I'm a little cold. He'll take you to get treated. What if the treatment doesn't work? Then he'll stay with you, no matter what. Not long after Yi Xian started carrying his sister on his back, he suddenly stopped. Up ahead, on a forest path not far away, Jiang Nian, Li Yu, and Zhang Lai waited quietly. The three approached, and Jiang Nian cupped his hands and smiled warmly. The three of us have come to see off young Master Yi. Gently setting his sister down, Yi Xian bowed in return. Thank you very much. Jiang Nian took a smooth, white jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it over. This is Nourishing Spirit Pill 30 in total. It's a small token of goodwill from our three families. We hope you will accept it. Nourishing Spirit Pill? Yi Xian looked at the three men with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Jiang Nian explained frankly. To be honest, we want to establish friendly ties with young Master Yi. You may no longer be part of the Yi family, but you are still a native of Qingqing. Should you rise to fame in the future, we would also share in the honor. Yi Xian accepted the jade bottle and bowed solemnly. Many thanks. Though reluctant to owe favors, his sister's need for the medicine left him no choice but to accept. At that moment, Li Yu asked, Young Master Yi, are you headed to the imperial capital? Correct. I am going to Zhongmu Academy in the capital, answered Yi Xian. Li Yu waved his right hand, and a horse-drawn carriage thundered over the city gate road, stirring up dust. The journey to the capital is long. Traveling on foot could take half a year. You and your sister can take this carriage first to Qinshan City. There you can transfer to a cloud ship bound for the capital. The academy's admissions open in a month, so you should be able to make it in time. As he finished speaking, Zhang Lai handed over a pouch of money and a rolled-up parchment map. Young Master Yi, here are some travel expenses and a map. There are several marked danger zones. You must avoid them. Yi Xian surveyed the 3 one last time and cupped his fists. I will remember the kindness you've shown today. There will be time to repay it. Farewell. Putting the items away, he lifted his sister back onto his shoulders and climbed into the carriage. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, dust kicking behind them, and the siblings' figures soon disappeared into the distance. Watching the carriage fade away, Li Yu murmured, Do you think this man understands loyalty and affection? Jiang Nian smiled and returned the question. Did you see how he looks at his sister? A chill ran through the three of them as understanding dawned. Jiang Nian gazed far off, his voice low and serious. This man is decisive and ruthless, no soft heart. Had he remained with the Yi family, we would have had to bow for countless years to come. But that foolish Yi clan chose to back some chosen one, suppressing a true genius and driving him away. The clan elder and patriarch must be half-witted. Li Yu laughed quietly. For us, that's good news, isn't it? Absolutely, Jiang Nian agreed. Stroking his beard, Zhang Lai squinted and chuckled. Gentlemen, how shall we divide the Yi family's territory? Li Yu laughed heartily. We'll split it whichever way we want. Come on, let's go and claim our slices. The three turned and left. Elsewhere, mountain winds whipped fiercely atop a great peak. A woman holding a long spear stood watching the slowly moving carriage below, her gaze sharp as lightning. This woman was none other than Enlancio. Behind Enlancio stood an elderly man wielding a gnarled wooden staff. Enlancio turned slightly and asked softly, Elder Ling, what do you make of him? The old man's gaze swept over the distant carriage and he replied in a low voice. Judging by how he fought you earlier, this young man must have faced countless life-or-death trials and developed a steady temperament. It's hard to pinpoint the source of his swordsmanship for now, but one thing's certain. He has stepped onto the path of a sword cultivator. He paused for a moment before adding, Miss, although he's extraordinary, you exist in 2 different worlds. You must understand you have already made it onto the martial ranking. The martial ranking, the elder's eyes lifted, his tone growing more somber. Across all of Qingzhou, spanning hundreds of small states, 4 or 5 great kingdoms, plus concealed noble clans and sects, every prodigy's eyes are on that list. Those who make the ranking are monsters among monsters. In all of Jiang State, only 2 have entered, one of whom is Enlancio herself. Enlancio smiled at Elder Ling and teased, Are you worried that I gave him the jade pendant because I've taken a fancy to him? Elder Ling hadn't expected her to be so candid and quickly lowered his head in silence. Her gaze followed the carriage disappearing into the distance as she said softly, "You've misunderstood. I wasn't asking about his talent, I was asking about the kind of person he is." Upon hearing this, Elder Ling furrowed his brows slightly. And Lancio chuckled with certainty, "With my brother as my shield, things should be just fine." With that, her flowing robe swirled as she turned and gracefully walked away. Elder Ling stood silently for a long while before finally turning to follow. Yi Xian guided the carriage along the official road, while Yi Ling held tightly to his arm. He pulled out the map Zhang Lai had given him and compared it to the distant landmarks, his brow furrowing tighter by the minute. After nearly 2 hours leaving Qingcheng, they still hadn't passed city boundaries. At this pace, it would take at least another 4 or 5 days to reach Qinshan City. As dusk fell, he urged the horses to stop beside the forest. Alone, he wouldn't fear traveling through the night, but with his sister by his side, he dare not risk entering the deep mountains after dark. Night descended, thick clouds veiled the moon, leaving only scattered stars overhead. The two kindled a campfire, its warm orange glow casting a small circle of comfort around them. Over the flames hung a partially cooked turkey, dry provisions prepared by Liu and the others before departure. The forest was silent except for occasional insect chirps and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Yiling instinctively drew closer. Yi Xian patted her arm reassuringly and whispered, "Don't be afraid." He scanned the familiar darkness of the deep mountain scene that took him back to his youth battling in the mines alongside disciples from 2 other clans. He was long accustomed to the forest and night, but now with his sister beside him, he had to temper that fearless instinct. Yiling tilted her head, eyes filled with trust. "Brother, I'm not scared when you're here." Yi Xian reached out to tousle her hair gently, his voice soft but resolute. "Remember, if the sky falls, we'll be the one holding it up first." Yiling smiled sweetly. After the siblings had finished eating the turkey, Yiling quickly fell asleep. Yi Xian gently carried his sister back to the carriage, tucked the blanket around her, then sat cross-legged beside the carriage shaft, sinking his consciousness into the prison tower. The battle with Enlancio when leaving the Yi family was still vivid in his mind. Her speed, reflexes, and on-the-spot judgment left him deeply aware of the gap between them. Entering the tower, he didn't spar with his shadow as usual, but closed his eyes to replay every frame of the fight. At first it was just memory, but soon he put himself in Enlancia's place, trying to anticipate her thoughts and reflecting on each timing and angle of his sword strikes. An hour later, he suddenly rose and drew his sword. The tower was empty and dark, with only his lone figure inside, but in his mind he vividly shaped a realistic Enlancio to confront, parry, and battle. Sword light flashed repeatedly as he adjusted his steps and rhythm over and over, as if truly dueling that woman. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and sat down, slightly panting with a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. "Gain something?" A mysterious woman's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xian nodded. "In that fight, my first strike shouldn't have been launched like that. Because of that misstep, she dominated me the whole time. If I hadn't decisively discarded my sword, I probably wouldn't have had any chance to counterattack." "Good that you understand that," the woman said calmly. Yi Xian looked up. "You knew all along, didn't you? What I know has nothing to do with you. Some lessons have to be learned yourself. Words from others won't help." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "I've learned my lesson." After a brief rest, he left the prison tower. Glancing at the sleeping Yiling, he gave a knowing smile before lifting the curtain and stepping out of the carriage. The night was pitch black, moonless, and the fading warmth of the dying campfire was slowly dissipating. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as hurried footsteps came from the right. Moments later, a woman stumbled into view. She looked about 25 or 26, with a captivating fox-like face. Her tight dress outlined a fiery figure, the chest area starkly white and eye-catching. Several fresh, unhealed scars made her look even more disheveled. She paused briefly, then threw herself beside Yi Xian, her voice trembling with tears. "Young master, someone's out to kill me. Please save me." As she spoke, her arms clung tightly to his arm. The softness felt through his clothes. Close behind her, 3 figures dashed from the trees. The leader was a middle-aged man holding a long knife, his aura heavy at least at the Yue realm level. The 2 older men reached the energy transformation realm. Seeing Yi Xian, the middle-aged man knitted his brows and said sternly, "Who are you?" Before Yi Xian could answer, the fox-faced woman suddenly snapped, "The goods are secured. You blocked them. Meet at the usual place later." With that, she shook off Yi Xian's arm and turned to flee. The moment she started to run, Yi Xian suddenly swept his leg sideways, unleashing a whip-like kick with howling force. The woman panicked, hastily crossing her arms to block. Bang! She was slammed several yards away, tumbling as she landed, her skirt stained with dust. The 3 who had been preparing to attack, Yi Xian froze in place. Yi Xian looked at the fallen woman with a serious but calm tone. "Where exactly is this usual place you mentioned? Be clear, I don't want to get lost." The enchanting woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian, saying nothing. The fire crackled and popped, casting sharp shadows across Yi Xian's cold, hard features. He glanced at her indifferently, then turned his gaze to the three middle-aged men blocking the path nearby. In a low voice, he said, "I'm just passing through. Your fight isn't my concern." With that, he turned away and crouched by the carriage to poke at the fire once more. Hero rescuing the beauty? Huh, Yi Xian wasn't that naive. The world was full of traps. One wrong move could leave nothing but shattered bones. Besides, he didn't know the full story. He wouldn't intervene blindly. And that woman had clearly tried to use him earlier, not caring whether he lived or died. She couldn't be trusted. Seeing Yi Xian back off, the three men exchanged glances. The leader cupped his fist toward Yi Xian in a mock salute, then turned his gaze sharply back to the fox-like woman on the ground. "Qin Shang, hand over the goods, and it'll make your death quick." Leaning against an old tree, Qin Shang wiped blood from her lips, but still smiled with a chilling edge. "Mocun, if I were you, I'd turn tail and run right now." Mocun narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the dark forest. Mokun's expression shifted. "You called for backup." Qin Shang gave a bitter laugh. "What do you think?" Mocun stared her down. "This is noted by the Mo family." With that, he and his men vanished into the shadows. Only Yi Xian and Qin Shang remained among the trees. She wiped the blood from her mouth and stepped toward the fire, her gaze sharp. "What? You're not running." Yi Xian shook his head. With his sister by his side, where else could they possibly go? Qin Shang sized him up. "Not bad, but your clothes are shabby. If you'd helped me back there, would have sealed a good deal." "You know what that means to you?" Yi Xian replied calmly. "Maybe it would have been a curse." "A curse?" Qin Shang sneered. "Exactly. That's what it is now." Before she finished, the carriage curtain was pulled aside. Yi Ling, wrapped in thick blankets, peeked out. Yi Xian dropped the stick beside the fire and gently stepped forward. "Did we wake you?" Yi Ling nodded slightly, then looked at Qin Shang and whispered, "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yi Xian gave her a reassuring smile. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen horsemen thundered in, reining in behind Qin Shang. The lead rider dismounted quickly and hurried over beside her. "Miss, are you all right?" Qin Shang slapped him across the face. "All right. Why didn't you come before I was dead?" The man dropped to one knee immediately. "We were late. Please forgive us, miss." "Reckon we'll settle this later." Qin Shang snorted coldly. Then she turned her gaze to Yi Xian and his sister. "Now, let's deal with the matter between us." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "My sister and I are just passing through. We don't want trouble." Qin Shang stepped closer, her delicate face twisted with fury. "Don't want trouble? Fine. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and maybe today I'll let you go." Yi Xian's brow furrowed. "So this is just because I didn't fall for your tricks? With all due respect, I don't owe you anything. Why would I help you?" Qin Shang stepped in front of Yi Xian, her smile twisted into something cruel. "I want you to understand the consequences of not helping me earlier." Before she could finish, Yi Xian, who had been standing still, suddenly exploded into action. In the darkness, his arm blurred like a shadow, and with a sharp smack, his palm slammed hard across Qin Shang's face. The sound echoed through the silent forest path, startling nearby birds into flight. Qin Shang staggered from the blow, spinning around before collapsing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed around her as she looked dazed. She never expected this man to strike her at this moment. The surrounding guards finally reacted, shouting angrily and rushing toward Yi Xian, but they froze halfway. Yi Xian's foot pressed firmly into Qin Shang's lower abdomen, his strength brutal and unyielding. Looking down coldly at her, he said, "It turns out some people just don't listen to reason." His arm rose again, delivering another crisp slap. This one hit even harder. Half of Qin Shang's face instantly swelled, blood tracing a thin line from the corner of her mouth. "How dare you?" The lead, burly man snarled. "Do you know who she is?" "She's Miss Qin of the Luo family from Luo City." "Luo City?" Yi Xian glanced at him indifferently. "If I were you, now isn't the time to threaten me. It's time to admit your mistake quickly." His voice was light but sharp, like ice pressing against the throat. Anyone can spit hateful words, but the weakest always shout the loudest. Qin Shang, pale from the foot pressing into her, forced herself to speak. "I am sorry. Young master, I was blind. Please spare me. The Qin family will reward you generously." Her words were soft, but laced with deep hatred beneath the surface. Her fists clenched tightly inside her sleeves. A faint smile tugged at Yi Xian's lips. Suddenly, he shifted his weight, moving his heel to press against her throat. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking punctured the night. Qin Shang's eyes flew wide open, filled with shock and regret, before her body went limp and fell silent. The stench of blood filled the air. The guards froze on the spot. Yi Xian pulled his foot back and returned to stand beside Yi Ling, gently stroking his sister's hair as he quietly explained, she wasn't begging for mercy. She only wanted to escape so she could take revenge later. Though reserved and taciturn, he refused to let his sister see him as heartless. Yi Ling clung tightly to his arm, softly shaking her head. "No matter what you do, I will always stand by your side. Warmth spread through Yi Xian's chest. His gaze turned toward the guards. Well, still not going to make a move? None of them were beyond the 4th rank in strength a threat, he easily shrugged off. The lead man forced his voice steady. Who exactly are you? Qingcheng, surname Yi. Yi Xian replied calmly. Qingcheng, surname Yi, you're from the Yi family. The man took a step forward. Yi Xian waved his hand repeatedly with an odd expression. I'm really not from the Yi family. The man eyed him suspiciously, but could only gesture for his men to retrieve the body. Just as someone bent down, Yi Xian stepped forward and, with a flick of his toe, lifted a black pouch that had fallen from Qin Shang's waist into his palm. The lead man's face turned ashen. He glared darkly at Yi Xian. Qingqing Yi family or not, the Qin family of Luo City remembers this. With that, the men turned, carrying Qin Shang's corpse away. They naturally dared not make a move, since Qin Shang had reached the Yuqi realm. Yet just moments ago, in front of Yi Xian, Qin Shang had been wiped out without even managing to take a single breath. Yi Xian's attack was indeed unexpected, but without true power, even the best ambush is just a joke. The men knew this clearly. Yi Xian was someone they absolutely could not provoke. Ultimately, they were afraid of dying, so they turned and fled immediately. Only after those few disappeared into the darkness did Yi Xian spread out a black cloth bag by the campfire. The instant he opened it, his expression froze. Spiritual stones. 16 whole stones. Spiritual stones contain the essence of heaven and earth and are the most direct aid for cultivators. They are ranked from low to high as inferior, superior, exquisite, jade, celestial, and divine grades. Even the inferior grade stones were rare in Qingcheng, but this bag was filled with superior stones, and even one utterly crystalline exquisite stone tucked inside. One inferior spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, enough for an ordinary family's carefree living for 10 years. But here in front of him were 16 superior stones. Not even the great clans of Qingcheng could gather so many. Yi Xian's fist clenched white. This was true, unexpected fortune. The joy lasted only an instant, soon replaced by heavy pressure. Where had Qin Shang gotten so many superior spiritual stones? Whether it was the Qin family or those 3 middle-aged cultivators who had chased Qin Shang, none would give up this bag easily. For the noble clans, spiritual stones were like gold mines. To rise beyond lower families, one needed spiritual stones. Only with massive quantities could a clan cultivate more Yuqi realm experts, or even Linkong realm elites. This bag alone could allow a clan to train several Yuqi experts simultaneously, maybe even spawn Linkong cultivators. With this thought, Yi Xian immediately put out the campfire, pulled Yi Ling onto the carriage, and sped off into the night. As he had predicted, half an hour later, 2 figures arrived at the campsite where Yi Xian had just been. The leader, a middle-aged man, was Qin Ba, head of the Qin family and a true Linkong realm cultivator. The older man with him was also Linkong realm. Qin Ba glanced around and said grimly, I heard a chosen one has appeared in Qingcheng's Yi family Yi Lang, causing cosmic anomalies. Could it be him? Although Qingcheng was not far from Luoqing, the Qin family's intelligence was lagging. They were still unaware of the Yi family's latest news. The elder behind nodded in agreement. Whether it's Yi Lang or not, it's definitely someone from the Yi family. This matter can't be separated from them. Qin Ba's gaze was icy. I'm heading to Qingcheng to make the Yi family answer. That man can't have gone far. Qin Yu, follow closely. If he is Yi Lang, do not underestimate him. Qin Yu instantly sprang forward like a spirit monkey slipping into the dark. Qin Ba's right hand tightened slowly as he muttered, the Yi family really reaches far. Then he vanished into the night shadows as well. Elsewhere, the night wind howled while the carriage jolted wildly along the deserted road. The moon was pale, barely lighting the way. Inside, Yi Ling looked up and whispered, Brother, why did that woman make things difficult for us just now? Because she thought we were easy to bully. Is it right to bully someone just because they're easy? Many people are like that. I'll step on you if you show weakness. Yi Xian gripped the reins tightly and said in a low voice, In this world, if you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Yi Ling pondered for a moment, then asked again, Brother, you've killed many people, right? Why? Because I have a bad temper. I can't stand being wronged. Under the cover of night, the young man drove his horse-drawn carriage at a swift pace. Seated beside him, the girl clung tightly to his arm, her head resting gently on his shoulder, eyes half closed, clearly asleep. The night breeze blew cool against their faces, while the carriage wheels rolled over gravel and dirt, producing a steady, quick clatter. Yi Xian, the youth, occasionally glanced down at the sleeping girl cradled in his arms, Yi Ling with a gaze full of tenderness and affection. You really spoil your little sister. A sudden female voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. His grip on the reins tightened for a moment before he broke into a smile. I'm her brother. If I don't care for her, who else will? The mysterious woman's voice softened. You're a good brother. Yi Xian's smile deepened. As the road stretched straight ahead, he looked up at the night sky and couldn't help but ask, Senior, I've heard tales of sword immortals who can cleave mountains and rivers with a single strike. Is that true? It is, the woman replied decisively. Longing flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as visions of a sword immortal soaring through the heavens flashed through his mind. She continued, if you work hard, you too have the chance to become a sword immortal. Grinning broadly, Yi Xian's eyes shone with hope. I will. Once I can ride the sword, I'll take my sister to see all the mountains and rivers of the world. Such ambition. The woman teased with a laugh. Yi Xian laughed heartily, flicked the reins gently, and the carriage picked up speed again. An hour later, dawn crept in with pale light. Just as morning broke, large raindrops suddenly began to fall, accompanied by fierce mountain winds. The rain hammered against the carriage and canvas cover in a dense, unrelenting rhythm. Yi Xian looked up at the roiling black clouds and saw the rain intensifying travel was no longer feasible. He urged his horse along the mountain path, and before long, a mansion nestled in the side of the mountain appeared at the end of his vision. From a distance, the heavy wooden doors hung half-open beneath slate tiles worn and broken. Wild grass grew thick and unruly along the walls, giving the place an aura of loneliness and decay. A mansion hidden deep in the mountains? Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Reluctant to stop, he was forced as the storm worsened. He pulled out the map given to him by Liu and checked their position. The map showed no danger here, so he breathed a little easier and stopped the carriage in front of the mansion. The old gate creaked loudly as the wind whipped rain inside. Cradling Yi Ling, Yi Xian stepped quickly into the mansion and climbed the crumbling bluestone steps to the main hall. Inside, firelight flickered, revealing two people sheltering from the storm, a gray-robed elder and a youth about 17 or 18. They sat close together in a corner, clearly traveling companions. The elder glanced wearily at Yi Xian and Yi Ling, then looked away. The young man smiled and nodded politely. Yi Xian nodded in return and found a spot nearby to sit. He carefully laid Yi Ling down on dry straw and gathered some dry wood to kindle a fire. Sparks flew, and soon a bright flame roared to life, pushing back the chill in the hall. He took out two prepared fire-roasted chickens, skewered them with simple iron rods, and held them over the flames. The sizzling fat dripped, filling the musty hall with a rich aroma. The youth's eyes lit up. He hurried over to the fire, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, I'm Jiang Muki. May I ask your name, brother? Yi Xian. Jiang Muki chuckled. Our meeting is fate. What do you think, brother? Yi Xian pointed at the golden, glistening chicken roasting over the fire. Want some? Jiang Muki blinked in surprise, then nodded enthusiastically. Yi Xian handed him a chicken. Jiang Muki accepted it without hesitation and began roasting it himself, the corners of his mouth nearly touching his ears. Though you're only at the chi variation stage, your foundation is solid, no worse than mine. As Jiang Muki finished speaking, Yi Xian's fingers paused momentarily while turning the chicken, then returned to steady calm. You are quite unfathomable. The young man before him gave off exactly that kind of impression. In truth, he had no idea that in the youth's eyes, he was viewed the same way. The youth's brow lifted slightly, and his clear voice rang out. Shall we spar for a couple of moves? As if thinking of something, he added, just until one of us yields. Nearby, an old man spoke up to intervene. Don't bully him. Hearing this, Yi Ling by Yi Xian's side immediately frowned and glanced toward the elder. Old sir, my brother is skilled too, maybe he's the one bullying him. The elder cast her a faint glance. Is that so? Yi Ling shifted her gaze to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled lightly and nodded. All right, a couple of moves it is. The two moved to the open courtyard. The rain's patter softened, and the damp earth mingled with the faint scent of charcoal smoke in the air. Jiang Muki raised his hand in a respectful fist, lips curling into a slight smile. May we begin? Yi Xian gave a gentle nod. Before the words had fully settled, Jiang Muki vanished in an instant. In the next moment, a powerful punch struck at Yi Xian's chest, while Yi Xian's own fist hit Jiang Muki's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Bang! Both were simultaneously pushed back over 10 steps, their feet carving shallow grooves in the mud, but nearly at the same moment, they stabilized their stance. Jiang Muki studied Yi Xian closely, eyes filled with surprise. Your physical strength is even greater than I expected. Yi Xian shrugged in response. Yours is no weakling either. That punch felt like hitting a slab of iron. Jiang Muki laughed loudly. Jiang State truly is full of talent. Since leaving the Imperial Palace, I've already met HRMPH. The old man cleared his throat, signaling a reminder. Jiang Muki shrugged helplessly. Elder official, what's the point of traveling if you have to be cautious about everything? The elder shook his head. The world outside holds many treacherous hearts. Jiang Muki waved off his concern and turned to Yi Xian. No matter. You seem straightforward, not a scheming fellow. Then he bowed respectfully. Brother Yi, I am Jiang Muki, 10th Prince of Jiang State. Prince? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, hadn't expected to meet a prince in such a dilapidated manner. Gathering himself, he bowed in return. Yi Xian, just an unknown nobody. Jiang Muki laughed heartily. With your strength, Brother Yi, fame is only a matter of time. Yi Xian shook his head, saying no more. He cared little for empty titles too often. They cost lives. As the rain grew finer, water trickled from the eaves. The elder stood and reminded, "Your Highness, it is time to leave." Jiang Muki nodded, grabbed the golden, juicy roast chicken, and glanced back at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, I have other places to go, farewell." As if remembering something, he took out a jade token and handed it over. "This is for your use. It might come in handy in the capital. Don't refuse either, I won't dare eat this chicken." Yi Xian cast him a look and reached out to take the token. Jiang Muki chuckled, "Until we meet again." With that, he and the elder left the main hall side by side. Yi Xian stared after them silently for a long time. Outside the mansion, the drizzle turned into fine threads of rain. The old man's voice was low. "Does your Highness intend to recruit him?" Jiang Muki smiled. "He's a sword cultivator. He could hold his own against me before drawing his sword. If he truly fights with his blade, I'm not confident of victory myself." Then, turning back to glance at the rundown manor, a flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. No wonder in state's elite hold him in high regard. The journey here was certainly worth it. The old man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Although this person has a solid foundation and considerable fighting strength, he is ultimately Alanino powerful family backing him, no sect support. His future path will be limited. Without a family or background, he can offer your Highness almost no assistance." Jiang Muki chuckled softly. "Big brother, mother comes from the Yu family, our Jiang kingdom's second most prestigious clan, even father fears them. And my ninth sister commands nearly half the army. To them, these so-called ordinary talents aren't worth mentioning." The old man cupped his hands respectfully. "Then why did your Highness travel all the way to Qing City?" Jiang Muki spoke quietly. "Compared to them, I have no advantage. They look down on others, but I can't afford that. Maybe by making connections today, I can gain a powerful ally for the future." The old man shook his head. "Sword cultivators are indeed rare, but just being a sword cultivator isn't enough. One must become a sword Dao master. But how hard is that? Jiang Kingdom has only one sword Dao master left, nearly 90 years old, and it's been almost 50 years since any successor emerged." Inside the Great Hall, the atmosphere was completely different from the discussions outside. "Brother, was that really a prince just now?" Yi Ling asked curiously. "Most likely," Yi Xian nodded. "He seemed like he was deliberately waiting for you here." Yi Xian rubbed her little head. "Families form factions, let alone the royal family. I just want to cure your typhoid first. Power struggles aren't my concern." Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian. "Brother, will I be able to cultivate someday?" "Of course. Even if you couldn't, I'd still get stronger to protect you my whole life." Yi Ling smiled sweetly, holding him tighter. "Though I want to be protected by you, I want to protect you even more." Before Yi Xian could answer, an old voice came from the doorway, tinged with amusement. "Such strong sibling affection." Elder Qin Yu from the Qin family strode in. Yi Xian's right fist tightened slowly as he glanced to the side. "Linger, move aside." Yi Ling looked warily at the elder. "Brother, be careful," she whispered, then obediently stepped back. Qin Yu swept his gaze over Yi Xian. "Hand over the spirit stones, and I might spare your lives." Yi Xian's face darkened like iron, but he said nothing. Qin Yu snorted coldly. "A mere Qi transformation realm dares to talk back? I am at the Ling Kong realm. One strike and your life is mine." Though his tone was contemptuous, his eyes showed wariness. At his age, he had learned caution. Yi Xian's voice was low. "If I hand over the spirit stones, will you spare my sister and me?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "Haggling, are we?" His right hand gathered power, his robes swelling, like a crouching lion ready to pounce. After a tense moment, Yi Xian pulled out a black pouch and threw it toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu's heart leapt as he reached to catch it. At that moment, Yi Xian moved like a phantom, closing the distance. Qin Yu's expression did not change. He sneered, so it was a trick. His right palm flipped and slammed down fiercely. A sharp burst of air exploded. Bang! Yi Xian's fist was knocked back, crashing into the wall several yards away. The old man pressed his advantage mercilessly, moving forward with a palm strike aimed at Yi Xian, suddenly redirecting toward Yi Ling. "Brother!" Yi Ling cried out, rushing to squat in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes turned red with fury, his mind momentarily blank. In a flash, he yanked Yi Ling behind him, the Lingxiao sword flashing free, its low, resonant ring filling the hall. With that strike, he sought only one thing: to decide life or death with a single blow. Meanwhile, within the boundary prison tower, the mysterious woman's voice echoed softly. "This guy only gains a fierce fighting spirit if someone harms his sister." Sish! The moment Yi Xian unleashed his sword, Qin Yu's hand, just half an inch from Yi Ling's head, suddenly froze midair. In a flash, his entire right arm seemed severed by an invisible blade, collapsing lifelessly as blood gushed wildly from the wound. Qin Yu's face turned pale instantly. He took a fingertip step back and stumbled several meters away. But just as he regained balance, the faint lingering sword aura from that earlier strike swept after him, like chasing wind and shadow, still the residual force of Yi Xian's previous slash. Tension snapped tight. Qin Yu's face drained of color and horror. Without time to think further, he clenched his left fist and hurled all his life energy into a devastating punch. The wind from his blow ripped through the air with a thunderous crack. Yet the moment his fist collided with the sword's afterglows, his left arm and fist were cleanly sliced off, blood spraying like a fountain, staining the air crimson. Agony swept through him, churning his insides as the residual force slammed him backwards several yards more. He groaned from the pain, stumbling on unsteady feet. But Yi Xian opposite did not press the attack. His right arm's skin cracked open, blood dripping from his fingertips. Worse still, that single sword strike did not merely steal strength. It drained the turbulent dark energy flowing inside him. His limbs felt hollowed out. With great effort, he barely remained standing but wobbled, falling to one knee, face as pale as paper. From afar, Qin Yu pressed a hand to his severed arm, eyes burning with equal parts fury and terror. His hoarse voice spoke, "Sword aura. You're a sword cultivator? No, that's impossible. This is a technique only true great sword cultivators master. Yet you're barely at the chi transformation stage. How could you emit sword aura like that?" In Jiang Kingdom, those who can release sword chi or sword aura through their sword are recognized as great sword cultivators. Across the entire nation, fewer than 100 reached this level, most elders well over 30. Standing before him was 18-year-old Yi Xian, who casually severed his opponent's arm. How was that not terrifying? Yi Xian's cold eyes fixed on the staggering figure. His hoarse yet steady voice said, "Won't you leave now?" That single sentence weighed like 1,000 pounds. Qin Yu trembled, then turned and fled without hesitation, vanishing from the siblings' sight, leaving only a trail of shocking blood on the ground. As the figure disappeared, Yi Xian could no longer hold on and slumped weakly. Yi Ling's face drained of color. She hurried to support him, voice trembling softly. "Brother, are you okay?" Yi Xian forced himself upright, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gave his sister a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. Don't worry. He'll just sit and meditate for a bit." Saying this, he slowly closed his eyes, forcing his chaotic energy and blood to calm. "Senior?" He called silently in his heart. From deep in his consciousness, a mysterious woman's voice drifted softly. "I know what you wish to ask. This sword strike decide life or death is far too fierce. Your current cultivation cannot withstand the full backlash. At your stage, this sword can kill 1,000 foes, but it costs you 800 of yourself. I teach you now not to let you recklessly push yourself, but so you understand. The way of the sword is centered on insight, and even more on attitude. What you hold in your heart determines the sword in your hand." Insight, attitude, ripples stirred across Yi Xian's mind. Looking back, the reason he could cleave that strike amid crisis was not mere practice or technicite, was the explosive will to protect his sister. Just as the mysterious woman said, this sword strike, decide life or death, is less a sword skill and more a philosophy of swordsmanship. The mysterious woman continued, "The one sword to determine life or death technique you just used can barely be considered a high-grade sword skill at the mysterious level. The severe backlash happened because you haven't yet reached the chi mastery realm. You can't truly control your chi. That sword aura just now wasn't generated by your own cultivation. It was the natural force inherent in the technique itself, which is why it backfired and harmed you. After you send your sister to the imperial capital, do whatever it takes to find a spiritual sword to absorb and quickly break through to the chi mastery realm." Yi Xian nodded, suddenly understanding it made sense why after unleashing that sword strike, he felt all his spiritual power drained and his whole body ached. Luckily, he had severed the old man's arms with a single blow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. That old man was a Lingkong realm master, after all. Foolish. The mysterious woman coldly interrupted his pride. "Although his cultivation feels unstable, he's still beyond your current level. You only managed to sever his arms partly because, after he pushed you back with a palm strike, he let down his guard. If he had immediately realized you were a sword cultivator and were prepared, do you really think you could have succeeded?" Yi Xian's expression turned grave. Indeed, if the old man had been on alert from the start, he wouldn't have had a chance. In their initial clash, Yi Xian was already at a disadvantage if it weren't for his golden body realm defense. That palm strike would have been fatal. The mysterious woman went on, "The gap between your realms is too great. You can't leap 2 realms in one fight with your current strength. Unless you can master certain Tao principles to trigger your internal realm prison pagoda." "Tao principles?" Yi Xian asked seriously. "You mentioned them before, but what exactly are they? Where can I find them?" "When you become a sword Tao grandmaster, you will understand," she replied without elaborating. She shifted the topic. "There's another matter. Don't just worry about your sister. The second seal has already weakened. If you don't quickly improve your strength, once the seal breaks, no one will be able to save you." The seal was weakening. Yi Xian took a deep breath. Recalling what the woman said earlier, the sword lord imprisoned in the first seal died before he arrived, but the one in the second seal might still be alive. If the seal was broken, that person would probably be the first to sacrifice him to the heavens. Fortunately, the seal still held for now. Snapping back to reality, he opened his eyes. His limbs were still sore, but much better than before. From now on, he would have to be extremely cautious when using the one sword to determine life or death. If he failed to kill the enemy in one strike, the consequences might be fatal to himself. Had the old man struck again, his chances would have been slim. The gap with the Lingkong realm remained, but if he fought desperately, he wasn't completely without hope. At that moment, Yiling spoke worriedly. Brother, are you okay? Yi Xian looked at her pale face and smiled faintly. Don't worry, just rest a bit and you'll be fine. Hearing this, Yiling's expression relaxed slightly, as if something had occurred to her. Then her face darkened. Brother, I'm useless to you. Yi Xian's tone grew serious. Don't think like that. Once you get better, I'll train with you. When you become a warrior, you can protect me, all right? Yiling looked up at him, her eyes trembling slightly. Can I really train? Absolutely. Yi Xian reached out and gently pinched her nose. The little girl clenched her fists, her innocent voice filled with determination. Brother, I will become super strong someday, and I will protect you too. Yi Xian tousled her hair with a gentle smile. They'll be waiting for that day. No one ever expected that the brothers' casual promise would be etched into the girl's very bones, destined to stay with her forever. After a brief rest, just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yi Xian slung his pack over his shoulder, took Yiling's hand, and continued on their journey. Qianshan City was in sight. Along the way, Yi Xian noticeably quickened his pace. At this point, Yiling had to bundle up against the cold even during the day. The single nourishing spirit pill that once suppressed the cold poison now had to be doubled to 2 each time. At this rate, their supply of pills would run out within half a month. What worried Yi Xian even more was the fear that the pills might eventually lose their effect. That would be a true nightmare. We must reach the imperial capital as soon as possible. Yi Xian clenched his fist tightly in resolve. Not long after the siblings left, the head of the Qin family, Qin Ba, stormed into the grand hall of this abandoned mansion, accompanied by Qin Yu, who had both arms severed. 2 bloodstained, severed arms lay starkly on the ground. Qin Yu's face was ashen, and Qin Ba's brow was dark with anger. After a long silence, Qin Ba asked lowly, was he really a great sword cultivator? Qin Yu grit his teeth and nodded. If he wasn't, how else could he have severed both my arms with a single strike? His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Qin Ba's chest heaved, and finally he sighed deeply. This grudge, we can't repay it. Qin Yu pressed his lips tightly, speechless. The young great sword cultivator alone was enough to shatter all the Qin family's hopes for revenge. Qin Ba's eyes flickered, but his tone dropped again. But we can't just let this go. Spread the word that Yi Xian is carrying dozens of high-grade spirit stones. I'm sure someone out there will be tempted. Qin Yu's expression eased a little. Right. Even if the Qin family doesn't touch him, we can let others do it. Suddenly, he recalled something. That guy's name is Yi Xian? Is he from the Yi family too? Qin Ba nodded. He was the Yi family's heir. But after the family got a chosen one, Yi Lang, Yi Xian was neglected and suppressed. In the end, he swore to leave the clan. Qin Yu was stunned. Are the Yi elders out of their minds? Qin Ba snorted coldly. Now the Yi family is a joke to the surrounding cities. Remember, Guosher personally challenged Yi Xian and treated him with respect. The celestial phenomenon was caused by Yi Xian, not Yi Lang. Yet the Yi family credited all the glory to Yi Lang and held celebrations. It's absurd, utterly ridiculous. What's the state of the Yi family now? Qin Yu asked, crushed under the combined pressure of several factions. They can't breathe, Qin Ba replied flatly. Since we can't touch Yi Xian, we'll strike at the Yi family itself. Prepare the troops. We'll go to Qing City and settle accounts with the Yi family. With that, he swept off his sleeves and left. In the empty hall, Qin Yu looked down at his severed arms with a complicated expression. The overwhelming power of Yi Xian and Guosher loomed before him. This grudge could not be repaid, not his own, nor Qin Shang's. As a minor noble family, they understood well who could be provoked and who could not. Pursuing revenge here would only doom the Qin family to endless ruin. After a while, he turned and hurried after his clanmen. Soon, the Qin family set out in force toward Qing City and the Yi family. Yi Xian may be untouchable and unavenged, but the Yi family was fair game. Qingcheng, Yi family. Once a bustling mansion at the heart of the city, the Yi residence now lies in ruin, nearly wiped off the map of Qingcheng. When the Yi family held power, they were arrogant and contemptuous, offending the Li family, the Zhang family, and even the city lord's mansion. Now, these 3 forces have united in retaliation. The Yi family's land deeds have been forcibly signed away, their shops bought out at bargain prices, and their banners torn down from every street corner. Worst of all, none of the younger Yi family members dare to step outside their gates. Rumor has it that whenever a Yi appears in the city, bloodshed inevitably follows. Deep within the Yi mansion, a damp, cold water prison reeks of mildew. Dim torches cast flickering shadows over the walls. The once imposing Yi family elder lies chained in murky water, his disheveled white hair plastered to his face, motionless like a discarded dead dog. Since hearing of Yi Lang's execution, what was left of his dignity has shattered. His mind drifts between lucidity and madness. On this day, footsteps break the heavy silence. Yitsong pushes open the iron gate, splashing cold water with his boots as he approaches the cell. He lowers his gaze on the old rival inside, his expression calm. We've battled all our lives, yet in the end, it seems the Yi family's downfall is the work of both of us. The elder inside sneers hoarsely. Yitsong, people say I'm short-sighted. Are you any better? I am short-sighted, Yitsong admits with a nod, voice steady. But the Yi family won't fall forever. There will be a day to rise again. The elder scoffs, eyes sharp as blades. You really trust that person to feel any mercy? The Yi family owes him too much. He will never look back in this life. Yitsong falls silent for a long moment, then lets out a low cold laugh. Don't forget this. It is said that those who reach the ultimate realm undergo a bloodline transformation, lifting their kin with them. Nonsense. The elder looks up, eyes dark and fierce. What level of cultivation would that take? Not even all of Jiang Kingdom possesses it. Yi Xian, does he even qualify? Yitsong steps closer, the iron chains rattling. Do you know why I insisted on naming him heir against everyone else back then? The elder glares, but says nothing. Besides his own talent, there was his mother. Yitsong utters these words slowly. At the mention of Yi Xian's mother, the elder frowns. She was an ordinary woman who vanished without a trace when Yi Xian was just over 10 and never returned. Yitsong clenches his fist until the bones crack, voice low. Back then, she left through the back gate with a man in black robes. I happened to witness it. That man floated with both feet off the ground, completely still, no trace of cultivation energy. Lingkong realm masters can only briefly hover, but he drifted like a leaf in the wind, free and untethered. The terrifying part ice afterwards, they tore open space and vanished outright. Even now, recalling that scene sends chills down his spine. Seeing that, I was certain she would come back one day to take Yi Xian and his sister away. The Yi family would rely on this to climb the ladder to heaven. That's why I named him heir. But 10 years have passed. Yi Xian's mother remains nowhere to be found. Not a single clue has returned. Now, doubt gnaws at him. Doubt that Yi Xian and his sister have already been abandoned by that otherworldly presence. This was why he gradually changed his attitude toward Yi Xian. What he never expected was that Yi Xian had become a sword cultivator and, inexplicably so, with an incredibly powerful strength. He was certain this was closely connected to that mysterious woman. The prison cell was cold and damp, moisture clinging to the walls. Yitsong withdrew his drifting thoughts and cast a cold, steady glance at the imprisoned Grand Elder behind the iron bars. His voice was low and resolute. The stronger Yi Xian becomes, the more the Yi family will be mocked and humiliated. But we will endure until the day he ascends above the clouds and changes our bloodline. Even if the hope is slim, we must hold on to it. He paused, his eyes deep and inscrutable. As for you, Grand Elder, don't ever expect anything more in this life. We're not killing you. We want Yi Xian to know that the Yi family is admitting its mistakes. If he's willing to calm down, we'll wait 10 years, 20 years, even 30. As for you, stay here until you die. With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps fading into the empty corridor. Behind the iron bars, the Grand Elder remained silent for a long time before suddenly looking up and bursting into wild laughter, sharp and insane. Yitsong, oh Yitsong, you're even dumber than I thought. His laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. I know Yi Xian's character best, vengeful and grudging to the bone. If he still hated the Yi family, there was still hope. But now, he can't even be bothered to hate. Without hate, where is there any desire to calm down? 3 days later, northern border of Jiang Kingdom. Qianshan City sat nestled among the mountains, its towering walls winding like a gray dragon along the foothills. Because it housed Jiang Kingdom's largest merchant guild, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it had become the busiest commercial hub in the north. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion was mysterious and influential, with branches in hundreds of kingdoms across Qingzhou. Wherever it was present, cities flourished, as it controlled a flying device called the Cloud Ship. Thanks to cloud ships, distances between cities and nations had been dramatically shortened. On this journey, Yi Xian and his sister were preparing to take a cloud ship from here to the Jiang Kingdom's imperial capital. Before the city gates, the streets buzzed with carriages and people. Yi Ling leaned against the carriage window, eyes wide with amazement. Wow, brother, this city is so big, way bigger than our Qing city. Yi Xian looked up and smiled, nodding, it really is. The girl gently shook his arm, her soft voice tinged with a hint of coaxing. Brother, can we go shopping later? The long journey had worn both of them down, but after a moment's thought, he agreed readily. Sure. Inside the city, wide streets several zhang across bustled with streams of people, street vendors clamoring for attention on every corner. Yi Xian first took Yi Ling to a modest inn and booked a single room. Since Yi Ling's condition was unstable, he wasn't comfortable leaving her alone. Once settled, the siblings stepped out into the lively market. Yi Ling's eyes darted everywhere, as lively as a little sprite, occasionally crouching to pick up small trinkets. Soon, Colorful strings of bells adorned her wrist. Watching his sister's bright and cheerful expression, a softness softened Yi Xian's usual stern demeanor. As they passed by a small stall, the elderly vendor was quietly polishing a brass mirror. At that moment, the cold voice of the mysterious woman echoed suddenly in Yi Xian's mind. Wait. Hearing this, Yi Xian was briefly taken aback. Then he grasped Yi Ling's hand to stop her. In his mind, the mysterious woman who had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. There's a purple ring in that corner of the stall by it. Yi Xian turned around as instructed. The stall was cluttered, but in the corner lay an inconspicuous dark purple ring. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a beard, smiled at Yi Xian as he examined the goods. Brother, what would you like? Yi Xian picked up the ring. Its purple surface held a subdued black glow, revealing nothing unusual, but he asked without hesitation, how much for this ring? 10 gold coins, the man replied casually, yet somewhat probing. 10 gold coins was a bit steep, but since the mysterious woman had spoken up, Yi Xian promptly took out his coin pouch and pushed 10 gold coins into the stall owner's palm. The man's eyes lit up instantly, thanking him repeatedly while inwardly delighted would have sold it for 3 coins, but now had hit the jackpot. As Yi Xian turned to leave, a youthful, yet clear voice interrupted him. Wait. He looked toward the voice to see a girl around Yi Ling's age approaching. She had soft pink lips and white teeth, dressed in a clean white cotton jacket, her hair tied in a small braid at the nape. Yet her expression was stern, sharply contrasting her innocent appearance. She glanced at the ring in Yi Xian's hand, then raised her hand to the stall owner. They'll give 20 gold coins for that ring. The man froze, his eyes flickering between Yi Xian and the pouch of coins. Though the ring was sold, this new offer doubled the price, leaving him in a dilemma. A smile tugged at Yi Xian's lips as he prepared to speak, but the girl cut him off coldly. Who is your little sister? The air tightened instantly. Yi Xian's expression stiffened. Yi Ling stepped up defiantly, shielding her brother. My brother means no harm. Why would you say that? The girl's gaze fell on Yi Ling, pupils shrinking sharply. Surprise, shock, and joy flashed rapidly in her eyes, such swift emotion changes it was hard to follow. Yi Ling felt unsettled under the stare and asked nervously, why have you been staring at me? After a moment of silence, the girl suppressed her feelings and asked, what's your name? Yi Ling, she answered, linking arms with Yi Xian. This is my brother, Yi Xian. The girl barely glanced at Yi Xian before turning back to Yi Ling, as if evaluating and hesitating. Just as Yi Xian was about to lead his sister away, the girl suddenly pulled out a fist-sized crimson stone and pressed it into Yi Ling's hands. Carry this Tianhua warm jade with you, can temporarily suppress the cold within your body. The siblings froze. Yi Xian's face darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, but the girl continued, I have urgent matters and can't take you away now. I will come for you within 3 months at the latest. She gave Yi Xian a cold glance. For your sister's sake, I'm giving you this ring. With that, she lightly tapped her toes, glided dozens of yards away, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian chased after her, but caught nothing but empty air, standing stunned at the street corner. In a quiet alleyway, the girl landed beside a wall and had just stopped when a figure in black robes appeared silently, kneeling on one knee. My lord, keep a close watch on those siblings, the girl ordered quietly. But you're too conspicuous. Send someone less powerful to follow them. Especially the little girl. She must remain unharmed. The black-robed man hesitated. Does my lord intend to take her in? The girl closed her eyes, her voice betraying excitement she tried to conceal. I didn't expect anyone in the Jiang kingdom to possess such a constitution. If it weren't for the importance of the Tsang realm swordmaster's cave, I'd take her away immediately. The man respectfully replied, though the cave has appeared, it's sealed by sword formations. It said only his sword can break them, but the Tsang realm swordmaster has been missing for over 1,000 years. The sword's whereabouts remain unknown. No matter, the girl said blandly. All the experts gathered this time are here to figure that out. The man asked again, what about the girl's brother? Should my lord take him as well? She shook her head with a hint of disdain. His foundation is decent, but his dantian is damaged, his constitution average, and his spiritual roots ordinary. Why waste resources on him? Saying that, she turned and left. After the little girl left, Yi Xian stood there for a long moment before coming back to himself. He took Yi Ling back to the inn and pushed open the wooden door. The room was still lit, the warm yellow light casting shadows of the two of them on the floor. Yi Ling held tightly to the Tianhua warm jade she had just received, her eyes lighting up with joy. Brother, this stone feels so warm. Holding it, I'm not so cold anymore. Yi Xian looked at her and smiled slightly. As long as it's keeping you warm. Yi Ling nodded repeatedly, gripping the warm jade tightly in her palm, as if afraid it might fly away. Once his sister was settled, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on a wooden chair by the window. His eyes slowly closed, but his mind continued to churn. Senior, what exactly was that person just now? He asked aloud within his consciousness. The mysterious woman responded calmly. You and that individual are on completely different levels. Asking won't amount to anything. Yi Xian furrowed his brow faintly, but felt helpless about it. After a moment of silence, the woman spoke again. Take out the ring I had you buy earlier. Yi Xian reached into his chest and pulled out the purple ring. It was old and worn, with a small chip on the edge and a dull surface, appearing ordinary at first glance. Do you know what this is? Yi Xian shook his head. It's a formation ring, she said evenly. It contains a small formation inside. Though low grade, it's exquisitely crafted with impressive technique, definitely worth studying. That little girl wants it for this reason, I believe. For you, the formation can be used for self-defense. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. So this tiny ring can hold a formation? The world is vast, far beyond what you can imagine, the woman replied evenly. You should travel more. Your horizons will naturally expand. Yi Xian's heart stirred with yearning, and he laughed softly. Once I've mastered sword control, I'll definitely explore everywhere. His eyes landed on the ring again. Senior, how do I use this formation? Use your essence blood as a trigger. Drip it on the ring's surface, then manipulate it as I showed you. Yi Xian did exactly that. A drop of essence blood fell. The ring flashed with purple light briefly, and immediately a strange connection sparked between him and the ring. A miniature formation diagram appeared in his mind, the Five Thunder Formation. The Five Thunder Formation, once activated, can summon divine thunder to strike enemies. Divine thunder? Yi Xian's breath caught. Senior, can this formation really summon divine thunder from heaven and earth? Of course not, the woman chuckled softly. True divine thunder is the power of heaven and earth, not something this small formation can call forth. The so-called divine thunder here is a simulation devised by the formation's creator using special means. Its power doesn't match real thunder, but it's strong enough to overwhelm even Linkong realm experts. However, this ring is damage at it can only be activated 5 times at most. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. With his current strength, deploying one sword to decide life and death was necessary to battle Linkong realm foes, but that move cost him heavily. The Five Thunder Formation would be an extra life-saving trump card. His happiness faded quickly, replaced by cold reality. He looked down at the ring, brow furrowing deeper. To activate the Five Thunder Formation, I need spirit stones, and high-quality ones at that, at least 5 per use. He patted his storage pouch and felt a pang of disappointment. It only contained 16 high-grade spirit stones total. How did I get so poor? Then a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Senior, since you have such sharp eyes, why don't we go treasure hunting in the future? With your insight, would make a killing. Aye. Daylight robbery. The mysterious woman cut him off bluntly. What kind of dream are you having? Me accompanying you treasure hunting? Your imagination is something else. Hearing this, Yi Xian gave an awkward smile, but remained silent. The mysterious woman's voice suddenly grew cold and stern. Never rely on luck when doing anything. Today's big windfall isn't just luck, it's fate meant for you. But if you go around expecting to get something for nothing every day, your character will be ruined. Don't think I'm exaggerating. For sword cultivators, character is everything. Remember that well. Yi Xian quickly nodded with a serious expression. Please don't be angry, senior. I understand. The woman said no more. Seeing her fall silent, Yi Xian finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It wasn't fear he felt, but genuine respect. An hour later, Yi Ling fell asleep. Yi Xian then entered the realm prison tower to practice. He couldn't break through to the Qi mastery realm yet, so he focused all his energy on honing his swordsmanship. Strictly speaking, he had no fixed moves. His sparring with his shadow was mostly improvisation. Techniques were static, but what he trained was power, speed, and reaction limits. The Qi mastery realm was out of reach for now, so he aimed to sharpen his Qi formation realm skills to the extreme. After all, even within the same realm, strength and rank vary. Inside the first layer of the realm prison tower, crisp clashes of sword against iron echoed continuously. No other noises disturbed the silence. With an hour before dawn, he paused to rest, closing his eyes to sleep. Another hour later, he woke promptly. At dawn, he settled his bills and left the inn, selling the wagon cheaply before heading with his sister straight to Chuanko City's river port. Arriving at Chuanko, the siblings were stunned by the sight. On the nearly 1,000-zhang-wide river lay several massive multi-deck tower ships, each at least 100 zhang wide, awe-inspiring and vast enough to blot out the sky. They had never seen anything so colossal. Yi Ling's eyes sparkled as she tugged on Yi Xian's sleeve. Big brother, this ship is huge. Are we going to ride it? Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, we'll take this ship to the imperial capital. Is the imperial capital even bigger than Chuanshan City? The little girl asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Yi Xian ruffled her soft hair. Definitely bigger. When we reach the imperial capital, they'll take you all around to see the bustling city and have some fun, okay? Yi Ling's eyes curved into crescents. Brother, you're the best. With that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek lightly. Yi Xian laughed heartily and took her hand, heading toward the ticket counter. He had already figured out the process to board a cloud ship last night, so buying tickets went smoothly. The siblings boarded one of the cloud ships, but Yi Xian's heart bled. 2 tickets to the imperial capital cost 40 gold coins. After paying, less than 10 coins remained in his pocket. He was a complete pauper now. and for a moment, absurd thoughts of robbery even crossed his mind. The cloud ship had over 100 cabins of various sizes, divided into different classes. Yi Xian learned that first-class cabins cost 150 gold coins, second-class 100 coins, and the most extravagant special suite a staggering 300 gold coins. 300 coins would be a lifetime's hard work for an ordinary family back in Qing City, but here it was just for one ticket. At that moment, Yi Xian realized how poverty limited his imagination. Yi Xian took his younger sister down to the lowest level of the cloud ship, to a small, sparse room. It had only a bed, 2 stools, and a simple table, very plain. He gently ran his hand through Yi Ling's soft, long hair and spoke softly. The cloud ship won't take off for another half hour. Once it stabilizes in the air, let's go up to the deck and look at the view below. Yi Ling smiled sweetly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned and rummaged through her bag. After a moment, she pulled out a clean pair of cloth shoes and held them up to Yi Xian, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I found these. Try them on and see if they fit. Without waiting for a reply, she crouched down and reached to take off his worn-out shoes. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned when, did she buy these? No sooner had she taken off his shoes than Yi Ling scrunched her nose and exclaimed loudly, while then quickly covered it, shooting a glare at Yi Xian. Brother, your feet smell awful. With that, she dashed out like a little rabbit. Moments later, she returned carrying a steaming basin of water. She set it down in front of him and bent over to lift his feet into the warm water. Brother, I can do it myself, Yi Xian said quickly, reaching out to stop her. Yi Ling gave him a sharp look but kept her head bowed, carefully washing his feet. The warm water slipped over the tops of his feet, and her fingers brushed against the thick, rough calluses. Her gaze traveled up to the scars on his lower legs that had yet to fully heal. Her nose twitched with sadness, and tears started to fall. Noticing her unusual emotion, Yi Xian asked gently, why are you crying? Yi Ling wiped away the tears awkwardly, her voice muffled. Brother, you've had such a hard life. I swear, you'll become incredibly strong someday, make lots of money, and take good care of you. She remembered the year their mother left. Yi Xian was only 10, and she was barely 4 or 5. After that, the siblings lived like beggars in the Yi family, surviving on leftovers. But through it all, Yi Xian raised her with his own strength. Later, when he became the heir, all she could recall were the bloody stains and fresh wounds on his body every night he returned from fighting for the family's future. Hearing her words, warmth spread in Yi Xian's heart. He softly ruffled her hair. Your health is the most important thing. This trip to the capital will be good. There are many experts there who can heal you. Once you're better, they'll teach you how to cultivate. Yi Ling continued carefully wiping his feet with a cloth, her tone resolute. Brother, when I'm well, he'll train hard. No matter how tough it gets, I'm not afraid. Before Yi Xian could reply, the door suddenly swung open with a bang. 3 people entered one after another. A middle-aged man led the way, followed by 2 elders. Yi Ling was startled and quickly stood up, positioning herself in front of Yi Xian. Who are you? The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Yi Xian for a moment before he spoke coolly. Do you remember me? Yi Xian nodded. Of course he remembered. These were the same men who had pursued Qin Chang through the dense forest. The leader's name was Mocun. There was no need to guess they were here for the spirit stones. What surprised Yi Xian most was that they had tracked them all the way onto the cloud ship. At that moment, Mo village suddenly spoke up. Hand over those things, and the 3 of us will spare your lives. Let your brother and sister walk away. Yi Xian stepped in front of his sister, lowering his voice. No fighting is allowed aboard the cloud ship. Mo village snorted with a mocking glint in his eyes. If we kill the 2 of you and toss your bodies off the ship when no one's watching, who's going to come looking for you? The cabin lights flickered as the air seemed to freeze instantly. Yi Xian was silent for a few seconds before finally saying, we'll give you what you want, just let us live. Mo village's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone slowing but dripping with greed. Of course. We're only after the money. Yi Xian took a deep breath, as if struggling with a difficult choice. Fine. No use having this life then. He pulled out a black bag, his knuckles whitening as he clenched it tightly in his palm, then took slow steps toward Mo village. You better keep your word. Under the dim light, the shape of the black bag was faintly visible. Greed almost burned in Mo village's eyes as he tightened his grip with his right hand, resembling a wolf about to pounce. When Yi Xian was still a few steps away, he suddenly raised his hand and tossed the bag toward an old man standing next to Mo village. The 3 of them froze in surprise. The old man instinctively reached to catch it, but Mo village tried to snatch it away. In that brief distraction, a cold gleam sliced through the air. Whoosh! The sword's sharp light flashed at Mo village's throat. Before he could react, the blade pierced through him. The next moment, Mo village's head rolled away, blood splattering the cabin wall in a hot wave. The 2 old men were still trembling in shock as they turned to flee. Yi Xian's sword moved faster, a flash like lightning piercing one man's spine. Blood exploded and he died instantly. The remaining old man staggered toward the ship's corridor, screaming hoarsely. Help! His cries echoed through the quiet first floor, immediately alerting all the guests. Yi Xian sheathed his sword, his expression darkening. This was going to cause trouble. Soon, footsteps approached from a distance. A woman in a purple gown, her face veiled with light silk, led a few cloud ship guards into the room. Yi Xian glimpsed their ranks, 3 Lingkong realm warriors and 2 at the peak of the Ichi realm. The display was imposing, revealing the deep power backing the Zui, Xianlu. The veiled woman glanced at the blood and bodies, her brows knitting, eyes locking on Yi Xian. You killed them? Yi Xian nodded, about to explain. They wanted to. Go explain that underground. The woman flicked her sleeve and turned away, her voice icy. Kill the 2 here on the spot. Throw their bodies off the cloud ship. At her command, the guards advanced in unison. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened suddenly. He opened his right hand, and a long sword hovered above his palm, its tip trembling slightly, radiating a chilling aura. The veiled woman, already at the door, halted mid-step and turned back to look at Yi Xian, surprise flashing in her eyes. A sword cultivator? Yi Xian nodded again. The woman tilted her head slightly. To become a sword cultivator at such a young age is rare. But that's all you are. The rules of the cloud ship are law. No matter if you're a sword cultivator or not, you mustn't break them. Kill him. She turned once more. Yi Xian's eyes flashed cold as he clenched his fingers suddenly. The sword hummed lightly, faint sword light flickering in the cramped cabin. The cold seemed to freeze the very air. The guard's feet staggered, and even the veiled woman stopped again. Yi Xian straightened his spine, locking eyes with her, his voice low yet clear. Sorry, but I'm a great sword cultivator. He spoke without flushing, without hesitation, calm as ever. Inside, however, his heart was pounding wildly. A great sword cultivator? He was definitely not one. The reason his sword emitted a radiant glow was mainly because he had unleashed the one-sword life and death technique. This luminous aura was a unique feature of that skill. In fact, his cultivation was still one step short of a true great sword master, though the gap was now almost negligible. A faint sword light flickered across the surface of Yi Xian's spirit sword, casting a cold glow that illuminated the room. The previously noisy atmosphere instantly froze. Several powerful figures who had closed in on him halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with both shock and caution. Ordinary sword cultivators were common enough to them, but a great sword cultivator belonged to a whole different category. Out of the tens of millions in Jiang Kingdom, there were fewer than 100 officially recognized great sword masters, and this boy was barely a teenager. They couldn't help but wonder, what terrifying force could have produced such a young prodigy? The woman in the purple skirt and veil suddenly looked down at 2 corpses on the floor. Her voice was calm but carried a chilling edge. Throw these 2 bodies down as food for the dogs. As for the one who escaped earlier, capture him, execute him by beating, then toss him off the Yun ship. Having given her orders, she turned to Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Arrange a special grade room for this young master. Do not let him be neglected. With that, she floated away on light steps and left the room. The remaining guards bowed to Yi Xian together and then withdrew. Their leader spoke respectfully, Young master, please follow me. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Xian took his sister Yi Ling and followed. Guided by the guards, the siblings navigated winding corridors until they reached the special grade room. Upon entering, they both froze, almost simultaneously spacious. Luxurious. The new room was at least 10 times larger than their previous one. Carved sandalwood pillars supported an arched dome ceiling. The walls were inlaid with warm, glossy night crystal stones. Thick, soft animal pelts covered the floor, as plush as clouds underfoot. Gilded edge curtains hung lightly, and a faint fragrance from the incense burner gently filled the air in elegant contrast to the harsh wind and snow outside. After bowing, the guards quietly withdrew and closed the door. Wow! Yiling couldn't help but exclaim, her dark eyes quickly scanning the room. Brother, this room is so big and beautiful. Yi Xian ruffled the top of her head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. Yiling seemed to realize something and looked up at Yi Xian. Brother, is it because you are a great sword cultivator that they treat us like this? Yi Xian nodded. Because of reality. The little girl was about to ask more when a soft knock came from the door. Yi Xian turned. Please come in. The door opened, and a purple figure drifted inside. It was the veil-clad woman from before. She seated herself to one side, lifting a slender hand gracefully. Young master, please have a seat. Yi Xian returned the gesture and sat opposite her, while Yi Ling obediently moved to his side, eyes full of curiosity. The woman poured tea, the pale green brew shimmering gently. This is Lingxian bamboo tip tea. Please enjoy, young master. Yi Xian nodded slightly and took a light sip. A cool sweetness spread down his throat, loosening his energy channels and refreshing his spirit. Excellent tea. Setting the cup down, he introduced himself. I am Yi Xian, from Qing City. A soft voice came from beneath the veil. Han Xiaoming. She gave only her name, clearly unwilling to share more. Han Xiaoming took a sip, then lifted her gaze again. Young master, to reach the level of great sword cultivator at such a young age, you must come from a prestigious sect. May I ask where you trained? Yi Xian smiled, but remained silent. Seeing this, Han Xiangming's delicate brows knit slightly. What was this young master's meaning? Yi Xian looked directly at Han Xiangming. Miss Han, forgive me for being frank, though you judge people by their background when you make friends? Han Xiangming's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly caught off guard by his bluntness. Yi Xian continued, Miss Han, true friendship is built on sincerity, not manipulation, and certainly not on family status. Of course, if that is your principle, then I, Yi, won't partake. With that, he stood and raised his hand, calling to Yi Ling not far away. Let's go. Yi Ling immediately trotted over and obediently followed beside him. The brother and sister left without hesitation. Just as they reached the door, Han Xiangming's voice came softly from behind. Young master, please wait. Yi Xian paused. Han Xiaoming spoke gently. Earlier I was too abrupt. Please forgive me, young master. Yi Xian turned, his gaze calm. Miss Han, you did not hold the earlier killing against Medhat. I appreciate, and will remember. One day, I will return the favor. His tone was polite but distant. Han Xiaoming clearly understood but offered no further explanation, only nodding slightly. It's late, young master. Rest early. With that, she turned and left the private room. Outside the room, the night breeze was cool. An elderly man silently appeared behind Han Xiaoming. Miss. She stopped and snorted softly. No wonder sword cultivators have such nasty tempers. The elder nodded approvingly. Sword cultivators walk alone and can be eccentric. Miss has shown great sincerity revealing her true name just now, but that young man mistook it for arrogance. Han Xiaoming waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Though hot-tempered, he's far better than those hypocrites. Relay my orders. Until we reach the imperial city, they must be housed in the highest grade private rooms and treated accordingly without any neglect. With that she stepped forward, her figure vanishing down the corridor. Inside the private room, Big Brother? Is a great sword cultivator very powerful? Yi Xian smiled, tapping her forehead gently. Isn't your big brother a great sword cultivator? You? Yi Ling blinked up at him. Of course, I'm becoming one very soon. Wow, big brother, you're lying. HMPF, you know too much, I might have to silence you. Hee hee, I'm not scared. They teased each other playfully as the night deepened. Half an hour later, Yi Ling had fallen asleep. Yi Xian tucked her in carefully, then with a focused thought entered the Realm Prison Tower. Realm Prison Tower. Training. Only the strong command respect. Reality constantly reinforces this truth. He had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm, the highest point for a minor sword cultivator. His speed, strength, and reflexes neared their limits. Though still officially at Qi transformation, his true combat power far exceeded that of ordinary Qi controllers. Among his peers, he was neither invincible nor without rivals, but opponents were rare. He knew the path of martial arts was like rowing upstream. Standing still meant falling behind. He dared not relax for a moment. Sparring with his shadow, he could hold his own. His goal remained to defeat it outright. The tower was dark and empty. He was used to training alone. As for the mysterious woman who rarely spoke, he never disturbed her. She certainly wouldn't indulge idle chatter. Training was tedious and lonely. 2 hours later, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and stood, exhaling a long breath. Sweat soaked his body. Yi Xian glanced at the Lingxiao sword in his hand and asked, Senior, why is it that every time I spar with this shadow, I feel I've reached my limit, but the next time I spar with it, the same feeling returns? Has the shadow's strength been increased by you? After a moment, the cold, slightly languid voice of a woman echoed through the room again. Feeling a limit means you're pushing beyond your boundaries each time. Limits? They don't truly exist for cultivators. Your foundation is decent within Qingcheng or Jiang Kingdom, but compared to the great powers and major sects, you're still ordinary. While you remain in the Qi transformation stage, focus on solidifying yourself. You'll need to find your own solution for the spirit sword rush. Yi Xian nodded in understanding. Before crossing into the Qi mastery realm, he had to advance his physical body, mind, and sword intent further. Realizing excessive cultivation would backfire, he calmed his spirit, quickly washed up, and lay down to rest. Without moderation, he might end up injuring himself. About an hour and a half later, both he and Yi Ling woke up. Soon after, a servant brought in a sumptuous breakfast, over a dozen hot dishes with enticing aromas. After years of hardship, the siblings eagerly finished every last drop and bite, unwilling to waste even a drop of soup. After breakfast, Yi Xian led Yi Ling out of their private room onto the deck of the cloud ship. The vessel hovered hundreds of feet above the ground. The deck bustled with people coming and going in every direction. Using their special suite privileges, the siblings moved to the bow, the best spot for an unobstructed view. The mountain breeze whipped at their clothes. Yi Xian gazed into the distance. Towering peaks rose like a screen, lush and endless. Occasional birds streaked across the clouds, leaving white trails in the sunlight. Wow! Yi Ling pressed against the railing, amazed. Brother, look! The mountains look so small now. Yi Xian tousled her hair, but kept his eyes fixed on the horizon beyond the sea of clouds. The view from above was far more expansive, stirring his thoughts. Qingcheng is so small, the world so vast. I am insignificant. and yet the heavens and earth are boundless. Noticing her brother lost in thought, Yiling shyly let go of his sleeve and stepped closer to the railing, whispering, "It's really beautiful." Suddenly, a shrill childish voice pierced her ears. Turning, she saw a boy about her age standing not far away, so fat his eyelids were nearly shut, dressed in luxurious silk garments, bedecked with jewelry. Yiling averted her gaze, unwilling to cause trouble. But the chubby boy approached her, eyeing her patched clothes with disdain. "Patchwork clothes? Can't even afford proper clothes?" Yiling replied calmly, "As long as they can be worn. Having my brother is enough." The boy patted his fox fur robe arrogantly. "Know what this is? Spirit fox fur from a magical beast. 10,000 pieces of your rags couldn't buy this." Yiling glanced at him. "Not interested. I have my brother." Seeing her remain unmoved, the boy pulled out a translucent jade stone, waving it so sunlight scattered around. "Premium spirit jade, worth a fortune. Do you have this?" Yiling's eyes briefly lit up at the jade's glow, but she quickly scoffed. "I have my brother. Can you stop mentioning your brother already?" The boy's face flushed with frustration. Yiling ignored him, turning back to the horizon, her voice barely a whisper. "I only have my brother. Only my brother." Yiling suddenly laughed. The little girl's smile was as bright and warm as a sudden flame in winter. She hugged her wooden sword, looking completely content. Next to her, a round-faced little boy scrunched his nose and asked, "Is your brother really that awesome?" "Of course he is." Yiling nodded without hesitation, her eyes sparkling. The boy snorted, crossing his chubby arms. "No matter how great he is, he's no match for my dad." "Your dad's great too?" Yiling blinked in surprise. The boy instantly perked up, his voice rising with pride. "Of course. He's the lord of Qianshan City. Everyone there has to listen to him." "Lord of the city?" Yiling's eyes widened. "Wow, that's really impressive." The boy proudly lifted his chin. "Naturally, in Qianshan City, our family is the biggest." Yiling sized him up, then said seriously, "But my brother says people should stay humble, or they'll get beaten up easily outside." The boy shook his head, his rosy cheeks twitching a bit. "If someone's getting beaten, it'd be my dad, not me." Yiling was speechless. This kid really had a cheeky way of flattering his dad. Suddenly, the boy pointed toward a quietly standing young man nearby. "Is that your brother?" "Yes," Yiling said proudly. "Handsome, right?" The boy curled his lip. "What good is being handsome? That won't put food on the table." Yiling giggled. "If you're good looking, it's easier to find a wife later." The boy snorted twice. "I have money, so I can marry as many wives as I want." Yiling shook her head, giving him a serious look. "Chubby, money isn't everything." "It is. My dad says money makes the world go round. Nothing can't be done with money if something can't. It's just because you don't have enough. So I'm going to make lots and lots of money." The boy got more and more excited, then suddenly raised his eyebrows. "Hey, you call me chubby? Is that really true?" Yiling glanced at his round belly and short, stout arms. She looked like at least 200 pounds. She shrugged. "Not chubby? My dad says it's strong, muscular." The boy's face flushed bright red. Yiling sighed, looking at him with pity. "Your dad's really kind." The boy's face turned red and blue in turns, then blurted out, "Am I really fat?" "Very fat." Yiling nodded matter-of-factly. "They're all lying to me." The boy clenched his fists, stomping angrily. Yiling ignored him and ran over to Yixian's side. Without a word, she gently took hold of his arm and rested her head against it. The little boy snorted coldly, then turned and ran toward a middle-aged man chatting nearby. "Dad, have another baby brother for me." The man was stunned, nearly spilling his tea. The cloud ship broke through the thin fog, crossing endless green mountain ranges until they reached a massive river. The wide river stretched beyond sight, thousands of zhang across, with waves slapping the ship's sides and making a dull roar. On the deck, Yixian stood motionless, eyes fixed ahead like a meditating monk. Reflecting barely had time to stop on this long journey. Now, standing on the cloud ship looking out at mountains and rivers, countless new thoughts quietly surfaced, ones had never had before. Deep inside the ship's cabin, in a finely decorated private room, Elder Gus' calm face was icy, his gaze sharp. "I heard you let an unknown boy stay in a special suite?" Han Xiaoming crossed her hands behind her back, her expression cool. "That's true." "What, Elder Gu, do you need to meddle in this little matter?" Elder Gu spoke sternly. "The special suite isn't for just anyone. You know that better than anyone else." Han Xiaoming smiled faintly. "He's no ordinary person. He's a great sword cultivator. I want to recruit him. It should be fine, right?" Elder Gus' brows twitched. "A great sword cultivator?" The old man in plain clothes sneered. "Are you trying to fool children? A 17 or 18-year-old boy a great sword cultivator? Why not say he's in Lanxiao, a national hero of Ingua?" Han Xiaoming stood to one side, her dark brows slightly furrowed, voice icy cold. "Elder Gu, are you deliberately provoking trouble?" Elder Gu clasped his hands behind his back and sneered coldly. "How dare I? Miss Han, although you were sent from above to take over the Qianshan City and Imperial Capital Guilds, according to family orders, your command only takes effect after you have fully obtained control of the Imperial Capital." He raised a hand and gestured, "Guards." Two guards immediately pushed the door open and entered. Elder Gu calmly instructed, "Those two siblings have no right to stay in the premium suite. Throw their belongings out." The guards acknowledged with a salute and left the room. Han Xiaoming cast a cold glance at Elder Gu. It seems Elder Gu is determined to show loyalty to certain people. Elder Gu returned the cold look with an expressionless sneer. "Sorry, Miss Han, I don't understand what you mean. I'm only doing what I'm supposed to. If third Miss has objections, she can always appeal to those above." Han Xiaoming nodded. "I've taken note of this." With that, she turned and left the suite. Left alone in the room, Elder Gu scoffed aloud. "Trying to win people over? But you'll never get your way." With that, he departed. He would soon be stepping down, and if he didn't make a show now, he might spend his retirement in obscurity. Having long been frustrated by lack of opportunity, now that the chance was before him, he wouldn't let it slip away. On the deck of the cloud ship, the warm sun hung high and a light breeze swept past. Elder Gu led the two guards to stop just behind the Yi Xian siblings. Yi Ling noticed the footsteps, loosened her hold on Yi Xian's arm, and looked back with confusion. "Excuse me, who are you?" Elder Gu glanced at Yi Xian and snorted coldly. With his discerning eyes, it was obvious Yi Xian was only at the Qi transformation stage. Someone at that level claiming to be a great sword cultivator? Absurd. He nodded to the guards. They stepped forward and roughly threw the Yi siblings' bags down at Yi Ling's feet. Yi Ling was startled and confused, unable to understand what was happening. All eyes on the deck turned toward them simultaneously. Elder Gu said with force, "A premium sutito, you think that's a place for you to stay?" Yi Ling hurried to explain. "That elder sister told us to stay there. Did you pay? Do you have a ticket or proof?" Elder Gu cut her off directly. Yi Ling became more anxious. "It really was her who let us in. You can go ask that elder sister." Elder Gu sneered. "No ticket, no proof, nothing but lies. I think you're deliberately sneaking into the premium suite." His tone turned suddenly chilling. "Guards, execute these two with the staff and throw their bodies off the cloud ship." The two guards drew their staffs and advanced. Yi Ling's face paled immediately. She spread her arms wide, blocking Yi Xian's front, voice trembling but defiant. "You clearly let us in. How can you do this? You're bullying us." Elder Gu showed no emotion and sneered. "You occupy the premium rooms without tickets. That's contempt for my Zuatian tower. Don't say killing you two siblings. Even exterminating your entire clan wouldn't be too much." The crowd watching inside silently sighed in unison. Abuse of power. Yet no one dared to speak up. This was Zuatian tower, and those who might have spoken wouldn't risk offending Elder Gu over two strangers. Soon, one of the guards grabbed Yi Ling roughly and yanked her aside. "Ah!" With a scream, Yi Ling's entire right arm was dislocated, her small face drenched in cold sweat instantly. Despite the excruciating pain, she gritted her teeth and crawled inch by inch toward Yi Xian, bending her body with great effort. The guard frowned, raised his foot, and kicked her in the abdomen as if kicking a sack of grain. Bang! A muffled thud echoed across the deck as Yi Ling was sent flying through the air, crashing against the ship's wall and losing consciousness. In the distance, the chubby little boy's eyes filled with fury. He was about to rush forward, but was tightly held back by the middle-aged man beside him. "Dad, they're hurting her!" The boy shouted angrily. The man shook his head and lowered his voice. "Wait, and see what's going on first." Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly snapped open. "The world is vast, yet I am small, but my heart is boundless. The heavens and earth can imprison my body, yet never my soul. Boundless heart, boundless sword." A flash of thought surged through him, and his entire body thundered with blood flow. The Lingxiao sword inside him seemed to respond to his resolve, shooting skyward all at once. A clear, sharp sword hum pierced the clouds. The Lingxiao sword hovered above the cloud ship, revolving, its gleam casting a shimmering silver light over the entire flying vessel. In an instant, all eyes locked onto Yi Xian. Beside the chubby boy, the middle-aged man gasped in disbelief. "Impossible, his sword heart is pure and clear." A pure and clear sword heart, also called a transparent sword heart, requires absolute clarity of purpose in the sword path. Undisturbed by external distractions, it marks a near master swordsman. Almost everyone who attains this has become a sword master. The only sword master in the Jiang kingdom began their journey at this very stage. Elsewhere, Han Xiaoming stood frozen, her watery eyes full of disbelief. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts, turning to share his joy with Yi Ling, smiling. "Linger." But his words abruptly stopped. Seeing Yi Ling slumped near the corner, he froze completely. The next moment, he charged to her side like a madman, trembling as he lifted her up. "Well, what happened?" His voice hoarse, he suddenly looked up and roared like a wounded beast. "Who did this?" The chubby boy immediately pointed at Elder Gu and two guards. "It was them. The one who hit her was that guard." Yi Xian's gaze locked onto the guard, murderous intent boiling. With a powerful kick, he vanished like a shadow. Elder Gu roared angrily, "How dare you? This is no place for your rampage." Before he finished, Yi Xian's sword stance shifted. The Lingxiao sword arced through the air like a rainbow, aiming straight at Elder Gu. Everyone around was stunned. Elder Gu was a powerful Lincoln Sky soaring realm martial artist. Elder Gu narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, overestimating yourself. Clenching both fists, an invisible energy wave radiated outward from his body. But the sword arrived. The blade burst forth dazzling brilliance. One sword decides life and death. Sword light. A grand sword cultivator. The crowd was frozen in shock. Such a young grand sword cultivator. Elder Gus' expression changed suddenly. His opponent truly was a grand sword cultivator. Terrified, he no longer cared about others, striking out with both fists, fist force erupting like a breaking dam, exploding fiercely. However, the moment he encountered that sword, the two forces were instantly torn apart. Before everyone's eyes, Elder Gus' both arms were suddenly severed and flew out. Elder Gu let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body staggered back, blood spraying in two arcs through the air. Two nearby guards just raised their hands to help, but Yi Xian dashed past them like a phantom. Shing! Shing! With two sharp sounds, between flashes of steel and sparks, both guards at the chi-wielding level simultaneously spewed blood from their throats and collapsed weakly to the ground. The surrounding onlookers felt a chill in their hearts, gasping as they instinctively stepped back. On the other side, the little chubby guy's mouth dropped open. Her brother had instantly killed chi-wielding opponents. After dealing with the guards, Yi Xian lifted his eyes to lock onto Elder Gu not far off. Elder Gus' face went pale, voice trembling. I am an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion. To harm me is to make an enemy of the pavilion. You. Yi Xian raised his sword and advanced. Elder Gus' legs grew weak, and he retreated step by step. Just then, Han Xiaoming in a green robe appeared, stepping in front of Yi Xian. She spoke calmly but firmly, Young Master Yi, enough. If this continues, the situation will spiral out of control. Before she could finish, Yi Xian's left hand grabbed her slender neck. Han Xiaoming was forced to tilt her head back, meeting his gaze without protest, her expression strangely calm. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, growling low, you made us siblings stay in the finest room, but let him bully us anyway. This has everything to do with you, right? The mysterious woman had already told him everything. He understood the whole story clearly. Han Xiaoming stared at Yi Xian and quietly warned again. If this keeps up, it will truly get out of control. Yi Xian sneered fiercely, your internal disputes drag my sister down fine. But you started this and stood by idly. You deserve to die? His left hand suddenly tightened. At that instant, Han Xiaoming silently slid backwards several yards. A gray-robed elder appeared out of nowhere, blocking in front of her. The elder's gaze was sharp as a blade. Young Master Yi, do not bring disaster upon the power behind you. Yi Xian turned his head, seeing Yi Ling unconscious on the ground. His heart felt like it was being cut, and his face twisted with rage. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. Disaster? My sister and I originally just wanted to live quietly, yet we've been driven into this corner. What disaster are you talking about? His voice fell, and he opened his palm. The Lingxiao sword appeared with a humming sound. Cold light surged as the sword trembled violently, as if sensing its master's killing intent, emitting a sharp, clear ring, the unmistakable prelude to a single sword decides life or death. The elder's eyes narrowed. Han Xiangming's face changed drastically. This was clearly a mutual destruction move. Regret surged in her heart. If only she had stopped this earlier, things wouldn't have come to such a pass. A young sword grandmaster just attaining pure sword heart stage drunken immortal pavilion might not fear him, but to offend such a person she would never be trusted again. Even worse, if Yi Xian really had a supreme power backing him, it could drag both sides into open conflict, and she, Elder Gu, and all the crew on the cloud ship would bear part of the blame. As Yi Xian raised his sword to strike, a calm female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Have you thought about the consequences of this strike? Yi Xian laughed madly. My sister ended up like this. What consequences do I still care about? With that, Yi Xian's sword descended. The moment Yi Xian raised his sword, a voice suddenly came from the side. Brother. Though the voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, Yi Xian's whole body trembled. He abruptly stopped, spun around, and rushed to Yi Ling's side, gently lifting his frail little sister into his arms, though his hands were shaking violently. In this life, he could draw his sword for her and also sheath it for her. Seeing him lower his weapon, Han Xiangming and the white-browed elder beside her secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Xian had truly struck, it would have been an irreversible rupture. Thankfully, the girl was still breathing. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been one of two extremes. Either Yi Xian would have died on the spot, or they and their backers would have been brutally purged. No one wished for that. Elder Gu had planned to slip away in the chaos, but the elder struck him down with a single palm. Han Xiaoming gave a cold glance and said, wait for judgment. Elder Gus' expression instantly drained of color. Elsewhere, Yi Xian carefully cradled Yi Ling. Though the boy had endured countless injuries without shedding a tear, now he wept uncontrollably. Yi Ling's face was pale, yet she still raised a hand to stroke his shoulder and whispered, brother, don't cry. It doesn't hurt much. Yi Xian held her tighter, tears streaming down. It's my fault, it's all my fault. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached with a chubby little boy, clasping hands in greeting. Young friend, I brought a physician with me. May I tend to your sister? Thank you, please. Yi Xian said repeatedly. The man smiled faintly and looked toward a black-clad elder. The elder nodded and squatted down, lightly feeling the pulse. After a moment, he looked up. It's nothing serious, all external injuries. The dislocated hand has been set. She only needs rest for a few days. But there is a cold energy inside her body I've never encountered before. His gaze shifted to Yi Xian. Yi Xian said grimly, as long as everything else is fine, I'll deal with the cold energy myself. The black-robed elder nodded and stepped back. I am Yi Xian. May I know your honorable name? Yi Xian said, bowing slightly to the middle-aged man. I am Lu Xiaoran, city lord of Qinshan. The man replied with a return bow. A city lord. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then bowed again. Thank you, city lord, for your help with my sister. It was nothing, Lu Xiaoran said with a smile. After speaking, Yi Xian gripped his sword and turned, his eyes locking onto Elder Gu not far away. Lu Xiaoran and those around him were stunned. Was he really going to act again? Han Xiangmeng and the elders' faces darkened. Though Elder Gu was only a minor elder from the Zue Xian Tower outer building, he still bore the tower's name. If Yi Xian killed him on the spot, it would be an outright slap in the face to Zue Xian Tower. They would never stand by silently. Yi Xian approached Elder Gu, but Han Xiangming blocked his path. Young Master Yi, we at Zue Xian Tower will deal with this matter personally, and will severely punish this man to give you an explanation. Yi Xian gave Han Xiangming a cold glare. Get out of my way. Han Xiangming's delicate brows immediately furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian stepped forward, locking eyes with her. You were the one who let us stay here, yet he came to cause trouble for my brother and me, and you did nothing to stop it. Let me guess you wanted to probe my background and use him to drag me into the conflict, so you could benefit from the chaos. Am I right? Han Xiangming's heart skipped a beat, her hands clenched involuntarily. Yi Xian's words mirrored her exact scheme, revealed without missing a single detail. Nearby, Elder Gu laughed uproariously, his head tilted back. Isn't that exactly what she meant? She just underestimated your feelings for that little girl and underestimated your strength even more. Otherwise, she would have fought desperately to protect her and tried to befriend you, earning your favor. But alas, she miscalculated, haha. Before his laughter died, a flash of sword light pierced through Elder Gus' forehead without warning. A spray of blood burst forth. Elder Gus' pupils dilated sharply before he collapsed with a thunderous thud. The entire deck fell into an eerie silence. Faces around them turned pale. The murder had just happened right in front of the drunken Immortal Tower. Han Xiangming's complexion instantly drained to ghostly white. But this was not the end, it was only the beginning. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and turned to Yi Ling, his tone resolute. Anyone in this world who dares to bully you won't see the sun rise again. Yi Ling could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, the cloud ship suddenly shuddered and came to a halt. Across the roiling sea of clouds, a pure white crane with a wingspan over 10 zhang beat its mighty wings in descent. Riding atop the crane was an elegant middle-aged man, hands folded behind his back, a white jade folding fan fluttering gently in the breeze. Countless eyes followed his arrival. The crane landed on the deck, fierce winds buffeting everyone back. The man stepped gracefully down, his robes billowing. Han Xiangmeng and the old man beside her both paled and hurried forward, bowing low in greeting. Greetings, Lord Han. Lu Xiaoran, Lord of Qinshan City, also spotted the visitor, his expression growing serious. The drunken Immortal Tower had 9 floors, each ruled by a master with immense power and inscrutable strength. Lord Han, in particular, oversaw all affairs of the tower in Jiang Kingdom. Even the kingdom's ruler would show deference to him. Lord Han gave a slight nod, his gaze flickering to Elder Gus' corpse nearby. Dead. Han Xiangming and the old man lowered their heads, silent. Lord Han then turned his penetrating gaze to Yi Xian, eyes deep with contemplation. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Such a solid foundation is rare to see. Coupled with a pure sword heart, it's hard to believe Jiang Kingdom has a sword cultivator like you. With that, his gaze swept the crowd. Everyone, this is a private matter of the drunken Immortal Tower. Go and rest. No one dared linger. They all quickly retreated to their rooms. Lu Xiaoran cast a glance at Yi Xian, then pulled the reluctant little fatty away. Only a handful remained on the deck. Lord Han fixed his attention on Yi Xian again. Someone like you wouldn't appear in an ordinary place. Tell me, which faction do you belong to? I'm very curious what kind of backing makes you bold enough to kill someone from my drunken Immortal Tower? Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. So what? If I had a powerful backing behind me, would that mean I get to live? Master Han of the Cold Pavilion slowly shook his head, his voice calm, but resolute. No. You executed an elder of my drunken Immortal Tower in public, openly defying us. No matter who you are, today you must die. It's a pity, yes, but the reputation of my drunken immortal tower across the states of Qingzhou cannot be tarnished. He paused, then added thoughtfully, I asked about your backing only to decide whether to hold them accountable, not out of fear. Remember, this within Jiang State, there is no one drunken immortal tower dares not to offend. Yi Xian fell silent. Backing? He had none, not even a shadow behind him. Yet he did not regret the slaughter just now. Reckless? Rash. He admitted it. But if given a second chance, he would draw his sword without hesitation again. The drunken immortal tower might punish those men lightly, or not at all. In a few years they would be as free as before. Should Yi Ling's slap be ignored? No. They could hit him, but if they harmed Yi Ling, then even if it cost him his life, Yi Xian would take his sword and strike back. Master Han asked coldly, What's this, don't want to explain? Yi Xian smiled and spread his hands. Really, I have no backing. I'm not lying. Han narrowed his eyes. No support, yet you still dare kill my drunken immortal tower's men? Yi Xian stared steadily at the inscrutable, refined man and replied in a low voice. Your tower bullies others by force, so I killed. That's all there is to it. The refined man chuckled gently. Bullying? The world always favors the strong. If you had held back, a future would have opened for you. But you sacrificed your prospects just to vent anger. Foolish, do you understand? Yi Xian's spine straightened. The backbone of a swordsman does not bend. The refined man nodded. A swordsman who bows down ceases to be a swordsman. Since you stand alone, you bear this burden yourself. I share it with my brother. Yi Ling threw herself into Yi Xian's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Fixing her gaze on Master Han, she spoke clearly, We siblings bear it together. Master Han glanced at Yi Ling, a faint smile touching his lips. Fine, he'll grant your wish. He looked toward an elder nearby and commanded, Hang their two bodies from the prow of the cloud ship. Let the world witness the fate of those who offend my drunken immortal tower, and know this if you oppose us, no matter the reason. Come and try your luck. With those words, he turned to leave. Suddenly, the sword at Yi Xian's waist hummed and trembled violently. Yi Xian's eyes flickered in surprise. Master Han abruptly spun around, and all eyes in the crowd turned toward the ship's prow. At some unknown moment, a woman had appeared at the very tip of the prow. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist. Her simple dress fluttered lightly in the breeze. Her back faced everyone. Her right hand was held behind her, fingertips slowly twirling two objects, one black and one white. The gentle wind lifted her garment and dark hair, making her appear like a sword standing silently, gazing down from above the cloud ship. Everyone was stunned when had she appeared. Master Han's expression darkened several shades. He had failed to sense her arrival. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the woman's calm voice cut in. Let me teach you what it means to bully with power. If your strongest warrior from drunken immortal tower steps forward and strikes two swords, he'll admit defeat. Hearing that voice, Yi Xian was instantly stunned. He clearly remembered it was the voice of that mysterious woman inside the boundary prison tower. She had actually appeared right before his eyes? Could she really leave the tower? Thoughts swirled through his mind, and he felt rooted to the spot, utterly incredulous. Master Han narrowed his eyes, his voice low and grave. The strongest fighters from drunken immortal pavilion stepping out? You have quite the confidence. Even if it were just you alone, never mind the mightiest Han Empire in King's Houthi wouldn't dare make such reckless claims. The influence of drunken immortal pavilion spreads throughout Qingzhou, standing firm through countless dynasties. That alone speaks volumes. The mysterious woman remained silent, turning her back on the crowd as she raised her graceful jade hand. In the next moment, the great river beneath her surged turbulently. The vast water wildly gathered, condensing in an instant into a sword nearly 3 meters long. The roaring river was completely drained in the blink of an eye. The riverbed lay exposed, steam rising from the remaining mist. The sudden shift caused everyone's expressions to shift dramatically. Even Master Han felt a shock strike his heart. This technique surpassed everything he had known. Watch carefully, the mysterious woman's voice thundered inside Yi Xian's mind. This is what it means to decide life and death with a single sword. As her words faded, the water sword in her hand transformed into a sliver of pure sword light that sliced forward. The light wasn't fast. Everyone could clearly track its path. Yet Master Han's face turned ghostly pale in an instant. Though slow, he could not discern the true nature of the sword light. He dared not delay. Clasping his hands together forcefully, golden light burst forth from his body. Myriad mountain protection seal. He roared, rapidly performing hand seals. A golden disc appeared out of thin air, surrounded by roaring mountains. The ground cracked open as boundless ochre energy gushed toward the disc like converging rivers, making it shine so brightly that even the blazing sun seemed dimmer. The water sword drew nearer. When the sword's tip was a meter away from the disc, the golden plate shattered with a rumble, scattering golden streams of light into the sky. The sword still maintained its seemingly slow speed, inching closer to Master Han's forehead. His entire body went rigid. He couldn't even summon the strength to raise a hand, forced to watch the cold blade stop just a fraction away from his brow. In the distance, the mysterious woman remained with her back to all, her robes fluttering gently, never once turning around. Complete defeat. A single sword spelled utter defeat. Han Xiangming and the old man stood frozen, trembling all over. Though Yi Xian didn't know Master Han's exact strength, these two understood that in Jiang's state, he was easily among the top 5 warriors. And now he had been shattered by a single strike. Is this woman before them truly a sword master-level powerhouse? At that moment, the mysterious woman's voice rang out sharply, filled with an unquestionable authority. One sword determines life or death. With this sword, if I want him alive, he lives. If I want him dead, he dies. As long as I strike, the enemy's fate lies beneath my blade. Understand? Yi Xian swallowed hard, his throat tightening, and his trembling voice answered, I don't quite understand. The mysterious woman nodded gently, as if she understood his confusion. That's normal. If you understood at once, I'd have to discipline you. This sword technique is profound, not something you can grasp so easily now. But this single strike should have given you a rough impression, one that will benefit you in countless ways. Yi Xian bowed deeply with a serious tone. That much, I understand. The mysterious woman nodded, her gaze fixed coldly on figures scattered within the clouds in the distance. Send out the strongest fighter from the drunken Immortal Tower. If one sword can't settle this, I will admit defeat. A murmur of astonishment rose among the onlookers. The leader of the cold tower glanced at the mysterious woman with a bitter smile, the corners of his mouth rising then quickly falling. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden sharp pain shot through his brow. A water sword abruptly pierced half an inch deep into his forehead, blood instantly welling and streaming down his cheek. The mysterious woman's voice echoed again, icy and emotionless. You're too weak. Don't speak so much. I spare you only so you can see how I suppress your drunken Immortal Tower by force. Now call out your strongest. The cold tower leader grew darker, his face uglier than if he'd swallowed a pound of raw sewage. Deep down, he knew their tower had truly met its match. But why would a small country like Jiang hold such a terrifying power? As tension gripped everyone present, a black suddenly appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger. Then, a laugh rang from the sky. I am the leader of the 8th floor of drunken Immortal Tower. May I ask what offense I have caused to anger you so? His laughter was laced with scorn and ridicule. At that moment, the water sword lodged in the cold tower leader's brow suddenly shot upward like a missile, piercing the sky. What followed was a chilling scream that echoed deep from the clouds. Moments later, a blood-soaked elderly head slowly fell from the clouds, drops of blood splattering the ground like a crimson rain. The cold tower leader's face drained of all color. At that instant, he fully recognized the mysterious woman's strength was beyond ordinary. She was more than a sword master, almost certainly a sword emperor, a supreme ruler among sword cultivators. This realization drained even more color from his face. If she truly was a high-level sword emperor, although drunken Immortal Tower might resist, provoking such a top-tier warrior so easily could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even if he survived, his position as leader would be in grave danger. Worse still, he feared enduring torment akin to hell itself. The tower had already lost one leader, and this woman clearly showed no sign of relenting. On board the cloud ship, the atmosphere was tense and eerie. Several powerful figures from various forces sensed the immense disturbance from afar, but dared not approach, only watching cautiously from the edges. No one dared come close. Here stood an unparalleled sword cultivator executing ruthless slaughter. Beside the mysterious woman, the water sword floated and danced like a living creature. She pointed it at the cold tower leader with a cold command. Call out more. Keep calling until your drunken Immortal Tower's strongest appear. The cold tower leader's expression grew sorrowful and bitter as he whispered, Elder, this is all due to our negligence. Please calm your anger, we will certainly. Before he could finish, his right arm suddenly snapped off like a broken branch, blood spraying everywhere. The mysterious woman's voice was cold and merciless. Next time you babble, they'll cut off your head. Call people out, do you understand? The cold tower leader's face turned ashen, his bitterness beyond words, barely able to whisper one word. Call. He could still call for help, of course, but judging by the current situation, anyone he summoned would probably just be signing their death warrant. The cloud ship before him was shrouded in blood mist. The deck was littered with shattered railings and scorched wood chips. His heart clenched painfully as he forced the communication jade slip back into his bosom, calling for help. That mysterious woman clearly wouldn't let this go so easily, but calling for reinforcements would just be sending more people to their deaths. The drunken Immortal Tower was finished this time completely and utterly doomed. Unable to resist, he cast a sidelong glance toward Yi Xian not far away, cursing him harshly in his mind. Damn it, didn't you say you had no backing? Is this what having no backing looks like? Had I known a sword emperor stood behind you, I wouldn't have dared cause you trouble. Yi Xian himself was equally stunned. He knew the woman was no ordinary cultivator and had guessed her strength was impressive, but he had never imagined it would be this overwhelming. nor that she would intervene on his behalf. Yet amid his shock, a strange unease stirred in his heart. The boundary prison tower sealed within him suddenly pulsed restlessly, as if the captive inside might break free at any moment. A chill ran down Yi Xian's spine. Cold sweat broke out along his back. A howling gale ripped across the deck. Silently, an old man in a gray robe appeared at the front of the cloud ship. More reinforcements. Yi Xian looked up and saw the elder's hair and beard were pure white, his robes billowing with an otherworldly grace. His gaze swept past everyone, settling immediately before the mysterious woman as he cupped his fists respectfully. I am the third-floor master of the drunken Immortal Tower. Greetings, Sword Immortal Senior. Sword Immortal? The nearby Master Han's pupils suddenly constricted, his body stiffening. Genuine Sword Immortals were few and far between in the Azure Grass realm. None had ever appeared in Qingzhou. The mysterious woman cast the gray-robed elder a faint glance. Her jade fingers lightly traced the air, and the water sword at her side emitted a low hum. Not bad. To have cultivated to this extent, you're barely worthy of receiving a strike from me. A chill spread instantly, the sword intent so fierce it seemed to freeze the very air. The gray-robed elder's expression shifted slightly. Hastily, he cupped his hands and stepped back half a pace. Please do not be angry, Senior. Your cultivation surpasses the Qingzhou realm. By far, how could I dare accept a sword from you? Moreover, one of your status would never vex us juniors. His meaning was clear. I can't defeat you. Please don't bully me. The mysterious woman laughed softly, though there was no humor in her eyes. Bullying? Just now, your drunken Immortal Tower boasted they'd hang that little corpse you brought over the ship's prow for all to see. You claimed no force in Qingzhou dared provoke you. Isn't that bullying by might? The gray-robed elder said nothing. There was no point arguing before someone this powerful. He turned and approached Yi Xian, bowing deeply once more. Young friend, drunken Immortal Tower has offended you before. Please pardon us. Yi Xian understood all too well. The apology was born of fear toward the mysterious woman. He didn't dare respond, but nodded faintly, remaining silent. At times like this, silence was the safest response. The elder withdrew his gaze and glanced sideways at Master Han. Just as Master Han opened his mouth to speak, the elder flicked his sleeve. A sudden invisible force swept over everything. Boom. Master Han didn't even scream before turning to ash in plain sight, not even a trace of breath remaining. Turning back to the mysterious woman, the gray-robed elder bowed again, voice somber. Please calm your anger, Senior. The mysterious woman said nothing further. She raised a hand in a vague gesture. The water sword slipped free from its scabbard, transforming into a clear blue arc of light that plunged from the edge of the cloud ship down into the long-dried riverbed below. Crash! Amid the deafening roar, the riverbed cracked open, and a rushing flood instantly filled the ravine. Even more incredible, water creatures thought extinct here reappeared in full, as if the river had never run dry. The elder's pupils widened in shock. A titanic wave of emotion surged within him. After the water sword completed its feat, the woman's form gradually dissolved before everyone's eyes, like smoke scattered by the wind until finally, she vanished completely. At that last moment, her calm, yet proud voice echoed through the air. If the drunken Immortal Tower is dissatisfied, come and take revenge. Bring as many as you like. I'm invincible. Do as you please. The deck of the cloud ship suddenly fell into silence. The gray-robed elder stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, yet the occasional tightening of his knuckles betrayed a barely restrained fury. The drunken Immortal Pavilion had long been a giant in the merchant world. Never before had it been so openly humiliated. However, no matter how fierce his anger, he dared not act rashly. His opponent was very likely a Sword Immortal. The title Sword Immortal was enough to give any faction pause. Even if the drunken Immortal Pavilion poured all its resources into a fight, it could only barely hold its ground. And who could guarantee that mysterious woman wasn't backed by allies or a powerful force? A single Sword Immortal could bring the drunken Immortal Pavilion to ruin in an instant. The most dangerous beings in the world were worldly protectors and sword cultivators, with protector swordsmen almost unstoppable. The elder knew clearly that uttering even one more defiant word might mean his end today. He gathered his composure and turned his gaze to the young man beside him. Yi Xian. Obviously, the mysterious woman had relented mostly out of consideration for this youth. Sword cultivators were usually lone wolves, but once they took a disciple, a new bond was formed. The words disciple of a sword immortal stirred complicated feelings in the gray-robed elder. He had originally intended to win this young man over, yet now matters had reached a deadlock. Approaching Yi Xian, he flicked his finger, and a card shimmering with purple light steadily landed in his palm. Let all previous disputes between us end here. This is a VIP purple card from the drunken Immortal Pavilion. A small token, please accept it. Han Xiaoming quickly added, Young Master Yi, this card entitles you to a 50% discount on all purchases at the pavilion, fee-free sales, and many other conveniences. You will understand its value in time. Yi Xian accepted the card without hesitation. slipping it away before clasping his hands in a respectful salute. This junior will take his leave to rest. With that, he took Yi Ling's hand, and they swiftly disappeared into the depths of the ship's cabins. After the siblings left, Han Xiangming and the attendant elder knelt down simultaneously. The gray-robed elder slowly closed his eyes, his voice low and heavy. Your grandfather fought alongside me in battle. I never saw him as a subordinate, but as a brother. You are his only bloodline. Count yourself as half my granddaughter. Han Xiangming bowed her head, her knuckles trembling slightly, unable to speak. I do not wish to kill you, the elder sighed. But regarding matters of the drunken immortal pavilion, you must not interfere for now. Return to the imperial capital and reflect on this. Years of effort were gone in an instant. Han Xiangming's face turned deathly pale. The elder lifted his gaze to the raging river below, tightening his right hand within his sleeve. Though he had met a sword immortal in this lifetime, it was in such a manner. With a sigh, he took a step, then vanished like a streak of light into the horizon. On the deck, Han Xiangming let out a bitter laugh. Was I wrong? The elder beside her spoke firmly. Milady, the world is unpredictable. Do not blame yourself too harshly. Han Xiangming shook her head. If only I had sincerely befriended him earlier. With his potential and the people backing him, taking control of the core of Zhe, Xianlu would have been effortless in the future. But alas, I was too calculating and missed this chance to change my own fate and that of my family. The elderly man bowed his head slightly, saying nothing. He clenched his knuckles tightly inside his sleeve, clearly understanding the young lattice regret. Han Xiaoming stood up, pushed open the lattice window. The distant horizon glowed deep gold from the last rays of the setting sun. After a long gaze, she sighed softly. Well, today will be a lesson learned. With that, she smoothed her sleeves and turned away, her steps still calm but lacking the sharpness she had before. Yi Xian returned to Zui Xianlu with his younger sister, Yi Ling, heading to the modest private room reserved for them. Though they could have stayed in a luxurious VIP suite, the siblings only desired a quiet corner for now. The door closed behind them, the lighting gentle. Yi Xian tucked Yi Ling in carefully, quietly coaxing her to sleep. When her breathing evened out, he exhaled deeply, then focused his mind. His body transformed into a streak of clear light, slipping into the Jieshou Tower. As soon as he stepped inside, something felt off. The normally silent second floor trembled suddenly, as if a massive creature was struggling to break its seal. Damn it! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Before he could speak, a cold, familiar female voice sounded in his ear. Feeling relieved? The voice was sharp and carried a faint echo. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. Thank you, senior, for coming to my aid. Aid? The mysterious woman's tone lifted slightly. Do you know why I intervened? Yi Xian honestly shook his head. She asked again. Do you still remember what I asked you before? Do you understand the consequences of that sword you drew? Yi Xian nodded, signaling that he remembered. Back then, if you hadn't drawn that sword, the woman spoke bluntly, I would not have acted today. Yi Xian was stunned. Why? If I had held back, maybe things would have settled. Settled? The woman scoffed coldly, her voice like clashing cold steel. It's fine to be tactful in life, but when your closest kin are humiliated like that, and you still worry about consequences, what right do you have to wield a sword? Moreover, if you had held that sword back, the grudge in your heart would have shattered your sword spirit, right? Then there would be no hope of becoming a great swordsman. Shattered sword spirit? Why? Yi Xian pressed, frowning deeply. A swordsman not only hones the blade, but also sharpens the heart. Her tone softened slightly, but remained stern. At that moment, you wanted to seek justice for your sister you wanted to kill. If you suppress your true heart for some vague consequences, you only bind your own hands. You might not feel it now, but your sword will be shackled by you from that point forward. That faint clarity in your sword mind that you just glimpsed will vanish instantly. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, looking up toward the tower's dim ceiling. Senior, if all swordsmen are this stubborn, they probably don't live long. Exactly because of that, sword cultivators are rare in this world, and true sword immortals are even rarer. The woman's voice softened further, laced with unspeakable loneliness. That's why I warned you long ago, the path of the sword is far more difficult than you imagine. Yi Xian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he truly began to understand that difficulty. After a moment of silence, the woman spoke again. I shouldn't have interfered. Do you know the consequences of my actions? Consequences? Yi Xian instinctively asked. What consequences? I told you before, all the seals inside the Jieshou Tower have weakened. She explained slowly. My strike just now has impacted every seal on each floor. They will be lifted prematurely. Especially on the second floor, the seal there will vanish completely within 4 to 5 months at most. If by then you haven't found the Tao pattern, you will surely perish. Don't expect me to step in and deal with the second layer's presence. If I break the seals on this tower, the consequences would be severe. Besides, I won't damage the tower's seals just for you. Do you understand? Yi Xian stood silently for a long while, then finally looked up and asked, Senior, can you no longer intervene? The mysterious woman's voice came slowly from within the tower, calm but resolute, leaving no room for doubt. At least until you have found all the Tao principles. I can't make a move again, or can I leave this place even once? And even if I could, I wouldn't interfere anymore. I helped you before only because you dared to draw your sword to defend your sister's honor, and also because that person annoyed me. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Yixin nodded. He knew that relying on others was never as dependable as relying on oneself. He also understood that being helped once was already a great favor, not something to expect repeatedly. To hope that someone else will always shield him from troubles, that would be true ingratitude. The true path of a king is to become strong on one's own. But the harsh reality was right in front of him. To master the Tao principles, he needed to quickly ascend to the Yushi realm and preferably move beyond into the Linkong realm. Meanwhile, his sister's illness was worsening, and the faint unrest in the Jieshu Tower weighed heavily on his heart. The solemn tone in the mysterious woman's voice confirmed Iton's the seals weaken. She would never intervene for him again. Everything must be resolved by himself. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the strange mystical experience he had earlier. Hastily, he asked, "Senior, what exactly is clear heart of the sword?" The mysterious woman pondered briefly before answering. "It's like looking into a mirror. Normally, you don't know exactly how you look. But once you see your reflection, everything becomes crystal clear. Clear heart of the sword follows the same principle. You now have a clear understanding of the direction of your swordsmanship and what your sword path truly is. In other words, you have recognized your true self. Is that really useful?" Yi Xin pressed. "You seem to have forgotten something," the mysterious woman said calmly. "You just performed the one sword determines life or death technique. Yet this time your body didn't break down as before, you only felt tired." Yi Xian was stunned. That's right. Previously, after one sword strike, his muscles and bones would ache, but this time, he only felt slight fatigue. "Clear heart of the sword is a state of mind in swordsmanship," she continued. "From now on, when you face others in combat, illusions and false images will be nearly powerless against you unless your opponent's strength far surpasses yours. More importantly, your mind is clear and your unity with the sword deepens. Your sword techniques and moves will become much more effective. I'm tired of explaining such beginner questions. Go train with that shadow for a while, and you'll understand." With that, the tower fell silent again. Yi Xian composed himself and went to the training space. The moment he swung his first sword, he suddenly stopped. The sword intent was pure and simple, surprising even himself. The shadow launched its counterattack's first strike immediately, and he was again stunned. That sword was equally simple, yet chillingly precise. Within a brief quarter hour, their sword light crisscrossed fiercely. In the end, a long sword pierced the shadow's chest, and the black figure dissipated like smoke. The training ground fell quiet. Yi Xian lowered his head and quietly sheathed the Lingxiao sword. His fingers traced the blade softly as he remained silent for a long time, whispering to himself, "Only now do I truly feel this sword is mine." Before this, the Lingxiao sword had felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Back then, the sword seemed like a stranger, its weight uncertain in his hand, its techniques awkward and unpolished. But now, he clearly sensed that barrier dissolving. Though it wasn't yet a perfect unity, it felt much more natural and effortless than before. Only then did he truly understand. A fine sword's harmony with its wielder is its lifeline. Sheathing the Lingxiao sword, Yi Xian stepped out of the prison tower. After a quick wash-up, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Training was important, but rest was just as essential. Only with full energy could he make the most of each practice session. At some unknown time, the cloud ship had quietly set sail again. Though the ship's surface was calm, no one aboard could forget the fierce clash that had earlier shaken its hull. All the passengers were silently wondering, was that youth dead? The drunken immortal pavilion was not to be trifled with. The cloud ship cut across the swirling great river, then hovered over an endless mountain range. From the deck, countless peaks rose and fell, with clouds rolling like waves, a breathtaking sight that stole everyone's breath away. Passengers gradually emerged from their cabins, but their expressions remained tightly controlled. The drunken immortal pavilion had issued a strict order. No one was allowed to reveal what happened earlier, under penalty of severe punishment. Nobody dared provoke that wrath. In his room, Yi Xian slept deeply, unaware of how much time passed. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his cheek and slowly opened his eyes to see a pair of bright, sparkling eyes looking back at him. Yi Ling was gently pinching a lock of his hair while softly scratching his cheek. When she saw her brother awake, the little girl smiled sweetly. "Brother, what time is it?" Yi Xian asked, glancing around at the light in the room. "It's noon. You're sleeping in today." Yi Ling blinked. "If you're still tired, keep sleeping. He'll watch over you." Yi Xian pinched her tiny nose playfully. "Come on, let's get some fresh air." After washing up, the brother and sister stepped side by side onto the deck. The moment they appeared, nearly all eyes on the deck turned to them at once. Wasn't dead? Everyone's mind was filled with question marks. The one who killed someone from the drunken immortal pavilion was still alive? On the other side, Lu Zioran's gaze landed deeply on Yi Xian, murmuring, "This youth is no ordinary person." Before he finished speaking, a stout, round-bodied fellow suddenly bounded up to the siblings and knelt on one knee with a thud. Big brother, please take me as your disciple. He'll pay whatever it takes. My dad's rich. Before Yi Xian could respond, Yi Ling covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Lu Shaoran followed and gave the chubby man a light kick on the rear. Do you know how hard it is to become a sword cultivator? The stout guy was unimpressed. Hard. Money solves everything. Lu Shaoran could only apologize to Yi Xian with a forced smile. My son's upbringing leaves much to be desired. Please excuse him. Yi Xian looked at the stout man smilingly. Really want to learn swordsmanship? The stout man nodded eagerly. All right, but first, lose some weight. At those words, the stout man's face instantly scrunched into a sour expression. Lose weight. That was harder than dying. Seeing the little fat man's face, both Yi Xian and Lu Shaoran broke into laughter. At that moment, Lu Shaoran smiled and said, Young friend Yi Xian, are you headed to the imperial capital this trip? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, that's right. Lu Shaoran gave him an appraising look and asked, Are you going to participate in the recruitment for Tsangmu Academy? Yi Xian blinked in slight surprise. How did you know that, senior? Lu Shaoran stroked his short beard. The triennial recruitment at Tsangmu Academy is the biggest event in Jiang Kingdom. You are so young yet heading straight for the capital, and with the admission approaching soon, I can't think of any other reason besides the academy. As he spoke, he gestured to the chubby boy beside him. This is my son, Lu Ming. He's coming with me to the imperial capital too, hoping to try his luck and get into Tsangmu Academy. The chubby Lu Ming puffed out his round chest and said loudly, Father, don't worry. He'll definitely get in. And if they don't accept me, he'll just buy Tsangmu Academy myself. Yi Xian and his sister exchanged smiles, while Lu Shaoran shook his head with a long sigh. I shouldn't have spoiled you like this from the start. Yi Xian nodded silently while the imperial capital was the most prosperous place in Jiang Kingdom, filled with powerful figures. The chubby boy might rule the roost back in Qinshan City, but if he kept acting so willfully, trouble was sure to come. A moment later, Lu Shaoran looked toward the distant horizon, his voice turning low. We're about to reach Liangjie City. Liangjie City? Yi Xian asked, intrigued. Lu Shaoran explained. This city lies right on the border between our Jiang Kingdom and the northern Tang Kingdom. It sits at a very high elevation, flanked on both sides by volcanic natural defenses. Whoever controls this city gains a strategic advantage for launching attacks. Historically, the two kingdoms have fought fiercely over it. Right now, the city is under our control, but the Tang Kingdom still stubbornly claims it as theirs. The situation remains tense. Yi Xian asked quietly, will we stop there? The cloud ship needs to refuel, so we'll stay half a day. Lu Shaoran hesitated, then said, I don't expect any trouble, but it's still irritating. Though the city officially belongs to Jiang Kingdom, Tang people can come and go freely and even openly provoke us outside the city walls. It's complicated. Yi Xian nodded without replying further. After some light conversation with Lu Shaoran, Yi Xian led his sister, Yi Ling, to the bow of the ship. High above the clouds and wind, mountains and rivers stretched beneath their feet. He slowly clenched his right hand and vowed, One day, I will ride a sword and look down at these lands and rivers from the sky. Following his thoughts, he asked silently inside his spiritual sea, Senior, may I ride a sword now? Yes. The mysterious woman's calm voice replied. Yi Xian was overjoyed, but then she added, Only in your dreams. Yi Xian was speechless. About an hour later, the cloud ship flew over the continuous mountain range, and a city suddenly appeared before them. The city walls were squeezed between two towering peaks, like a dark but solemn stone gate. Opposite the gate lay a vast plain, and in the far distance, more cities faintly emerged. Those belonged to the Tang Kingdom's territory. At that moment, a deep voice echoed through the cabin. Everyone, the cloud ship needs to refuel. We will stop at Liangjie City for 2 hours. Please board promptly after that. Also, Liangjie City is quite chaotic. If you have no special business, it's best not to roam around. As the voice faded, the cloud ship trembled violently, then slowly began to descend. The deck rocked gently, and Yi Ling instinctively clutched Yi Xian's arm, her fingertips trembling slightly. The ship glided through the mist, the outline of Liangjie City gradually growing larger beneath them compared to the bustling Qinshan City. This place looked worn and desolate. The walls were chipped, the streets sparse, and few pedestrians wandered about. After a few moments, the cloud ship came to a steady stop over a wide river outside the city. The cabin doors opened and passengers poured out, their footsteps chaotic. Yi Xian and his sister followed the crowd ashore, but didn't wander around. Instead, they headed straight to the temporary rest area set up by the Zhe, Xian and near the city gate. It was a spacious stone-paved square next to the street, with simple benches and numerous vendors lining its edges, their cooking smoke and fragrant aromas mingling in the night breeze. Drawn by the scent of hot noodles, the siblings approached a noodle stall. Yi Xian called out, Owner, 2 bowls of noodles, please. Right away. The owner's ladle clattered crisply. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls were placed before them, each topped with a fried egg, with a light sprinkling of minced meat floating on the broth surface. Yi Xian gently lifted the egg from his bowl and placed it into Yi Ling's. She shot him a sharp look, then returned the egg to her own bowl, pouting. Brother, don't tell me you don't like eggs. Humph, I'm not falling for that. You always said you didn't like this or that before, but I later realized you just didn't want to eat them. Yi Xian ruffled her hair with a smile, then signaled the owner. Add 2 more eggs for us. Got it. The owner replied cheerfully. Not far away, Han Xiangming watched the siblings quietly for a long time, softly murmuring, such a bond has never appeared in our clan. The elder beside her shook his head. He cares too much for that girl. It could become his weakness in the future. Han Xiangming's gaze settled on Yi Ling's radiant smile as she said gently, that girl is fortunate. With that, she turned and left. After a while, the siblings finished their meal, their stomachs full. Yi Xian wiped his mouth and waved to the vendor. Owner, check, please. The owner smiled as he approached. That'll be 4 gold coins. Yi Xian froze. Doubtful head heard correctly. For gold coins? Yes, 4, the owner said with the same smile, but a hint of chill in his tone. Yi Ling paused mid-sip, eyes wide. For gold coins? In Qingcheng, a bowl of noodles only costs 5 silver coins. The siblings exchanged looks. Yi Xian stood. Owner, 2 bowls of noodles with 2 eggs for 4 gold coins? Are you sure? The owner's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. Sir, are you trying to dine and dash? We've been charging this price for years. No way we're a scam. Yi Xian frowned, about to argue, when a hearty voice interrupted from the side. Big brother, it's on me. They turned to see Lu Ming hurrying over, followed by Lu Xiaoran. Lu Ming stepped up to the stall, pulled 4 shining gold coins from his pocket, and slammed them onto the counter. He glared at the owner. This is my big brother. Do you think he can't afford your noodles? The owner glanced at the coins, fell silent, then pocketed the money and walked away. Lu Ming turned back with a grin, thumping his chest as he said to Yi Xian, Big brother's got this. Yi Xian found it amusing. That little chubby guy probably still wanted to learn swordsmanship. Before he could finish speaking, the distant city gate suddenly erupted with the rapid, pounding sound of horse hooves. Iron-shod hooves shattered the cobblestones, and the ground trembled beneath them. In an instant, about a dozen cavalrymen clad in pitch-black armor, carrying swords and spears, stormed into the city, dust billowing around them, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Men of the Tang Kingdom. Lu Xiaoran whispered coldly beside Yi Xian. Those are Tang's black-armored cavalry. How could they appear here? Could it mean war is about to break out between the 2 kingdoms? Yi Xian's gaze fixed on the iron-clad riders. The black-armored cavalry raced down the street. Blades flashed, and pedestrians dropped in the blink of an eye. Some fled in panic. Others clutched their heads and wept. The tightly shut wooden doors of shops were pried open by long spears. Goods spilled onto the ground, and gold, silver, and jewels were ruthlessly plundered. Isn't anyone stopping them? Yi Xian frowned. Stop them how? The street vendor tossed his wok spatula into the stove with a sneer. The city guards have all hidden themselves in underground bunkers. Gentlemen, take my advice. Don't step even half a pace outside the drunken Immortal Tavern, or you won't live to regret it. Before the last word had fallen, the black-armored cavalry were already laughing as they turned back from the street corner. Now, their saddlebags bulged with loot, and tied to their horses' backs were several young women, bound and struggling with desperate cries. The leader of the cavalry removed his helmet, revealing a face hardened by scars and muscle. He laughed wildly. Ha ha. The men of Jiang Kingdom are all cowards. Useless. I want money, I want lives, and I want women. With that, he brutally tore off the outer garment of a girl in his arms, leaving her in nothing but a thin underdress in the blink of an eye. Passers-by on the street clenched their teeth in rage and helplessness, but no one dared step forward. Anger, fear, and cowardice mingled in the air, seeming to make even the very air itself freeze. All you men of Jiang Kingdom, watch closely today, because the cavalryman's mocking laughter exploded again, arrogant and domineering. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to Lu Xiaoran, clasped his hands respectfully, and whispered, Please, senior, look after my sister. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the heavy wooden stool beside him, bent his knees, and shot out of the tavern like an arrow loosed from a bow, straight toward the ruthless black-armored cavalry. Behind Yi Xian, everyone was left dumbfounded. Does Yi Xian want a medal? That was the thought running through everyone's minds at that moment. When they saw him charge straight at the black-armored cavalry, the onlookers were instantly convinced this young man was really going to intervene, fully aware he was heading into a dangerous situation. It was like deliberately walking into the jaws of a tiger. Calling it courting death was an understatement. Although the Two-Realms city belonged to the Jiang Kingdom, it lay within the sphere of influence of the Tang Kingdom. Even Lu Xiaoran dared not ignite conflict there, fearing it would bring swarms of black-armored cavalry. Yet Yi Xian acted without hesitation. Murmurs of complaint quietly arose. If he provoked the cavalry, wouldn't it bring disaster to everyone? In the shadow of the city wall, Han Xiangming watched Yi Xian's retreating figure and gently shook her head. This man never considered the consequences of his actions. Sooner or later, he would cause endless trouble. An elderly attendant nodded in agreement, saying such thankless efforts were not only futile, but might bring even greater calamity. Han Xiaoming bowed her head slightly and glanced toward the city gate. Yi Xian had already arrived. Countless eyes burned with anxious anticipation. The leader of the black-armored cavalry, who was just about to charge out of the gate, suddenly turned back. Before he could see clearly, a wooden bench slammed into him like a battering ram. Bang! Wood splinters flew everywhere. The leader swung his arm to block, but was overwhelmed by the force, flying backward with armor and all, tumbling dozens of feet away. Horses neighed sharply. Yi Xian yanked his startled horse to a halt, veins bulging on his right arm as he forced it to stay put. Then, with his left arm, he carefully lifted a woman off the horse, wrapped his cloak around her shoulders, and gestured toward where Yi Ling and the others were gathered nearby. Go there. You'll be safe. The woman stared at him in silence. Yi Xian gently patted her cheek, his tone calm but resolute. Remember, seeking death is the choice of the powerless. Only by surviving can endless possibilities exist. With that, he picked up the shattered half of the wooden bench from the ground and turned to charge toward the black-armored cavalry. Dust whipped up like a gale beneath his feet. The cavalry charged to meet him. The fallen leader roared furiously, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" The gap closed rapidly. Half a yard remained when Yi Xian suddenly leapt up, swinging the wooden bench like a hammer at the nearest rider. Bang! The rider's helmet dented. Horse and man crashed to the ground. Yi Xian landed and flicked his wrist. The jagged broken edge of the bench shot forward like a dagger as Sichich. Another rider's throat was pierced, killing him on the spot. Several riders charged at him at once. Yi Xian's eyes darkened. He didn't draw his sword, but instead darted into the enemy ranks like a phantom. They saw him weaving through horses and armor, delivering elbows or disarming and slicing in return. With dull thuds and splatters of blood, within moments several riders were sent tumbling into the dust, fatally wounded. Only the leader remained on the field. A battle-hardened veteran, he now trembled with fear, staggering backward, his gaze drifting toward the city's edge as the urge to flee took hold. But Yi Xian was even swifter like a raging storm. He surged forward relentlessly. Sensing Yi Xian charging forward, the black-armored knight knew escape was impossible. His face twisted into a grimace as he spun around, thrusting his spear straight at Yi Xian. Kachange realm. The sharp spearhead sliced through the air with a whistle, but Yi Xian met it heated with his chest. Bang! The clash of metal rang out. Yi Xian only staggered back half a step, his robe flapping wildly, but the spear couldn't pierce his flesh. Golden body realm. His body was far tougher than an ordinary person's. The black-armored knight's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could recover his spear, Yi Xian was already upon him, delivering a whip-like kick across his helmet. Bang! The helmet crumpled, and the knight's body flew like a ragdoll into a wall, showering bricks and stones. Just as he tried to rise, a heavy foot planted hard on his chest. The black-armored knight glared up at Yi Xian with hatred and snarled, "You're dead. You're dead." Yi Xian was about to finish him off when a cold female voice cut through. "Let me kill him, please." It was the young woman he had saved earlier. She looked around 18 or 19, with delicate features and a slender figure, but her expression was icy now. Yi Xian pondered briefly and nodded, bending down to pull the combat knife from the knight's waist and handing it to her. The blade's cold gleam reflected off her smooth face. Just as she raised the knife to strike, an angry shout came from the side. "Stop." Yi Xian turned toward the voice and saw a portly man gasping for breath, leading a squad of soldiers. They weren't Tang soldiers, but from Jiang Kingdom specifically, the garrison of Liangjie City. The portly man was none other than the city's governor. He strode forward angrily, pointing at Yi Xian. "Who gave you permission to intervene?" Yi Xian furrowed his brows. The governor then turned his fury toward the woman. "Take her away." A soldier lunged at the woman. Instinctively, she stepped behind Yi Xian, but the soldier didn't hesitate. Swish. Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped the soldier hard across the face. Smack! The soldier flew sideways like a kite cut loose, crashing heavily to the ground. The governor blinked in shock, then roared, "Are you trying to start a rebellion?" Yi Xian's right fist tightened slowly. "These Tang soldiers came into the city to pillage and assault, and you did nothing. Now, when I kill them, you step in. What? Are you Tang soldiers yourselves?" The governor's face darkened and he shouted, "Do you understand the consequences? Not far outside the city lies the black-armored cavalry camp. Killing them gives them an excuse to attack Liangjie City. More people will die, don't you get that?" Yi Xian sneered. "You're just scared it'll get you killed." The governor's face fell, but he gritted his teeth. "Enough of your nonsense. This is Liangjie City. I'm in charge here. You." Yi Xian ignored him completely. He turned to the woman and said, "Go on. Kill him." The woman nodded silently and started toward the fallen black-armored knight. Seeing this, the governor's eyes widened in terror. He shouted hysterically, "Arrest them." The soldiers moved forward, but Yi Xian's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the governor's throat and lifting him completely off the ground. The other soldiers froze in place, afraid to move. Yi Xian's gaze was icy cold. I hate weaklings like you, tough on your own people, but soft and submissive to outsiders like dogs. One more word out of you, and he'll cut your head off. The governor's neck veins bulged as terror flooded his eyes. He dared not say another word. Ah! At that moment, a piercing scream rang out nearby. Everyone whipped their heads around to see the haggard-looking woman clutching a knife. Its blade plunged deep into the throat of a black-armored cavalryman. Blood spattered down her cheek, staining her face a vivid red. The black-armored soldier collapsed with a heavy thud. The woman loosened her grip and slid down to sit against the cold stone wall, her strength draining away as she gasped for breath, her eyes vacant, as if still shaken by the violence. You've caused a huge problem. The plump man trembled, pointing at Yi Xian with fear in his eyes. Yi Xian ignored him, stepping forward to the woman's side. He pulled out more than 10 gold coins from his pocket and pressed them heavily into her blood-smeared palm. "Live well," he said simply, then turned and walked away with decisive steps. The woman stared blankly at his retreating figure, fingertips trembling. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of countless hooves burst forth outside the city, this time not a few scattered horses, but thousands. The ground trembled beneath the thunderous charge, faces inside the city drained of color, including Lu Xiaoran and the others watching from afar. The fat man peered out anxiously, his pupils constricting as his voice shook. "It's over. It's the black-armored cavalry coming. They're coming." Before finishing, he vented all his anger on Yi Xian. "It's all your fault. You've doomed the entire city." Accusing glares erupted from the crowd, as if Yi Xian were the true culprit. Just then, the mysterious woman's voice echoed inside Yi Xian's mind from the Jielu Tower. "You acted with righteousness, yet are treated this way. How does that feel?" Calmly, Yi Xian replied, "I act only to be true to myself, not for others to see. Let them say what they want." Silence from the mysterious woman. Yi Xian stepped toward the city gate. "Brother." Yi Ling's voice choked with tears rang out nearby, stopping him. He turned and smiled faintly. "It's all right. Order me another bowl of noodles, I'll be back soon." Without looking back, he continued forward. Yi Ling watched his straightened figure until tears spilled down her face. Outside the gate, Yi Xian came to a stop and suddenly sensed someone following him, the bloodstained assassin woman trailing silently behind. At that moment, the massive city gate slammed shut with a thunderous boom, leaving just the two of them facing thousands of black-armored riders charging toward the gate. Clashing steel rang out. The ground shook, dust whipped into swirling clouds. Yi Xian knew there was no way to hold back this flood. Not even in Lanxiu, who had reached the Lingkong realm, could stand against thousands of black-armored cavalry heathen. Yet he still had to fight, couldn't explain why, but he must. "My name is Ayu." The woman behind him spoke softly. "Yi Xian," he replied. Ayu lifted her gaze and stared at him with steady eyes. "Yi Xian, you'll remember that. Next life, the life after I won't forget." Yi Xian barely heard her whispered words. His gaze was consumed by the surging tide of black armor ahead. Inside him, the Lingxiao sword buzzed incessantly. Afraid of death? Of course. But some things must be done, even knowing death is certain. He was from the Jiang Kingdom. This was his land. Though riddled with flaws, it was his home. No matter how broken, no outsider would trample on it. Fight. This time, not for his sister, not for himself. Yi Xian quickened his pace, charging into the iron storm, galloping toward him, his eyes burning with overwhelming battle intent. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Come on." Before his laughter faded, an invisible force exploded from within him, his aura sweeping fiercely in all directions. Inside the Jielu Tower, the mysterious woman gasped, "What the hell? Battle intent? A sword cultivator who doesn't grasp sword intent, but instead comprehends battle intent? Have I been teaching a fake sword cultivator? Battle intent. Muda fleeting, intangible realm, yet undeniably real. In this world, moods are countless. Sword intent as piercing as a cold star tearing through the sky. Spear intent like thunder striking the sun. Fist intent heavy as a mountain. Killing intent as chilling as frost. Battle intent blazing fiercely like fire. They are all elusive, for there are no fixed rules to grasp them, only personal insight can unlock their secrets. Because of this, throughout all of Jiang Kingdom, only the legendary sword master truly mastered sword intent, one person alone in the entire nation. But once someone glimpses its core, their strength surges dramatically, and their realm ascends to an entirely new level. At this moment, what surged through Yi Xian's entire body was an endless flood of battle intent. This fighting spirit was not just for himself, nor only for his sister trapped in danger, couldn't quite say what exactly he was fighting for. Still, he knew one thing: whether thousands or tens of thousands of horsemen charged at him, he would never step back an inch. He gripped his sword and dashed forward. As his toes brushed the ground, vast clouds of dust erupted, whipped into a furious whirlwind. Sand and gravel whipped wildly, forming a massive dust storm around him in an instant. In the distance, thousands of cavalry clad in black armor thundered forward. Their hooves pounded the earth, making it vibrate underfoot, a force far greater than the dust storm. Yet, in Yi Xian's eyes there was no trace of fear. Instead, he ran faster and faster, as if determined to confront the iron-tide Heaton. Behind him, Au stood frozen, staring at the boy's retreating silhouette. The wild wind tossed her raven hair, but could not hide the dazed expression in her eyes, in awe and infatuation kindled by the fierce, burning battle intent. The two sharp forces were now only 100 yards apart. Suddenly, the middle-aged commander leading the black-armored cavalry raised his right hand. Before a sound escaped his mouth, the thousands of horsemen came to an abrupt halt, their mounts all screeching to a stop in unison, raising clouds of dust with perfect formation and no sign of chaos. Yet the commander's gaze passed over Yi Xian, focusing instead 100 yards to the front right. There, atop a tall chestnut stallion, rode a woman approaching slowly. Silver armor gleamed like flowing light beneath the sun. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and at her waist hung a golden curved saber. Her appearance was not breathtakingly beautiful, but her eyes sharp as blades commanded respect and dared no direct glance. She reined in her horse calmly, as if the entire battlefield was under her control. Silver armor, golden saber. After a brief, sudden silence, expressions shifted across the thousands of black-armored cavalry. All of Jiang Kingdom recognized that unique garb. The ninth princess of Jiang, renowned as the brilliant commander. At this moment, she was the most feared presence not only in Tang Kingdom, but throughout the surrounding regions. Known along with Enlightenment as the legendary twin talents of Jiang Kingdom, she had arrived quietly and without fanfare. At the front of the black-armored horsemen, the middle-aged commander withdrew his piercing gaze. He glanced deeply at Yi Xian, still standing tall dozens of yards away, then jerked his reins, turning his horse's head abruptly. Leading thousands of cavalry, he retreated at high speed. They had charged like a black storm blotting out the city, but now faded like a retreating tide, vanishing in the far horizon before long. Yi Xian stood rooted to the spot. Did I scare them off? That thought crossed his mind, and a small smile curled on his lips as a quiet pride washed over him. Just then, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. I just realized Sumin's nerve is thicker than the entire earth. Yi Xian. As the dust settled, the silver-armored woman had already reined in her horse before him. Looking down from her height, her eyes were as cold and still as stars, seeming to see straight through him. Yi Xian was no fool. He understood well. The reason those cavalry retreated was largely because they feared the presence of this silver-armored woman. He had clearly realized that their retreat was almost certainly due to her. Yi Xian glanced curiously at the silver-armored woman. Though her looks were not as stunning as Enlightenment, she carried an indescribable sharpness about her. Especially her eyes, like twin, unsheathed long knives. Meeting her gaze felt like a cold blade pressed against one's skin, causing even Yi Xian to instinctively look away. But in an instant, that flicker of caution in his heart vanished. In his life, Yi Xian only respected the strong and feared no one. Without hesitation, he met the woman's piercing gaze. Heaton. Their auras were starkly different, her eyes sharp and aggressive, intimidating all who dared meet them, while Yi Xian's gaze was steady like a calm mountain, unmoved by passing winds or waves. Suddenly, the silver-armored woman withdrew her gaze and said coolly, "Follow me into the city." With that, she turned and strode toward the tightly shut city gate in the distance. Yi Xian shrugged and turned to Au beside him with a smile. "Let's go." Au nodded softly and quickly fell in step behind them. Under the woman's lead, the three soon reached the heavily locked city gate. She only glanced briefly at it before raising her finger. In an instant, several shadowy afterimages flashed forward like ghosts, striking the gate with crisp bangs. The thick gate shattered, wood splintering everywhere, and the figures silently retreated back behind her. Yi Xian's breath caught, his expression grave. Such terrifying strength. Those fighters must be all beyond the Lingkong realm at least. He glanced again at the silver-armored woman, eyes full of curiosity. Just who was this woman? The three stepped inside the city. At the same time, the Lord of Two Realms City and his guards arrived upon hearing the noise. The bulky lord waved his thick arm toward the silver-armored woman, shouting, "Who are you?" "You." Before he could finish, his gaze caught the golden sword at her waist. The blade's cold gleam reflected in his eyes, and his body suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, trembling uncontrollably before everyone, he slowly dropped to his knees, voice shaking. "Princess Jiao, your servant greets you." Princess Jiao. The crowd froze instantly. She was the youngest commander in Jiang's history, a legendary figure on par with Enlightenment. Elsewhere, Han Xiangming paused briefly, quickly rushing forward with an elder to greet her. Lu Shaoran also regained his composure and strode up to the silver-armored woman, cupping his hands in salute. "Lord of Qinshan City, Lu Shaoran, greets Princess Jiao." The silver-armored woman cast him a cold glance. "Lord Lu, though Two Realm City is not under your jurisdiction, you are still a Jiang native. When Tang invades, you stood by indifferent. You shall be punished. For 5 years. All your salary is forfeited, and you are fully responsible for caring for the victims in the city. Lu Shaoran bowed deeply again. I accept the punishment willingly. Han Xiangming stepped in front of the princess, lowering her head in respect. Drunk in Immortal Towers, Han Xiangming greets Princess Jiao. The princess' eyes were icy. If earlier you had spoken for this city's people, I would have ensured you rise smoothly within the drunken Immortal Tower. But you, a Jiang native, have no sense of duty to your homeland. People like you have no right to call themselves children of Jiang. From now on, you are no longer Jiang's. If the drunken Immortal Tower dares to let you manage Jiang affairs again, I will be the first to punish you without mercy. At her words, Han Xiangming's face instantly drained of color. Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope because the master of the third floor had previously told her to return to the imperial capital that was actually giving her a chance. But now, with a single sentence from the woman before her, all possibilities were shattered completely. The drunken Immortal Tower would never offend a powerful and influential figure for the sake of a woman of little value. She was ultimately not worth if this judgment was clear in the silver-armored woman's calm gaze, and equally reflected in the other woman's sudden look of despair. The silver-armored woman turned around and cast her eyes toward the Lord of Two Realms City and the soldiers kneeling nearby. Her voice was cold and decisive. Tang's forces have struck. The city lord is a coward who refused to fight, allowing the people to be slaughtered. An unforgivable crime is to be executed by slow slicing. The remaining soldiers shall each receive 50 lashes, and once healed, will be conscripted into the suicide squad. If in the future they gain merit fighting Tang, their present crimes may be forgiven. Take them all away. As soon as her words fell, several men dressed in black appeared silently like ghosts and arrested the city lord and his troops. The city lord, upon hearing the word slow slicing, rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. After the punishments were carried out, the silver-armored woman mounted her horse and looked back toward Yixian. No one in the city dared to fight until you drew your sword. You are not from Two Realm City then, why did you intervene? Meeting her sharp gaze without flinching, Yixian replied frankly, I may not be from Two Realm City, but I am from Jiang Kingdom. Seeing my countrymen humiliated, I could not bear it. That is why I drew my sword. The woman in silver nodded slightly, a trace of approval flashing in her eyes. If all Jiang men were like you, this trivial Tang Kingdom would be nothing. Join my army. You will be made a lieutenant general and command 100 soldiers. What do you say? Han Xiangming and Lu Shaoran exchanged looks. Startled, there could be no clearer sign of the ninth prince's regard for Yi Xian than joining the army as a lieutenant general immediately. Such an opportunity was extraordinary. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, but shook his head politely to decline. I still have many matters to attend to and have no intention to join the army now. The silver-armored woman did not seem offended and spoke gently. I won't force you. In recognition of today's deed, this position will be held for you. If one day you wish to join, you may report to the army at any time. With that, she struck her horse's flanks, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Au knelt down with a thud. I want to join the army. The silver-armored woman lowered her eyes. Do you understand the suffering in the military? No matter how hard, I am not afraid. Au clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. After a moment's gaze, the woman nodded. Follow me. Then she cracked her whip and set off. Au stood, glanced back at Yixian, a stubborn smile tugging at her lips. Remember, my name is Au. With that, she hurried after the departing figure. Brother. Yiling came running up, grabbing Yixian's arm tightly, as if afraid he might cause trouble again. Yixian gently patted her hand to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm fine. He then turned to Lu Shaoran. Senior Lu, is that the ninth princess of Jiang Kingdom? Lu Shaoran nodded. The very same. Along with Enlightenment, they are known as the unmatched twin pride of Jiang Kingdom. Yixian was struck in his heart, and then asked, Two Realm City is a key stronghold. Why isn't it heavily garrisoned? Lu Shaoran lowered his voice and explained, Jiang Kingdom and Tang Kingdom have a ceasefire agreement. To avoid escalating tensions, reinforcements have not been dispatched. But our showing weakness has only emboldened Tang. Now that the ninth princess has come in person, war seems inevitable. The word war weighed heavily on Yixian's heart, though he had yet to truly set foot on the battlefield. If war breaks out, countless lives will be lost. He silently wished if it could be avoided, that would be best. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the cloud ship. As it set sail, Two Realms City grew smaller behind them, while the imperial capital loomed larger ahead. Life aboard the cloud ship was rather dull, as there was little in the way of entertainment. The deck was vast and silent. The occasional cold wind moaned through the masts and rigging, while Yixian passed his unchanging days and nights in this quiet atmosphere. During the day, he played and chased with his younger sister, Yiling, across the deck. When night fell and the stars hung overhead like a river of light, he would sit cross-legged alone, engrossed in intense training. Ever since the battle intent had awakened within him, Yixian had reached the point where, during sparring sessions with the shadow formed by his secret technique, he could shatter it with a mere lift of his hand. Whenever he willed it, Battle intent surged like fire through his limbs and body, boosting his strength, speed, and perception step by step. The more he fought, the fiercer and braver he became. Every clash set his blood ablaze, filling him with an uncontrollable thrill. Unfortunately, battle intent was not the same as sword intent. Had he comprehended sword intent, he could officially join the ranks of Sword Dao masters. Though battle intent was powerful, it alone was insufficient to elevate him to a martial Dao master. Whether sword intent or battle intent, they were symbols of mastery. True mastery required a deep foundation in Dao cultivation. Yi Xian understood that he had merely glimpsed a higher realm ahead of completing the fundamentals. To complete this path, he had to proceed step by step. Still, he knew well. Once he reached the Qi manipulation realm, mastering the ability to control air and energy, he would have crossed the threshold into martial Dao mastery. The real value of that title would then depend entirely on how deeply he grasped the martial Dao. Even so, Yi Xian was already content, his sword heart clear, battle intent in hand. He couldn't wait to face Enlanxio, the snow-white-clad woman, in battle again. You are still no match for that woman. The mysterious woman seemed to hear his thoughts and spoke softly. When she sparred with you that day, she lowered her realm and also suppressed several special techniques. Overall barely acceptable. Barely acceptable? Yi Xian's expression stiffened slightly. Senior, you mean even in your eyes she's only barely acceptable? In my view, barely acceptable is enough to let her look down on countless talents beneath these clouds. The mysterious woman's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable confidence. Yi Xian's curiosity deepened. Senior, were you very powerful in the past? You guess. Her smile was unreadable. Changing the subject, she offered a parting word. Since you treat your sister so well, I'll give you some advice. Talent and spiritual constitution in this world are ultimately fleeting. Throughout history, many mortals have stood shoulder to shoulder with gods. Martial Dao, Sword Dao, even all the Daoisthi have no end. Talent only helps you start faster and go a bit further. Whether you reach the end depends on your perseverance and character. Perseverance, he understood well, had already proven this by protecting his sister and surviving until now. Character was less clear to him, but he had always acted on heart. If he believed something was right, he followed through. If wrong, he stopped. Life rarely goes as desired, so he only aimed to live with a clear conscience. The mysterious woman's voice echoed once more through the empty cabin. Since you have gained battle intent, study martial Dao more. Don't let this chance go to waste. The path of martial Dao must be explored on your own. Yi Xian paused, then hurried to ask, Senior, do you not understand martial Dao yourself? The mysterious woman said, It's not that you don't understand, but that you understand too well. In the future, whether it's swordsmanship or martial arts, you'll have to explore and study on your own. What I can do for you is only to guide you when you're in the dark, showing you the way ahead. After she finished speaking, she paused slightly, her gaze settling between Yi Xian's brows, her tone growing more solemn. The paths others take will always belong to them, so don't try to imitate. Only the path you forge step by step can truly teach you. Take this battle intent. For example, it's the insight born naturally from your earlier choice. If I told you how to do it beforehand, you'd never understand what battle intent really means. Most of the time, chasing after things deliberately only backfires. She waved her hand in mild impatience. Ugh, I don't want to waste time explaining these basics to you. Just hurry and join that so-called academy, so you won't bother me all day? Yi Xian understood and said no more. He recalled the mountain climbing analogy. When others tell you the mountain path is tough and bitter, you can't really feel it until you climb yourself. Only by experiencing it firsthand can you know where the difficulty lies, where the bitterness is. The same goes for swordsmanship and martial arts. Only through trials can one truly appreciate the hardships and rewards. An hour later, Yi Xian exited the boundary prison tower. Outside, the chubby boy Lu Ming, who had been waiting early, practically bounced over, following Yi Xian and Yi Ling back to their room. Since Yi Xian's heroic deed in the Two-Realm City, Lu Ming's admiration for the swordsman had grown borderline fanatical. Already a sword enthusiast, seeing Yi Xian step up in a crisis made him see the young swordsman as a towering figure, pure admiration, nothing less. Lu Ming was unfailingly familiar and friendly. As soon as he entered, he hugged a large pile of shiny, fresh fruits and placed them on the table, grinning broadly. Big brother, Ling's sister, eat. They're extra sweet. The siblings exchanged smiles. Not long after, the city lord Lu Xiaoran entered the room. He greeted Yi Xian with a respectful fist salute and asked politely, I hope I'm not disturbing you? Yi Xian stood up quickly. Of course not. Please have a seat, Senior Lu. Lu Xiaoran sat down at the table. The two youngsters saw this and obediently moved aside to play quietly. Lu Xiaoran got straight to the point. In half a day, you'll reach the imperial capital. Do you know anyone there? Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't know anyone in the imperial capital. Lu Xiaoran smiled faintly. The imperial capital is full of all kinds of people. If you don't mind, you're welcome to stay at a place I arrange. Once you successfully join the Tsangmu Academy, you can decide where to go next. How does that sound? Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That would be much appreciated. There's an old saying, having one more friend means one more path. Since Lu Xiaoran was sincere in befriending him, Yi Xian naturally didn't refuse. After Yi Xian's agreement, Lu Xiaoran's smile grew even warmer. As the lord of a city, he wielded considerable power and saw great potential in Yi Xian. After some polite words, he left with the excited Lu Ming. Silence returned to the room, leaving only the siblings. Yi Ling moved closer to Yi Xian and asked softly, "Brother, before in Two Realms City, did you reject becoming that deputy commander because of me?" Yi Xian looked at his sister. Yi Ling pursed her lips and continued, "I asked Lu Ming. He said that being a deputy commander is a big official position and official. Brother, why are you so silly? Why would you refuse?" Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's small head. "I'm going off to become a deputy general. What will you do?" The little girl looked up, her large black and white eyes steady and unflinching. "I'm your burden, right?" Yi Xian immediately shook his head, his tone firm and resolute. "You're the most important person in my life. For you, I'd do anything and give up anything." As he spoke, he entwined his fingers with Yi Ling's delicate little hand. "Without you, it doesn't matter if I become a sword immortal, it would mean nothing." At those words, tears suddenly slipped down Yi Ling's cheeks. She didn't say anything more, but threw herself into Yi Xian's embrace, holding on tightly. After a while, sleepiness overcame her. Her breathing gradually evened out, and exhaustion won as she slipped into a deep sleep. Such a sleepy head, Yi Xian murmured to himself with a hint of self-mockery. But looking at his sleeping sister, his heart felt as heavy as lead. Yi Ling was certainly more easily tired than before. Fortunately, the heavenly fire-warm jade was always close to her, keeping her body temperature from dropping too low, yet her complexion grew increasingly pale. Yi Xian knew she never mentioned this because she didn't want him to worry. He carefully tucked in the blanket around Yi Ling, then quietly closed the door, slowing his movements intentionally. Alone, he stepped onto the deck of the cloud ship. The wind at the bow was strong. The setting sun hung low, painting the horizon a deep crimson like a vast cloth on fire. The remaining light spilled across endless mountain ranges, casting blurred shadows. Looking up ahead, the imperial capital was now in sight. "Young friend," a voice suddenly called from behind. Yi Xian turned to see Lu Xiaoran approaching with his hands behind his back, a gentle smile on his face. "You look like you can't wait to reach the imperial capital already." Yi Xian nodded and replied straightforwardly, "Senior, could you tell me about Songmu Academy?" Lu Xiaoran didn't hesitate. Songmu Academy isn't tied to the Jiang Kingdom alone. Like the drunken Immortal Tower, it has branches across many nations. It's popular for three reasons: strong mentors, abundant cultivation resources, and prestige. Being admitted to Songmu is like getting labeled a genius. Graduates are highly sought after by major powers. For poor families, it's the fastest path to success. For royalty and noble houses, an academy status is both protection and a way to connect with other geniuses. In the imperial capital, connections matter most. Yi Xian pondered briefly and asked, "Is Enlancio, the national elite, also from Songmu?" Lu Xiaoran shook his head. "And Guisher isn't from Songmu. The academy director personally invited her, but she refused." "Why?" "Simple, there's no mentor in the academy qualified to teach her. Truth be told, she's already fit to be a mentor herself." Lu Xiaoran chuckled. "Sending someone like her to be a student? Ridiculous." Yi Xian was silent. Lu Xiaoran added, "Though she didn't join, Songmu still granted her the honorary title of mentor. Except for the director and a few core members, every student pays their respects to her. Also, Nguesher has a deep background, but that's not something we should interfere with." Yi Xian nodded in understanding, then asked, "Senior, I've heard Kangmas doctors are among the best. Is that true?" "Hard to say who's the absolute best, but certainly top tier in Jiang Kingdom. Even palace physicians often consult them. Some palace doctors started from Songmu." Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a weight lift from his chest. He turned once again to gaze at the horizon. Beyond the 1,000 mountains, the silhouette of a majestic ancient city loomed faintly. Bathed in golden light, it seemed to breathe an atmosphere spanning thousands of miles. The imperial capital. The imperial capital was the political heart of Jiang Kingdom and its most bustling metropolis. At this moment, a massive bronze cloud ship cut through the sky, the wind whipping the tassels on the sail's edge with a sharp rustle. On the deck, young cultivators from various cities craned their necks, eyes searching through the mist for the legendary city, a place where countless dreams began. As the cloud ship drew closer to the capital, the clouds parted to reveal an ancient and majestic city gradually coming into view. Towering walls glimmered with a dark golden hue in the sunlight. Banners snapped sharply in the wind atop the battlements, and the protective moat outside shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. On deck, Lu Xiaoran stood with his hands behind his back, suddenly turning to Yi Xian beside him, and said, "Young Yi Xian, the imperial capital is full of all kinds of people. You must be careful and tactful, otherwise, you'll invite endless trouble." Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and nodded in reply. I don't look for trouble. Lu Xiaoran waved his hand lightly with a resigned smile. It's not that I'm afraid you'll stir things up. Even as the lord of Tianheng City, I have to stay vigilant everywhere here to avoid offending some difficult factions. He looked seriously at Yixian. So in the capital, just avoiding trouble isn't enough. Making friends is always to your benefit. I understand, Yixian answered. He knew well that more allies often meant more chances to survive. Behind them, outside the cloud ship's window, the outline of the imperial capital became clearer. The city wasn't huge, around 1 million residents, but the weathered stone on the walls spoke of its long history. Meanwhile, scenes of prosperity unfolded. Dozens of cloud ships hovered or lined up for landing and departure, their glowing runes pulsing like giant birds circling over the river basin. Watching the sea of flickering lights overhead, Yixian couldn't help but whisper, so lively. Lu Xiaoran chuckled softly. The real excitement starts once we're inside. When the cloud ship came within 1,000 yards of the city walls, it gradually came to a stop, the protective runic array on its hull activating as it slowly descended. Below the window stretched a wide river. Dozens of cloud ships moored tightly side by side. A magnificent sight. Moments later, the vessel came to rest on the water, and a clear voice echoed down the corridor. Imperial capital reached. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. Yi Xian returned to the cabin. Inside, Yiling still slept soundly, her small face pressed to the pillow. Yi Xian didn't wake her, but gently lifted her onto his back before turning back to the deck. Lu Xiaoran nodded slightly at the gesture. Young Yi Xian, come with me to my manor first. With pleasure, Lord Lu, Yi Xian replied readily. Nearby, the little chubby fellow Lu Ming had been waiting anxiously. Hearing Yi Xian agree, his eyes lit up. Having arrived in the capital alone was dull enough, and now with two companions, he was naturally thrilled. The ladder was lowered against the ship's side, and passengers disembarked in an orderly stream. Carrying his sister, Yi Xian stepped steadily onto the solid wooden ladder, a faint protective spiritual energy cushioning his steps as the group headed toward the nearby city gates. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cloud ship, Han Xiangming leaned against the railing, her gaze tracking Yi Xian's departing figure. The Tsangmu Academy is not likely to find peace here, she murmured. An elder beside her frowned. Miss, why not try to make friends with him while you have the chance? Han Xiaoming shook her head, her eyes cool. That opportunity has passed. Seeking friendship now would only bring humiliation. She looked out over the capital's silhouette and added lowly. Joining the Tsangmu Academy is the only faint hope left. At the stone steps on the riverbank, crowds converged toward the city gates, voices rising in a cacophony of sound. The gates stood dozens of yards tall, massive black iron doors ajar beneath a mighty wooden plaque bearing the bold characters Imperial Capital. Looking up, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Only now did he truly realize how small Qingsheng was. The gates of Qingsheng were less than a tenth the size of this. This was a real city. The place called Qingsheng was hardly one at all. Upon entering the city gates, Yi Xian's first impression was the vastness. The main road beneath his feet, paved with blue stones, stretched some 20 zhang wide enough for a dozen horse-drawn carriages to run side by side, yet still felt incredibly spacious. On both sides, buildings rose and fell unevenly. Every eave was decorated with dark red railings and blue-tiled beast figures. There was no sense of crowding. Instead, it brought a refreshing ease to the mind. His second impression was the bustling liveliness. The street was filled with the clatter of carriages and a roar of voices. Commoners, scholars, and merchants mingled and hurried back and forth so loudly that anyone speaking quietly would go unheard. Amid this clamor, Yiling woke up groggily, rubbing her eyes with slender hands and curiously surveying their surroundings. Brother, this place is so much livelier than our Qing city, she said. Yi Xian smiled lightly, looking up at their companion Lu Xiaoran. Senior Lu, where is the Tsangmu Academy located? Lu Xiaoran folded his hands behind his back, his tone gentle. Young friend, don't rush. The Tsangmu Academy will not open recruitment for another 10 days or so. It isn't accessible to outsiders during this period. Even if you go now, it won't serve much purpose. Why not first stay at my residence to rest for a few days? When you're ready, we can set off towards the academy with my son together. How does that sound? Yi Xian nodded. That would be best. Guided by Lu Xiaoran, their group arrived at the Lu estate in the western part of the city. The manor covered a spacious area, with a gilded plaque hanging above the gatehouse. Once the vermilion doors swung open, layers of ornate gardens and screen walls greeted them, impressive, befitting the lord of the city. Lu Xiaoran had specially arranged a quiet small courtyard for the siblings and thoughtfully assigned 3 maids to attend to them. Such generous hospitality made Yi Xian feel a bit uneasy. Within half an hour of settling in, Yi Ling fell asleep again, unable to keep her eyes open. Watching her peaceful face, Yi Xian's heart weighed heavier. She slept 9 out of every 12 hours in a day. That was definitely not normal. He carefully tucked the blanket around her and quietly stepped outside. 10 days from now, the Tsangmu Academy would be his only hope. Yet he had not even stepped into the Yuchi realm, the academy's minimum requirement. Thinking this over, he withdrew a snow-white jade pendant from his chest, the gift from Enlightenment. If all else failed, he would have to use this item, although he hoped to enter the academy on his own strength. A spirit sword that was his fastest path to advancement. He had to find one to absorb. But spirit swords were incredibly rare. Even when one surfaced, the price was astronomical, and with his current means, he could not even afford a sword tassel. At this moment, he truly understood how harsh the path of cultivation was for ordinary people. Shifting his thoughts, Yi Xian entered the Jiu Tower. He no longer sparred with his shadow. His shadow was no longer a match. What he needed to conquer was the elusive battle intent, whose true essence he had yet to fully grasp. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, fewer than 2 days remained before the Tsangmu Academy's enrollment. Inside the Jiu Tower, Yi Xian clenched both fists tightly, invisible surges of power rippling across his knuckles. Battle intent. Now he didn't need to rely on the one sword to decide life or death. With this battle intent alone, he could contend with a Lingkong realm expert. Whether he would win was uncertain. The only regret was that he had not comprehended sword intent. If he had, facing a Lingkong master would be more manageable. Another half-hour passed, and he exited the tower. Lu Shaoran had already walked into the courtyard. Seeing Yi Xian appear, the city lord smiled and cupped his hands. "Young friend, have you grown accustomed to living here?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "To be honest, my sister and I have never lived in such a nice place before." Lu Shaoran threw back his head and laughed heartily, waving a hand. "Young friend, you really know how to joke. By the way, there's a banquet tonight. If you're free, bring your sister along and join me." "A banquet?" Yi Xian blinked in surprise. "What kind of banquet?" Lu Shaoran put his hands behind his back and spoke more slowly. "It's a welcome feast hosted by the imperial capital's eldest prince for the new talents enrolling at Tsangmu Academy. Whenever the academy recruits new students, outstanding talents gather from all over the land. Naturally, the royal family won't neglect this occasion, so the prince hosts the banquet in their honor." Yi Xian pondered briefly. "This kind of event can't be open to just anyone, right?" "Of course not." Lu Shaoran nodded firmly. "Only those who have both status and strength get invited. Nearly everyone standing in the banquet hall will be admitted to Tsangmu Academy, for sure. Otherwise, the royal family wouldn't waste invitations on them." Yi Xian gave a wry smile. "Senior, I haven't received an invitation." Lu Xiaoran's tone turned serious. "Then come with me, and I'll take care of the invitation. It'll be very beneficial for you to get to know these prodigies ahead of time. Don't turn it down." Yi Xian thought that a sword cultivator didn't always have to go it alone. After a moment's consideration, he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Shaoran chuckled. "Then please prepare yourself. I'll set off shortly." With that, he turned and left. When Yi Xian returned to the room, Yi Ling had just woken up. He gently rubbed his sister's cheek and softly said, "No more sleeping. Later, Big Brother will take you out to eat to your heart's content." Yi Ling blinked her sparkling eyes and smiled brightly. "Okay." Yi Xian tickled her nose. "Go wash your face quickly. We're leaving soon." Half an hour later, Lu Shaoran led Yi Xian, Yi Ling, and their escort out of the residence. The group soon arrived in the city center, where a towering tavern stood at the street corner of the Xianke mansion. This tavern covered nearly 1,000 square meters, with 6 floors and gilded exterior walls. Under the night lights, it glittered spectacularly and exuded an air of grandeur. What was even more astonishing was that it was a property under the famed Zuaxian Tavern Group. Yi Xian and Yi Ling had never seen such an imposing tavern before and were both stunned. Even Lu Ming, the chubby boy from Qianshan City, stared wide-eyed. Seeing their expressions, Lu Shaoran laughed loudly. "This isn't even the biggest one. If you travel more in the future, there are plenty of wonders in the world." Yi Xian nodded deeply. If he stayed in Qingsheng, he might remain as narrow-minded as a frog at the bottom of a well forever. They stepped into Xianke Mansion. The spacious, brightly lit lobby was filled with the scent of sandalwood incense. A pretty maid greeted them with a warm smile and a slight bow. "Is this Lord Lu?" Lu Shaoran nodded in acknowledgement. The maid's clear voice said, "The banquet will begin in half an hour. The eldest prince has arranged some entertainment for Lord Lu in the meantime. Would you like to try them?" Lu Xiaoran's face reddened slightly, and he quickly waved his hand. "No need. Take me to see the eldest prince." The woman nodded and led Lu Shaoran and his group up the wide wooden stairs. When they reached the 4th floor, Yi Xian and his sister were completely stunned by the sight before them. This floor was almost like an indoor plaza, larger in area than the entire Yi family mansion. The walls were decorated with gilded patterns and colorful paintings, glowing under the lights like a royal palace. Beneath their feet lay thick red tiger pelts, soft and warm, feeling as if they were stepping on clouds. "Wow." The chubby Lu Ming stomped his feet, his round face flushed bright red. "Dad, that's red tiger fur. One piece costs hundreds of gold coins, and there must be tens of thousands laid out here. Damn, this Xianke building is richer than our whole family." Yi Xian and Yi Ling exchanged amused glances. Yi Xian shook his head lightly. "Poverty limits one's imagination, brother." Lu Shaoran chuckled, partly moved and partly proud. Young friend, this Zuaxian building is wealthier than entire kingdoms. Even the royal family can't compare. After speaking, he glanced into the distance and added, please wait here a moment. He'll be right back. Then he briskly walked away. No sooner had Lu Zioran's figure vanished into the crowd than a young man dressed in a moon-white robe approached and bowed to Yi Xian with a fist salute. You must be newly arrived, brother? Just arrived. Yi Xian returned the salute. The youth smiled and introduced himself. I am Yu Buer, heir of the Yu family from Chuan City. May I ask your name, brother? Yi Xian from Qing City, a wanderer. Yi Xian replied calmly. A wanderer? Yu Buer was slightly taken aback and studied him from head to toe. After a moment, his expression turned cold. My apologies for disturbing you. With that, he turned and walked away. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Yu Buer stopped nearby, then saluted again and resumed the conversation. Yu Buer, heir of the Yu family in Chuan City. And you are? The man returned the salute. Mo Xiao, heir of the Mo family from Yu City. The Mo family that owns dozens of gold mines. Yu Buer exclaimed. Mo Xiao nodded. The very same. Yu Buer immediately grabbed Mo Xiao's arm warmly. Brother Mo, we hit it off at first sight today. Come, let's drink a few rounds together. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and Yi Ling were momentarily stunned. After a few breaths, Yi Xian gently shook his head and curled his lips into a faint smile. This feeling was indeed familiar back in Qingqing. The same rule applied. Only value determines whom one chooses to associate with. Beside him, the round-faced Lu Ming blushed with anger. Big brother, this guy looks down on people. Should I stand up for you? Yi Xian glanced at him and smiled lightly. Birds of a feather flock together. It's perfectly normal. Just as the little fatty was about to say something more, Lu Shaoran quickly approached. In front of him was a young man in a yellow robe, about 25 or 26 years old, handsome with a dignified aura. The youth stopped before Yi Xian, surveying him up and down, then smiled and said, Are you the Yi Xian brother? Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Lu Shaoran, who hurriedly introduced, Yi Xian, this is His Highness Jiang Nianqing, the great crown prince of Jiang Kingdom. Great crown prince. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, but still greeted him with calm respect, clasping his fists. Yi Xian from Qingqing. Jiang Nianqing nodded with a warm smile. Since brother Yi Xian has earned the favor of Lord Lu, we should become better acquainted in the future. Just as Yi Xian was about to reply, a voice suddenly burst from the crowd, full of excitement. Mo Suiqing has arrived. Mo Suiqing? Almost all eyes turned instantly to the stairway. Jiang Nianqing followed the sound, smoothing his robe, then stepped forward to greet her. Lu Shaoran opened his mouth, but said nothing. He had wanted to take the opportunity to introduce more, but knowing Yi Xian was a sword cultivator who disliked needless formalities, he decided against it better not risk offending anyone. Under all eyes, a woman slowly descended the stairs. She looked just over 20, dressed in a fiery red gown that outlined a tall and slender figure. Her features were exquisitely flawless, with elegant eyebrows and bright eyes. Her skin as white and delicate as jade, soft enough to touch, and above all, those clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, utterly captivating. Such beauty made even Yi Xian steal a second glance purely out of admiration, with no other intention. He withdrew his gaze and asked Lu Shaoran, Senior, who is she? Mo Suiqing. Lu Shaoran replied with a smile, the greatest beauty of the imperial capital. The greatest beauty of the imperial capital? Yi Xian blinked, instinctively asking back, what about Enlancio? Lu Shaoran explained softly, Nguo is famous in hundreds of kingdoms, but not for her looks. When others mention her, beauty is the last thing on their minds. Do you understand, young friend? Yi Xian nodded, understanding in his heart. With Mo Suiqing's appearance, all eyes immediately converged on her. The crowd gathered around as if she were the moon surrounded by orbiting stars. Next to Yi Xian, Lu Shaoran suddenly said, This Mo Suiqing isn't just beautiful. She comes from the Mo family, an ancient and prestigious clan that even the royal family respects. Now, the two princes of Jiang Kingdom are competing fiercely for the crown prince position. Whoever marries her will have the throne secured. He shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, Mo Suiqing has very high standards. She has declared that there isn't a single man in Jiang Kingdom worthy of her. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Ling, standing beside Yi Xian, chimed in brightly. I think my brother is good enough. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Only in your mind is he a treasure. To others, he's not even worth a blade of grass. Yi Ling smiled sweetly and stuck close to her brother's arm, unwavering in her confident appraisal of him. Lu Shaoran laughed heartily at the siblings' banter. Young friend, don't undervalue yourself. With talent and ambition, anything is possible. Though he didn't know the forces backing Yi Xian, he knew two things. First, Yi Xian killed an elder of the drunken Immortal Tower and came out unharmed. Second, soon after, the master of the tower suddenly died. These facts spoke volumes. Yi Xian dismissed these thoughts and glanced distantly at Mo Suiqing. She was proud and aloof, with lofty standards that put her above the heavens. He wasn't interested in making a fool of himself pursuing her. To him, a relationship was about chemistry and character. If love was built solely on talent, potential, and family background, what was the point? That was like saying, you only love me because I'm rich. If I'm poor, you don't. Such love was worthless. The banquet officially began. Yi Xian, Yi Ling, and Lu Xiaoran's son were seated at a separate round table. The table was piled high with dishes of all kinds, and servers kept bringing more. The siblings and the little chubby boy ate joyfully, used to simple food since childhood. The sumptuous delicacies were a whole new world to Yi Xian and Yi Ling, while the little boy just loved to eat. Around them, guests toasted and mingled, but their table kept their heads down, focused on eating, making them quite conspicuous. Lu Xiaoran smiled wryly. He knew his son's character best. Getting the boy to say polite things was like trying to move the sky, and might even offend someone. As for Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoran thought he was too proud to socialize. But he didn't know that whenever Yi Xian claimed to be a lone cultivator, others would immediately turn their backs and leave. Yi Xian hated it too. Making friends always meant first revealing your family background, which was maddening. After a while, Lu Xiaoran spotted some familiar old acquaintances and stood up. You two keep eating, I'll go say hello. He turned and left. Yi Ling immediately offered Yi Xian a large chicken drumstick. Brother, eat more. Then she took a piece of cabbage and placed it in the little boy's bowl. Little fatty, you need to lose weight. Vegetables are good, eat more. The boy looked at the cabbage and said plaintively, Ling Jia, you're so biased. Yi Ling giggled and handed Yi Xian a piece of braised pork. Brother, this one's even better, so tender. The boy's eyes twitched in frustration before he huffed hard. Humph. When we get home, I'm definitely going to ask my mom to have me a little cisterno too. Yi Xian and his sister exchanged a glance, and the next moment, the siblings both burst into laughter. Nearby, a veiled woman appeared beside Mo Suiqing Han Xiangming, who had just arrived not long ago. She was quietly speaking with Mo Suiqing. Although she nodded along, her gaze repeatedly flickered toward Yi Xian, clearly surprised to see him here. Noticing her companion's distraction, Mo Suiqing followed her gaze and casually asked, Xiangming, do you know that guy? Han Xiangming nodded softly. Mo Suiqing's smile deepened slightly. If he's caught your attention like this, he must be someone special. Tell me, whose son is he? Han Xiangming shook her head. I've only had 1 or 2 brief encounters with him, not exactly acquainted. Not acquainted, but you keep sneaking glances? Mo Suiqing smirked playfully. What? Fallen for him? Not bad looking, I guess your taste's not too bad after all. Han Xiaoming still shook her head. Don't say nonsense. I just didn't expect to see him here. Mo Suiqing scanned the crowd and spoke quietly. This place gathers the young talents from cities across Jiang Kingdom. It's perfectly normal to network here. Nowadays, strength alone isn't enough, you need connections too, right? Han Xiaoming asked back. Did you see who he's networking with? Mo Suiqing hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Yi Xian with raised eyebrows. If what you said is true, he really is somewhat special. Han Xiaoming fell silent. Don't mention him. It's none of our business. I insist on checking. Mo Suiqing's interest was piqued. Come on, let's go see for ourselves. Han Xiangming's expression changed suddenly, and she urged, Suiqing, don't provoke him. He. Provoke? Mo Suiqing chuckled lightly. That's a new way to put it. Seems you're a bit wary after all. What's really going on? Before Han Xiaoming could explain, Mo Suiqing waved her off. Forget it, the more he intrigues me. Come with me. Without waiting, she grabbed Han Xiangming's arm and marched toward Yi Xian's table. Their approach immediately drew attention. Few dared to have Mo Suiqing come to them voluntarily. At the table, Mo Suiqing sized up Yi Xian with a playful smile. This table's just emptied. You don't mind if we sisters sit, do you? Yi Xian glanced at them, recognizing Han Xiangming, but uncertain of their intentions. Before he could speak, Mo Suiqing pulled Han Xiangming down to sit. May I ask your honorable name and which sect you belong to? She blinked coyly. Yi Xian put down his chopsticks and cupped his fists. Yi Xian, a lone cultivator. A lone cultivator? Mo Suiqing's eyes glittered with interest. Just a lone cultivator? Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. Mo Suiqing's lips curved into a smirk. A mere lone cultivator doesn't have the right to be here. Yi Xian smiled lightly in response. We're just here with Lord Lu of Lu City, kind of crashing the feast. Crash the feast. The remark triggered a round of laughter nearby. Even Mo Suiqing chuckled. This is the first time I've seen someone come here just to crash a meal. Yi Xian became thoughtful for a moment before saying, Miss Mo, if you have business, please get straight to the point. All eyes around them were fixed on this spot, which was far from a good thing for him. Yi Xian lowered his eyelids, unwilling to attract cold hostility over some inexplicable trouble. Yet Mo Suiqing still smiled brightly, her skirt swaying gently as if she had come just for fun. Nothing much, just came to hang out. Is that not allowed? What? Young Master Yi, do you think I'm not worthy to sit at your table? Her tone was light and carefree. As she finished speaking, a slight smile played at her lips, as if waiting for a good show to begin. Her provocation caused the expression of several men nearby, who had been quietly watching her, to change instantly. One of them quickly approached Mo Sweeking's side and gave Yi Xian a cold glance. Miss Mo, what is he to you? Why would he deserve to sit with you? Smack. Without warning, the little chubby man slapped the table hard, causing tea to splash everywhere. Pointing angrily at the man, he growled, "Who the hell do you think you are, talking to my big brother like that?" The man narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. Looking for death? Just as the chubby guy was about to retort, Yi Xian raised a hand to hold his shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Then he turned to Mo Suiqing. "Miss Mo, how have I offended you for you to aim all this hostility at me?" Mo Suiqing blinked innocently, feigning naivety. "Instigating hatred? Not at all. I just thought you had a remarkable presence and wanted to get to know you a little. Didn't expect to be misunderstood, Sai. It seems young master Yi simply looks down on befriending me." Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly as he lowered his voice. "But you see, those few words of yours have already pushed me into the spotlight. That's your problem, isn't it?" Mo Suiqing shrugged with a smile still on her lips. Yi Xian let out a quiet sigh, knowing this woman was deliberately stirring trouble. He stood, grabbed the chubby man's arm, and spoke softly to the obedient Yi Ling beside them. "Let's go." Yi Ling nodded understandingly and casually slipped a red apple from the table into her pocket. Xian always liked to have some fruit after a meal. Seeing the three turn to leave, Mo Suiking's smile faded, her voice cold. "Brother Yi, no face at all? You really look down on me?" The man beside her immediately chimed in with a sneer, casting a scornful glance at Yi Ling. "Freeloading on food and drink is one thing, but even packing food to take away? I've never seen such low-class behavior." At his words, Yi Ling's face suddenly went pale as she hurriedly put the apple back on the table. Han Xiaoming, standing nearby and overhearing this, felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but recall how the Yinchuan massacre had started because someone had humiliated this little girl. In an instant, a strong gust of wind blew. The man's vision blurred for a moment, and before he could react, a steel fist struck squarely against his jaw. Bang! His whole body flew backward, crashing through two tables, teeth mixed with blood scattering across the floor. The crowd in the restaurant all gasped in shock. Fighting here? Yi Xian is ruthless. Mo Suiqing hadn't expected Yi Xian to strike so decisively. Her eyes turned icy cold. "You're quite capable." Yi Xian didn't bother to say more. He took a step forward, standing before her with a calm but sharp voice. "Women like you, relying on a little beauty, never respect others. You treat the men around you like toys and take pride in watching them make fools of themselves over a single word from you, don't you? To be honest, even if a woman like you stripped naked and lay before me, I wouldn't feel the least bit interested." With that, he reached out, grabbed the apple again, and then led Yi Ling and the chubby man briskly toward the exit. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the entire room fell into stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Someone had just dared to insult Mo Suiqing openly. She was the dream girl worshipped by countless men across the imperial capital. Bang! Mo Suiqing slammed her jade-like palm onto the wooden table, instantly shattering it into splinters that scattered everywhere. In a flash, she stood directly in front of Yi Xian and his two companions, her gaze locked onto him while a faint, almost teasing smile lingered at the corners of her lips. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" The two were less than half a foot apart, their breaths mingling. Yi Xian met her stare without hesitation, his voice firm and unyielding. "Women like you, blinded by your looks, treat men as toys. You enjoy watching them make fools of themselves at your command, right? Frankly, even if you stripped naked and lay before me, I wouldn't be interested." The lingering smile took on a chilling edge. A wave of tension swept through the crowd. The most beautiful woman in the imperial capital was furious. Mo Suiqing struck. With a graceful flick of her wrist, a fierce gust of true energy burst roaring from her palm, instantly spreading the oppressive aura of the Qi Master Realm. Tables and chairs around them crumbled to dust in the blast. Despite the violent air currents, Yi Xian stood firm and responded by raising his fist to strike. Boom! The fist collided with the gale, shattering it. The shockwave swept outward as cutting winds sliced through the air. Both combatants were forced to step back several paces, cracks spiderwebbing across the floor beneath their feet. Mo Suiqing stared coldly at Yi Xian, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she sneered. "Not bad at all." Without pause, she raised her palm for another strike. "Suiqing." Han Xiaoming hurried forward and stepped between them. Mo Suiking's voice was stern. "Xiaoming, step aside." Han Xiaoming grasped her wrist gently, voice low and earnest. "Forget it. Just do this for me, will you? Forget it?" Mo Suiqing scoffed. "After being insulted like that, you want me to let it go?" Han Xiaoming's gaze pleaded. "Just listen to me, please." Mo Suiqing furrowed her brow slightly. "Xiaoming, what exactly is Yi Xian's background that makes you so wary of him?" Before she could finish speaking, the Crown Prince Jiang Yinqing and Lu Xiaoran arrived hurriedly. Spotting the wreckage on the ground, Lu Xiaoran's heart sank. Jiang Yinqing glanced toward Yi Xian and Mo Suiking's direction before stepping up with a courteous smile, cupping his hands. "Miss Mo, What has caused you such anger? Mo Suiking's eyes were icy as she coolly pointed at Yi Xian. Jiang Nianxing, this is the person you invited, right? Jiang Nianxing cast a brief glance at Yi Xian, furrowing his brows. Miss Mo, could there be some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Mo Suiqing laughed lightly as she sat down on a nearby chair, fingers tapping the armrest. You invited this man who insulted me in front of everyone, and you say it's a misunderstanding? What? Is this man your friend? Standing nearby, Lu Xiaoran's heart clenched. Whether they could sway Yi Xian now depended on how the crown prince responded. Jiang Nianxing's own thoughts churned violently. There was no way the crown prince could really be friends with this man. From the crowd, someone stepped forward and shouted harshly. This man's disrespectful words openly insult Miss Mo. Such a rogue should be punished immediately to set an example. Another voice echoed in agreement. Exactly. Such a vulgar person doesn't even deserve to sit among us. Your Highness, you must have this man expelled immediately, lest he disgrace Miss Mo's honor. The flickering lantern light in the main hall cast dancing shadows as everyone turned toward the voice, catching sight of the speaker's face flushed with righteous indignation. Crown Prince Jiang Nianxing raised his hand to quiet the crowd, paused thoughtfully, then shook his head gently. I don't know this man, nor have I invited him here. Lu Xiaoran inwardly sighed. So it was as expected. Mo Suiqing had the full backing of the Mo family, but now that Yi Xian had aroused widespread anger, the prince would not easily protect him at a time like this. Yi Xian remained expressionless, tightly holding Yi Ling's hand, his gaze calm and steady. Suddenly, harsh laughter broke out from the crowd. No wonder he was eating like that earlier actually sneaked in. What kind of servants do they have, letting a person like that slip inside? Lu Xiaoran stepped forward, clasping his fists and speaking loudly. I am Lu Xiaoran, Lord of Qinshan City. This young friend was invited by me. If anyone has been offended, I apologize on his behalf. Then he turned to Yi Xian and gave a wry smile. I didn't expect things to escalate like this. Yi Xian, my apologies. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. It's none of your concern. Lu Xiaoran nodded, then met the crown prince's grave gaze. Jiang Nianxing lowered his voice. Old Lu, do you realize what you're doing? Lu Xiaoran smiled and clasped his fists again. Prince, excuse the intrusion. Then he faced Yi Xian. Friend, let's go. His stance clearly marked that in front of everyone, he was choosing to side with Yi Xian. The scene stunned everyone present. The prince's heart tightened. Who exactly was this Yi Xian? Yi Xian responded softly, took Yi Ling's hand, and followed Lu Xiaoran to leave. Just then, Mo Suiqing cut in coldly. What? You're just going to walk off like that? Lu Xiaoran stopped, pondered briefly, then stepped forward halfway. Miss Mo, I believe this matter was a misunderstanding. Please grant this old man some leniency, and let it end here, shall we? Mo Suiqing crossed her arms, her tone indifferent. Fine. If it's to be forgiven, he must kneel and apologize to me first, and then it will be over. Lu Xiaoran's brows furrowed deeply. Suddenly, Han Xiangming gracefully stepped forward and bowed before Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, although this incident was not intentional on my part, it happened because of me. I apologize. Xiaoming. Mo Suiqing snapped angrily. Which side are you on? Han Xiaoming turned to her. Suiqing, if you consider me a friend, can we let this matter drop? Mo Suiqing's expression froze, but she still didn't concede. How could this be let go so easily? A hoarse but powerful voice broke the stalemate. All eyes turned toward the sound to see a burly youth of about 18 or 19 descending the stairs. His crew-cut and fierce expression made it feel as if each step slammed into the hearts of those present. Songqi, someone exclaimed. He's that genius from the Tsang family. I heard he got early admission into Tsangmu Academy. Everyone in the imperial capital knew only 5 students were granted exemption from entrance exams this year, and Songqi was one of them. More importantly, he had always claimed to be a follower of Mo Suiqing. Stopping in front of Mo Suiqing, Songqi gave Yi Xian a cold sidelong glance, his tone icy. Suiqing, I'm here to take revenge for you. Mo Suiqing frowned deeply, her voice cold and sharp. Songqi, this has nothing to do with you. Songqi snarled in reply. If he dares to insult you, that's an insult to me. With that, he suddenly whirled around, his gaze icy and fierce as it locked onto Yi Xian. Who do you think you are, to dare insult Suiqing? Today, he'll smash your bones one by one. Roaring like a tiger unleashed, he charged forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure like a mountain bearing down. Before anyone could see him, the sheer force of his presence already enveloped Yi Xian. Clenching his right fist tightly, Yi Xian felt the oppressive aura suddenly dissipate. Then, Songqi threw a fierce punch toward Yi Xian's chest, but Yi Xian met it head-on with a punch of his own. The two forces collided violently, distorting the air around them. Boom, boom. 2 muffled impacts echoed as Yi Xian was knocked back nearly 3 meters, while Songqi was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing forcefully into the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone present froze in shock, eyes fixed on the clash. Jiang Nianxing narrowed his eyes, his expression complicated. while Mo Suiking's frown deepened. Everyone knew well how formidable Sangchi was. His body was extraordinarily tough and resilient. Few at his level could face him head-on. Yet in this fight, he had unexpectedly fallen behind, even if only temporarily. A flicker of disbelief and anger flashed in Sangchi's eyes as he glared at Yi Xian, gritting his teeth. How could you? Yi Xian's expression remained calm and cold as he retorted, in terms of physical strength, I fear no one. Having cultivated to the hidden realm the golden body stage's tough flesh made him fearless not only against ordinary humans, but even against fierce beasts. Burning with rage, Sangchi roared and charged at Yi Xian again without hesitation. Yi Xian shifted his stance swiftly to meet him head-on. Under everyone's watchful eyes, their fists clashed fiercely once more. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone rang out as Sangchi's right arm shattered brutally. Like a puppet with broken strings, he was blasted backward, colliding heavily with the wall with a resounding thud. Despite struggling several times, he could not stand. Yi Xian cast a cold glance around, then tightened his grip on Yi Ling's hand and said, "Let's go." Just as they were about to leave, a serious voice rang out, stopping everyone. It was the voice of Crown Prince Jiang Yinxing. He walked calmly to Yi Xian's side, smiling gently. "Brother Yi, I've heard everything. You did insult Miss Mo. You should apologize to her." The Crown Prince's arrival instantly shifted the atmosphere. Some bowed slightly to Jiang Yinxing. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for ensuring justice. This man abused his power and insulted Miss Moi's crime is unforgivable. We beseech you to have him arrested." Jiang Yinxing clasped his fists in return, voice resolute. "Rest assured, justice belongs to the people's hearts. I will not stand by idly and will ensure Miss Mo receives justice." Then, turning to Yi Xian, his tone hardened. "Brother Yi, if you do not apologize today, I doubt you'll be leaving this Xian guest house anytime soon." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Your Highness' tactic to win favor is truly effective on multiple fronts." Frowning, Jiang Niansheng's voice took on a commanding coldness. "Apologize. Show your sincerity. And kneel." As soon as he spoke, a group of burly guards armed with long spears surged forward. They were obviously among the elite forces. "Kneel and apologize." Their voices barked fiercely as they charged. At that moment, steady footsteps sounded from the staircase, causing everyone to pause and turn their attention. A woman in flowing white robes appeared, graceful and ethereal, like a deity descended from the heavens. It was Enlightenment. At her arrival, the guards immediately dropped to one knee. Nearly everyone present bowed respectfully and spoke in unison, "Greetings, and Guisher." Even Crown Prince Jiang Nianxing bowed respectfully, his face shifting slightly. Mo Suiking's expression turned ashen, but she rose and bowed respectfully as well. Mo Suiqing of the Mo family, "Greetings, and Guisher." And Lanxiao nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Yi Xian with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "To advance so quickly is truly astonishing," she said with a faint smile, then softened her tone. "Brother Yi, would you accompany me somewhere for a private conversation?" The title Brother Yi landed like a heavy hammer, shocking everyone present into stunned silence. "Brother Yi." Everyone froze as if struck by thunder, their breath catching simultaneously. In the vast imperial capital, those whom Enlightenment would address as brother were few and far between. If she was willing to treat someone as an equal, how could that person be ordinary? All eyes quickly turned to Yi Xian, curiosity and scrutiny swirling deep in their pupils. Even Mo Suiqing raised her brow, slightly. She knew Enlightenment well, and the people Enlightenment acknowledged were barely a handful in the entire capital. What on earth had this young stranger done to deserve her respect? On the other side, Crown Prince Jiang Niansheng's face darkened like iron, a cold dread seeping into his heart. This time, he had probably backed the wrong horse. And Lanxiao stood in front of the pavilion, her gaze gentle yet edged with an undeniable sharpness. Yi Xian smiled lightly and replied with a single word, "Fine." Before he finished speaking, a young man stepped forward briskly, positioning himself between them with a deep bow. "Guo. This man just insulted Miss Mo and attacked her in public, must be severely punished. We earnestly beg you to uphold justice." And Lanxiao glanced at him coolly and asked, "Who are you?" The young man's eyes flickered with pride as he bowed again and announced loudly, "Li Feng of the Li family. Greetings, Guo." And Lanxiao gave no reply, turning instead to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression remained calm and silent, but Yi Ling standing beside him grew anxious and tugged at Enlightenment's sleeve, whispering urgently, "Sisterin, they're bullying someone." She quickly explained everything that had just happened, her voice rushed and tense. After a moment, Enlightenment shifted her gaze toward Mo Suiqing. A chill ran through Mo Suiking's heart. Though the Mo family was powerful, the person before her was not to be trifled with, far beyond the reach of even colossal forces like Songmu Academy or the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Miss Mo, and Lanxiao withdrew her stance. The Mo family is a great household of the imperial capital. As a representative of the young generation, Your words and actions reflect your family's honor. Such immature behavior is out of place, don't you agree? Mo Suking's face turned pale and then flushed with anger, but she remained silent. Unlanxious' gaze was sharp as lightning. No answer means harboring resentment? With those words, a magnificent aura suddenly erupted from her, like an invisible mountain pressing down. Mo Suching, standing some distance away, instinctively bowed her body and slowly bent at the knees under the oppressive force. The surrounding murmurs abruptly ceased as the air seemed to solidify, and Lancio was angry. No one dared to speak, and no one pleaded on Mo Suking's behalf. Under the unyielding gaze of all, Mo Suking's strength finally gave out. She fell heavily to her knees, fists clenched tight until her knuckles whitened. Pain and humiliation contorted her expression. She was a favored daughter of the heavens. Never before had she endured such disgrace. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared, bowing deeply with hands clasped. Guashurin, my young lady acted out of ignorance and youth. Please, for the sake of the old family head, forgive her this once. Many thanks. Only then did Enlancio withdraw her overwhelming aura. Mo Suking's body went limp, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Enlancio cast a cold glance at her, her tone calm, but resolute. Go back and tell the head of the Mo family that Brother Yi is my friend. If Mo family has any grievances about today's matter, let them come to me directly. Should I learn the Mo family dares to take it out on Brother Yi and his sister, I, Enlancio, will personally go to the Mo family and seek justice for them. The elderly man nodded quickly, and then left with Mo Suching in tow. Enlancio turned to face the crown prince, whose expression shifted slightly. She spoke softly. Does the crown prince know how rare it is for Jiang Nation to produce a talent like this? You humiliate our nation's talent today for your own selfish reasons. Such short-sightedness is utterly foolish. Her words cut like a cold blade. Jiang Niansheng's face darkened, but he dared not reply. Even his father, the emperor, treated this woman with utmost respect. As a member of the royal family, he understood clearly. If a choice had to be made between Enlancio and himself, the Jiang royal household and countless noble families would sooner sacrifice him than offend her in any way. It was her presence alone that kept neighboring nations wary, preventing invasions from ambitious upstarts. Enlancio closed her eyes briefly and announced calmly, I hereby resign from my position as reception officer for all new recruits. For the next 5 years, I shall hold no such post. The crown prince was stunned at first, then bowed deeply, lowering his head as he left. Before disappearing into the lantern-lit doorway, he glanced back once at Yixian. Enlancio turned to Yixian and held out her hand. Brother Yi, please come. Yixian gripped his sister Yiling's hand tightly. Can I bring my sister along? Of course, Enlancio answered softly with a smile. All eyes in the hall were fixed on the trio as the woman in white departed with the siblings. The room fell silent, no one speaking for a long moment. Night deepened over the imperial city, the streets quiet beneath a pouring moonlight. The three walked side by side, their footsteps echoed on the blue stone. Enlancio spoke quietly. I never imagined the day we parted, Brother Yi, that you had already purified your sword's spirit and grasped the true essence of battle. You are now almost a martial master. Yixian asked warily. How can you see through me so clearly? I wanted to ask back in Qing City. Enlancio smiled faintly, shaking her head. My eyes are rather special, they see the essence. She chose not to elaborate. Seeing this, Yixian did not press further. They reached a secluded corner, where Enlancio stopped and stood facing him. In Liangjie City, you were the one who charged against the Tang Kingdom's black-armored cavalry, standing alone against thousands, weren't you? Yixian blinked, surprised. How do you know? The ninth princess is a close friend of mine. She mentioned a youth in blue with his sister by his side that day. I thought it must be you. Enlanxious' eyes twinkled with a smile. Yiling beside him smiled sweetly and gripped his hand tighter. Enlancio resumed walking, her voice carried softly by the night breeze. Brother Yi, the hearts in the imperial capital are complicated, everyone's only out for profit. How many truly care about their homeland? If anyone from today's hall had been in Liangjie City, few would dare to stand as bravely as you did. Yixian responded quietly. And miss, you care deeply about Jiang Nation? Only with a nation can there be a home, and with a home there is a person, Enlancio said, glancing back with clear eyes. It's not the royal family I care for, but the country itself. Do you understand? Yixian nodded. I do. He admitted to a lifetime of selfishness, yet if the nation was in peril, he would stand up too. Like Enlancio, he was loyal not to the throne but to the land he called home. The three continued slowly on under the silver moonlight. Enlanxious white robes fluttered gently, like a celestial being fallen to earth, prompting Yixian's silent admiration. Such a beautiful woman. Suddenly, Enlancio spoke again. Brother Yi, the capital is full of schemes and deceit. You are a swordsman, straightforward, and honest, so you must be careful in all dealings. Yixian turned to her and nodded solemnly. Thank you. He paused, his battle spirit sharpening in his eyes like a fierce blade. Shall we fight? A fight it would be. Right now, what he longs for most is a real fight, a battle with a formidable opponent, because the shadows inside the prison tower are no longer a match for him. At this moment, he even feels uncertain about his own limits. Just how far has he truly advanced? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Enlightenment gently turned her head. Her eyes were serene like water, and a faint smile curled at her lips at that instant. It was as if the world lost its color. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. Beside Yi Xian, Yi Ling looked up and softly praised, "Sister, you're truly beautiful." And Lancio bent down and lightly brushed Yi Ling's hair with her fingertips, her voice gentle and clear. "Beauty is merely skin deep. A person's true strength and goodness come from the heart." She then looked at Yi Xian with a smile that carried some seriousness. "When you reach the Yuchi realm, will you have a decisive battle with me?" Yuchi realm, Yi Xian pondered briefly before nodding firmly. "All right." At this, Lancio paused, her skirt brushing softly against the blue stone pavement. "Brother Yi, let us part ways here." Yi Xian clasped his fists in response. "Missin, until we meet again." He took Yi Ling's hand and turned to leave. Yi Ling turned playfully, waving back, her affection for Enlightenment written all over her face. The siblings disappeared down the street's end, and only then did Enlightenment withdraw her gaze and continue forward. Next to her, unnoticed until now, stood a gray-robed elder. The elder spoke in a low voice. "Miss, the closer you get to him, the more trouble he may attract." And Lanxia's steps never faltered as she calmly instructed, "Old Ling, go tell those people whoever dares to trouble these siblings because of me, I will not let them off easily." Old Ling smiled wryly. "Miss, if you don't get involved, he'll be peaceful on his own." She glanced sideways. "Do you think he's not worthy of me?" "Not at all." Old Ling shook his head. This young man awakened his fighting spirit at a tender age, his sword heart crystal clear, a rare talent and chance. If he were just an ordinary friend, that might suffice. But if he suddenly stopped himself, Miss An's connection to that youth is clearly something unusual, which is an ill omen. And Lancio chuckled lightly. "You're worried I might fall for him, aren't you?" Old Ling sighed inwardly. Miss An is always honest and blunt. She gazed toward the direction where Yi Xian and his sister disappeared, her eyes softening. "In Qing City, I admired how deeply he cares for his sister. After the matter in the Two-Realm City, my feelings for him go beyond admiration." She retracted her gaze, a playful lift at her brow. "A fine man should be like this." Old Ling's expression darkened, but he could only follow silently. In his heart, he reminded that youth, to truly stand by Miss An's side, one must have the right status, strength, talent, and background. Without any, it just won't do. Yi Xian is only a discarded son of a minor family. The gulf between their standings is immense. After a moment, he sighed softly and quickened his pace to catch up with his mistress. At the other end of the street, the setting sun cast its golden light over the blue stones as Yi Xian carried Yi Ling, walking slowly. Yi Ling rested on her brother's back, murmuring quietly, "Brother, Sister An is so beautiful." Brother, do you like Sister An? Why don't you marry Sister An? I think you two would make a great match." Yi Xian chuckled hoarsely. "Brother here has nothing to offer. Would you want to just share the northwest wind with me? But do you like her?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then softly said, "Brother only wishes for your safety, always. Brother, I want to be with you forever." "You silly girl, you'll have to get married someday." "No, I won't." "Why not?" "Because you'll never meet anyone who treats me better than you do." Yi Xian carried his sister back to the residence. As soon as they arrived, Yi Ling lay down to rest. Carefully and quietly, he placed her on the bed. The young girl instantly curled into a ball, hugging her chest tightly, her fingertips tinged blue from the biting cold. Alarmed, Yi Xian hurried to fetch a thick blanket to cover her. But within moments, the blanket was soaked through by the chill, yet Yi Ling continued to shiver violently. "Senior," he called out anxiously, reaching up to remove the heavenly fire-warm jade pendant hanging around Yi Ling's neck. The once warm, smooth jade was now covered with a thin layer of frost, cold enough to pierce to the bone on touch. "Senior, send that jade inside." Suddenly, a mysterious woman's voice exploded inside his mind. Without hesitation, Yi Xian sent the jade into the Jiu Tower with a flick of his will. Moments later, the jade reappeared in his palm, its frost completely gone, radiating warm light once more. He quickly placed the pendant back on Yi Ling. Warmth from the jade flowed into her body, bringing color slowly back to her pale face and steadying her breath. Yi Xian's tight heart eased for a moment. At that instant, the mysterious woman's voice spoke again. "This jade's spiritual power and essence have been depleted by over 99%. It can last at most one more day. After that, it will become nothing but a worthless stone. You'd better prepare now." Worthless stone. Yi Xian's brow furrowed deeply. If the heavenly fire-warm jade failed, how could his sister withstand that sinister chill? Gazing at Yi Ling's faintly flushed face, his eyes grew more resolute. After a moment, he quietly slipped out of the room. The courtyard was bathed in silver moonlight. Raising his head to the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, he clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles cracked. Tomorrow was the day that Songmu Academy would begin accepting new students. If he could get in smoothly, he could find doctors and medicines for his sister to end her suffering once and for all. Footsteps approached, and Lu Xiaoran entered the courtyard. Yi, my friend, I apologize for tonight's troubles, Lu Xiaoran said with a weary smile. It's not your fault, Senior Lu. Yi Xian shook his head. Lu Xiaoran sighed. I had hoped much for the crown prince, but tonight's events revealed he's not what I had imagined. These royal sons are masters of putting on appearances. Yi Xian hesitated briefly, then lowered his voice to remind. It's too early to pick sides now. If you act rashly, the one above may not take it well. Lu Xiaoran smiled bitterly and nodded. I understand. Still, if you don't choose now, it will be too late later. Senior Lu, you only need to pledge loyalty to His Majesty. As long as the Emperor rules, the Lu family will stand firm as a rock, Yi Xian said calmly. Lu Xiaoran slowly nodded in agreement. I've been thinking the same. The Crown Prince's struggle is a game the Lu family wants no part of anymore. Changing the subject with a lighter tone, Lu Xiaoran said, Friend, with the Songmu Academy recruitment tomorrow, my good-for-nothing son will be relying on you to look after him. You flatter me, Senior. I might not even pass the entrance exam. Yi Xian smiled in reply. Lu Xiaoran shook his head. If they don't accept you, it will be their loss. After watching Lu Xiaoran leave, Yi Xian steadied his mind and swiftly entered the Jiu Tower. As soon as he stepped onto the first floor, a faint tremor came from upstairs. Someone had triggered a mechanism. Its sound barely audible, but unmistakable to his ears. Looking upward, he asked gravely, Senior, what was that? The mysterious woman's faint echo replied, What do you think it was? Yi Xian gave a wry smile. Senior, what exactly is this second floor? What kind of existence lies within? After a brief silence, the mysterious woman said, He's not someone to trust. In any case, once you enter the academy, you must find a way to acquire a spirit sword to advance your cultivation. Everything has to be done faster. Her voice was low but left no room for doubt. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The prison realm tower had always made him uneasy, especially the faint but ominous aura from the second level, like a ferocious beast ready to tear through its seal at any moment. There was no concrete evidence, just the warnings the tower itself seemed to convey. Time was running out, and he had to become stronger as soon as possible. The most important first step now was to join Songmu Academy. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. At dawn, the red sun slowly rose on the horizon, casting a soft golden veil over the mist. Yi Xian changed into a pure white robe woven with cloud patterns and took his sister Yi Ling's hand as they stepped out of their residence. Outside the gate, Lu Xiaoran and the chubby boy Lu Ming were already waiting. Lu Xiaoran studied Yi Xian carefully. The white robe made the youth look refined and flawless, like polished jade. If he wore a long sword to highlight his identity as a sword cultivator, no doubt countless girls in the imperial capital would be captivated. Then his gaze shifted to Yi Ling. Her dark green dress made her fair skin glow, and a single long braid on the back of her head gave her a lively, playful look. Though young, her beauty was already unmistakable. The siblings stood side by side, harmonizing in demeanor, confirming for Lu Xiaoran that these two were no ordinary newcomers. He withdrew his gaze with a smile and called out, Friend Yi, let's get going. Yi Xian nodded, gripping his sister's soft hand firmly as they followed Lu Xiaoran and his son forward. Songmu Academy was not far, so they chose to walk. Today, the imperial capital was unusually bustling. The recruitment at Songmu Academy was the biggest event in Jiang Kingdom. Anyone who wanted to rise quickly had to step through that academy's gates. Once one leapt through the Dragon Gate, countless resources and honors would be within easy reach. As a result, prodigies from across the land had come with their families, making the capital more crowded than a festival. What Yi Xian didn't know was that without Lu Xiaoran, he and his sister would not even have found a place to stay. The inns in the capital had been fully booked for over a month. Yi Ling walked on, beaming with happiness. Once her brother entered Songmu Academy, he would no longer be alone. He would have support and a future. At that time, even if her illness couldn't be cured, she could rest easier. Thinking this, the little girl tilted her head looking at Yi Xian, gripping his palm even tighter. Since their mother had left, her brother bore too many burdens alone, and she wanted to live not for herself, but so he wouldn't have to face loneliness by himself. The streets teemed with people, all flowing toward one direction, at Songmu Academy. On the northern side of the imperial capital loomed a towering peak nearly 1,000 zhang high, called Song Mountain. Standing halfway up, one could overlook the entire city, and on this mountain sat the Songmu Academy. On the road, Lu Xiaoran smiled and said, Songmu Academy has a long-standing history. In this region, countless dynasties have risen and fallen, yet Songmu Academy has endured, just like the Zuaxian Tower. Both are truly colossal institutions. Yi Xian asked in a serious tone, Is there a Songmu Academy in other countries too? Of course, Lu Xiaoran nodded. It's said that the Academy's headquarters is located in Zhongtu Shenzhou, a very distant place. He shook his head lightly, then turned to Yi Xian with a smile in his eyes. Young friend Yi, If you ever get the chance, you should leave Jiang Kingdom, leave Qingzhou, and explore the broader world beyond. That's the only way to truly make the most of your life here. That's too far away, Yixin shrugged. The best thing is to focus on the present. Huh, well said. Lu Shaoran laughed heartily. The group quickened their pace along the official road, and before long, the continuous ridges of the Tsang Mountains came into view. Standing at the mountain foot and looking up, the towering peaks loomed over them, making everyone feel small and insignificant. At this moment, the foot of Tsang Mountain was already packed with a sea of people, their voices roaring. Everyone was looking up toward the peak with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Without exception, all these young people were Yika-level cultivators, and they looked quite young. A chill ran through Yi Xian's heart. Such a gathering of Yika-level experts, placed in Qingqing alone, would be considered geniuses among geniuses. As if reading Yi Xian's thoughts, Lu Shaoran chuckled, don't be so surprised. All the talents from Jiang Kingdom have gathered here today. Think about it, with tens of millions of people. Only this small number have reached the Ichi level. Is that really many? Yi Xian nodded silently. In Qingcheng, an 18-year-old Yika-level cultivator would definitely count as a super talent. But in a bigger city, just average. And across the entire Jiang Kingdom, quite ordinary. Suddenly, a piercing whistle tore through the sky. A snow-white celestial crane flew down from Tsang Mountain, spreading its wings several dozen feet wide, feathers shimmering with flowing light. Sitting upright on the crane's back was an elderly man in gray robes. The crane stopped above the crowd, flapping its mighty wings and stirring a strong wind. The old man looked down and spoke loudly. I am Tsang Li, elder of the outer courtyard of Tsangmu Academy, in charge of today's admissions. There are 20 spots available, divided into 3 rounds. If more than 20 pass all 3 rounds, they must compete among themselves, and only the victors will be admitted. 20 spots. A wave of noise erupted from the crowd. Thousands of people exchanged glances, knowing that 99 of them would be eliminated. Yi Xian's expression immediately grew serious. The quota was too small. The competition would be fierce. Song Li spoke again. The first round, climbing the mountain. Anyone who cannot reach halfway by foot is eliminated on the spot. Climb the mountain? Yi Xian was surprised as he looked at Lu Shaoran. That sounds too easy. Lu Shaoran shook his head. Not easy. The mountain path is laced with formation suppressions designed to weed out those with unstable realms. Though all claim to be Ichi cultivators, many are frauds. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then glanced at the chubby boy beside him, Lu Ming. Senior, it seems Xiao Ming hasn't reached Ichi level, right? Lu Shaoran revealed a wry smile. He hasn't. This time he's admitted as a special student to Tsangmu Academy. Special student? Yi Xian was puzzled. What does that mean? Lu Xiaoran's expression grew awkward. Simply put, it means he bought a spot. But he's not a formal student, so he can only enter the lower-level classes. There are teachers for them too, but the difference with official students is huge, and they don't hold official status. Lu Ming puffed out his cheeks and complained. Big brother. Father, couldn't you at least give me some face? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoran's anger surged uncontrollably. He snapped. What face do you still want? If you had any talent, do you think your old man would have to beg desperately to get you a spot? Lu Ming's face twitched at the harsh words. He could only sneer briefly, lower his head, and dared not argue back. Yi Xian exchanged a knowing smile with his sister. After a brief silence, Lu Shaoran suppressed his anger and suddenly said, Yi Xiaoyu, let's go to the starting point. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The group set off, stepping over scattered stones and dry leaves, until they reached a narrow path at the foot of Mount Song. On one side of the path stood a thick wooden stake about twice their height. Its surface was cracked and weathered by wind and rain, yet it remained firmly planted. On that stake, a man was nailed fast with iron spikes. His robe was torn and stained, the blood long dried into a dark brown crust. It was impossible to tell how long he had been dead, but his grayish-yellow face pressed against the wood was tragic and terrifying. Passers-by around the path were frozen by the sight, whispering tremblingly among themselves, a mix of fear and sorrow in their voices. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the corpse, then turned to Lu Shaoran and quietly asked, Senior, what is this? Lu Xiaoran's expression grew solemn. A student of Kanglin Academy. Kanglin Academy? Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, then asked, Is it also from our imperial capital? Lu Shaoran nodded. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. Nowadays, everyone in Jiang Kingdom knows about Tsangmu Academy, but few remember Kanglin. He looked up the winding mountain path, his voice low but clear. In the previous dynasty, Kanglin and Tsangmu academies were equals. Later, for some unknown reason, they became bitter rivals, holding a deadly duel every 3 years on the arena. Only death ends it. Since then, Kanglin's strength has declined year by year, while Tsangmu Academy has thrived. In the last 50 years of these deadly duels, Kanglin has almost always lost miserably. Every student who fights for Kanglin is nailed here by the path as a warning. If you walk further up, you'll see even more corpses. He shook his head softly and sighed deeply. By agreement, if Kanglin ever wins even once, they can take their dead students' bodies back for burial. Unfortunately, no one from Kanglin has defeated its Songmu student yet. Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian stood on the narrow bluestone path, his gaze lingering briefly on the body of the man who had just been struck down at his feet. He sighed inwardly. In Qingcheng, the major families already used ruthless means to protect their interests, but here in the imperial capital, the power struggles were even more merciless. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran raised his hand, pointing to a circular platform beside the path. Young friend, do you know what that is? Yi Xian followed his gaze. Several dozen feet away stood a quiet, blue-gray stone platform about 40 feet in diameter. Its surface was smooth and polished. 9 wooden training dummies stood side by side, each holding a long wooden sword, their postures solemn and poised as if ready to strike at any moment. What's this? Yi Xian asked, suppressing his curiosity and turning to Lu Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran patiently explained, this formation is called the Nine Palaces Formation, created by the founder of Tsangmu Academy. Wherever Tsangmu Academy exists in Qingzhou, this formation is set up. It serves both as the Academy's protective formation and an extremely special exam. Anyone who can break the formation before the age of 20 must be personally taken in as a disciple by the Academy's headmaster, like becoming an official student of the school. He shook his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded in breaking this formation for over 50 years. Yi Xian studied the 9 wooden dummies closely, raising his eyebrows. Is it really that difficult? Far more difficult than any ordinary formation. Lu Xiaoran smiled wryly as he recalled. Once, a Lingkong realm expert dared to try. He lasted less than 10 breaths before being cut clean in two by the wooden swords. And to reach Lingkong realm before 20 is already an extremely rare feat. He paused, then added softly. There are rumors Tsangmu Academy once invited in Guoshi to attempt breaking the formation, but whether she actually appeared, no one outside knows. Before Lu Xiaoran finished speaking, a deep and commanding voice thundered through the air overhead. The examination begins. The crowd gathered ahead of the path erupted in a surge forward toward the mountain gate. Yi Xian turned and gently rubbed the soft head of his younger sister. Yi Ling grew, then looked at Lu Xiaoran. Senior Lu, please take good care of my sister. Lu Xiaoran responded loudly. Rest assured, of course. Yi Ling leapt into Yi Xian's arms, pressing her pale little face against his chest. Brother, good luck. Don't worry. Yi Xian smiled broadly, then turned and melted into the crowd. After Yi Xian disappeared, a faint smile still lingered on Yi Ling's lips. Then suddenly her whole body trembled, as if plunging into an ice cellar, a coldness leaking from within. Lu Xiaoran was shocked and hurried to support her. Come on, let's go back and rest first. Yi Ling shook her head and pulled out a warm, jade-like heavenly fire stone, pressing it against her chest. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. With this suppressing it, I can hold on. Only when I see my brother admitted into Tsangmu Academy will I feel at ease. Lu Xiaoran sighed and patted the shoulder of the little chubby boy next to him, Lu Ming. Run quickly and bring Ling's sister 2 thick leather ropes. Hurry. Lu Ming nodded eagerly, his short legs pounding as he dashed off. Meanwhile, Yi Xian surged forward with the crowd toward the mountain gate. Tsangmu Academy loomed ahead, majestic and formidable. If he succeeded in gaining admission, there would finally be hope for his sister's illness. Amid the throng, he lifted his gaze to the grand school halfway up the mountain and took a deep breath. Fight with everything I have for my sister and for myself. With that, he quickened his pace. At first, everyone rushed forward quickly, but after nearly 10 li, about 90% of the group slowed down and kept slowing. It was as if the path was veiled by an invisible curse. With every step they took, their bodies grew heavier. The pressure piled up silently like a massive stone, gradually crushing their breath and will. After 20 li, those at the very front still gritted their teeth to keep their pace, but some in the rear legs buckled, and they dropped out of the lineup altogether. Even so, a few up front still moved like the wind. Some knew clearly. This road was filled with a mix of pretenders and true elites. Yi Xian was somewhere in the middle of the group, calm and unhurried. The invisible burden pressed on him like a breeze brushing his clothes, completely without effect at this point. His muscles and flesh were no less tough than those of linking-level warriors. The advantage of his hidden realm revealed itself fully. Time passed bit by bit, and the number of travelers visibly dwindled. After roughly the time it takes to burn one incense stick after another, about an hour later, fewer than 100 remained on the path. Most were bent over, frowning, sweat dripping from their chins. The most striking figure was a man in brocade robes. From the start, he had surged ahead, leaving dozens of feet behind the rest. Others thought he would tire quickly, but his speed remained like the wind, surging fiercely all along. Close behind him were a man in a flowery robe and another carrying a long sword. Neither lagged far behind, keeping a deadly focus locked on the brocade man. Though their steps were slightly slower, they were steady and tireless, showing no sign of fatigue. Behind them was a shattered lineup of fewer than 100, most barely alive. Yi Xian remained calm and relaxed in expression and pace. As the journey progressed, he even sensed the oppressive pressure thinning as if it had seeped into his bones and blood. He never bothered to speed up. Speed or slowness mattered little. Reaching the destination was all that counted. In the end, he moved simply with ease and whim. Another half hour passed, and only about 40 people still moved along the path. The brocade man first crossed the stone marker at the finish line, followed by the flower-robed man and the swordsman. Just before reaching the end, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. His gaze settled on a wooden stake beside the path, and it was nailed the body of a young man, about 20 years old, limbs severed, eyes gouged out, leaving 2 black hollows, blood still fresh. Without doubt, this corpse belonged to a student of Kanglin Academy and had died not long ago. Yi Xian sighed quietly, thinking that Kanglin and Songmu academies must harbor a deep blood feud needing no further words. He did not linger, quickly covering the last few steps. At the moment all 42 reached the finish, a white-feathered immortal crane swooped down from the clouds, perching above them. On the crane's back sat Song Zhong, who surveyed the scene. When his gaze settled on Yi Xian, his eyes chilled noticeably. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned, already sensing the hostility radiating from the other side. He couldn't understand it, had never interacted with Elder Songmu of Songmu Academy before, not even met him in person, so why was the elder taking such a hard stance the moment they first met? High above, a white-feathered immortal crane flapped its wings, circling in the air. On the crane's back stood a gray-robed old man, Elder Songmu, gazing down coldly with no trace of emotion. His voice was harsh. "You come out." Yi Xian glanced at Elder Songmu and calmly stepped out from the crowd. The other candidates instinctively cleared a path, the entire scene falling so silent that even a breath could be heard. Songmu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke again. "The minimum requirement to enter Songmu Academy is to reach the Ichi realm before the age of 18. You have not, correct?" "I have not reached the Ichi realm," Yi Xian said firmly. The words rippled through the crowd like a stone dropped into water, and all eyes fixed on him in disbelief. Everyone knew that attempting the exam without reaching Ichi was tantamount to cheating the academy. Yi Xian's tone deepened. "Elder Songmu, indeed, I have not yet entered the Ichi realm, but I have already passed the first test. So what?" Kangma's face remained expressionless, his voice cold enough to freeze blood. "Rules are rules. Those who have not entered the Ichi realm before 18 are disqualified from further tests. Even if you pass the first test, it means nothing. According to academy regulations, not only do you lose qualification for the exam, you must also receive 100 strokes of the poisonous cane and be expelled from Tsongshan immediately." As he finished speaking, 2 enforcement officers from the Lingkong realm descended in front of Yi Xian, stirring 2 gusts of powerful wind. Yi Xian lifted his head, meeting Elder Kangma's gaze directly. "Elder, I have never had any dealings with you. Why do you want to kill me the moment we meet? Have I offended you?" He was no fool. There was clearly another reason behind such persecution. A mocking smile curled on Kangma's lips. "Offend me? Umph. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have started back then." Songmu Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as memories of last night's banquet flashed through his mind, had slapped a young man named Song Qi. Looking closely, the emblem on Kangma's chest was exactly the same as the one worn by Song Qi. They were clearly from the same family. Before Yi Xian could say more, a richly dressed man suddenly stepped forward. He sneered. "Yi Xian, you really are unimaginably foolish." Yi Xian recognized him as Li Feng, the one who had defended Mo Suiqing at the banquet. Li Feng laughed scornfully. "Protected by Guoshi, you think you can act recklessly? Today, we'll show you our true strength." Then he bowed toward Elder Tsongmu in the air. "Elder Tsongmu." This person forcibly participated in the exam without reaching Ichi realm, clearly showing disrespect to Tsongmu Academy. To uphold the academy's dignity, I urge you to punish him severely. No sooner had Li Feng spoken than 7 or 8 other men stepped forward around Yi Xian, also bowing and loudly pleading. "Please punish this man, Elder Tsongmu." Songmu sneered coldly. "Almost forgot. Guards, drag him away and beat him with sticks until he dies, to serve as a warning." The 2 Lingkong realm enforcers moved forward to seize Yi Xian. In a flash, Yi Xian pulled out a smooth, jade pendant and raised it high for all to see. "This is the jade pendant of Guoshi. I was recommended by her to come to Tsongmu Academy." Those few words shook the crowd. Everyone knew how significant a recommendation from Guoshi was. Even Li Feng's eyes flickered with surprise. Guoshi was the supreme idol of Jiang Nation's young generation. Up in the air, Kangma's expression suddenly flickered between dark and light. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to have Guoshi's pendant. He couldn't risk losing face for her sake. Li Feng hesitated but still angrily pointed at Yi Xian. "How dare you? You're nothing but a useless Qibian realm nobody. There's no way you got Guoshi's recommendation. That pendant must be fake, you." Before he could finish, a flicker of movement, Yi Xian vanished and reappeared right in front of Li Feng. In full view of everyone, he raised his hand and delivered a solid slap. "You shut up with your nonsense." Smack. Li Feng was sent flying sideways, blood spurting from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up dust as the crowd fell into stunned silence. Hitting someone? Here? Everyone was stunned. Li Feng, who had been slapped away by Yi Xian, looked utterly shocked. He never expected Yi Xian to actually lay a hand on him. This was the testing ground of Tsangmu Academy, and Elder Zhong was sitting calmly atop the celestial crane above. Even Zhong was momentarily taken aback someone dared to openly strike out right in front of him. Li Feng staggered to his feet, raised his hand to point at Yi Xian, gritting his teeth as he shouted angrily, "How dare you be so arrogant, you!" Before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly closed the distance. With a flick of his sleeve, a second slap landed on Li Feng's face without warning. Smack! The sharp slap echoed across the square. Li Feng was sent flying horizontally, crashing heavily several yards away. The surrounding students exchanged glances, quietly gasping. Li Feng was at the I Chi realm, yet he had been slapped away without any resistance once again by Yi Xian. If the first time was a sneak attack, the second was a straightforward strike and still completely one-sided. How insolent! Elder Zhong shouted from atop the celestial crane, his voice like a rumbling thunderclap. A silent oppressive force immediately enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his chin to meet the gaze, speaking calmly. Elder Zhong, abusing public authority for personal reasons isn't right, is it? Zhong sneered coldly. Abusing authority? When have I done that? Our Tsangmu Academy's rules are clear. No one below the I Chi realm is allowed to enroll. You, a mere Chi change realm cultivator, I am disqualifying you from the exam. What's wrong with that? Furthermore, you openly assaulted someone at Tsangmu Academy, blatantly defying the rules. Even if Guasha Academy's honorary mentor were here, I'm sure she would never allow you to enroll. Nearby, Li Feng struggled to stand, his swollen cheek twisted with rage and madness. You lowly bastard, how dare you? Before he could finish insulting, Yi Xian flashed forward again. Li Feng, well prepared, roared and swung his fist fiercely. A powerful chi vortex swirled around his punch, misty and surging. Yi Xian responded with a direct punch of his own. Boom. Their fists clashed. Moments later, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Li Feng was blasted backward with such force that upon landing, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The entire bones of his right arm had shattered into fragments. Yi Xian looked down coldly and said, "Say one more word, and he'll beat you to death." He then turned toward Elder Zhong. Zhong's face darkened, his murderous intent fully exposed. You committed assault in public today and treated Tsangmu Academy like nothing. Even if Guasha were here, she couldn't protect you. Guards, seize him and execute him with the rod right here. Two guardians of the academy immediately swept forward. Yi Xian did not back down, tilting his head up boldly. Though I have not yet reached I Chi realm, Elder Zhong can see for himself I already possess I Chi level strength. Zhong sneered coldly. Who cares whether you have the strength of the Chi Master realm? All I know is you haven't reached that level. Since you're not at the Chi Master realm, you have no right to take the test at Tsangmu Academy. With that, he flicked his sleeve and said icily, "Take him down. Kill him on the spot." Before Yi Xian, two Lingkong realm experts descended simultaneously, floating in the air. A fierce wind slammed against Yi Xian's face, and he immediately felt an invisible pressure envelop his entire body. There was no chance for mercy now. His eyes darkened with determination. If that's the case, then it's time for a direct confrontation. He stomped his right foot hard on the bluestone ground. Bang! Stone fragments exploded, and a violent force surged out, shaking the two Lingkong realm experts back several yards. When they steadied themselves, the stone beneath their feet was cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Chi Bian realm pushing back Lingkong realm? The surrounding disciples murmured in disbelief. This was a full 2 realms apart. Zhong, high atop the soaring crane, revealed a trace of astonishment. He could reluctantly accept that Yi Xian utterly defeated Li Feng. After all, even Zhong Qi once lost to him. But these two were true Lingkong realm fighters. Even if they hadn't used their full strength, there was no way a Chi Bian realm cultivator could stand against them. This young man was no ordinary mortal, was a rare genius. With that thought, Zhong hesitated for a moment. If he truly barred such a talent from entering, the consequences would be grave once word got out. But he was just a minor elder, and since today's grudge had been settled, letting him into the academy risked future backlash. Talent was never lacking at Tsangmu Academy. With that in mind, his eyes turned completely icy as he slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, a fierce gust of energy materialized from thin air, locking Yi Xian's 4 limbs and meridians like a cage. A chill ran through Yi Xian's heart. This man was not just Lingkong Realma, was a cultivator of an even higher level, truly a formidable foe. In a flash, Yi Xian roared angrily, throwing his right fist forward. Boom! The force shattered the energy cage around him, but his body was forced to retreat rapidly. After several leaps, he reached the foot of the mountain. Zhong sneered, trying to run? Ridiculous. His palms surged with spiritual power, ready to strike. But Yi Xian suddenly tapped his toe and darted straight toward the Jiugong formation platform. The movement stunned everyone on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain. Even Song Zhong was momentarily frozen. The instant Yi Xian's foot landed on the platform, the Jiugong platform shook violently. A thick beam of light shot up from it, piercing through the clouds into the sky. Countless eyes within Songmu Academy were instantly drawn to that column of light in the horizon. Jiugong light pillar. Who is that? Daring to break into the Jiugong formation? Could it be Guisher? The Jiugong formation hasn't been activated for decades. Is it really Guisher? Who exactly is this person? Soon, several figures ran down from the peak of Tsang Mountain. As the spiritual runes on the Jiugong terrace suddenly flared to life, a low hum filled the air, and everyone immediately realized someone was attempting to break through the Jiugong formation. High above, a white-feathered celestial crane swooped past. On its back, Song Zhong was momentarily stunned. He had assumed Yi Xian would seize the chance to escape, but unexpectedly, the young man stepped boldly onto the Jiugong terrace, openly challenging the formation. Once he recognized this, Song Zhong threw back his head and laughed heartily. Yi Xian, today I will finally see what it means to court death. Since you insist on dying, you might as well save me the trouble. The Jiugong formation was guarded by 9 wooden figures. Together, these 9 could instantly take down even a Lingkong realm expert, not to mention someone at the same level. Even Song Zhong himself had no confidence in breaking the formation. This formation tested not only strength, but also foundational skill, temperament, talent, and combat experience. It was created long ago by the founder of Songmu Academy precisely to filter out all but the truest prodigies. Spiritual energy soared, and within moments the area surrounding the Jiugong terrace swarmed with Academy disciples and elders, whispering anxiously. Lu Shaoran arrived below the terrace with the chubby boy and Yi Ling. The moment he caught sight of Yi Xian, his expression darkened immediately. This youth really intended to challenge the Jiugong terrace? Wrapped in a thick, heavy coat, Yi Ling didn't fully understand but instinctively sensed the danger, her face pale and her hands clutching the sleeves tightly. Uncle Lu, do you think my brother will be all right? Lu Shaoran sighed, glancing back at her with a low reassurance. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Yet when he looked up again at Yi Xian, worry shaded his eyes. It had been decades since anyone in Jiang Kingdom had successfully broken through the Jiugong formation. Almost every challenger had died. He knew Yi Xian's foundation was profound, but this was the Jiugong formation. On the terrace, the moment Yi Xian's feet touched the surface of the Jiugong terrace, the row of wooden figures, once still, suddenly seemed to come alive. Their joints creaked as they slowly formed a circle around him. Yi Xian's gaze was cold, yet calm, a flash of steel in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated things coming to this, but it was clear Song Zhong intended to kill him outright. Fighting heat in here was impossible. This was Songmu Academy, where his strength, even multiplied tenfold, wouldn't topple the formation. Breaking through was his only chance of survival. He took a deep breath, pushing away distractions, and scanned his surroundings. Each of the 9 wooden figures held a long wooden sword. Though still, their murderous intent made his spine chill. Yi Xian did not dare slack off, began circulating his true qi, his whole body alert. Suddenly, the wooden figure directly in front of him shot forward with lightning speed, its sword pointed straight at Yi Xian's brow. In an instant, the crowd gasped in shock. Impossible! Someone exclaimed. That wooden figure's sword strike was unbelievably fast. Are all 9 sword cultivators? 9 sword cultivators at the Yuchi realm launching simultaneous attacks? They could kill a Lingkong realm expert in an instant. Another breathed out in disbelief. On the crane's back, Song Zhong also showed signs of surprise. Though he had known the wooden figures were extraordinary, he hadn't expected all 9 to be sword cultivators of such caliber. It had been a very long time since the Jiugong terrace was last activated. In an instant, Song Zhong laughed deeply. Beneath the high platform, he fixed his gaze on the wooden figure at the center of the 9 palaces stage, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Although these puppets were only at the Qi control realm, once combined with the sword cultivator's identity and the activation of the formation, their power could no longer be measured by realm alone. 9 sword cultivators at the Qi control realm, supported by the 9 palaces sword formation. This was a force that even profound realm experts would find nearly impossible to escape. Among the young generation of Jiang Kingdom, only someone at Nguoshi's level could withstand such an array. As for Yi Xian, Song Zhong's lips curled into a cold smirk as he appraised him. Yi Xian is just trying to make a scene without weighing his own strength. A soft chime sounded from the 9 palaces stage, and the first wooden figure suddenly drew its sword. Yi Xian caught a flash of cold light, and 3 words rose unbidden in his mind. Fast, precise, ruthless. Strangely, despite the sharp sword momentum, he felt an inexplicable sense of lightness. Fast, yes, but weak. The subtle discordance made him frown slightly. Under the watchful eyes of all, the wooden sword suddenly stabbed straight at Yi Xian's chest, yet he did not so much as shift his footing. The crowd held their breath. The air seemed to still as if to catch a heartbeat. The moment the sword tip touched his chest, the wooden blade trembled violently. then transformed into a faint glow and silently vanished into Yi Xian's body. Almost simultaneously, the Lingxiao sword within him quivered, a subtle yet profound change stirring deep within his dantian. The remaining 8 wooden figures swung their swords, activating the 9 palaces' sword formation with a thunderous roar. But as soon as their blades touched Yi Xian, each was instantly devoured as if consumed by an invisible flame, disappearing without a trace. Silence fell over the crowd. All stared dumbfounded, even forgetting to breathe. Yi Xian himself was stunned, urgently calling within his mind, "Senior? What just happened? Did you intervene?" After a moment of silence, a familiar and mysterious female voice echoed softly within his soul. "See, you are cultivating the invincible sword body technique, which can absorb swords weaker than the spirit sword inside you. Do you understand now?" Yi Xian was about to ask for more details when a shout of rage came from nearby. "You're cheating." Song Zhong's face darkened like iron as his fierce voice reverberated through the training ground. Yi Xian slowly turned his head, casting a smiling glance at Song Zhong before calmly uttering 4 words. "Catch me if you can." Song Zhong glared at Yi Xian, his face turning purple with anger. If Yi Xian hadn't been standing on the Jiugong platform, he would have attacked already. The strict rule of Tsangmu Academy was crystal clear. No one, especially the elder instructors, was allowed to interfere with anyone who set foot on the Jiugong platform. This regulation was established by the Academy's founding master to prevent elders from playing favorites and missing out on genuine prodigies. So even though Song Zhong was about to explode with rage, he had no choice but to restrain himself. At the center of the Jiugong platform, the aftereffects of the formation were still fading, with splinters of wood scattered around. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that the wooden training dummies had all stopped moving in unison. Only then did he speak calmly. "So, does that mean I'm qualified now?" "Qualified?" Song Zhong sneered from below. "You destroyed those wooden swords by cheating, and you dare call yourself qualified?" Yi Xian's gaze turned cold as he cut him off. "Cheating? Do you have any proof?" Song Zhong was furious. "Proof? You're only in the Chibian realm, yet you managed to make all the wooden swords vanish instantly. If that isn't cheating, then what is?" Whispers surged through the surrounding stands. Yi Xian scanned the suspicious faces and sighed softly. "So the reason no one has broken this formation for years is that anyone who does immediately gets accused of cheating. How enlightening." The murmurs grew louder. One of the Tsangmu's students stepped forward, scrutinizing Yi Xian. "You're only a Chibian realm. What right do you have to break the Jiugong formation?" "But I already did," Yi Xian replied evenly. The student shook his head. "There's definitely something fishy. As Elder Tsang said, you must have used some special means." The other academy disciples nodded in agreement. When they first entered the school, none of them had ever dared imagine stepping past the Jiugong formation. Even the top prodigies from the inner academy had failed. Yet this unfamiliar young man casually shattered it? In their eyes, there was only one explanation: cheating. Cheating. The crowd's voices almost became a chorus. Yi Xian looked again at the now lifeless wooden dummies and quietly asked in his heart, "Senior, was this cheating?" A mysterious woman's voice answered gently, "Are you stupid? You haven't fully grasped sword intent, but your sword heart is pure, and you cultivate the invincible sword body technique, body, forged by sword power. Though not perfected, you've reached a critical stage. These wooden dummies are mere low-level sword cultivators, their strength enhanced only by the formation, while you are a genuine greatsword cultivator, perhaps nearly a half-step sword Dao master. The invincible sword body technique can absorb sword power. If they weren't sword cultivators, you'd need more effort, but since they are, you naturally overpower them with ease." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. His hesitation came only from winning too easily. Now with this explanation, he finally felt at peace. He was about to retort to Song Zhong when a heavy aura surged from the crowd. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the platform's edge. His gray-blue robe fluttered, his demeanor steady and imposing like a mountain. Upon seeing him, all the Tsangmu students bowed respectfully and clasped their fists. "Greetings, Vice Dean Li Xiao." Even Song Zhong's expression turned serious as he hurriedly bowed. "Vice Dean, Vice Dean." Within Songshan Academy, there were 3 vice deans, each one a true figure of authority. Li Xiao. Yi Xian glanced at the man before him and felt a chill ripple through his heart. From his perception, this man's profound aura was only slightly weaker than that of the 9th-floor master aboard the Yun ship, marking him as a true heavyweight of Tsangmu Academy, the very presence Yi Xian had deliberately sought to draw out by breaking through the 9 palaces formation. Li Xiao's gaze swept over the scene, prompting Song Zhong beside him to straighten his spine instinctively. "Official matters are official matters. Personal affairs are personal affairs," Li Xiao said steadily. "It's unacceptable to pursue personal gains under the guise of public duty. From this moment on, recruitment is no longer your concern. Report to logistics at the Academy's back mountain." Song Zhong's face instantly drained of color. He hurriedly bowed, attempting to defend himself. "Deputy Dean, this man hasn't reached the Ichi realm. Stopping him was not a mistake on my part. Enough." Li Xiao cut him off abruptly. Enrollment concerns the future of Sangmu Academy. There's no place for personal grudges here. Song Zhong's face flushed crimson, but he dared not argue further. Retreating to the side, he fixed a cold glare on Yi Xian. Only then did Li Xiu turn back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian cupped his fists, voice calm. Greetings, Deputy Dean. Li Xiu appraised him from head to toe. I don't know how you destroyed those wooden swords, but your foundation and combat power are enough to qualify you for admission to Tsangmu Academy. Then his expression darkened. He strode forward and placed a palm firmly on Yi Xian's shoulder. In that instant, the Lingxiao sword within Yi Xian silently withdrew. After a moment, Li Xiu removed his hand and fixed Yi Xian with a steady gaze. Slowly, he uttered 4 words. You have no dantian. Silence fell. Everyone exchanged startled looks. Song Zhong froze briefly, then exploded into wild laughter, nearly losing control on the spot. Yi Xian wondered silently. Senior, why did you withdraw the Lingxiao sword? Are you hiding the uniqueness of my dantian? The mysterious woman replied softly. Of course. This is a brand new cultivation system. Given your current strength, exposure would bring great danger. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian accepted her reasoning and said openly, I possess no dantian. Song Zhong immediately burst into laughter. Huh, no dantian. You'll only ever be a low-level soldier. Still want to enter our Tsangmu Academy? Yi Xian ignored Song Zhong and looked to Li Xiu instead. Li Xiu pondered aloud. Without a dantian, one can never truly enter the innate realm. The academy cannot waste resources on you. But since your foundation is solid, you may remain as a Wutu. A Wutu was a low-level attendant tasked with errands for students and instructors. Yi Xian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to release his fighting spirit, Lu Xiaoran suddenly called out anxiously beside him, young friend Yi. Yi Xian glanced back and his expression instantly changed. Yi Ling's entire head was brushed with frost, a chill swirling around her, as if she had become a shard of living ice. Yi Xian was filled with panic. He hurriedly ran to Lu Xiaoran and lifted Yi Ling into his arms. The moment his fingers touched his sister's skin, a biting coldness spread wildly, sending a shiver through his body. His heart instantly fell into chaos. He was flustered and lost, but suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. He looked up sharply at Li Xiu nearby, his voice trembling with urgency. Senior, please have a doctor from Tsangmu Academy examine my sister. Li Xiu's gaze passed over Yi Ling's pale face. Then he shook his head lightly. Tsangmu Academy has only 3 Taoist medical masters. They don't treat just anyone. Medical masters throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom, there were fewer than 10 of them, and Tsangmu Academy held 3 seats. Each was a national treasure. Convincing them to intervene was nearly impossible. Even Li Xiu himself might not move any of them. If he did, the price would be high. This young man before him, with a broken dantian, had no value to them, wasn't worth the risk. Yi Xian opened his mouth, about to plead again, but Li Xiu shook his head once more, voice cold. Your dantian is shattered. You will never reach the Qi transformation realm in this life. If you wish, stay at Sangmu Academy as a martial disciple. If not, leave now. With that, he brushed aside his sleeves and walked away, clearly unwilling to waste another moment. Sangmu Academy only cared about talent and potential. Someone like Yi Xian with a broken dantian meant nothing to them. But just as Li Xiu turned, Yi Xian, holding the rapidly weakening Yi Ling, blocked his path. The boy knelt on one knee, eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse. If Sangmu Academy saves my sister, Yi Xian will serve the academy with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of his life. Li Xiu stared at him for a moment. His eyes grew colder, his tone indifferent as he spat 4 words. You have no right. Then he turned and walked down the mountain path. Yi Xian wanted to follow, but a faint voice came from his arms. Brother? Yi Ling shook her head in pain. No, don't treat me anymore. Brother, please, wake up. Ice blue tears slid down her pale cheeks, falling onto Yi Xian's clothes and instantly forming delicate ice crystals. She wasn't sad for herself, she was heartbroken for her brother. When had he ever knelt before anyone? And now he was lowered to dust for her sake. Don't speak. Linger. They'll take you to be saved. Yi Xian's words faltered as his legs gave way. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his sister who grew colder by the second. Trembling all over, tears poured like a child sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I'm sorry. Yi Ling pressed her head against her brother's chest. The chill around her intensified, yet her breath grew fainter. She lifted her face and forced a smile. Brother, don't cry. To die in your arms. I'm already very happy. Yi Xian's heart was torn apart. The Lingxiao sword in his arms trembled uncontrollably as he neared collapse. Yi Ling cupped Yi Xian's face in both hands, gazing long and steadily. Then, a gentle smile curved her lips. Brother, after I'm gone, carry my ashes with you. I want to be with you forever. And you must live well. Truly live well. Her voice dropped to a whisper as her eyes slowly closed. Brother, in the next life, I still want to be your sister. Yi Ling's life force grew weaker and weaker until it was almost imperceptible. Yi Xian clung tightly to his sister, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, yet fresh blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. On the mountaintop clearing, countless eyes were fixed on the siblings, each face revealing a different emotion. Lu Xiaoran stood at the front of the crowd, his expression increasingly complicated. Never expected things to come this far, and even more shocking was the fact that Yixian had no dantian. No dantian meant he was doomed never to gather a trace of mystic energy in this lifetime. Send these two siblings off Song Mountain immediately. Song Zhong sneered coldly from the side and waved to issue the order. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several powerful warriors with dense auras soared through the air, heading straight for Yi Xian and Yi Ling. Just when everyone thought the end was sealed, a hunched figure silently tore through the crowd and stood in front of Yi Xian. The newcomer was disheveled, with tattered clothes and the pungent smell of alcohol clinging to him, resembling a beggar, yet he instantly commanded the entire scene to fall silent. Song Zhong frowned sharply. Hadn't noticed how the man had arrived. The charging fighters halted midair. Song Zhong stared fiercely and demanded, "Who are you?" The old man seemed oblivious, only focused on the two siblings before him. His gaze swept over Yi Xian and landed on Yi Ling, who was almost frozen like a statue in his arms. His rough fingers gently checked her pulse, then he nodded slightly. "I can save her." A lightning bolt of hope flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he abruptly looked up. The old man met his gaze and said in a low, unwavering voice, "Are you willing to join my Kanglin Academy?" Kanglin Academy? A murmur rose instantly around them. That was the bitter rival of Songmu Academy for decades, even though it had long since fallen into decline and barely retained the right to compete with Songmu anymore. Song Zhong's face darkened. "Are you from Kanglin Academy?" The old man still ignored him, quietly staring at Yixian. After a brief pause, Yixian clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you can save my sister, I, Yixian, will never betray Kanglin Academy in this life." The old man raised his hand, pointing toward the stone steps winding up Song Mountain. Hanging there were 36 corpses dressed in Kanglin Academy uniforms, all cruelly slain. "From now on, you may become one of them." Yixian looked up, bloodshot eyes burning with resolve. "If it means saving my sister, even if I become one of those corpses, I will have no regrets." The old man hesitated, then asked, "In the future, will you bring their bodies back to Kanglin for me?" Yixian's voice was low and steady. "If you save her, I will do everything I can." Only then did the old man nod. "From this moment, you are a student of Kanglin Academy." With that, he knelt down and placed a calloused hand on Yi Ling's delicate wrist. After a moment of examination, he looked down at the unconscious girl, gently stroking a black ring on his finger. In the next instant, a flame-shaped lotus no larger than his thumb quietly blossomed in his palm. Its fiery petals of crimson and gold flickered and brightened the surroundings with an intense white heat. "Fire spirit!" Someone gasped from the crowd. Even Song Zhong's face changed abruptly. Rare treasures like elemental spirits were priceless, especially fire spirits. Even the deeply founded Songmu Academy had only a few wisps left. The old man snapped his fingers, sending the flame lotus streaking into Yi Ling's forehead. Instantly, the frost-like chill covering her body seemed to be evaporated by the blazing sun, retreating rapidly. Then the man pressed his palm to her shoulder, channeling a mysterious and overwhelming energy into her. Under Yi Xian's nearly suffocating gaze, Yi Ling's once pale face gradually flushed with color, her chest rising and falling gently like an ice-locked life, finally melting and being reborn. Seeing this, Yi Xian was overcome with joy. After nearly 15 minutes, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Xian immediately grabbed her hand, his voice trembling as he asked, "How? How are you feeling?" Yi Ling's gaze drifted around the room before finally resting on Yi Xian's face. Her nose tingled, and tears instantly spilled down her cheeks. "Brother, am I still alive?" Yi Xian forced a smile, though tears had already soaked his face. He nodded vigorously but found himself unable to speak. At that moment, a tiny, crimson flame no larger than a fingernail quietly blossomed on Yi Ling's forehead, radiating intense warmth. The old man glanced at the flame and explained, "The fire spirit is temporarily suppressing the cold energy in her body. I estimate it can hold for just over a month at most. After that, the spirit will completely vanish." Hearing this, Yi Xian took a deep breath, helped Yi Ling to her feet, and bowed deeply to the old man. "I, Yi Xian, will remember this kindness for life." The old man nodded slightly, then turned and raised his hand. "Come with me back to Kanglin Academy." "All right." Yi Xian responded decisively and helped Yi Ling prepare to follow. Just as the three were about to leave, Song Zhong nearby sneered coldly, "Pathetic. Kanglin Academy has sunk so low as to collect the trash discarded by Wangu Academy. No wonder who nowadays even wants to go to Kanglin Academy." The old man glanced at Song Zhong but ignored him, stepping forward. Yi Xian and his sister followed closely, while many eyes fixed sharply on their retreating figures. Behind them, Song Zhong's mocking laughter still echoed. "Pathetic, really pathetic. Kanglin Academy has fallen so far." Before his laughter faded, a white figure streaked through the air from a distance with dazzling speed. As she landed, the crowded square grew so silent you could hear breathing. "It's Nguisher," someone whispered, setting the crowd abuzz. Nguisher Enlancio, the representative of the younger generation in Jiang Kingdom, admired and revered by all her peers. She was so outstanding that she inspired nothing but awe. Under countless blazing gazes, Enlancio stopped in front of the old man and the Yi siblings. Her eyes first locked onto Yi Xian's face. "Sorry, it's nothing to do with you." Yi Xian shook his head. Enlancio raised her right hand, palm facing upward. "Your jade pendant." Yi Xian hesitated briefly. "He'll keep it." "Why?" "It's a token of friendship." He looked into her eyes, answering simply but firmly. Enlancio was silent for a long moment, then nodded slowly, turning her gaze to the old man. The old man looked at her and sighed softly. "Truly, the finest genius in Jiang Kingdom has reached such a realm." Enlancio replied calmly but heavily, "Jiang Kingdom must not fall into chaos." The old man shook his head with a wry smile. "There are still 36 corpses hanging on that path." Enlancio was speechless. The old man said no more and turned to descend the mountain. Yi Xian bowed to Enlancio. "Farewell." Then he took Yiling's arm and followed the old man. Enlancio stood in place, her long lashes lowering as her eyes slowly closed. At that moment, Song Zhong's earlier arrogance vanished. He hurried over to Enlancio and bowed. "Instructor and I." Before he could finish, he was suddenly thrown backward dozens of feet, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone turned in shock to see Enlanxius, one who had struck him. Enlanxius' eyes were cold. "How dare you trouble someone I recommend?" Song Zhong's face went pale. As he tried to argue, a spear whistled through the air. Flash. Song Zhong's entire arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying as he fell and rolled on the ground. All around, an eerie silence fell. Everyone stared at Enlancio in stunned silence. What was she about to do? Amid the sea of watchful eyes, the young girl lifted her gaze toward Mount Song. Her clear voice rang out sharply from afar. "Li Xiu, come down." Before the sentence even finished, she flicked her delicate fingers, and a silver spear shot through the sky like a streak of lightning. The spear gleamed with an icy brilliance, surging with fierce intent. At its tip, 100-foot-long silver dragon coalesced, its scales iron-like, claws razor-sharp, crackling with thunder as it pierced the mountain peak. The dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the entire Mount Song as if struck by a giant hand. Forests swayed violently, dust billowed into the sky. After a brief, stunned silence, an earth-shattering explosion erupted atop the mountain, followed by a startled shout filled with disbelief. "The spear intent has taken shape. You've already become a Spear Dao Grandmaster." The voice echoed through the valley, ringing painfully in everyone's ears. Spear Dao Grandmaster. Around her, gasps of shock burst out. The crowd fell silent, and Lancio was only 19. A 19-year-old Spear Dao Grandmaster was unprecedented. Neither the historical records of the Jiang Kingdom nor ancient tomes from previous dynasties had ever mentioned anyone else reaching such heights so young. She was truly the first of her kind. Amid the explosive sounds, Li Xiu descended swiftly from Mount Song and landed steadily opposite Enlancio. As Vice Dean of Tsangmu Academy, his expression was heavier than ever before. Spear Dao Grandmasters weren't terrifying in themselves. What was terrifying was to reach this level at such a young age. In the long history of Tsangmu Academy, only one person could rival Hergu Qianchen, the legendary figure who once saved the academy alone. Now, Enlanxius' brilliance was in no way inferior. Li Xiu suppressed his shock, cupped his fists, and spoke gravely. "Why is the Clan Master so angry?" Enlancio glanced at him coldly. "Because I don't like you." With that, she pushed off lightly on her toes, her figure darting like the wind. Her silver spear transformed into crackling lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight at Li Xiu. The flash of electric light closed in. Li Xiu's pupils contracted tightly. He dared not take it lightly. His right foot shifted slightly as he took a half step back, stabilizing his stance. His right palm shot out sharply, sweeping fiercely. Instantly, a violent gust of wind was forcibly drawn inward, coalescing into a massive, swirling vortex. Within the vortex's depths were countless razor-thin wind blades, weaving and intersecting like cicada wings, each filled with lethal intent. At that moment, the spear dragon crashed violently into the storm. Boom! The deafening blast shattered the countless wind blades under the assault of the dragon's form and spear intent. The fierce aftershock swept up dust and sand, forcing the onlookers to retreat hastily. As the vortex dissipated, a figure was hurled backward by the Tempest Li Xiu himself, landing heavily several dozen feet away. As soon as he stopped, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His right arm was cracked in a spiderweb pattern, blood dripping from his fingers. The arena fell silent. Li Xiu, Vice Dean of Tsangmu Academy, and a formidable cultivator nearing or surpassing the spirit realm, had just been shattered by the spear of 19-year-old Enlancio. He clutched his fractured arm tightly, and stared at her without anger, only profound apprehension. He knew better than anyone the powers backing the girl. Because of this, when Enlancio once refused to join Sangmu Academy, not a single person dared to cross the line. At a level like Sangmu, the choice when facing an unapproachable peerless genius was often destruction, but for her, not even a thought of it was entertained. Enlancio retracted her spear and glanced once more at Mount Song, shaking her head lightly. From this moment on, I have no connection whatsoever to Sangmu Academy. With that, she turned midair, her garment billowing as she quickly vanished from sight. And Clanmaster, please. If there has been any offense, we are willing to apologize, please, Li Xiao shouted urgently, but only the faint echo of spear strikes remained in the distance. The girl's figure had disappeared into the clouds. The Vice Dean's face immediately darkened to an extreme degree. At the same time, on the distant Jogong platform, 8 wooden puppets returned synchronously to their places, glowing with spiritual radiance. In the next moment, a semi-transparent figure materialized on the platform. Everyone looked up, their faces changing drastically. That apparition was none other than Gu Qianxin, who had left the Jiang Kingdom nearly 300 years ago. Gu Qianxin's return shook the entire Sangmu Academy. Except for the dean currently in seclusion, the other 2 vice deans and several supreme elders rushed to the Jogong platform and saluted solemnly. Gu Qianxin looked around calmly and smiled gently. I'm a little late. Where is the one who broke the formation? Such a young age, yet a foundation as solid as a rock. Not only did she comprehend battle intent, but she also cultivates the great sword technique. Dual cultivation of sword and martial means to reach this realm rare, truly rare. At his words, Li Xiao trembled all over, while that grim-faced elder went deathly pale. The air in the hall instantly felt drained, plunging into a deathly silence. Gu Qianxin furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping around before he calmly uttered a single word. How? Only then did Li Xiao steel himself and step forward. He bowed deeply to Gu Qianxin, then recounted everything that had happened in exact detail, not daring to conceal a single word. As his voice faded, the hall fell even more silent. Several elders from Sangmu Academy and 2 other deputy directors cast cold glances at Li Xiao, their expressions hard to read. If Gu Qianxin's lingering spirit hadn't been there to hold them back, they might have lashed out. After a moment, Gu Qianxin shook his head lightly. This formation was originally created by Dean Mu. I thought its power was a bit weak, so I replaced the wooden figures with sword cultivators. Anyone under 20 who can break this formation, even cheating, shows true skill. Yet the person who just broke it didn't cheat, and he didn't even have a dantian. Breaking the formation without a dantian, don't you find that terrifying? Everyone in the hall caught their breath. Li Xiao thought of Enlanxius' earlier attitude, paling further. Would such a terrifying prodigy actually place their hopes in a mediocre talent? He gave a bitter smile and bowed again to Gu Qianxin. It seems I was short-sighted. Gu Qianxin waved his hand dismissively. Matters of fate can't be forced. His gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. I left Qingzhou centuries ago and left behind this lingering shadow only to see if anyone could break the formation that Dean Mu and I created in the shortest time. I never expected this outcome. Very well. I can no longer intervene in Songshan Academy's affairs. You must manage it yourselves. With those words, his figure gradually became translucent. The crowd immediately bowed in unison. We bid farewell to Dean Gu. In an instant, his shadow completely vanished. The 2 remaining deputy directors and numerous instructors and elders all turned sharply to Li Xiao. Li Xiao forced a smile. From this moment on, I shall go to the cliff of reflection to meditate. When the dean awakens, I will accept whatever judgment he passes. Then he looked toward the white-haired elder nearby. Brother Mo Song, please oversee academy matters temporarily. Mo Song, another deputy director, sighed deeply. You mishandled this matter, but there's no use in words now. Go to the cliff of reflection first. When the dean awakens, we will. Wait. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe stepped forward. It was the other deputy director, Ku Mu. All eyes focused on him again. Ku Mu spoke coldly. He's just an exceptional prodigy. That he failed to join Sangmu Academy is his loss, not ours. Frankly, he doesn't deserve us punishing a deputy director over him. Silence fell. Ku Mu continued. If Sangmu Academy punishes Li Xiao over this, would become the laughingstock of the world. Besides, although he is outstanding, he's not worth us sacrificing a deputy director. Issue the order that Yi Xian is rubbish, our academy discarded. Let the world see no matter how gifted or extraordinary, he's still a nothing in front of Sangmu Academy. In the courtyard, the elders and instructors of Sangmu Academy exchanged glances, the atmosphere tense and delicate. Some hesitated, doubt flickering across their faces, while a few nodded in immediate agreement. Kumu's gaze was as sharp as iron as he spoke solemnly. Since the founding of Sangmu Academy, has any previous dean ever bowed to another? Never. And that will never happen. His eyes swept sharply across the gathering. The Sangmu students by his side wore solemn expressions. Kumu continued, to all students present today, remember this. Yi Xian's decision to join Kanglan Academy is his greatest mistake in life. Next year, I want you to hang his head along that mountain path, so all may see refusing to join Sangmu was his greatest regret. As his words fell, the Sangmu students solemnly struck their chimes and bowed in unison, their voices ringing clear and proud. We will hang Yi Xian's head upon the mountain road. Kumu nodded slightly. The elders, including Li Xiu, all voiced their approval. Soon, the news spread throughout the imperial capital. Yi Xian had been rejected by Sangmu and taken in by Kanglin Academy. This became the city's laughingstock. Not only was Yi Xian mocked, but Kanglin's reputation also plunged to new lows. People sneered, Kanglin Academy picking up what Sangmu rejects. Meanwhile, Sangmu Academy's prestige soared to even greater heights. Meanwhile, on a remote mountain trail on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Yi Xian carried his younger sister, Yi Ling, on his back, closely following an elderly man whose figure bore the marks of age. The old man carried a gourd of wine, taking a long swig every few steps. Yi Ling nestled close to Yi Xian, her voice soft. Brother, I feel warm inside. Yi Xian nodded in response. Good. Brother, promise me I'll never kneel before anyone again, okay? Yi Ling clung tightly to Yi Xian's neck, her eyes filled with fierce determination. I'd rather die than see you kneel. Brother, I'd kneel to the whole world, but I will never let you die. If there's a next life, I want to be your sister again, okay? Yi Xian remained silent, unable to answer immediately. After about 15 minutes, the old man stopped. Before them stood two short mountain peaks, no more than several dozen meters high, appearing tiny compared to the vast and majestic mountains of Sangmu Academy. Between the two peaks lay a narrow path, overgrown with weeds. A weathered stone tablet stood there, bearing 4 blackened characters, Kanglin Academy. The inscription was lone and desolate. The old man led Yi Xian along the path to its end, where a slightly taller peak rose. From its summit, a few dilapidated buildings could be vaguely seen. The old man's steps slowed, Yi Xian still carrying his sister closely behind. Suddenly, the old man spoke. I've lost count of the years, but you are the first person willing to join Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian blinked, then exclaimed in surprise, Sir, if you don't mind me asking, how many students does Kanglin Academy actually have now? Without turning his head, the old man replied matter-of-factly, including me, too. Yi Xian froze in place. After a moment, he hurried to catch up, voice tinged with disbelief and astonishment. Sir, are you serious? Kanglin Academy, including me, has only 2 students? The old man's calm eyes slowly nodded. Yi Xian stood there, carrying his sister, silence weighing heavily in his heart. The old man didn't seem to be joking, and Yi Xian gave a bitter smile. Senior, 2 people? This am at a loss for words. The old man gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I've recruited 2 more. I've already brought 2 more on board. They'll be here soon. Then, Kanglin Academy will have 4 people. With that, he turned and walked toward the mountaintop in the distance, hands behind his back. Yi Xian stood rooted to the spot, still carrying Yi Ling on his back. Yi Ling glanced back at the receding old man and whispered, Brother, I think you've been tricked. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. He saved you. Just for that, there's no trap brother won't jump into. With that, he quickened his pace to catch up. The 3 of them soon reached the mountaintop. The place felt desolate and empty. Only a large main hall with peeling lacquer and a dozen or so crooked, dilapidated houses remained. The walls of the main hall were cracked with fist-sized gaps, and only one door remained on the front entrance. Inside, weeds had grown waist-high. The old man pointed at the ruined hall. This is Kanglin Hall, usually where meetings are held and guests entertained. But it hasn't been used for years. No visitors, no meeting, so it's fallen into disrepair. You'll have to clean it up later. Yi Xian twitched the corner of his mouth. Then the old man pointed to the houses behind the hall. Those houses are empty. Pick whichever you want to live in. I'm a bit tired, going to rest first. With that, he vanished from sight nearby. Yi Xian, still carrying Yi Ling, stared silently at the ruined hall. He had thought Kanglin Academy was not very prosperous, but he hadn't expected it to be like Thie's mysterious old man and 2 students. What kind of academy was this? It felt more like a closing down orphanage. After a long silence, he sighed deeply. Suddenly, Yi Ling jumped off his back and tugged his hand. Brother, you go pick the rooms. They'll clean the main hall. Yi Xian hesitated. You. Yi Ling bounced in place, giggling. It's not cold anymore. Go ahead, I'm really fine. Seeing his little sister was not just putting on a brave face, Yi Xian gently rubbed her head. Okay, take it slow. You'll find 2 rooms and some food, then come back to help you. Yi Ling nodded obediently and headed into the hall with a broom. Several dozen yards behind the hall, dilapidated buildings scattered unevenly. Just by looking, Yi Xian could tell this place was once glorious. Now it was covered with broken tiles and debris. The roof of one house had even collapsed halfway, leaving a hole open to the sky. Wild grass grew wildly along narrow paths, almost swallowing the trails. Suddenly, he spotted a well-preserved courtyard on his right. The bamboo gate was intact, the garden wall old but orderly, and flowers and plants flourished along the walls, full of life. Yi Xian felt a surge of happiness. Perfect place for my sister to live. He pushed open the door. The hinges creaked loudly. Inside, a square stone pool occupied the center of the bluestone floor. The water was clear, so clear that the patterns on the bottom were visible. At that moment, he froze. In the pool, a woman leaned against the edge, her legs stretched out and body fully submerged in the water like a crucifix. Her skin was as smooth as white jade, and she wore nothing. She looked at Yi Xian calmly, her gaze as expressionless as if she were staring at a rock. Yi Xian blinked in surprise and turned around immediately. Just then, a sharp killing intent surged toward him, and a blade as thin as cicada wing pressed against his neck. The icy cold touch made every hair stand on end. He raised both hands above his head, voice steady yet urgent. I only like men. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Xian's temple, sliding along his hairline. Inwardly, he cursed himself for overthinking. If he hadn't turned around, perhaps he could have fought his opponent Hedon. But now, having turned, he had lost the initiative and found himself trapped with no good way forward or back. After a brief, heavy silence, the icy blade pressed against his neck suddenly withdrew without a sound. Yi Xian exhaled quietly, feeling as if he had been returned to the world of the living. He didn't immediately leave, but instead slowly turned to face the woman. She had sheathed her knife and pulled on a flowing black dress, its fabric painted with faint ink landscapes like a delicate scroll. Her figure was slender and graceful, a thin black sash cinching her waist to reveal a narrow curve easily held in one hand. Her eyes, clear and liquid, held a coldness that seemed to peer straight into one's soul. Stunning. This was Yi Xian's instinctive first thought. The fleeting image from moments ago flashed through his mind, stirring a heat in his chest. Though he had never been close to women before, he was still a man, with all the natural reactions that entailed. The woman stepped closer with a piercing gaze that made his scalp tingle. To avoid trouble, he forced his eyes away, masking his lingering discomfort with a faint expression of distaste because in Jiang Kingdom, women guarded their honor fiercely, and showing too much interest would only cause more problems. Yet he felt wronged. Who would have thought someone would be here in such a remote spot, and in broad daylight, no less? That said, she really was beautiful. If only he could steal one more glance. That thought surprised him so much he startled himself. I actually want to look again? Who are you? The woman asked coldly, her tone sharp with menace. Yi Xian quickly regained his composure and cupped his fists respectfully. Yi Xian, a new trainee. Then he stepped back several paces, not running, but deliberately putting some distance between them, still showing subtle distaste in his eyes. The woman furrowed her dark brows. Am I really that unpleasant to look at? He was silent. His glance swept over her before taking 2 more steps back. His answer was clear in his body language. She appraised him from head to toe, then suddenly shook her head and sighed softly. You're not unattractive, yet you're gay? Men with men, how does that even work? Yi Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had no reply. Seeing his silence, the woman dropped the subject, casting him a glance filled with pity before turning and walking back inside. Her figure vanished behind the door. Yi Xian exhaled deeply, at least that ordeal was over. Leaving the courtyard, he found 2 empty rooms nearby and quickly cleaned them. Then he made a circuit around the back mountain, returning with several prepared wild game in hand. Survival skills were his strength, had once hunted to support himself and his younger sister, so this was second nature to him. Back at Kanglan Hall, Yiling had already tidied the place spotless. Spotting him come in, the little girl ran up happily, smiling brightly. Brother. Yi Xian ruffled her hair and asked, are you tired? No, I'm not. Yiling shook her head. Wipe down these tables over here. I'm going to cook. Yiling's eyes lit up instantly, cheeks flushing with excitement. To cook. She loved Yi Xian's cooking the most, and honestly, even the top chefs of the Yi family couldn't compare to his dishes. Half an hour later, inside Kanglan Hall, Yi Xian and his younger sister Yiling sat at a worn-out table, with 4 or 5 steaming dishes spread out, fragrant and inviting. The siblings exchanged a smile and were about to start eating when a figure staggered over an older man they had seen before, clearly drunk. The old man reeked of alcohol, his clothes so dirty their original color was unrecognizable. Without any manners, he sat down at the head of the table and reached for the food. Before he could pick anything up, another figure silently approached. It was the woman Yi Xian had encountered earlier. She sat to the old man's left, glanced at the food, then looked at Yi Xian and asked coolly, did you make this? Yi Xian was taken aback. Yiling blinked and looked back and forth between the two of them. The woman didn't say more. Instead, she used her chopsticks to pick up a small mushroom, popped it into her mouth, then nodded approvingly. Not bad. The old man followed suit, tasting the mushroom, then looked to Yi Xian and nodded. Good. From now on, the meals for Kanglan Academy are yours. Yi Xian twitched at the corner of his mouth, seriously considered taking action. Yiling tilted her head, speaking up for her brother. But he's a student. The old man waved it off. Cooking is a form of cultivation too. Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back. Senior Dean. The old man turned his head abruptly. Call me Dean Ji. Yi Xian forced himself to stay calm. Dean Ji, This academy is so big. Surely you have some cleaners or helpers. The old man countered. Are you paying for them? Ah. Yi Xian was speechless for a moment, then stammered. Isn't it your responsibility? Dean Ji shook his head and sighed. No money. I'm barely affording my drinks. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. At that moment, the woman hungrily devoured her food, chopsticks flying so fast Yi Xian and Yi Ling stared in shock, as if she hadn't eaten in days. In no time, the dishes on the table were wiped clean. She licked her chopsticks and looked at Yi Xian. Is there more? Before Yi Xian could reply, Yi Ling put her chopsticks down. There are some uncooked. I'll go clean up. Saying that, she quickly ran toward the back of the hall. After Yi Ling left, Yi Xian whispered to Dean Ji, is this place safe? The old man nodded. Safe. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked again. Dean Ji, since this is an academy, there must be a place for learning, right? I don't have one. Dean Ji answered bluntly. Self-study. Yi Xian's breath caught. Martial Hall. The woman suddenly spoke as she licked her chopsticks. Dean Ji looked at Yi Xian. There's a martial hall on the back mountain. It holds some past students' martial arts notes. As for martial techniques, if you're lucky, you might find one or two manuals. Yi Xian sighed deeply. Then I'll just focus on cooking. Saying that, he turned and left. Only the woman and the old man remained at the table. She laid down her chopsticks gently. Where did you find him? Dean Ji took a swig of wine, tilting his head back. Picked him up from Tsangmu Academy's leftovers. The woman was silent for a moment, then asked, why choose him? The old man smiled. Potential. The woman replied quietly, I'm enough on my own. The old man's hand trembled slightly. After a moment, he picked up the wine gourd and took a sip, then spoke softly. And you carry too heavy a burden. The woman in white remained calm. This is my fate and my responsibility. With that, she turned to look outside the hall, her gaze resting in the deep shadows. Though they have died, their souls remain trapped in their bodies. Until I bring them back, they will not find peace. Not to mention my eldest brother, second brother, and father. The old man closed his eyes, his voice hoarse. You are the last bloodline of the Ji family. She smiled gently. Then I have even greater duty to bear. The old man shook his head and sighed. As for those two, here in Jiang country, I fear only Enlightenment can match them. The woman rose, her robes sweeping the floor. Where there's a will, there's a way. With that, she headed for the hall's door. Reaching the threshold, she suddenly stopped and glanced back, a faint smile tugging at her lips. The worst result is just another corpse on the Tsang Mountain's path. With that, her figure dissolved into a white light and vanished into the night, leaving only the solitary sound of drinking echoing through the hall. Night fell. After Yi Ling had fallen asleep, Yi Xian sat cross-legged inside the realm prison tower. The tower was silent. He looked up and asked, Senior, can I be considered a great sword cultivator now? It counts, came the cold, mysterious female voice. Yi Xian frowned. Why? I can't even release sword radiance. You're only lacking in realm, the woman explained. Once you reach the Qi control realm, your true Qi will condense inside. With your current physique and sword comprehension, you can unleash sword Qi at will. Yi Xian pondered. What about my battle intent? Do you know martial arts? The woman asked in return. He shook his head. You perceive battle intent ahead of time, but haven't gone through complete martial refinement, so you're not yet a martial arts master. A true master must transform battle intent into form. She paused. For now, build your martial foundation steadily, and don't slack on sword training. Also, your search for the sword can begin. Spirit sword. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Where do I find one? Buy? I can't afford it. Moments later, he began training. Aside from sword moves, the only martial skill he knew was fist crash. Yet as battle intent fused in, the power of fist crash surged, rivaling a lower-level Xian rank skill. Yi Xian truly realized the terror of battle intent, and understood that if he later comprehended sword intent, a single strike could decide life or death, becoming even more formidable. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the old man Jia's words, there's a woman surnamed and looking for you at the foot of the mountain, sent Yi Xian rushing down without hesitation. Before the stone tablet, a figure in white caught his eye, spotless and breathtaking Enlightenment. Yi Xian stepped forward with a smile and bowed. Missin. Enlightenment nodded. Just as she was about to speak, a sloppy man staggered over from afar, carrying a black iron rod on his shoulder, walking crookedly. Upon seeing Enlightenment, his eyes lit up. Beauty. Yi Xian quickly stepped in front of her and sized up the man. I'm pretty handsome too. You can look at me for free. The man. Behind Yi Xian, Enlightenment glanced at him but said nothing. In front of Yi Xian, a tall man sized him up from head to toe and sneered. Kid, you're asking for a beating. Before he finished speaking, he clenched both hands, and a dark iron rod slammed toward Yi Xian with a heavy rushing sound. Yi Xian's right hand tightened into a fist, joints clicking as surging battle intent instantly condensed into his knuckles. Fist out. A sharp tearing sound cut through the air near his ear. Bang. The iron rod collided head-on with Yi Xian's fist, releasing tremendous force. The man was sent flying backwards several dozen feet, his iron rod humming continuously. Yi Xian was also pushed back about a step, his right hand trembling slightly. The man glanced down at the still vibrating iron rod, surprise and excitement flashing in his eyes. Not bad. He suddenly raised his arm and swung the iron rod again. Swoosh! Its keen whistle tore across the sky. Yi Xian remained expressionless. As the iron rod neared, he suddenly threw a straight punch. Boom. The punch cracked like splitting metal and stone. The iron rod shook violently and was knocked flying back. But in the next instant, a shadow darted along the ground. The cold gleam aimed straight for Yi Xian's throat. Danger. Yi Xian's pupils contracted slightly as he lightly twisted his right wrist. Buzz. A low, resonant sword hum spread as his sword energy cut through the air. Bang. The shadow was blasted back dozens of feet. Landing it was the tall man again. The man wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes wide. A sword cultivator? You're really a sword cultivator. Yi Xian glanced at him coolly. Still want to fight? Fight. Of course. Mo Yunqi's never afraid of anyone in his life. Before he could finish, Yi Xian's figure flashed forward in an instant, sword light striking down like lightning. Mo Yunqi's face darkened. He roared, "You never said you were going to fight." He raised the iron rod and fiercely swung it diagonally. Bang! Metal clashed with a deafening ring, sparks flying. Mo Yunqi was forced back more than 10 yards again. This time, Yi Xian didn't press the attack, but sheathed his sword and stepped back beside Enlightenment, whispering, "Lost my cool." Enlightenment smiled faintly, but remained silent. Yi Xian rubbed his numb right hand, looking slightly embarrassed. Suddenly recalling something, he looked toward Mo Yunqi not far off, and said quietly but resolutely, "Let's keep going." His figure flashed out again. Mo Yunqi grinned broadly, battle intent blazing, and the two clashed again fiercely. Enlightenment watched them quietly, her gaze deep and unreadable. About 15 minutes later, a hoarse yet strong voice boomed through the field. Enough. Old Ji appeared, standing near Enlightenment. He nodded slightly to her, then turned his gaze to the still warring pair. Seeing they showed no sign of stopping, Old Ji frowned slightly, then asked Enlightenment, "And Guosher really cares about him?" "Yes." Enlightenment lightly brushed her dark hair back and replied softly. Old Ji squinted. "And Guosher, do you know what you're saying?" Enlightenment smiled at the corner of her lips. "He has the courage to stand up in front of thousands of Tang soldiers qualified to be my friend." "Of course, now we're already friends." "Friends," Old Ji sighed deeply. In the entire Jiang kingdom, those worthy to be called friends by this girl were probably few and far between. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion sounded from afar, and Mo Yunqi was blasted more than 30 feet away. Yi Xian didn't make another move. Instead, he stepped back beside Enlightenment. Mo Yunqi glanced briefly at Yi Xian and Enlightenment, then refrained from attacking further. The mountain wind stirred the grasses, the leaves rustling as a heavy tension hung thickly among the three of them. Old Ji stood at the end of the stone steps, hands behind his back. His voice was calm but carried clearly. "From now on, both of you are students of Kanglin Academy." Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi were stunned simultaneously. Mo Yunqi pointed at Yi Xian, disbelief written all over his face. He's a Kanglin Academy student too? Got a problem with that?" Old Ji raised an eyebrow. Mo Yunqi held back his anger for a moment before asking, "Old man, how many students does Kanglin Academy have in total?" "3. Counting you." Old Ji replied, pointing toward a distant mountain path. "But there's one more about to arrive. That'll make 4. 4. Mo Yunqi was dumbstruck. After a long silence, he suddenly hefted his iron staff and turned to leave. "I'm heading to Tsangmu Academy." Old Ji gave him a faint look. "You don't want the Hung Tian staff technique's lower volume anymore?" Mo Yunqi's footsteps faltered at the mountain path's end. Slamming his iron staff down hard on the ground, he spun back around, glare fierce. "Old man, seriously 4 students in one academy? You sure this academy has any future?" "You already signed the enrollment form for Kanglin Academy," Old Ji said evenly. "If you try to go to Tsangmu now, they won't take you." Hearing this, Mo Yunqi stomped angrily, pointing at Old Ji. "Old man, you're setting me up." Old Ji shrugged. "I didn't force you back then. You begged me to let you join Kanglin Academy. You've got some nerve. You said Kanglin is basically the same as Tsangmu." "They are quite similar," Old Ji said without hurry. "Both are in the capital, both academies. What's the problem?" Mo Yunqi's face flushed deep red, almost breathless. "That's not the same at all. It's like night and day. If he weren't keeping himself in check, he'd have attacked on the spot." Old Ji snapped his fingers, and a black scroll shot through the air, landing at Mo Yunqi's feet. Mo Yunqi picked it up suspiciously, glanced at it, then his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he tucked it away. Old Ji gestured toward the mountain peak. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Yunqi looked down at the scroll, sighed deeply, and silently started walking up the mountain. Passing by Yi Xian and Enlightenment, he suddenly stopped and snarled, "Once I master this lower volume, we'll fight again." Yi Xian shrugged. "Anytime you're ready." Mo Yunqi kept walking but kept muttering to himself. Old G suddenly warned, "Kid, this is the imperial capital. You'd better keep a low profile." Low profile? Mo Yunchi scoffed. "I'm this talented. Why would I keep a low profile? Is anyone better than me in the entire imperial capital?" And Lancio was the top prodigy of Jianghua before, sure. But now that I, Mo Yunchi, have arrived, what is she? Next time, they'll make her cry. And Lanxia's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Xian's face twisted oddly. Old Ji shook his head. "I've never seen anyone rush headlong to their own doom like this before." No sooner had he finished than a white shadow suddenly appeared behind Mo Yunchi. His heart raced. He spun around sharply, staff swinging down fast. Bang! The air exploded with force, and Mo Yunchi was blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed. The earth trembled violently. Then came a nightmare scene. The figure was dragged by an irresistible force, slammed repeatedly against the ground, letting out agonizing screams that pierced the soul. This terrifying ordeal lasted a full quarter of an hour before the figure finally stopped moving. The figure on the ground was none other than Mo Yunchi, who lay sprawled like a puddle of mud, his face swollen grotesquely, resembling a pig's. And Lancio withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Xian quietly. "Walk with me?" she asked softly. Yi Xian gave a faint smile. "Sure." The two walked side by side toward a nearby trail. Behind them, Mo Yunchi let out a hoarse roar. Wait. I won't let this grudge go." She is in Lancio. No one knew when old G had appeared by Mo Yunki's side. Mo Yunki's voice suddenly ceased. His head slumped, and he made no sound. Old G kicked him disdainfully. "Stop faking death. Get up and keep yelling. Who is in Lancio anyway? Weren't you going to make her cry?" But Mo Yunchi remained motionless. Old G gave up, grabbed his leg, and dragged him up the mountain, leaving a long trail in the dirt. The path was lined with scattered trees. Yi Xian and Lancio walked together in silence. After a moment, she spoke softly. "I never thought you'd join Kanglan Academy." Yi Xian remained silent. He hadn't expected to end up at Kanglan either. Fate had its own plans. Suddenly, Lancio stopped. "I'm leaving Jiang Kingdom. Today, I came to say goodbye." "Leaving Jiang Kingdom?" Yi Xian glanced at her. She looked him squarely in the eye. "I don't quite trust you." Yi Xian shook his head, puzzled. She stepped closer, so near he could smell her subtle fragrance. "Everyone underestimates you, even I might have. I don't know what adventures you've had or what cards you hold, but you make me feel uneasy. In all of Jiang Kingdom, few people give me this feeling, and it's not a common kind of danger." Yi Xian stayed silent. And Lancio resumed walking. Yi Xian followed. After a while, she whispered, "After I'm gone, no one in Jiang Kingdom may be able to hold you back. But you're reckless and straightforward. I worry one day you might throw the empire into chaos." She glanced back. "Promise me, if you can, take care of Jiang Kingdom a little." Yi Xian gave a bitter smile. "You might be overestimating me." And Lancio smiled faintly. "You still haven't answered." Yi Xian nodded seriously. "I promise, if I'm able, I will do my part for Jiang Kingdom." Suddenly she asked, "Do you know why I like you? Because you like yourself?" Yi Xian was stunned, his mind blank. And Lancio was also momentarily taken aback, as if she misspoke, but didn't explain. She smiled and walked forward again. Yi Xian was dazed but followed. For a time, neither spoke. After a while, Lancio stopped and took a pitch-black jade pendant from her bosom, handing it to Yi Xian. "What's this?" Yi Xian asked. In the mountains north of Jiang Kingdom, around the Two-Realm City, a sword master's ruin was recently discovered. The local powers have explored most of it. Within a month, it will be accessible. I have an access past this jade pendant, is the proof. It's not very useful to me, but you're a sword cultivator, so it should help you. Also, the ruins are in a volcanic area underground. There may be extremely hot materials beneficial to your sister. But be careful. Besides the very top talents of Jiang Kingdom, other countries will send their best too. Don't underestimate them." Yi Xian pondered a moment and accepted the pendant. And Lancio nodded lightly. "Farewell." She turned and walked toward the trail's end. "Will we meet again?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. Her steps paused. "I might be moving very fast." Yi Xian grinned. "I'll catch up to you." And Lancio looked back with a faint smile. "Good luck." With that, she faded away down the path. Yi Xian gazed after that slender figure for a long time before coming back to himself. He opened his left palm. Besides the black jade pendant, there was another one more gift from Lancio. 2 jade pendants. He looked down at them and suddenly smiled foolishly. Growing up alone with his sister, most people only used him. Those who truly cared were rare. And Lancio was different. The ones who are truly good to him, Yi Xian would never forget in his life. After a moment, he clenched the 2 pendants tightly and turned to head up the mountain, still smiling, a little foolishly. Love? Yi Xian didn't understand what love meant. In the past, he had never seriously thought about it. All he knew was that he enjoyed being with Lanxia. Nothing else crossed his mind. Just then, his footsteps suddenly halted. Not far ahead stood an old man with white hair and beard, hands clasped behind his back, facing the mountain wind. It was the spirit elder who had followed Lancio earlier. Yi Xian looked up, meeting the elder's gaze, but said nothing. The spirit elder scanned Yi Xian and spoke in a hoarse, low voice. I am Ling Xiao, a servant by the young lattice side. Mission? Yi Xian confirmed. The elder nodded slightly. Yi Xian bowed politely. Does elder have something to tell me? Ling Xiao said gravely. Young master Yi, what I'm about to say may offend, so please forgive me. Please speak. Elder, Yi Xian replied calmly. The elder's gaze grew deep. Though the young lady is from the Jiang kingdom, you should see that her origins go far beyond that. To put it bluntly, most people she will face in the Jiang kingdom today won't even have the right to look up to her in the future. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded, expression indifferent. Elder means I shouldn't get close to her? Ling Xiao spoke frankly. Young Master Yi is esteemed by the young lady, no doubt for good reason. But her talents are prodigious, and the forces behind her are beyond your imagining. If you harbor other thoughts towards her, forgive me for being direct, you will live a hard and miserable life. And the young lady may suffer because of you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, offering no rebuttal. Ling Xiao glanced at him, cupping his fist. Young Master Yi, please think carefully on my words. Farewell. With that, the space before him suddenly tore open, revealing a dark rift. The elder stepped in, and the rift closed, leaving no trace. To tear open space like that, only an expert at the Tongyu realm can do it. Above the Ichi realm is Ling Kong, and above Ling Kong is Tongyu. This opponent was several levels stronger than Yi Xian, and this was only a servant of Enlightenment. The warning was unmistakable. Yi Xian's expression stiffened briefly. Then he turned and continued ascending the mountain. Feeling the pressure? A mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind at just the right moment. Yi Xian nodded. She warned, the fire spirit inside your sister can only last for 1 more month. If you don't find a substitute within that time, she will fall into danger. Also, the one imprisoned on the 2nd level is about to awaken. If it wakes before you find the Tao pattern, you will surely die. If you die, your sister's fate will be even worse. Yi Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing cold lightning. I must train. I must become stronger. Wind rose at his feet as his pace quickened. To grow stronger for his sister, for himself, to survive, and to pursue what he desired. Just as in the worldly realm where money is the hardest currency to sustain love, in the cultivation world, strength is the ultimate currency. Before Kanglan Hall, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the plaza, his face darkened off in the distance. Yi Ling had collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Next to her, Mo Yunqi, his face bruised and swollen, was flailing his arms animatedly, apparently trying to cheer her up. Each gesture seemed to make the little girl cry harder. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly bloodshot, murderous intent surging in his chest. You dare bully my sister? As the sound faded, a sword silently materialized in his palm. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure like a mountain burst forth, and a faint sword aura exploded from his body. The weeds before him were instantly severed at the roots by the fierce energy one's sword deciding life or death. Yi Xian suddenly lost control. Mo Yunqi was momentarily stunned and about to speak, but Yi Xian had already raised his sword and charged. That sharp sword intent chilled Mo Yunqi to the bone, and he dare not confront it heeded. He flipped over and leapt directly over the wall to escape. Just as his toes touched the ground, the tall wall behind him shattered into dust. Damn! Feeling the dust hit his face, Mo Yunqi's expression twitched. He immediately sprinted wildly. In midair, Yi Xian followed like a shadow. Wherever his sword light touched, trees and grass were cut down, leaving a trail of destruction. Inside the main hall, Yi Ling watched as the two rushed out of sight. After a moment's pause, she hurried after them. When she reached outside the wall, she saw flashes of sword light flickering deep in the forest, with the two reduced to mere specks apart. Faintly carried by the wind was Mo Yunqi's pleading voice. Big brother, I'm not bullying your sister. Calm down, but his words were instantly drowned out by piercing sword cries. Yi Ling's heart tightened. What if brother hurts himself? She turned abruptly and dashed toward Elder Ji's courtyard. Inside, Elder Ji lay slumped in a wicker chair, a wine gourd resting by his lips, sleeping heavily and spilling to the side. Yi Ling grabbed his arm desperately, shaking it hard. Grandpa Ji, brother is fighting that guy, please hurry and check. Elder Ji gave no response, drunk as a puddle. With no other choice, Yi Ling ran to Ji Anzi's yard. Ji Anji glanced at Yi Ling's anxious face and then calmly asked, can you cook? Yi Ling nodded immediately. I'm hungry, Ji Anji said, leaving those words behind as she turned back inside. Yi Ling was left speechless. Behind Kanglan Palace was a cluster of abandoned houses, and beyond that, a chain of mountains. At that moment, two figures darted through the dense forest. Mo Yunqi's feet paced atop two gusts of wind, moving like a violent storm. Behind, Yi Xian gripped the Lingxiao sword tightly, killing intent surging. Wherever he went, flowers and trees were cut flat by his sword chi. After running for half an hour, Mo Yunqi gritted his teeth and turned to confront Yi Xian heated. But Yi Xian unleashed one sword to decide life or death again, shattering Mo Yunqi's iron staff into pieces before it even touched the blade. With the staff reduced to rubble, Imo Yunchi made a quick decision and fled. No fighting. Saying that, he darted like a desperate rabbit deep into the forest, while Yi Xian pursued like a bloodthirsty beast. Throughout the night, the forest echoed with cries and sword clashes, one desperately fleeing, the other relentlessly chasing. At dawn, Missouri Yunchi gasped for breath as he burst onto the stone steps before Kanglan Palace. No sooner had he stopped than Yi Xian appeared silently behind him, sword tip slightly raised. At the steps, Yi Ling, who had guarded all night, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Yi Xian's arm, anxiously exclaiming, "Brother, brother, are you okay? He didn't hurt you, right?" Not far away, Imo Yunchi lay on the ground, gasping heavily. When he heard Yi Ling's words, he was so furious he almost couldn't breathe. He clutched his chest, eyes wide open, but couldn't utter a single word. On the other side, hearing his sister's voice, Yi Xian's expression, which had been scattered from the intense battle, immediately tightened. He walked over and gently ruffled Yi Ling's soft hair, his tone softening. Are you okay?" Yi Ling quickly shook her head, strands of hair swaying in the air. "I'm fine." Yi Xian's gaze flicked past her shoulder and landed on Imo Yunchi not far off. Imo Yunchi's face instantly changed, as if ready to leap up and flee at any moment, stammering, "You, don't stir up trouble. Tu didn't bully your sister. You can ask her yourself." Yi Xian just coolly withdrew his gaze and looked back at Yi Ling, softly asking, "What happened earlier?" Yi Ling lowered her head slightly, her fingertips nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, hesitating before answering. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian bent down to meet her eyes, his voice gentle. "It's just," Yi Ling whispered. "I remembered back when we were at the Yi family. Back then, my brother found a bun and couldn't bear to eat it himself, so he gave it all to me. But you almost starved." Her voice choked, tears dropping quietly. Yi Xian took a step forward and gently pulled her into his arms. "Silly girl, let's leave the past behind. From now on, I'll never let you suffer again." Yi Ling still sobbed but reached out to hug him back, softly pleading, "Brother, you can't suffer too much either, okay?" "Okay." Yi Xian showed a sincere smile. "From now on, we'll both try to live well, alright?" "Alright." Yi Ling looked up, tears still fresh but already smiling through them. Before long, she had fallen soundly asleep in Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian carried Yi Ling back to her room and tucked her in before heading to the stone steps in front of Kanglan Hall, casually sitting down beside Imo Yunchi. Imo Yunchi remained wary, eyes fixed on Yi Xian as if ready to bolt at any moment. Yi Xian pulled a wine gourd from his waist and tossed it over. "Sorry about earlier." Imo Yunchi caught it and tilted his head back to gulp down the strong liquor, the sharp burn sliding down his chin. Wiping his mouth, he suddenly asked, "What was that sword technique you just used?" "One stroke to decide life or death," Yi Xian answered calmly. Imo Yunchi nodded thoughtfully. "Very strong. I couldn't block it. The two whirlwinds at your feet just now are those martial skills. 10,000-mile wind chasing technique, lower Xian grade." Imo Yunchi set the gourd aside and lay back on the stone steps. "If it weren't for that, you would have sliced me in half just now." Yi Xian lay down too, hands behind his head, gazing at the skyline under the night sky. He murmured, "Sorry." Imo Yunchi shook his head with a self-mocking laugh. "It's my own fault for being foolish. Seeing your sister cry, I teased her a bit, saying you were beaten by me, that only made her cry harder." Their voices faded into the night breeze. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, stepping through the moonlight. Around 18 or 19 years old, bald-headed, his build broad and muscular like a sturdy wild ox, towering over both Imo Yunchi and Yi Xian. More intimidating, he was shirtless, muscles bulging, with a necklace made of bones around his neck, some still stained with fresh blood. They clinked softly with each step. Imo Yunchi squinted and whispered to Yi Xian, "That guy's probably another new student." Before Yi Xian could reply, Imo Yunchi turned his head toward him, a sly grin on his lips. "Want to teach him a lesson?" Yi Xian paused briefly, then asked, "You want to go first?" "Let's do it." Imo Yunchi shrugged, pushing off lightly with his right foot. He flew forward with a graceful, lightning-fast move that even made Yi Xian flinch inwardly. In the blink of an eye, Imo Yunchi reached the bald man and swept his leg horizontally toward his shoulder. The bald man didn't dodge. Bang! A muffled crash echoed as Imo Yunchi was violently knocked back several yards. His right leg trembled uncontrollably upon landing, while the bald man didn't even frown, coldly watching him with a fierce glint in his eyes. Imo Yunchi's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted over his shoulder, "Let's attack together." Yi Xian stepped in front of the bald man, but didn't draw his sword. Instead, he clasped his fists in greeting. "Kanglan Academy welcomes you." Imo Yunchi was stunned. "You." The bald man also hesitated, then nodded politely in reply. "Thank you." After that, he suddenly spun around and charged at Imo Yunchi like a rampaging bear. Imo Yunchi's face changed instantly as he turned and ran. "Yi Xian, you bastard. You sold me out." Soon, Imo Yunchi's mournful howls echoed from the mountain. At noon, sunlight filtered through the vermilion windows of Kanglan Hall, casting mottled patterns on the stone floor. On the main seat, old G leaned lazily to one side, occasionally tipping the wine jug to his lips. His weathered face flushed red from the alcohol, his eyes hazy but still retaining a glimmer of awareness. To his left sat Jianji, firmly holding two long chopsticks between his fingers, methodically licking their tips as if poised to strike at any delicacy. On the right sat a bald man Beza rubbing a string of iron beads thicker than a thumb in his palm. The beads were jet black with a faint eerie glow, clearly no ordinary metal. Farther down, Imo Yunchi looked utterly miserable, his face swollen like a fermented bun, mottled purple and blue, with clear shoe prints stamped on his worn clothes. Bei sat diagonally opposite him, occasionally casting dagger-like glances in his direction. Imo Yunchi hunched his neck but stubbornly refused to bow his head. Suddenly, a steaming aroma of meat wafted through the hall's entrance. Old Ji's half-closed eyes snapped open, and Ji Anji straightened instantly, fingers gripping chopsticks tensely. Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling entered, carrying two steaming dishes. Yi Xian's hands held a golden, glossy roast chicken, its skin bubbling with fine oil. Yi Ling carried a large steamed fish, its flesh snowy white and soup gently simmering. No sooner had the siblings set down the plates than old Ji and Ji Anji sprang forward like unleashed hunting dogs, chopsticks stabbing at once. The chopsticks flew in a blur. Yi Xian, Yi Ling, Bei's, and Imo Yunchi hadn't even managed to reach for the food before Ji Anzi's chopsticks reduced the roast chicken to a pile of bare bones. The steamed fish was stripped clean to its skeleton. Bei's and Imo Yunchi held their chopsticks frozen in disbelief, while Yi Xian and Yi Ling stood dumbfounded. Only after a moment did they scramble to eat, but the plates were utterly empty. Old Ji smacked his lips and whispered to Jianji, "Tone it down a bit." Jianji licked his chopsticks clean and looked at Yi Xian. "Is there more?" Over the next while, the kitchen brought out 7 or 8 more dishes as everyone gathered around the table. By the time the last plate was wiped clean, not a scrap remained on the table. Bei's and Imo Yunchi managed only a few bites, their faces etched with despair. Yi Xian and Yi Ling exchanged a knowing smile. They had already satisfied themselves in the kitchen. After several rounds of wine, old Ji raised his hand to introduce the newcomers. He first nodded towards the bald man. Bei's, from northern Mang Mountain, a half-demon. Bei stood and bowed politely, but before sitting, he cast a cold, piercing glance at Imo Yunchi. Old Ji then pointed at Imo Yunchi. Imo Yunchi, from the southern border town of Imo Town, gifted with a light and agile constitution that doubles his efficiency with speed-based martial skills. Expert with the staff and also practices flying blades. Flying blades. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, sensing this man hid something. Irritated by Bei's glare, Imo Yunchi bluntly pointed at Yi Xian. "Old man, how about talking about him?" Old Ji chuckled. Yi Xian, from the Yi family of Qingcheng, a great sword cultivator. Great sword cultivator. Jianji and Bei's exchanged surprised looks. Such a cultivator of this age was rare in Jiang Kingdom. Suddenly, Imo Yunchi sprang up, pointing at Yi Xian and raising his voice. "Big brother, you wouldn't be that trash they kicked out from Tsangmu Academy, would you? You're the trash." Yi Ling suddenly glared angrily at Imo Yunchi. "I'm not cooking for you anymore from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Zhe, standing nearby, nodded without hesitation in agreement. "Don't feed him." Imo Yunchi's face twitched sharply. He quickly raised his hand and slapped his own cheek, forcing out a smile. "Little sister, it's my fault. Don't be mad, okay?" In his heart, he had already figured it out among all the students at Kanglin Academy. The only ones who could really cook were this brother and sister duo. If they went on strike, he'd be stuck chewing grass roots from then on. Yi Ling snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring him. In the brief silence, Elder Ji suddenly looked up and said, "He's the Yi Xian known throughout the imperial capital." Yi Xian from the imperial capital? Everyone's expressions changed. Because of the deliberate promotion by Tsangmu Academy, Yi Xian's name was widely known in the capital, but unfortunately, it was mostly due to disgraceful rumors. Imo Yunchi appraised Yi Xian for a moment, clicking his tongue twice in disbelief, shaking his head in admiration. Tsangmu Academy really thinks highly of themselves. They don't want someone like you? When did their standards get so high? Yi Xian only smiled faintly and didn't respond. Elder Ji didn't press further. Instead, he said, "There's a martial hall behind the mountain, once a training ground for Kanglin Academy students. You can visit it during your free time. Maybe you'll find something useful." "Are there martial skills there?" Imo Yunchi immediately perked up. "Even training manuals would be good." Elder Ji shook his head. "Why not?" Imo Yunchi asked in confusion. "They've all been sold for liquor money," Elder Ji replied flatly. The group was speechless. The old dean stood up, lowering his voice sharply. "A year and a half from now, Kanglin Academy will have the on-sever 3 years life or death duel with Tsangmu Academy. I don't want to see any of your bodies hung on the trails of Tsang Mountain. Also, keep your outings to a minimum. If Tsangmu students see you, even without cause, they'll look to pick a fight." With that, he turned and walked away, hands behind his back. Jianji glanced at Yi Xian and added quietly, go make some more food. Yi Xian was speechless. Half an hour later, Jianji put down his chopsticks contentedly, then stood and said, just a friendly reminder, Tsangmu Academy has two peerless prodigies, one male, one female. The guy is called Finju, the girl, Beichun. Neither is even 20 yet, but they've both reached the Linkong realm, maybe even halfway to Tanyu. The only person in the entire Jiang kingdom who can keep them in check. You all should know who that is. Several people's minds flashed that name, and Lanxiao. Jianji continued. Besides those two, there are three other great talents down below. Their identities are unknown, but each masters a unique special skill. Rumor has it that if these three join forces, even Lanxiao could be challenged. Mo Yunqi quietly raised his right hand, whispering, is it too late to drop out now? Jianji glanced at him. It's still not too late to kill yourself. Ugh. Mo Yunqi flopped head first onto the table and sighed deeply. I've been totally screwed over by this old geezer. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Everyone's here, so I want to discuss something. All eyes turned to him. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian said seriously, I check it, there's so much missing at Kanglin Academy. Basic things like firewood, rice, oil, and salt? None of it. And don't even mention other daily necessities, there's barely even toilet paper. In short, everything's lacking. Oh my goodness. Mo Yunqi let out a heart-wrenching wail, burying his head deep into the table, utterly defeated and lifeless. Yi Xian glanced at the others and said, I've decided to go down the mountain to buy some daily necessities, but I'm short on money. You all chip in a little, and we can pool it together. He folded his arms and leaned against the table, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone's faces. The room fell silent except for the rustling of leaves outside in the breeze. Seeing that Jianji and the others didn't react, he shrugged and spoke again, his tone casual but edged with a hint of threat. If you're not going to contribute, that's fine. Then we'll each go our own way from now on. No problem, right? At those words, Mo Yunqi and the others' mouths twitched slightly, each going their own way. Does that mean we'll be eating grass from now on? The atmosphere grew awkward and tense. After a moment, Baizhe hesitated, then pulled out a bulging cloth pouch and firmly placed it on the table, 20 gold coins. Yi Xian took it without hesitation, pocketing the money, then fixed his gaze on Jianji. Jianji met his stare calmly, his dark eyes unreadable, staring so intently it made Yi Xian's scalp tingle. After a long pause, Yi Xian waved his hand. All right. If you want pay, just go do whatever you need to do. Hearing this, Jianji turned and left briskly, without a hint of hesitation. Yi Xian then turned his attention to Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi copied Jianzi's posture, crossing his arms and staring unblinkingly. Smack! Yi Xian slammed his palm on the table, making the teacup jump, and shouted angrily, what are you staring at? Just pay up quickly, or you'll be the one eating grass. Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched, but ultimately resigned himself. Half an hour later, Yi Xian led his sister Yi Ling down the mountain. On either side were Mo Yunqi and Baizhe, the unwilling porters dragged along. Since this shopping trip involved many items, the siblings couldn't carry everything on their own and had to use them as labor. The mountain path wound through fields fragrant with fresh grass. Yi Ling hopped along happily, her face bright with a sunshine-like smile. Unaware of the worry hidden in her brother's heart, the cold energy inside her was only temporarily suppressed by the fire spirit, but at best they had 1 month left. If they couldn't find a new substitute within a month. Thinking this, Yi Xian reached into his pocket and took out the black jade pendant Lanxiao had given him, gently rubbing it with his thumb. Two Realms Mountain, Swordmaster's cave dwelling, quietly resolved that he must make a trip there. To his left, Mo Yunqi chewed on a blade of wild grass, humming an unknown tune with a careless air. On his right, Baizhe kept his head down, walking briskly and speaking little, only nodding when necessary. As they walked, Mo Yunqi suddenly stopped singing and half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, so, you too? Do you think you can make it in a year and a half? Yi Xian patted his shoulder lightly. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it and get it done. Mo Yunqi gave a thumbs up. Big brother, you speak so easily. The question is, can we win? If we don't, we're dead meat hung as corpses along the paths of Tsang Mountain. Yi Xian shrugged. Not doing it? Then what? Going to Warehouse Wood Academy to beg for mercy? Mo Yunqi sighed deeply. All because I was blinded by old Jai's words and got fooled into coming here. Sigh, it's all tears now. Then, as if remembering something, he glanced at Baizhe not far away. Big guy, how did you get fooled into this? Yi Xian also looked at Baizhe. Both were curious about the answer. Normally, no one would willingly walk into a trap. After hesitating, Baizhe scratched the back of his head and said in a muffled voice, Old Ji said my bones were extraordinary and I was a onsen synthesand martial genius. He said the peace of Jiang Kingdom depends on me in the future. Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi were stunned where they stood. After a long while, Mo Yunqi swallowed nervously and carefully asked, You believe that? Baizhe glanced at them and nodded seriously. Of course I did. Hearing Baize's words, Xian just shook his head. So this world actually still had people this innocent. Mo Yunshi also shook his head, casting a pitying glance at Baze. Baze paused for a moment, then asked instinctively, "Am I not a martial arts prodigy?" Yi Xian and Mo Yunshi exchanged looks, but said nothing. Without a word, they quickened their pace, heading straight into the distance. Baze touched his shining bald head, stunned in place, then hurried to catch up. The main street of the imperial capital buzzed with noise. Wine banners fluttered, carriages came and went, and all kinds of pedestrians crowded the stone pavement, making it nearly impossible to move. Yi Xian weaved through the throng, his destination clear: the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Clutching a purple VIP card, he muttered to himself, "If there's a bargain to be had, a man's a fool not to take it." Soon the trio arrived at the city center's busiest district. The nine-story drunken Immortal Pavilion towered like a jade pillar reaching the sky. Its glazed tiles gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, and golden dragons were carved on the vermilion main doors. The mingled scents of incense and music filled the air. Yi Xian led his sister Yi Ling and the burly labor turn guard Mo Yunqi through the doors. Sandalwood incense wafted to meet them. Vermilion pillars flanking the entrance hung with gilded lanterns. A delicate-faced maid quickly approached with a slight bow and soft voice. "May I assist you, honored guests?" Yi Xian flipped out the purple VIP card. The maid's eyes widened sharply the moment she saw it, as she immediately bowed lower. "Honored guests, please follow me." Guided by her, the four ascended to the 6th floor and entered an extravagant private room. Sandalwood tables and chairs, golden namu wood floors, and landscape folding screens on the walls all exuded luxury. Almost as soon as they sat, fragrant spiritual tea was respectfully served. Before long, an elderly man with graying hair but lively eyes strolled in and bowed slightly, his gaze settling on Yi Xian. "Might I know your name, honored guest?" Yi Xian. Just those two words startled the old man. He studied him carefully and immediately thought of the widely discussed Yi Xian stirring up the capital lately. His face remained calm. "Master Yi, what can I do for you?" Yi Xian casually listed off his order: 300 jin of rice, 50 chickens, 50 ducks, 10 pigs, 10 cattle, and oil 5 barrels. The room instantly fell silent except for the rising aroma of tea. The old man's eyes widened, mouth slightly open. Even the maid froze a full 10 feet away. Mo Yunqi quickly moved to a corner, looking up at the ceiling as if to say, "I don't know this guy." Baze fidgeted with his sleeves, embarrassment heating his scalp. "Who ever came to the drunken Immortal Pavilion to buy rice and oil?" Yi Xian seemed not to be done. "Remember, half off the price." The old man's lips twitched. Yi Xian frowned. "What? You don't sell these things?" "Master Yi, a misunderstanding." The old man smiled apologetically. "Not that we want sell them, there simply aren't any here in the pavilion." Yi Xian said coldly. "The person who gave me this card said as long as the request isn't excessive, the drunken Immortal Pavilion could fulfill it. Sounds like a load of hot air." At that, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he bowed deeply. "Please wait, Master Yi. If not here, then plenty outside. They'll send someone to fetch them immediately. They'll be here shortly." "Much obliged." Yi Xian nodded. The old man bowed again and quickly left, leaving just Yi Xian and the others in the private room. Mo Yunqi looked at the card in Yi Xian's hand with a complicated expression. "That's the purple card, only second to the black in all the VIP cards at the pavilion. You're not ordinary, huh?" Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand. "It's just a card, nothing special." Moyunqi shook his head. "Big brother, the Drunken Immortal Inn is the most luxurious and prestigious place in the imperial capital. You come here to buy everyday groceries like meat, rice, and oil. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Yi Xian's hand holding the wine cup paused slightly. He glanced at him coolly and said, "If I don't come here, do you think I have enough money to buy these things outside? Or will you pay for me?" That one sentence shut Moyunqi up instantly. The private room door was gently pushed open. A faint fragrance floated in, followed by an older steward hurrying inside with a slight bow. "Young Master Yi, the items you requested have all been prepared. They are packed onto 2 carriages, and servants have been arranged to escort them. Is there anything else you need?" Yi Xian clasped his fists in thanks. "Much obliged. How much in gold coins in total?" The steward smiled warmly. "Consider it a goodwill gesture from the Drunken Immortal Inn. It's on the house. Free?" Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile, pulling a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Here are 36 gold coins. That should be enough. Thank you for your hospitality. Farewell." He took Yiling's hand and rose from the seat. Bi and Moyunqi quickly followed. The steward looked at the pouch of coins, forced a bitter smile, had hoped Yi Xian would owe them a favor, but the man had firmly declined. He reluctantly pocketed the money and briskly escorted them out. Outside the Drunken Immortal Inn, the sun was just right. 2 large carriages were waiting. Inside were piles of rice, flour, oil, and salt. Behind each carriage hung enormous iron cages crammed with goats, fat pigs, chickens, and ducks, all noisily jostling. If it weren't for the Drunken Immortal and sending people to help, Yi Xian alone could not have moved such a load. He climbed onto the first carriage and nodded toward Moyunki and Bi. Let's go. The two leapt onto the carriage roof, while Yi Xian cradled Yi Ling and settled into the cabin. The coachman cracked the reins, and the caravan rumbled out from one of the busiest streets of the imperial capital. Behind them, the steward clutched the purse and listened to the crisp clinking of coins inside, shaking his head. This young Master Yi is really a man of principle. The carriages rolled down the street, heavy wheels crushing the cobblestones. Passers-by couldn't help but stare. Who buys everyday supplies with an armed escort like this? But Yi Xian had no choice. The Kanglan Academy was too far outside the city. He simply didn't have time to make multiple trips. Just then, a shout broke out ahead. That's Yi Xian. In an instant, countless gazes snapped toward him. Even Yi Xian was taken aback. Was he really that famous? That's really Yi Xian. Trash thrown out by Tsangmu Academy. TSK, Kanglan Academy is shameful too, taking in people like him? I heard Guoshur has high hopes for him. But he's only at the talent transformation stage, not even reached the chi manipulation stage. At that level, he wouldn't even qualify to sweep floors at Sangmu Academy. The harsh words pierced the air like arrows. Yi Xian's expression remained calm. The coldness of human nature was nothing new. Many people had to step on others just to feel superior. Don't insult my brother. Yi Ling suddenly stood up, face flushed red, glaring around angrily. My brother didn't offend you. How dare you slander him? From the crowd, a youth in blue smirked provocatively. I'm going to curse all I want. Your brother's trash, kicked out of Tsangmu Academy trash. What are you gonna do, bite me? Ha ha ha. Yi Ling trembled with anger and pointed at the youth fiercely. Brother, hit him. On the carriage, Yi Xian leapt down in a flash. The next moment, the young man who had just been taunting was kicked hard by him, rolling at least 15 to 20 feet away until he finally crashed against the solid bluestone wall by the street. The youth lay there wailing beside the broken bricks, blood streaming steadily from the corner of his mouth, ribs shattered across his chest, his expression pitiful and broken. The crowd froze instantly. Yi Xian actually dared to assault someone openly on the street? By the carriage, Mo Yunqi shook his head helplessly. He saw things clearly. Yi Xian could offend, but no one must touch his sister. Otherwise, this guy would really make people question the meaning of life. Now he was brazenly attacking someone in the imperial capital. His audacity was outrageous. The onlookers whispered quietly among themselves, but no one dared to make a move. Yi Xian's sharp eyes swept across the crowd. Then he suddenly shouted, "Shut up." The noisy street instantly fell silent. He raised a hand, pointing toward the crowd, his throat hoarse. If you don't like Yi Xian, come fight me. Come on. I'm right here. A young man, blood boiling with rage, charged out from the crowd. But as soon as he stepped before Yi Xian's shoulder dropped heavily and his iron fist blasted out. The youth flew back like a broken sack. When he hit the ground, no one knew if he was alive or dead. Yi Xian scanned the crowd again. Anyone else? Silence. No one dared to answer. This was how most people were: bullies when the target was weak, cowards when faced with strength. TSK, when did those Kanglan Academy dogs get so arrogant in the capital? Came a sneering voice. 3 men in black and white robes strolled over, stirring a commotion that Sangmu Academy students had arrived. The onlookers instantly gained confidence and began whispering again, pointing fingers discreetly. When the newcomers appeared, Mo Yunqi's eyes narrowed slightly, and Bei's expression darkened. Both jumped from the carriage to stand beside Yi Xian. Sangmu and Kanglan had long been deadly rivals. Whenever they met, fights inevitably broke out. But Kanglan Academy was weakening, and most tended to steer clear of their students. Now they were forced to confront their enemies head-on. The 3 Sangmu students stopped before the trio. The leader sized up Yi Xian from head to toe, a mocking smile curling his lips. So you're the trashed Sangmu Academy rejected? A chi change realm cultivator? TSK, Kanglan Academy really is going downhill if they have scum like you. Before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man's chest. Bang! The man's body arched violently, flying backward like a puppet with cut strings, blood spraying through the air. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Mo Yunqi and Beis were dumbfounded. They had not expected Yi Xian to attack outright. Landing lightly, Yi Xian whipped his legs left and right, sweeping out 2 consecutive strikes. Bang! Bang! The other 2 Sangmu students let out muffled groans, completely defenseless as they were hurled back, hitting the stone street hard. In a lightning-fast move, Yi Xian lunged forward, seized the bulging money pouches from all 3 of their waists, patted off his sleeves, and returned to his companions. He whispered sharply, "Run, run." Mo Yunqi and Beis exchanged a stunned glance, just about to argue, but Yi Xian scooped up Yi Ling, leapt back onto the carriage, cracked the whip, and their horses thundered off in a cloud of dust. Had fought, robbed, and then fled without a backward glance. The crowd, not only Beis and Moyunki, but everyone present, was stunned. Just moments ago, that group had been brimming with arrogance. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were fleeing with the spoils in hand. This hit and run left the entire street corner as silent as if someone had pressed the mute button. Baze and Moyonki regained their senses, exchanged a quick glance, then pushed off on their toes and gave chase to Yixian and his group. The crowd instinctively parted, all eyes fixed sharply on the three trainees from Tsangmu Academy. Long accustomed to looking down on others, their faces twisted with fury and veins bulging, having been publicly beaten and robbed, and at the hands of the Kanglin Academy, whom they had always considered weak. This humiliation made their very breaths taste metallic with rage. After them, the tall youth leading the group shouted fiercely, lunging forward. The other two dared not slacken, gritting their teeth and following close behind. If they couldn't erase this shame, they wouldn't just become a permanent laughingstock within Tsangmu Academy, they would also drag the Academy's honor down. Since ancient times, only Tsangmu had bullied King Lanho would have imagined Kanglin could turn and bite back. Now, this grudge could only be avenged in blood. Cold, murderous intent filled their eyes as their forms blurred in a string of afterimages along the street. Up ahead, Yixian and company were hauling a heavily loaded cart of spoils, their speed naturally limited. Before long, the thunderous pounding of hooves and the rush of wind closed in rapidly. "They're coming," Yixian said, lightly tapping the reins, then swung himself off the carriage and turned to face the three pursuing Tsangmu trainees. Amidst the swirling dust, the lead youth approached with a feral grin, his voice rough as if scraped by gravel. "You scum, how dare you?" Before he could finish, Yixian vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the youth, delivering a sweeping kick with his right leg. The whistling wind shredded the air. The youth's face drained of color. He barely managed to block frantically with his left arm. Boom. Crack. The sound of impact and breaking bones exploded like thunder. The youth was flung across several yards like a sack of broken straw, crashing against a wall with a resounding thud. The wall shook violently and collapsed in an instant. He rolled clear of the rubble, but hadn't even risen before a cold foot pressed down hard on his abdomen. Yixian looked down with eyes as cold and hard as frost. The youth spat blood, still managing a fierce snarl. "If you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I swear I'll wipe out your entire family." Crack. The answer came in a sudden, heavier stomp from Yixian. The youth's voice cut off abruptly. Blood poured from his mouth as his wide-open eyes stared blankly, death refusing to close them. Not far off, the other two Tsangmu trainees' courage finally shattered. They had been chasing with the conviction that Kanglin wouldn't dare truly kill anyone. Now the bloody truth hit them hard, they had been utterly wrong. The murderous intent evaporated, replaced by sheer terror filling their chests. They began stumbling backward instinctively, desperate only to survive. Meanwhile, Moyonki and Baze exchanged a glance, a slight twitch between their brows. If this was only a small skirmish between academies before, now they had truly gotten themselves into serious trouble. The corpse by the collapsed wall was still warm when Yixian leapt back onto his horse, pulling Yiling close by his side and commanding in a low voice, "Go." He whipped the reins sharply. The carriage roared to life, the clash of the load and the neighing of the horses merging into a frantic rhythm of escape. Baze and Moyonki hurried to follow behind without hesitation. 15 minutes later, a group of men dressed in dark gray robes appeared at the intersection where Yixian and the others had previously stopped. Their eyes swept the scene, landing on the young man's corpse lying on the nearby stone pavement, blood still fresh, the air thick with the scent of iron. The expressions of the group twisted instantly into grim resolve. Leading them was a tall, sharp-featured man holding a black spear's Wali, one of the three outstanding talents from the outer academy of Tsangmu Academy. Seniors Wali. To the right, a Tsangmu student gritted his teeth and growled. "The Kanglin Academy has the audacity to kill one of our brothers in broad daylight. I demand to fight. Unless we annihilate every last Kanglin student, am willing to die at the academy gates." Before he could rush forward, a spear thrust abruptly blocked his path. All eyes turned towards Wali. Gazing down the street, his voice chilled to the bone. "Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Today, we will raze Kanglin Academy to the ground." With that he leapt forward, followed closely by more than 20 Tsangmu students. In a remote wilderness, a carriage thundered along. The shafts vibrated fiercely as dust billowed beneath the wheels. Mo Yinshi looked at Yixian. "Did we maybe overreact earlier?" Yixian replied calmly. "I gave him a chance to live." Mo Yunshi fell silent. Yixian added, "If we don't kill him, he won't stop chasing us. And if he meant to strike, he wouldn't hold back." Baze nodded. "Right. He must be killed." Mo Yunshi smiled bitterly. "But then what? Sangmu Academy definitely won't let it go." Yixian glanced at him. "If the youngsters come, they'll fight. If the elders come, old Ji will. And what if we can't win?" Yixian shrugged. "Then we can't win. What else is there?" Mo Yunshi opened his mouth to speak, but Baze shot him a sharp look. "Can you just stop with the nonsense?" Mo Yunshi was left speechless. At that moment, all three turned sharply. About 100 meters away, Sangmu Academy students were quickly closing in. Yixian remained calm, pulling back his gaze, and said to Mo Yunqi, "Do me a favor. Take my sister back to Kanglan Academy." Yi Ling was about to speak, but was silenced by Yi Xian's sharp glance, biting her lip into silence. Mo Yunqi looked back at their pursuers, then suddenly grabbed Yi Ling instantly. Twin whirling wind wheels formed beneath his feet, propelling them dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian turned to Baze. "You should leave too." Baze shook his head. "They're targeting Kanglan Academy. Without you, they'll still look for me and Mo Jiaomao." Yi Xian smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He leapt down from the carriage, standing shoulder to shoulder with Baze as they faced the advancing Tsangmu students. Dust swirling around them, a fierce gleam appeared on Yi Xian's face. A fight? Fighting was the one thing he feared least in life. His cultivation and strength weren't born from meditation, they were forged through countless brutal street brawls. Back when he first became the Yi family heir, he fought daily with sons of other great families at alley corners. Street fights were routine. Opposite them, Zhuoli suddenly planted his black spear vertically, the tip vibrating with a low hum. At his signal, the students behind him halted in unison. Zhuoli's cold voice rang out. "I alone am enough." As the sound fell, he stomped down hard with his right foot. Bang! The stone slab shattered, fragments scattering as a fierce shockwave surged upward from beneath his foot. Riding this recoil, Zhuoli held his spear like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, instantly charging toward Yi Xian and Baze. At the boundary of Qi mastery, almost simultaneously, Yi Xian's movements faltered. The spear tip grazed his nose. Suddenly, he bent backward at the waist, sliding past as if a thin sheet of paper, the spear whistling overhead. He raised his right foot in momentum and kicked fiercely at the spear shaft. Thud! The spear vibrated violently. Zhuoli's wrist trembled fiercely, forcing him to retreat several feet, splitting two furrows in the ground beneath his feet. Just as he regained his stance, his vision blurred. Yi Xian lunged forward again like a hunting tiger. Zhuoli squinted, issuing a low roar, sweeping his spear horizontally. Shade air was torn open with a white slash, followed by an explosive crack. A sinister smile curled at Yi Xian's lips. He didn't dodge. His right fist clenched and unleashed power the fist smash. This low-level martial move, infused with battle intent, gained tremendous force. Bang! Spear clashed with fist. Zhuoli and his spear slid back several yards, gouging deep trenches in the earth. Before he could steady himself, Yi Xian pressed forward again. Another punch, the same direct, brutal strike. Feeling the tremendous power in the fist wind, Zhuoli's pupils contracted sharply. His internal energy surged through his spear. A gleam of icy light flashed, a sharp shriek tearing through the air. Bang! The second collision sent both men flying backward. Yi Xian's heel touched down and stopped, while Zhuoli continued sliding back. A fleeting opening, Yi Xian closed in and slammed a punch into Zhuoli's chest. Uft! Blood burst from Zhuoli's mouth as he arched and flew backward. As Yi Xian moved to finish him off, a group of students from Tsangmu Academy roared angrily, charging from behind Zhuoli. Baze's gaze darkened. His footsteps hammered down like hammers, creating deep pits as he barreled into the group. Yi Xian flipped his wrist, drawing back his fist, and turned to face the crowd, unafraid of unknown or group battles alike. "Wait, don't leave me behind." A shout rang out behind them. Mo Yunqi surged over like a fierce wind, appearing at their side. Seeing over 20 opponents ahead, he sneered, "Can we kill them or not?" Yi Xian replied coldly, "Do you think they'll kill us?" Haha, did I ask such a stupid question? Kill them. Show them they can't bully Kanglan Academy. With that, Mo Yunqi clasped his hands together, then split them apart. Icy glints flashing between his fingers as two throwing knives shot out like lightning. Two Tsangmu students ahead screamed, but before they could cry out, their heads rolled to the ground. Almost simultaneously, another Tsangmu student roared, slamming a fist into Mo Yunqi's body and blasting him away. Yi Xian spun, punching that attacker and sending him flying. Immediately, another Tsangmu student rushed at Yi Xian, and the two collided into a chaos of blows. All around, screams and wails filled the air, an unceasing cacophony of pain and desperation. A chaotic brawl raged in the arena. Yi Xian, Baizhe, and Mo Yunqi fought against overwhelming numbers. Though their skills were formidable, they were relentlessly swarmed by the students from Tsangmu Academy. Only the talented made it into Tsangmu Academy, so the clash quickly turned into a fierce tug-of-war. However, Tsangmu Academy was hardly faring any better, losing 6 or 7 lives within moments. Boom! Yi Xian landed a powerful punch that sent one opponent flying. Just as he was about to press the attack, a spear whistled through the air. It was Zhuoli. Yi Xian hesitated briefly, neither dodging nor blocking, letting the spear pierce deeply into his chest. Bang! The force pushed him back several paces, but he held firm with his bare body to withstand the blow. Zhuoli's expression instantly soured. This was far beyond his expectations, and he was about to pay a heavy price. Yi Xian abruptly grabbed the spear and closed in, driving his knee like a hammer into Zhuoli's abdomen. Boom! Zuoli flew back several dozen feet, crashing down hard, blood spraying wildly as his internal organs shattered on impact. Yi Xian stood over him, glaring down. Zuoli looked up, eyes filled with fury and unwillingness. I underestimated you. But if we die today, the Academy will never underestimate you again. With that, he roared angrily, retreat. All Tsangmu Academy students halted immediately, seeing Zuoli gravely injured, about to lunge at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's icy gaze swept over them, and their feet froze. At this moment, they weren't afraid of Yi Xian, they were afraid that he would kill Zuoli right then and there. Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi came to stand on either side of Yi Xian. Both were battered and bloodied. Yunqi still wiped blood from his mouth, Bai Zhe's chest marked by deep cracks. Against nearly 20 elite Sangmu fighters, the three still stood tall, an intimidating sight. Zuoli struggled to his feet, roaring again, go, now. After the brief fight, he realized the gap between them was too wide, continuing would only cause more casualties. Yet not a single Tsangmu student retreated. At that moment, Yi Xian turned and strode away. Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi glanced at the broken and motionless Zuoli, then also turned and left. Zuoli suddenly sneered, what? Trying to humiliate me? Huh. We Tsangmu Academy students would rather die than be humiliated by anyone from Kanglan Academy. Before he finished speaking, he clenched his fist like iron and slammed it into his own throat. Crack. The sound of broken bones rang sharp and loud. Zuoli's body stiffened, life extinguished instantly. Senior Zuoli. The students of Tsangmu Academy shouted in shock, rushing to his side with tears streaming down their faces. Not far away, Mo Yunqi wiped the blood from his lips and muttered angrily, damn it, it's like we're the villains here. Who the hell is really bullying who? Baze rubbed his upper body as the network of cracks on his skin rapidly healed before their eyes, like parched earth soaked by rain, instantly regaining its luster. He exhaled deeply, then turned his head to Yi Xian beside him, his tone carrying rare respect. Your physical body is impressive. In their brief clash, just now, he clearly felt that Yi Xian's raw physical defense and power rivaled his own, an assessment he had never once given to a peer. Yi Xian responded softly, you're amazing too. This was no mere compliment. Among the younger generation, the only one who could match him purely in physical prowess was this Baze standing right there. Before the words had fully left his mouth, an invisible pressure swept over them. A middle-aged man abruptly appeared in front of the three. His golden robe fluttered slightly in the breeze, and the emblem of Tsangmu Academy gleamed coldly on his left chest under the sunlight. Yi Xian recognized him, Li Xiu, Tsangmu Academy's vice dean. He had seen this senior powerhouse during the standoff at the training ground. Now that casualties had occurred, the situation had clearly escalated greatly. Li Xiu's eyes were as sharp as blades, locking tightly onto Yi Xian. You killed someone and think you can just walk away? Yi Xian sneered, his gaze icy. Killed someone? So only students from Tsangmu Academy can kill, but students from Kanglan Academy aren't allowed to fight back? Or is it because you have no one else, so the vice dean himself has to come seek revenge? Li Xiu sneered back, clearly unmoved by the provocation. Don't worry, I won't use my strength to bully the weak. Then, unexpectedly, he turned his gaze toward an old man lying amid the rubble in the distance. Old Ji. Li Xiu's mouth twitched into a grimace. Old Ji, starting now, I declare that Tsangmu Academy is at war with Kanglan Academy. Before he could finish, Old Ji suddenly rose to his feet. He casually uprooted a weed half his height from the ground, flicked it lightly with his fingertips. In the next instant, the seemingly insignificant weed shot forward, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Li Xiu's expression changed drastically. He clasped his palms together, summoning an invisible energy field around him that encased him like a thick wall. At the same time, his arms trembled as a surging force burst from his palms, transforming into a tidal wave that crashed outward in all directions. The three of them felt a heavy pressure on their chests, staggering backward dozens of feet, barely able to maintain their footing. Yet, to everyone's shock, that single weed resembled a razor-sharp sword, plunging straight into Li Xiu's energy shield and effortlessly tearing it apart. In an instant, Li Xiu's defenses and energy field shattered. With a sharp sound, blood spurted out as Li Xiu's right arm was severed at the shoulder. The severed limb flew through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Silence fell over the scene. Yi Xian, Baze, and Mo Yunqi stared in disbelief. Mo Yunqi swallowed hard, muttering under his breath, that old man is incredible. Next time I talk to him, maybe I should be a bit more respectful? Yi Xian's heart also shook. Comparing the depth of this old JIS power, he was probably even stronger than the three leaders of the drunken Immortal Tower's third floor back then. In the distance, old Ji swayed his wine gourd slowly and looked at Li Xiu with deliberate calmness. War? Are you sure? Li Xiu clutched his severed arm, his face dark as iron, yet he couldn't say a word. Old Ji tilted his head back and downed a shot of strong liquor, then gently shook his head. Do you know why Kanglan Academy still stands today? He raised a finger to himself. Because of me. As long as I'm alive, Kanglan Academy won't shut down. If you want war, find these 3 kids here can be your slaughter. But I guarantee you, every person in Sangmu Academy under 30 won't see tomorrow's sun. If you don't believe me, then come try. He spoke as casually as if discussing the weather, apparently indifferent to the fate of the 3 young men beside him. Besides, these 3 were picked up by chance. I don't care either way. Picked up by chance. The 3's veins bulged on their foreheads in disbelief. Mo Yunchi glared fiercely at old Ji and whispered loudly, "Should we beat him up?" Yi Xian glanced sideways at him. "You going first? To hell with you." Mo Yunchi shot Yi Xian a glare of pure annoyance. "You're trying to throw me under the bus again." Yi Xian said seriously, "Big brother, can you at least be realistic before you start fighting? Only pick fights you can win, alright? Don't go attacking people you can't beat. Hats not fighting. That's just asking for a beating." No sooner had he spoken than old Ji nearby glanced their way and muttered something indistinctly. Mo Yunchi and Bai Zhe, seeing this, turned to leave, but Yi Xian called out, "Wait." All eyes immediately turned to Yi Xian. In front of the piled-up corpses of Sangmu Academy trainees, he crouched down and began rifling through their waists, pulling off heavy money pouches and cold, gleaming weapons except for the relics that belonged to Zhou Li, which he left untouched. 8 or 9 heavy money bags and 5 or 6 sharp weapons were soon stuffed into his arms. Old Ji, still pretending to be dead, flopped down on a nearby stone mortar and started snoring loudly to sell the act even more. Mo Yunchi awkwardly sidled up to Yi Xian, tugged his sleeve, and pleaded quietly, "Big brother, can we at least keep some dignity? There are so many people watching." Yi Xian glared at him. "Dignity? Were you planning to eat or chew grass?" Mo Yunchi had nothing to say and slunk back to Bai Zhe's side, covering his face with his hands and whispering miserably, "So embarrassing. So embarrassing." Yi Xian weighed the last weapon in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, then waved to the 2 who were standing dumbfounded in the distance. "Still standing there like idiots? Come help me haul the carts." The 2 remained motionless. "Then I guess we'll just eat grass tonight," Yi Xian added coldly. Mo Yunchi immediately dashed to the carts and clambered up like an arrow. Bai Zhe hesitated only briefly before following at a leisurely pace. In the stunned silence of the remaining Sangmu trainees, the 3 men hitched up 2 blood-stained carts and leisurely walked away. Old Ji continued lying on the stone mortar, snores coming and going. Li Xiu shot him a dark look and murmured, "Today isn't the end, it's just the beginning." Then he led his men away. News in the imperial capital spread like wildfire. Kanglan Academy trainees killed those from Sangmu. This rare, long-awaited clash shook the entire city, sparking heated debate everywhere. Some even speculated that Kanglan Academy was rising to prominence. In the Ji Kingdom's imperial palace, inside the Yangshin Hall, a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes chuckled as he read a secret memorial. He rose and gazed toward the horizon. The report came from Xiao Jiao, detailing the young man who once single-handedly held off thousands of Tang soldiers' black-armored cavalry at the Two Realms city, now appearing in the capital city none other than Yi Xian, who had stirred up the entire city. From the shadows, a woman's voice responded, "We have investigated. He is from Qing City. His parents disappeared when he was young, leaving him and his sister to fend for themselves. He served the Yi family loyally, but was ultimately abandoned. He brought his sister to the capital to seek treatment for her illness." A wheelchair slid into view from the darkness. A woman in black with white hair draped over her shoulders sat with her eyes closed, her youthful face cold and unreadable. She quietly added, "The in-kingdom officials regard him differently. He once killed an elder of the drunken Immortal Tower aboard the Cloud ship, yet emerged unscathed. Details remain unclear." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "Killing an elder of the drunken Immortal Tower and surviving is remarkable indeed." Returning to his desk, he took out a golden round token inscribed with the character Yi on the front, and Guosher National Scholar was carved on the back. He glanced sideways at the woman in black. "Do you oppose this?" "Only benefits. No harm. Why would I oppose it?" she replied. The man laughed heartily. "Today's noble sons care only about their families and academies, not the country." That young man had no personal gain, but dared to stand against the Tang army alone. Such heart and courage deserves the title National Scholar. With that, he looked at her and said, "Please trouble Lu Guosher to pay a visit to Kanglan Academy on my behalf." Kanglan Academy, Kanglan Hall. The night shrouded the great hall, where the glow of lamps made the red lacquered round table gleam. Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling moved between the crowd, setting down plates of hot dishes every few steps. The food wasn't extravagant, but the rich aroma of meat and fresh vegetables filled the air, steam wafting up in inviting waves that made everyone swallow eagerly. Jianji clutched her chopsticks in one hand and braced herself on the table with the other, already tempted enough to lick the tips of her chopsticks. Several times she tried to sneak a bite, but was held in check by the sharp gazes of old Ji, Bai Zhe, and Mo Yunk. If she started eating first, the others might not even get the bones left over. When the last dish was placed on the table, there were 12 in total, a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, colors, and aromas mingling. Yiling carried over a freshly steamed bowl of white rice and carefully served everyone before sitting obediently beside Yixian. Old Ji took a sip of strong liquor, wrinkles deepening with frustration. Today we were rash. The hall instantly fell silent. Yixian looked around at everyone and spoke gravely. They want to bully us. Old Ji, you said tolerance is a virtue, but if we just hold our tongues, do you think they'll leave us alone? Shaking his head, he continued, no? The more you endure, the bolder they get. I've seen ruthless people in Kingshan. If you're soft, they will prey on you. Only when you hurt them will they respect you. Old Ji remained silent. Mo Yunchi was quiet. Jianji buried herself in eating. Suddenly, Baizhe put down his chopsticks. He's right. When I fought the beasts in Mongshan, running away only enraged their nature. They'd chase relentlessly. You have to stand your ground and fight until they're afraid. Only then will they retreat next time. With that, he raised his cup and clinked it with Yixian's. Well said. Yixian lifted his cup and glanced at Mo Yunchi. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Yunchi also raised his cup to join the toast. The three shared a silent moment and then drank it down, their bond forged. Once strangers, now all students of Kanglin Academy. The atmosphere lightened. Old Ji was first to dig in, and everyone instantly transformed into ravenous wolves. In less than half an hour, the plates were spotless. After the meal, Old Ji took another swig of liquor, his voice low but resolute. Meet me by the back mountain at midnight. Saying this, he swept aside his sleeves and left. Jianji put down her chopsticks and looked up at Yixian. Can I help with anything else? Yixian twitched at the corner of his mouth and pointed beside him. They saved some food for you in the kitchen. Thanks. Jianji happily grabbed her chopsticks and hurried off. Yiling began clearing the dishes. Baizhe and Mo Yunchi exchanged a glance, and then silently slipped away like shadows washing dishes. They'd rather kill someone. Seeing them sneak off, Yiling covered her mouth with a light laugh. Yixian could only shake his head and roll up his sleeves. Come on, I'll help you wash. Just as Yiling was about to reply, the faint sound of wheels scraping against the floor came from outside. Yixian turned to see a black ebony wheelchair sliding slowly into the moonlight. On it sat a woman dressed in a dark dress, her expression cold and unreadable. She stopped at the doorway and softly spoke. May we talk? Yixian pointed to himself in surprise. Me? The woman nodded once. Yiling gave Yixian a sweet smile. Big brother, you should go. They'll handle things here. Yixian gently ruffled his sister's hair. Be careful. Watching her carry the bowls and chopsticks toward the sink, he then faced the woman in black. What is it? The woman raised her hand, and a golden circular disc hovered in the air, stopping right in front of Yixian. What's this? Yixian asked, puzzled. The woman in the black dress said, by order of the Lord of the Kingdom, you are appointed as a national warrior. A national warrior. Yixian was stunned. After a moment, he lightly shook his head and pushed the golden medallion back. No merit, no reward. The woman in black stood firm like a mountain, her voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Two Realms City, you resisted the Tang army. Is that all? Yixian raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. The woman fell silent. The moss on the stone steps glistened faintly under the night breeze. Yixian sat down and looked up at her. That was a long time ago. Now you come to name me a national warrior? Forgive my frankness, but you have another motive, don't you? The woman in black still closed her eyes, fingers intertwined on her lap. I'm currently at Kanglin Academy, constantly clashing with Songmu Academy. Yixian said evenly, but every word clear. Let me guess. The royal family doesn't want Songmu Academy to dominate. The stronger the academies get, the less power the royals have. Now that you see Kanglin can stand up to them, you want to push me forward to make the two fight to the death, is that right? The woman slightly raised her head, lips parting softly. You're far smarter than I expected. Yixian looked at her sharply. I don't want to be used. No, she shook her head. From the moment you joined Kanglin Academy, you carried the ancient feud of the two academies. Hatred knows no right or wrong, only sides. Jiang Kingdom does want someone to keep Songmu in check, but that's not the real reason for naming you national warrior. Yixian stood and walked toward her. Then what is the real reason? The woman lifted her face but kept her eyes closed. Someone outside Two Realm City is holding off thousands of Tang black-armored cavalry alone. The air was so still the distant pine trees whispered. Yixian fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly, the woman grabbed his right hand and pressed the golden medallion into his palm. Whether it's Kanglin or Songmu, they're all people of Jiang Kingdom in the end. Too many have forgotten this. To bear the heart of the nation, put nation above all, and possess the power to defend it is the true meaning of national warrior. You are worthy. This title won't bind you. It will gain you the kingdom's support wherever you go. As she finished speaking, a mysterious figure in black robes appeared behind her. The wheelchair gently turned, pushing the woman away. The mountain path was silent. Suddenly, the wheelchair stopped. Not far ahead, a drunken old man lay sprawled on the ground. The woman in black bent slightly, softly calling, Old G. Old G only rolled over without a word. The woman spoke gently, though there is leverage to be gained. the lord of the kingdom, means no harm. Old G turned aside and used the back of his hand to shield the moonlight. The news of the national warrior must not leak out. Right now, he can't bear too much attention. The woman bowed again, understood. Thank you. The mysterious figure pushed her away, the wheels crunching over gravel. Old G once more drifted into deep sleep, his snores scattering into the night breeze. At midnight, moonlight bathed the back mountain. A waterfall stretched over Tianzhong, roaring, water mist swirling like smoke. Yi Xian, Baze, and Mayun walked side by side. The wet stones beneath their feet were slippery. At the waterfall, Old Ji and Jianji were already waiting. Mayun rubbed his hands, chuckling. Old Ji, are you going to teach us some legendary martial art tonight? A sharp whistle answered him. In the next moment, trees and grass trembled as a pitch-black, demonic wolf burst from the forest. The enormous wolf, several zhang tall, muscles rippling, fur bristling like blades, eyes glowing with an eerie chill. A demon wolf. Baze's expression was extremely wary, was at the Linkong realm level. Old Ji raised his hand and pointed at Mo Yunchi. Mo Yunchi froze for a moment, confused, and asked, Old Ji, what do you mean by this? Before the words had even left his mouth, a demonic wolf suddenly sprang out, lunging straight at Mo Yunchi. The speed was so fast that to Yi Xian's eyes it was just a blur. Damn it. Old Ji, what are you crazy for? Mo Yunchi cursed under his breath and immediately turned to run. His burst speed matched the wolf's, but in terms of endurance, there was no way he could outlast the beast. Several times the wolf's razor-sharp claws nearly grazed his back. A chill ran down Mo Yunchi's spine, but he could only grit his teeth and press deeper into the dense forest. At the same time, Old Ji suddenly turned toward Baze. Baze stood tall and looked up, his eyes showing no sign of fear after all. He had fought beasts in Mang Mountain almost every day and was used to their ferocity. In the next moment, Old Ji reached out and grabbed Baze's shoulder. Baze instinctively resisted, but was horrified to find his strength drained, the spiritual energy in his dantian frozen in place. Under Yi Xian's stunned gaze, Old Ji fastened a thick black iron chain, as thick as an arm, around Baze's feet. The heavy iron rings clanked dully. Then with one hand, Old Ji hoisted Baze up and suddenly hurled him fiercely toward a distant waterfall. Boom! Baze crashed heavily beneath the waterfall, sending up a cloud of mist. At that moment, another demonic wolf appeared. Agile and fierce, it leapt onto the cliff beside the waterfall, biting the other end of the iron chain embedded in the rock, and gave it a savage tug downward. The chain instantly went taut. Baze was dragged forcefully and painfully upstream against the waterfall's torrent. The violent water hammered him like countless hammers, quickly leaving deep cuts across his body. At first, he gritted his teeth and held on, but after 2 or 3 brutal repetitions, the waterfall echoed with his agonized screams. Not just Baze Xian felt goosebumps rise on his scalp. He prided himself on his tough body, but that raging reverse current cut deeper than any blade. If he were dragged up like that, it would be unbearable. Only then did Old Ji shift his gaze to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. This old guy's idea of training was downright sadistic. Old Ji studied him carefully and said slowly, in the entire imperial capital, regarding basics, besides that in Guosher, no one surpasses you. Yi Xian gave an embarrassed smile. Just average, really. Old Ji was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering. Yi Xian's realm couldn't be forced up quickly, but he couldn't be ignored either. Have you grasped battle intent? Old Ji suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded. Good. That makes it easier. The old man turned around. Follow me. Yi Xian hurried after, with Ji Anji close behind. Before long, they arrived at a small mountain. It wasn't towering, but it was about 10 times larger than Kanglan Hall. Old Ji pointed at the mountain. What's your strongest fist technique? Fist collapse. But it's just a low-level martial skill. Use fist collapse to hit this mountain. Relentlessly. Keep hammering at it until you break it apart. Yi Xian was stunned, rooted to the spot. Is there a problem? Old Ji asked calmly. Yi Xian swallowed hard and pointed at the mountain. Old Ji, have you been drinking tonight? How about we talk about training tomorrow instead? Old Ji stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly turned and said, take your sister and leave. His words echoed as he began to walk away. He'll hit it. He'll hit it. Yi Xian shouted anxiously and charged toward the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. His iron fists crashed against the rock face again and again. The wind from his punches roared, sending chips of stone flying. Before long, Yi Xian's hands were bloodied and mangled beyond recognition. Punching a mountain? Before, Yi Xian wouldn't have even dared to imagine such a thing. But now, that's exactly what he was doing. At the foot of the mountain, massive boulders as thick as pillars were being shattered by his fists, each blow leaving dark dents and sending shards flying. Every punch echoed with the dull clash of bone against stone, sharp pain shooting up his arm and striking his forehead. Yet he didn't have time to frown, and his sister had to stay at Kanglan Academy. There were only 2 reasons for that. First, the drunken but incredibly skilled old Dr. Ji could save his sister. Second, without Jis protection, they would surely die once they left. To keep his sister alive, he was willing to flatten not one mountain but 10 if necessary. In the distance, old Ji lay slumped in a bamboo chair, his bloodshot eyes half closed from wine as he watched the small figure vent his fury on the mountain. Nearby, Ji Anji walked over slowly, her gaze sweeping past Yi Xian's blood-splattered fists. Then she said calmly, "You should let them leave." Old Ji shook his head, his voice hoarse. "If they leave now, it means death." Ji Anzi's tone turned cold. "They shouldn't have been allowed here in the first place." Old Ji raised his eyes to look at her, gaze sharper than the wine's sting. "Yes, coming to Kanglan means they will face off against Sangmu Academy, but isn't that also an opportunity? Besides, if they hadn't met me, their lives would have been 100 times worse." Saying this, he took another swig of strong liquor, as if trying to burn away the pain in his chest. Ji Anji fell silent. The night breeze fluttered her clothes as she looked back at Yi Xian. The boy's fist struck the rock, but not even a corner of the little mountain budged, and his hands were already torn to bloody shreds. She shook her head and turned away, but inwardly agreed with old Ji. Becoming a member of Kanglan Academy means that without enough power, death on the paths of Tsang Mountain is inevitable. Darkness deepened. Only Yi Xian's heavy breathing and the muffled thuds of his fists hitting the stone echoed through the mountains. Punching, he called out in his heart, "Senior, does this really work?" The mysterious woman gave no reply. He asked 2 more times, still nothing. Without an answer, he could only keep punching. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Even at the golden body stage, his body was far stronger than ordinary people's, but repeatedly smashing fists into rock tore flesh and spilled burning blood. He felt crazed but refused to stop. He didn't doubt old Jis' method, though he didn't understand how it worked yet. He was sure he would soon. Time flew. At dawn's first light, he finally stopped, his shoulders heaving violently. Old Ji staggered up to him, threw a pouch of herbs into his hands, and said, "Crush these. Rub them on your fists and arms." Then he turned away and stumbled drunkenly, collapsing onto the grass nearby. Ji Anji watched from afar. Without stepping forward, she had long since grown used to this scene. Yi Xian opened the herb pouch and crushed bright green stems between his palms. As the juice touched his skin, it felt like red-hot iron pressing down, forcing him to jerk away. The burning pain sliced deep to his bones, but he grit his teeth and endured because he saw with joy that the bleeding wounds were visibly healing before his eyes. What was this pain compared to before? He remembered the agony when he first forced his realm into the golden body stage, a sensation like every bone in his body being reforged forever burned into his memory. This pain was nothing more than a scratch. Minutes later, with the herbal juice soaked through his skin, his arms glowed red like searing iron rods. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian turned and charged back at the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The thudding sounds rang out time and again across the clearing. The loud blasts went on non-stop until noon. When lunchtime came, Yi Xian, still covered in smoke and grime, headed to the waterfall to wash away sweat and blood. The cold water poured over his shoulders as he rinsed. Just as he was about to turn away, a figure slowly emerged beneath the falling curtain of water. It was Baze. Baze's upper body looked like his skin had been forcibly stripped off, the flesh raw and twisted, a gruesome sight. He painfully dragged himself to a rock by the shore, then weakly tossed a bundle of herbs to Yi Xian, his voice hoarse. "Please, help." Yi Xian caught the herb bundle, crouched down, and emptied the contents into his palm. He ground the herbs into a paste using his knuckles, then spread the mixture evenly over Baze's battered, wounded flesh. As the herbal juice seeped into the cuts, Baze shivered and gasped sharply, stifling the groan in his throat, his body trembling involuntarily. Gradually, the swelling in the flesh visibly receded as the medicine took effect. Yi Xian studied the progress quietly for a moment and murmured, "This is some good medicine." Baze drew a deep breath and forced himself to look up. Of course, it's premium yulin grass. A single leaf sells for 50 gold coins. Yi Xian glanced down at the remaining herbs in his hand. "Really?" "Absolutely," Baze nodded. After a brief hesitation, Yi Xian suddenly suggested, "How about not applying it? Just sell it instead?" Baze's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Brother, don't joke around. Split the profits 50-50? Just put the medicine on. 70-30? Baze bared his teeth in a grimace. "Can I kill you?" Half an hour later, the two returned to Kanglan Palace Gate. Someone was lying on the ground. Mo Yunchi. The night before, had been chased all night long by that demon wolf. Now his legs twitched uncontrollably like a sieve. Yi Xian barely glanced at him and walked on without stopping. Another half hour passed, and everyone gathered around the table. The atmosphere was different from usual when Yi Ling brought out the dishes one by one. Mo Yunchi immediately buried his head and ate voraciously. Baze hesitated for 2 seconds before also devouring his food like a man starving. And Yi Xian was even less concerned with appearances after a whole night of training, exhausted and famished. Seeing Yi Xian swallow almost without chewing, Yi Ling frowned with concern and quickly ladled a bowl of soup, gently patting his back. Brother, slow down. Don't choke. Nearby, Mo Yunchi glanced at the brother and sister pair, sighed softly, and muttered under his breath, "Why are other people's sisters so obedient?" Sigh. Then he went back to eating with determination. Halfway through the meal, old G put down his chopsticks and stood up. From today on, no one is allowed to leave the mountain casually. With that, he swept his sleeves and left. Mo Yunchi looked up, asking why. Old G didn't even pause. If you want to die, then go down. Mo Yunchi turned to Jianji. Jianji licked her chopsticks and said slowly, "Some students from Tsangmu Academy have arrived at the foot of the mountain. They're guarding the area every day, just waiting for you to come down." Mo Yunchi sneered. "What are they so scared of?" Jianji raised her eyes. "Can you beat one?" 10. I heard there are even inner academy disciples among them. Don't underestimate Tsangmu Academy. Last time we caught them off guard while they were complacent, but this time it won't be that easy. Of course, if training feels dull and you want some excitement, you're free to go down and have a fight. With that, she got up and went into the kitchen, where Yixian had as usual saved a portion of food for her. After finishing his meal, Yixian changed clothes and then went back to Bomb Mountain to continue his training. Baizhe returned to the base of the waterfall, while Mo Yunchi headed deeper into the mountains, followed closely by the demonic wolf behind him. In the remote back mountain, Yixian was punching furiously against the rugged cliff face, his bare fist striking again and again. With every blow, he poured his entire fighting spirit into it. At first, everything felt normal, but as his fists hammered on relentlessly, he suddenly noticed something. His battle intent inside was steadily rising. Not only that, but the force radiating from each punch grew wilder and more intense. This discovery filled him with exhilaration. The method of forging his strength by using the mountain itself as a whetstone was truly effective. Realizing this, he pushed himself harder. His punches came like raining shadows, shaking the mountain wall incessantly. In this way, Yi Xian, Baizhe, and Mo Yunchi each diligently honed their skills day after day. Time passed slowly, and a few days slipped away. Meanwhile, students from Tsangmu Academy gathered daily at the foot of Kanglin Academy's mountain. At first, they simply waited at the base for Yi Xian and the others to come down on their own. But as the three lingered on without descending, many grew impatient and began to ascend the mountain in groups. Leading the group was a young man wearing a brocade robe, about in his early 20s, tall and well-built. With two short knives slung at his waist, this was Chun Yin, one of the top 3 prodigies from Tsangmu Academy's external school. Behind him followed 6 peers, all at the peak of the Yui realm, their powerful aura revealing they were among the external school's elite. The mountain path was steep and rugged, yet their steps did not falter. Along the way, one student leaned close to Chun Yin and quietly warned him, "Senior Chun Yin, I've heard that Yi Xian and his group are no weaklings. Especially Yi Xian, he's a sword cultivator. Even the state's esteemed warrior and Guisher looks upon him differently. We can't underestimate them this time." Chun Yin nodded slightly, his gaze steady and firm. "Of course, we can't be careless. Zwoli died because of negligence. Honestly, if we had met any of Kanglin Academy's students earlier, we might have underestimated them too, but Zwoli's death is a harsh warning to us all." He raised his eyes toward the mountaintop and added in a low voice, "Sangmu Academy can afford to look down on Kanglin once, but never twice. We are heirs to a 1,000-year-old institution. There can be no more mistakes." The group fell silent, killing intent flickering in their eyes. Before long, the 7 reached the entrance of Kanglin Hall. At the doorway, a little girl with twin ponytails was crouching by the stone steps, scrubbing clothes. This was Yiling. She looked up as the strangers approached, her face instantly changing. Then she stumbled away and fled. Yiling dashed into a nearby courtyard, where old Ji was slouched in a wooden chair, reeking of alcohol. She gently shook his shoulder, urgency in her voice. "Grandpa Ji, wake up quickly. They're attacking." But old Ji didn't move an inch. Moments later, Chun Yin and the others stood at the courtyard gate. Seeing the newcomers, Yiling hid behind old Ji, peeking out cautiously. Chun Yin cast a glance at the drunken old man and bowed slightly. "I am Chun Yin, a student of Tsangmu Academy's external school, here to seek guidance from Kanglin Academy's students." His voice was calm but resolute. "We settle this with life or death." At this moment, the entire imperial capital was watching Tsangmu Academy's counterattack. If they failed to avenge Zhuo Li and the others, Kangma's prestige would plummet, while Kanglin's fame would skyrocket. Moreover, Sangmu had suppressed Kanglin for centuries. To fall in this generation would make their current students a laughingstock in their 1,000-year legacy. As the tension grew thick and heavy, old Ji finally opened his clouded eyes. Lazily, he raised a hand and pointed toward the back mountain, his hoarse voice clear. "There at the back mountain. Go." Chun Yin raised an eyebrow, then turned and led his group toward the back mountain. On this day, in Kanglin's back mountain, only the students of one academy would walk away alive. In the courtyard, behind old Ji, Yiling whispered softly, "Grandpa Ji, are my older brothers in danger?" Old Ji slowly stood up. Facing the young yet resolute girl, his gaze was full of complexity. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, speaking with warmth and certainty. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Stay here with Grandpa Ji and don't run off, all right? Yiling obediently nodded. Grandpa Ji, he'll go make you something to eat. With that, she turned and ran toward the kitchen. As she ran, her shoulders trembled slightly, nervousness and worry written in every movement. She knew clearly that now was not the time to interfere up in the back mountain. That would only cause trouble for her brothers. Inside the kitchen, she curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. She didn't cry. She just quietly stared at the flames flickering in the stove. The firelight cast soft shadows across her delicate face and brought her back to those long waits at the Yi family home in Qingqing. Whenever Yi Xian went out during the day, she stayed just like this until night fell. To her, there was no mother or father in the world, only her brother. He was her everything. After Yi Ling left the courtyard, an elderly man had appeared opposite old Ji without anyone noticing. Wearing a hemp robe, his long white beard hung down to his chest, and his loosely tied hair contrasted sharply with old Jess's drunken appearance. This man was Li Xuanzong, the dean of Tsangmu Academy and one of the finest masters in the Jianghua kingdom. Li Xuanzong glanced at old Ji and sighed lightly. After all these years, you haven't changed. Old Ji laughed heartily. But you just keep getting more refined with age. Li Xuanzong looked around calmly and said in a low voice, there's only one academy in Jianghua. I think that's a good thing. Old Ji smiled more broadly. And now, isn't it your Tsangmu Academy that dominates Jianghua? Li Zuankang's sharp eyes locked onto him. You've brought 3 people again. I know what you're trying to do, but they will end up just like those others, laying lifeless on the trails of Tsongshan. Old Ji said nothing in response, just raised a hand in a gesture. We'll see. Li Xuanzong smiled slightly. Yes, we'll see. At the back mountain, the thunderous noises had ceased, and the black clouds began to dissipate. Bei stepped out of the waterfall, water rippling beneath his feet. Yi Xian drew back his fist. The 3 stood shoulder to shoulder before the dense forest. Yi Xian in the center, Missouri Yunqi on his left, Bei's on his right. Opposite them, Chen Yan led the students of Tsangmu Academy, lined up and ready. Mo Yunqi muttered under his breath. Old Ji, just let them come up here like that? Yi Xian glanced at Chen Yan and the others, but said nothing. Though he never joined Tsangmu Academy, he held no grudge against it. Yet the moment he set foot in Kanglin Academy, a natural opposition was established. Old hatreds couldn't be explained by words. Even if he didn't seek trouble with Tsangmu Academy, it would inevitably come looking for him. Still, Yi Xian was never one to back down from a fight. If it came to combat, he had never feared anyone in his life. Suddenly, Chen Yan stepped forward and called out clearly, 3 against 3? Yi Xian looked back at Mo Yunqi and Beis. Both nodded in agreement. No problem. Behind Chen Yan, 2 men stepped forward. The man on the left wore a dark, elegant robe, refined yet imposing. His delicate features gave him an air of quiet dignity. The man on the right was dressed in white, tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His expression cold and ethereal, almost like a celestial being. Their presence was like drawn blades. The air tensed the moment they appeared. Yi Xian's heart sank sharply. The instinctive warning was like a sharp chill stabbing into his chaste and intuition, honed through countless life-or-death battles that had never failed him. Clearly, Tsangmu Academy this time was serious. They were no longer sending disposable subordinates, but genuine heavy hitters. He glanced toward Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi, whispering, watch out. The 2 nodded silently in unison. The white-robed man stepped directly opposite Mo Yunqi, while the dark-robed man positioned himself before Bai Zhe, assuming battle stances, radiating fierce intent. Chen Yan and Yi Xian locked eyes midair, sparks seeming to fly. Suddenly, a slicing rush of wind flashed by. The dark-robed man's figure vanished as if erased by the wind itself, silent and swift. Bai Zhe's pupils contracted sharply. His arms crossed over his chest in a sudden guard. The next moment, bang! A heavy palm slammed against Bai Zhe's crossed arms with the sound of thunder, sending dust flying from the ground. Bai Zhe was slammed back 7 or 8 meters, barely stabilizing before hitting the ground, but deep red palm prints seared his arms, flesh collapsing inward. The dark-robed man lightly tapped the tips of his feet, his robe billowing like a hawk launching down to strike again midair. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Linkong Realm. A prodigy under 20, at Linkong Realm. In the distance, Bai Zhe gritted his teeth, bending his knees with heels digging deep into the dirt, both hands crashing together forcefully. In an instant, his upper body muscles bulged, veins snaking like a hidden dragon. Earth-toned energy surged and trembled in his palms, fierce as molten lava. In midair, the dark-robed man swung his arms down in a double chop, the wind slicing like a giant axe splitting a mountain. Bai Zhe raised both palms with a thunderous impact. The clashing forces shattered the air with a piercing scream. Amidst the explosive crackling sound like thunder, Bai Zhe was blasted back another 7 or 8 meters, his feet gouging trenches into the earth. But the dark-robed man didn't pause. His form flickered, turning into a shadow and chasing after his target. Elsewhere, Mo Yunchi kept sharp focus on every breath of the white-robed man. Suddenly, the white-robed figure disappeared. Mo Yunchi lightly touched the ground with his toes and slid back more than 10 meters. No sooner had he stopped than the white-robed man dove down with flapping robes. Linkong realm. Alarm bells rang in Mo Yunchi's mind. He flipped his palm and launched a gleaming flying knife in an instant. The white-robed figure tilted slightly. His sleeve brushed the blade's edge, the cold light grazing past him. Taking advantage of the moment, Mo Yunchi retreated another 10 meters to create distance, but his complexion remained colder than the blood. He knew he was being tightly suppressed. The white-robed man spoke not a word. With a graceful step, he surged forward like snow falling on the wind. A short distance away, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, frowning deeply. The battle was clear. Bai Zhe and Mo Yunchi were both being firmly subdued. Apparently, before they set out, this group had thoroughly scouted all three of their strengths and weaknesses. Yi Xian looked back at Chen Yan. Without a doubt, this man before him was far from ordinary. Chen Yan suddenly lunged forward, and at the same time, two cold flashes of steel shot toward Yi Xian twin blades. Yi Xian's reflexes were lightning fast. Almost the instant Chen Yan's blades were drawn, Yi Xian's fists slammed forward like two iron hammers. Fist crush. Empowered by battle intent, the shockwave exploded violently. Chen Yan abruptly changed his strike. His blades traced an eerie zigzag in midair, slashing diagonally at Yi Xian's wrist. Nearly simultaneously, Yi Xian flung both arms wide. Using the momentum to deliver a sweeping kick, his foot's reach outmatched the blades. As Yi Xian's kick swept through, Chen Yan was forced into defense. Bang! The heavy impact sent Chen Yan reeled back several paces, stones and dust kicking up beneath his feet. Barely steadying himself, Yi Xian pressed in, unleashing another crushing fist. The air shattered under his strike with a thunderous boom. Chen Yan retreated again. Yi Xian's relentless advance was like a mountain toppling toward its foe. In an instant, Chen Yan was locked down by the overwhelming fist assault. His sword flashes struggled to find an opening and now only managed layered blocks. Thud, 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 thud. A flurry of heavy blows numbed Chen Yan's arms. His defensive blade technique teetered on being shattered. He felt trapped at the eye of Yi Xian's swirling fists. Storminy slightest weakness would be torn apart. What was initially a low-tier human martial art, fist crush, when infused with battle intent and struck continuously, now radiated the oppressive might of a high-grade spirit-level martial technique. In a quiet courtyard, Elder Ji sat opposite Li Xuanzang. Li Xuanzang withdrew his gaze from the back mountain and chuckled lightly. What battle intent! To grasp it at such a young age, solid foundation could rank among the top in the inner academy. Such a pity, such a pity. Elder Ji began to speak, but Li Xuanzang interrupted coolly. Actually, it's no pity at all. Not entering my Tsangmu Academy is his loss. Just a genius guild, that's that. If he's not one of us, he's an enemy, wouldn't you agree? Elder Jis gaze darkened. Geniuses who don't join your Tsangmu Academy deserve such an end? Li Zuankang's expression turned cold though his tone remained resolute. I'd rather that the world hold my Tsangmu Academy responsible than anyone betray it. Those who do will meet a miserable fate. Elder Ji reclined, sipping wine with a bleak smile. Once, the Kanglan Academy was just as arrogant in its prime. Now that the tide has turned, he had no urge to argue, simply watched the drama unfolding at the back mountain. Back on the mountain, the fierce battle raged on. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Chen Yan was blasted backward, crashing into the scattered stones. Yi Xian moved to pursue, but suddenly felt an icy chill along his spine. A slender sword silently pressed against the back of his neck. The sword attack was swift and silent, breaking their unknown duel agreement. In the courtyard, Elder Ji suddenly stood, his gaze locking onto Li Xuanzang like lightning. You're playing dirty. Li Xuanzang smiled calmly. After today, the world will only remember one thing: all Kanglan Academy students slaughtered. People care only for outcomes, never the process. It's over. Before the words faded, both turned their heads to look toward the back mountain. Yi Xian had not fallen. The stealth sword that pierced his neck instantly transformed into scattered energy, absorbed by the aura around his body. Invincible sword body technique, forging the sword within his flesh. Any sword wound below the grade of his innate sword spirit is nullified and absorbed. As the energy merged into him, an immense pressure erupted from Yi Xian's body, shaking loose stones and causing leaves to fall like rain. That was the aura of the Qi Master Realm. No way. Inside the courtyard, Li Xuanzang stared intently at the back mountain, disbelief flickering in his eyes. His sword had pierced his body, yet it was absorbed. Impossible. Could it be the legendary innate sword physique? As this thought crossed his mind, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Legends spoke of many rare physical traits, and the innate sword physique was the most terrifying of alla body, capable of devouring countless swords, born inherently as a sword cultivator. The chance of its appearance was terrifyingly low, but once it emerged, it would surely overturn fate. Back mountain. Yi Xian's aura surged. At the very moment he broke through to the Qi mastery realm, he suddenly spun around and unleashed a heavy punch. Compared to before, the strength of this punch had at least doubled, smashing the air with a thunderous roar. Boom! The figure opposite was blasted backward over 10 yards, rocks shattering beneath his feet. Yi Xian finally made out his opponent, a man in black robes in his early 20s, tightly bound clothing, eyes cold and fierce. Although his waist was empty, a faint sword aura swirled around him, clearly a sword cultivator, just one step shy of stepping into the great sword master realm. Moments ago, Yi Xian had caught a faint glimmer of sword light from the incoming long sword. The man in black glared at Yi Xian, voice hoarse. How could you possibly devour my sword? Yi Xian's face twisted into a grimace, curling his lips in a cold sneer. You agreed to a fair fight, but you cheat? Then die. With that, he stepped forward like an arrow shot from a bow toward the man in black. At the same time, light flashed in his palm. The Lingxiao sword appeared. Spiritual power surged into the sword as he reached the Qi mastery realm. In that instant, sharp sword light overflowed from the blade's edge like cold stars falling to earth. It was the mark of a true great sword master. On the courtyard walls and among the trees, students from Tsangmu Academy gawked in shock. The man in black went pale, whispering, "Great sword master, you've actually stepped into the great sword master realm." Such a step was something he had chased for 10 or 20 years, perhaps a lifetime, nearly impossible. But there was no time for surprise. Yi Xian appeared right before him, slashing once. Several strands of sword light turned into sharp arrows aimed straight at the man's chest. He stomped his right foot to push off and retreat violently, but it was just too slow. Shing! Multiple sword rays pierced his chest, blood spraying as he staggered and fell. Yi Xian landed, but had no time to retract his sword. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as his body instinctively dodged to the side. A streak of white blurred through the air. A man in white who had previously fought Mo Yunqi had come rushing over, clearly to aid the black-robed man. Yi Xian's expression hardened, his sword darting forward. The tip flickered with pale white sword light aimed directly at the white-robed man's forehead. The man's eyes widened sharply, both hands trembling fiercely. A vast surge of blue energy erupted from within him, instantly condensing into a blue energy shield. But the shield barely lasted a moment before being torn apart by the sword's edge. The blade was only inches from his brow before suddenly halting, his palms clamped tightly onto the sword blade. Blue flames flickered in his palms as they rubbed fiercely against the sword light, sparks flying as he barely held back the deadly strike. Yi Xian snorted coldly and stepped closer, lifting his knee to lock onto the man's throat, then spun upward with a kick aimed straight at his chest. The white-robed man reacted swiftly, releasing the sword blade and pushing down to try to dissipate the force. Bang! Yi Xian and the man in white both staggered back several yards simultaneously. No sooner had their toes settled firmly than Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe appeared at Yi Xian's sides. At that moment, Bai Zhe's bare chest was covered with blood-red palm prints, and his chest was visibly crushed inward in alarming, deep indentation. Mo Yunqi's right arm was twisted grotesquely, bones shattered to the point that he couldn't even lift it. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, the man in white and the man in dark clothes still wore spotless garments, pure white and jet black, without a single crease or tear. Their cold, piercing gazes locked firmly on Yi Xian, clearly ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Just as the killing intent reached its peak, a heavily intoxicated old man suddenly stumbled to stand before the three, none other than Old Ji. At almost the same time, Li Xuanzong stepped forward to face Old Ji. Old Ji tilted his head back, downing a large gulp of strong liquor, his hoarse voice cutting through the tension. You want these 3 kids dead? Shall we kill them? Li Xuanzong narrowed his eyes, frost-sharp as he stared down the old man. He knew that if a fight broke out, Old Ji would stop at nothing, even if it meant their mutual destruction. With a warrior of his caliber, even if Tsangmu Academy could restrain him, there was no way to prevent him from slaughtering the next generation of their academy's youth. If things spiraled out of control, Tsangmu Academy would be left severely weakened. After a brief silence, Li Xuanzong turned his head to look at Yi Xian, his tone icy. You really do surprise me. But it doesn't matter. Next year, your body will hang on the Tsongshan mountain path. With that, he waved his sleeve, and, accompanied by all the academy's students, he turned and left. Only after Li Xuanzong disappeared at the mountain paths did Old Ji turn back, his eyes scanning the injuries covering the 3 of them. Do you know who that man in white and the man in dark clothes were? The 3 shook their heads in unison. Old Ji said coolly, 2 of the 3 prodigies from the inner academy. You should consider yourselves lucky the 3rd one didn't come today, or I'd already be collecting your bodies. The 3 fell silent. Old Ji went on. Those 2 weren't even going all out. But you've already used your most powerful moves. I had them come up here to show you just how weak you really are compared to Tsangmu Academy. Like that old immortal said, if you don't get stronger, in a little over a year, your bodies will actually be hanging on Tsangshan mountain path. When that time comes, I won't even be there to collect your remains." He turned and strode away. After a few steps, he paused, his back still to them, and added, "By the way, the very best inside Sangmu Academy aren't those two, it's Fengju and Beichun. With your current strength, against those two, you won't stand a chance." The wind howled through the mountains, carrying the metallic scent of blood. Yi Xian, Imo Yunqi, and Bai Zhe exchanged glances, their expressions heavier than ever before. They understood perfectly well that old Ji wasn't trying to scare them. They had personally experienced just how terrifying the man in white and the man in dark clothes were. Even if Yi Xian reached the Spirit Master realm, victory would still be uncertain unless he unleashed his fateful sword. And those two weren't even the strongest in the academy. A chilling sense of crisis swept through them. For the first time, all three truly felt the weight of danger. Until now, they had lived without many worries. Even their training was mostly forced by old JIS pressure rather than their own will. But now, they all understood clearly. If they didn't grow stronger, their bodies would surely end up hanging on that road someday. Even Yi Xian felt the looming sense of crisis. No matter what had happened before, he had to face the truth. He was now a disciple of Kanglin Academy. Kanglin had long-standing enmity with Sangmu, and this karmic connection was unavoidable. When old Ji fought fiercely against Sangmu to save his sister, he had sworn to give his all one day to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades along the paths of Tsangshan. Training. The three silently withdrew from the martial arena and went their separate ways to cultivate. Yi Xian returned to the back mountain as usual, planting his feet firmly at the foot of the slope and raising his fists to strike. The insight gained from the recent battle transformed his approach. He no longer simply shattered the mountain, but rather focused on infusing his punches with momentum under the surge of battle intent. Fist momentum. Suddenly, he understood. This was the true purpose behind old JIS daily mountain smashing drills. A punch must carry imposing force, a momentum so powerful it could split the earth and shatter the mountain. As his comprehension deepened, each of Yi Xian's strikes grew heavier and fiercer, accompanied by a low, deep rumble. His striking power and momentum intertwined, as if capable of shaking the entire mountain range at any moment. The price was harsh. His hands became battered and bloody, crimson seeping between his fingers, yet he did not pause even briefly. Night fell, the starry river spread across the sky. Covered in blood, Yi Xian collapsed at the mountain's base like lead, limbs heavy and drained, but he lay on his back gasping deeply, feeling not just exhaustion but an exhilarating release. This was the thrill that came from unleashing every ounce of power within. Suddenly, he sat up and opened his palm. The Lingxiao sword hovered upright in midair. Compared to before, the blade now faintly glowed with a subtle change indescribable, yet unmistakable. He guessed this transformation was due to the spiritual sword he had just devoured, a sword whose grade didn't match Lingxiao's, but pure enough to spark this fine evolution. The core of the invincible sword body technique lay in the sword. The stronger the sword within his dantian, the more formidable his cultivation method became, enabling him to absorb even greater swords. With this thought, Yi Xian glanced around to ensure no one was near and, willing himself, stepped into the realm prison tower. Under the endless starry sky, he stood at the tower's base, gazing up at its summit. At its very peak, three ancient swords slanted against the tip, veiled behind a layer of starlight. Only their vague outlines were visible. If he could get close enough, if he could refine those three swords within his dantian, Yi Xian instinctively believed there would be no sword in the world he could not devour. Alohum. Suddenly, the realm prison tower trembled lightly. Yi Xian froze and swiftly moved into the first floor. Looking around, he whispered, "Senior?" No answer. His brow furrowed sharply, about to speak again, when suddenly, thud, footsteps echoed above his head. Yi Xian started, wondering if it was his imagination, but then, thud, 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 thud. Heavy footsteps descended the stairs, each one heavier than the last, marching closer and closer, as if striking right at his heart. The entire first floor shook slightly, dust falling like rain. Yi Xian's eyes sharpened, and he abruptly looked up toward the entrance to the second floor. The stone door was violently shaking as if something was about to burst out. Seeing this, his eyelid twitched violently. That thing, it's really coming out, isn't it? Panic flooded Yi Xian's heart. At that moment he was utterly overwhelmed with fear. The mysterious woman had warned him long ago that the second level was no place for the faint-hearted. If whoever was inside showed up, there probably wouldn't even be a chance to speak. Yi Xian quietly took a step back, whispering, "Senior?" He glanced around, but only heard his own rapid breathing. "Senior? Are you still there?" Silence persisted. Steeling himself, he prepared to bolt. Just then, the tower of the netherworld trembled slightly, and the footsteps above suddenly stopped. The entrance to the second level settled back into stillness. Yi Xian froze, then peeked in cautiously. "Senior? Was that you just now?" There was still no answer. A moment later, outside the entrance, a sheet of white paper drifted down slowly. Yi Xian stepped closer. The paper stopped before his eyes. It bore a simple, smiley face with two tiny paw prints underneath, looking like cat's paws. He was still staring when another paper floated out, drifting slowly toward him. This one showed a sad face, but still with the same pair of paw prints. Then a third paper appeared, this time a crying face, again stamped with the little paw prints. Looking up at the second-level entrance, Yi Xian cautiously guessed, "You want me to let you out?" Just as he spoke, a soft tap echoed from the rooftop, as if in response. Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. "For now I really can't let you out yet." The air hung motionless for a moment. Then boom. The tower of the netherworld violently shook on the first and second floors. The brutal shockwave threw Yi Xian off his feet, slamming him hard against the tower wall. A tearing pain ripped through his limbs, almost tearing him apart. Before he could get up, a wave of sinister, malevolent energy exploded outward from inside the tower, thick enough to blacken the first floor. Yi Xian's face turned pale. He scrambled backward, crawling out of the tower door. Just as the evil energy was about to pour outside, the ancient sword hovering above the tower softly chimed. Hum. Bang. The sword's aura shattered the dark energy instantly, and the tower returned to an eerie calm. After a long while with no further disturbances, Yi Xian finally exhaled deeply and turned sharply, flying away as fast as he could. Back in the real world, Yi Xian took a deep breath, silently warning himself had to find Dao Ze as soon as possible. The second level was nearly fatal. What kind of monsters awaited in the third and fourth levels? The thought chilled him to the bone. He went to wash up and change clothes, calming his nerves before returning to his small courtyard. By the stone steps at the gate, a small figure leaned against a pillar, fast asleep Yi Ling. As always, no matter how long he was gone, his sister waited for him at the door. Yi Xian knelt down and gently lifted her into his arms. The girl instinctively tightened her embrace and buried her head in his chest, mumbling drowsily. Brother Yi Xian smiled warmly, carried her inside, tucked her in carefully, and closed her door. As he turned away, he noticed an old man with a stooped back standing quietly on the doorstep. Master Ji. The elder stood in the moonlight, his voice rough but clear. "Come with me for a walk." After speaking, he turned and walked outside. Yi Xian followed closely behind, his footsteps making sharp sounds on the wooden stairs. The mountain wind blew through the corridor, carrying the scent of wine. Old Ji tilted his head back and took a long, hard swallow from the gourd of strong liquor. His Adam's apple bobbed before he spoke slowly. "The matter with Songmu Academy is settled for now. But once you leave the mountain, you still need to stay on your guard. The resentment at Songmu Academy is boiling over. Variones shouting for revenge. They're just being tightly controlled from above. They haven't given up. They're waiting for Funju and Bei Chen to return. They're not at Songmu Academy." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If those two were there, the challengers that day wouldn't have been just the three prodigies. Old Ji shook the liquor gourd. "If Songmu really makes a move, it'll be a fight to the death." Yi Xian remained silent. Old Ji continued his warning. "With me here, they won't dare to openly send assassins after you. But nothing is absolute. Once you're out of the academy, be extra careful. Don't let a single slip-up cost you." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. When they reached the courtyard gate, Old Ji suddenly stopped walking. "In half a month, you're going to Urji Mountain, right?" Yi Xian looked at him. "The dean knows?" "Yeah. In Jiang Kingdom, only 2 or 3 people managed to get that qualification. That girl gave up her spot for you, so she clearly thinks highly of you." Yi Xian said nothing. Old Ji hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Boy, you're no ordinary person. But that girl, she's even more unusual. Songmu Academy runs roughshod over others, but when she says I want join, everyone shuts up. You should have seen the weight behind her." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "What are you trying to say, elder?" "You know what I mean." Old J's gaze sharpened. "The dean fears you'll get mixed up with her and bring trouble, right?" Old Ji nodded. "She means you no harm, but those behind her are another story. Better to keep your distance, or wait until you're truly strong enough before getting close. That's best for both of you." Yi Xian shook his head. Old Ji stared at him. Yi Xian said quietly, "My relationship with her is sincere, nothing else." Old Ji sighed. "You're too idealistic. You don't mix feelings, but others will get involved. Does the world really work that way?" Yi Xian shrugged. "If her family tries to block me, then I'll fight them until they dare not interfere." Old Ji raised his thumb. "Bold, but that's about it." Yi Xian sighed helplessly. "So now I should go tell Missin. I'm afraid of your family. So let's not be friends?" Old Ji fixed him with a look. "You really just want to be friends? Nothing else on your mind?" Yi Xian blinked. "I don't know what you mean." Then he turned and strode ahead. Old Ji let out a low sigh, stepped forward, and brought his pace alongside Yi Xian's. "It's your choice. I won't say more. Just one last reminder, be careful about 3 things on Urji Mountain. First, Songmu Academy. Those 2 monsters and the 3 prodigies might all show up. If you run into them, don't try to be a hero. Run if you can. Second, watch out for Tang Kingdom. They'll definitely send people. The relationship between Jiang Kingdom and Tang Kingdom is like that between Songmu Academy and our Kanglan Academy, you understand." He paused briefly, then continued. "Thirdly, watch out for geniuses from other countries. In the martial world, killing and treasure seizing are everyday occurrences. Don't forget, many geniuses rise by stepping over the bodies of other geniuses. I know you've fought and struggled all your life to get here, but the survival rules outside are far harsher than you think. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. I will keep that in mind. Old Ji threw back a gulp of wine and went on. The fire spirit inside your sister is being consumed and won't last much longer. This trip to the Sword Master's mansion, the place, is in volcanic territory. If you get the chance, help her find some fire elemental items, the hotter the better. Yi Xian stood and bowed deeply. I entrust my sister to your care, Dean. Don't worry, she's safest here. Old Ji waved his hand, but then suddenly stopped walking. Before you go to Two Realms Mountain, you have to master your fist techniques. Your current form lacks refinement. Fist technique means the momentum arrives before the punch is even thrown only, then can it be called true technique. As for your fighting spirit, don't rush it. There's still a barrier between you and martial masters, so you need to sharpen yourself slowly. He raised a hand to his chest. Martial cultivation can't be forced. It must happen naturally, like water finding its way. Yi Xian saluted again with reverence. I understand. Go back and train. Mastering your fist technique will greatly benefit your challenge of Two Realms Mountain. Old Ji nodded approvingly. Watching Yi Xian leave, he murmured softly, no rush, no impatience, promising young talent. With that, he downed another large mouthful of wine and then, swaying slightly, vanished into the distant pine shadows. Back on the mountain's rear slope, Yi Xian stood again before the small hill. At the same time, the three began their full-fledged training. The waterfall roared, mist rising in clouds. Baizé cast off heavy iron chains and fought barehanded against the waterfall's flow. Water pummeled his shoulders, muscles trembling, like a smith forging steel on an anvil. Deep in the mountains, Mo Yunqi weaved skillfully through the chase of two demonic wolves. His moves were as swift as the wind. The throwing dagger at his waist gleamed cold, ready to flash out and vanish back into his sleeve at any moment. Meanwhile, before the small hill, Yi Xian sat cross-legged with eyes closed, motionless as a slumbering stone statue. Their last confrontation with students from Tsangmu Academy had deeply shaken all three. None wanted to experience being crushed again, so aside from eating and sleeping, they threw themselves into training with all their energy. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and their hard work paid off. Mo Yunqi could now handle the two wolves attacking from both sides with effortless grace, each turn of his body accompanied by the flash of a throwing dagger. Baizé no longer needed change. He swam smoothly up the waterfall with his own flesh and blood, smashing through the currents like a powerful dragon. His body and strength transformed completely. Yi Xian's side grew eerily still, the very air seeming to halt abruptly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, right fist slowly clenched. Boom! An invisible force exploded outward, as if a fierce wind whipped up dust and stones. Far-off boulders several yards across shattered with a deep rumble. Fist technique. Exhaling a rough breath, Yi Xian bent and slammed his fist down. Crash! The ground ruptured in a radius of over 10 yards around him. Cracks spread like vines and stones scattered in sharp shards. Rising amidst the swirling dust, he looked down at his fist, eyes glowing fiercely. Damn, I'm really strong. Slap! A sudden sharp crack pierced the dusty air. Yi Xian was struck by a palm that sent him flying sideways, crashing into a mountainside dozens of yards away. Bang! The rock face trembled as huge chunks of stone tumbled down with him. After a long moment, Yi Xian staggered to his feet, clutching his cheek, and realized a small imprint of a claw mark was now on the right side of his face. Yi Xian was completely stunned. Who had just struck him? He sprang up suddenly, the Lingxiao sword appearing in his palm. His eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk's, but there was nothing there. As he sheathed the sword, he noticed a tiny claw mark on his right cheek reflected in the sword's shimmering blade. That claw mark was exactly the same as the one on the paper that had floated out from the second floor of the Jieshu Tower. The guy can get out? The thought barely crossed his mind before cold sweat trickled down his back. He rushed into the Jieshu Tower. Inside, all was quiet as usual. The entrance to the second floor was perfectly still, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian stared bitterly at the dark, eerie door, was sure it had been someone from the second floor who attacked him. But if he went in there for an unknown fight, that would be suicide. Simply not worth the risk. His burning right cheek reminded him of how helpless he felt. He rubbed his face and turned away from the tower. Noon. The Kanglan Palace was brightly lit, with over a dozen meat and vegetable dishes laid out richly on the round table. After everyone sat down, Jianji didn't start eating. Instead, he noisily licked his chopsticks, completely ignoring his manners. The others had long since gotten used to it. Old Ji glanced around and suddenly said, "After this meal, you all have to leave." Leave? Yi Xian looked at old Jiwara. They going to Urji Mountain too? Old Ji shook his head. I'm taking these two alone to a place for training. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian stood and clasped fists to Mo Yunqi and Baizé. Take care. Baizé nodded in return. You too. Mo Yunqi chuckled. See you next time, let's have a good fight. Just as Yixian was about to reply, Yiling nearby snorted, "You definitely can't beat my brother." Mo Yunqi rolled his eyes. Yeah, yeah, your brother's the strongest. He finally understood at Kanglin Academy that the one you least wanted to offend was this little girl. She cooked, served wine to old Ji, brought food to Ji Anji late at night, and even did laundry for everyone. Even the aloof Bai highly valued her. Offending her was basically offending everyone. Yiling grinned and picked up a piece of lean meat, dropping it into Yi Xian's bowl. "Brother, eat." Yi Xian fondly ruffled her hair. Mo Yunqi sighed. "Ah, other people's little sisters." Everyone laughed. Half an hour later, old Ji led Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai down the mountain. At the foot, Mo Yunqi waved. "See you next time, let's have a proper fight." "Sure." Yi Xian replied promptly. Bai Zai gave a slight bow to Yi Xian. "Take care." Then he quickened his pace to catch up with old Ji ahead. Watching the three disappear into the distance, Yi Xian held Yi Ling's hand and approached Ji Anji. He looked her in the eyes. "Is it safe for my sister to stay here?" Ji Anji remained silent. The two locked eyes for a long moment. The air between them seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Ji Anji shifted her body. In her palm appeared a knife as thin as a cicada's wing. With a flash of cold light, she darted 10 yards away. Then she stopped, and as a muffled sure sound echoed, the ground where she had been standing cracked open into a deep, black fissure that seemed bottomless. From the crack, an enigmatic power surged and swirled without dissipating. Seeing this, Yi Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with shock. That was the realm of mastery, the intent of the blade. Could this glutton really be that powerful? He still flinched, remembering how the other had once swung a blade, nearly ending his life. Yi Ling approached Yi Xian and handed him a bulging bundle from her arms. "Brother, inside are a pair of new shoes I made and some provisions. I made them myself. Don't get into fights while you're out there. Take care not to get hurt. They'll stay here and behave, so don't worry." Yi Xian reached out to gently ruffle his sister's hair, speaking softly. "Wait for me." With that, he hoisted the bundle onto his back and strode off decisively. Though reluctant, a man's ambition lies beyond home. Once decided, there's no turning back. In his sight, Yi Xian's figure grew smaller and more indistinct. Yi Ling did not shed a tear, quietly watching until he disappeared completely. Then she turned and came beside Ji Anji, taking her hand. "Sister Ji, let's go." Ji Anji comforted in a low voice. "Don't worry." Yi Ling forced a smile. "He told me to wait, so he will definitely come back. Brother never breaks a promise." Ji Anji nodded, glancing toward the distance as if lost in thought, then shook her head slightly. "A fine young man, but a pity he prefers men." After descending the mountain, Yi Xian went straight to the cloud ship base outside the capital's drunken immortal inn. To reach the Two Realms mountain, taking the cloud ship is the fastest way. Just past the city gate, a group suddenly surged out, each with the insignia of Tsangmu Academy embroidered on their sleeves. Since Yi Xian killed one of their students last time, they had sought revenge, but fearing the influence of Kanglin Academy, dared not confront him on the mountain. Instead, they waited below like traps. Now hearing Yi Xian was coming down alone, they immediately gave chase. Yi Xian stopped, and so did the pursuers. He turned and scanned them coldly. Unknown. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily silenced by the blunt challenge. One member stepped forward through gritted teeth, snarling, "Yi Xian, you killed a Tsangmu Academy student. Today I..." Whoosh. Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Bang. Before the other finished, he was sent flying sideways several yards, slamming heavily into the dirt, a blow like being crushed. The remaining attackers froze. "That strong?" They exchanged looks, ready to rush in together, but Yi Xian's voice cut through calmly. "There's quite a few of you. How about all at once? Since your Tsangmu Academy doesn't care about face, come on." Exposed, their faces flushed uneasily. A gang fight in broad daylight. Even if they won, the rumor would spread badly because nothing sounds good when it happens openly like this. Even a victory wouldn't save their reputations. Seeing that none of the Tsangmu Academy disciples made a move, Yi Xian pointed at them and said, "You're all just a bunch of little brothers." With those words, he sheathed his sword, turned, and strode away. The faces of the Tsangmu Academy disciples were pale and grim, yet not one dared to give chase. The fierce sword light from just moments ago still flickered before their eyes. They had come to accept reality. None of the outer academy disciples present could stop Yi Xian. Any attempt to continue would only lead to their own humiliation. Gritting their teeth in frustration, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Xian's figure vanished into the distance. This man could only be restrained by inner academy experts. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the cloud ship moored at the dock. Flashing his purple card, he was immediately granted the finest deluxe cabin on board completely free of charge. Such a windfall naturally brought a smile to his face. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of a good deal is a fool. After stowing his belongings, the cloud ship took to the sky. Yi Xian stepped out on deck, the night wind brushing against his face as he looked down to see mountains and rivers shrink beneath him. His fascination with the legendary sword Immortal grew stronger. mastering the sword throughout heaven and earth. It was the lifelong dream every sword cultivator chased. Suddenly, a familiar female voice sounded at his ear. Yixin glanced sideways and saw a girl in a red dress standing by the railing several paces away. Slender waist, long legs, strikingly beautiful, the very same Imo Suiqing with whom he had once clashed. Beside her stood a handsome man in elegant brocade robes with a golden crown and jade belt, appraising Yixin with keen interest. Yixin only cast Imo Suiqing a brief glance, then turned away and walked toward the bow. Beneath the ship's hull, colorful clouds roiled as his thoughts drifted afar. Compared to the dazzling red-dressed girl, he missed in Lanxius pure, snowy white robes more the serene and pristine aura she possessed was truly captivating. At the thought, the furrow between his brows smoothed, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. Imo Suiqing clearly could not stand the cold shoulder. From childhood, she had always been the center of attention. She wasn't used to being ignored. Her heels tapped lightly on the deck as she moved to Yixin's side. He cast a sidelong look, his brows knitting again. The woman before him was undeniably beautiful, but he loathed her disrespectful, arrogant attitude. Yixin, Imo Suiqing's eyes gleamed with a smile. So, am I really that unwelcome to you? Miss Imo, Yixin shook his head calmly. People with different principles don't associate. Imo Suiqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she chuckled softly. I heard you joined Kanglin Academy. Yixin nodded. Congratulations. Her bright smile carried a subtle sarcasm beneath. Yixin didn't bother replying and turned to walk to the other side of the deck. Imo Suiqing followed closely, her dress fluttering in the wind. In just over a year, there will be the grand competition between Tsangmu Academy and Kanglin Academy. Yixin remained silent. They'll definitely be there to watch. Her voice dripped with provocation. Yixin glanced at her once more, then changed course again. Imo Suiqing's expression darkened. Suddenly, she looked back at the man beside her with a teasing smile. Brother Mu. Look, he clearly despises me. The elegantly dressed man looked from Yixin to Imo Suiqing, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He didn't want to become a pawn in someone else's game. Suddenly, Yixin stopped walking, spun around, and stared coldly at Imo Suiqing, his voice icy to the extreme. Can't you tell I hate you? Stay the hell away from me. If you come any closer, I swear I'll punch you to death. Imo Suiqing. Imo Suiqing stared fixedly at Yixin, her fists clenched so tightly that her whole body trembled slightly. The man accompanying her stood frozen nearby, staring at Yixin in stunned disbelief as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. After Yixin finished speaking, he lifted his foot to leave, but as he took a step forward, Imo Suiqing's sudden cold, sharp voice stopped him. How dare you insult me? He paused briefly, then turned and stepped closer, instantly closing the distance between them. Yixin lowered his gaze to the woman before him, his tone icy. Insult you? I've already done that twice. You're the one who keeps chasing after me relentlessly. Who else can you blame? With that, he raised his hand and lightly pinched her cheek. The gesture was gentle in touch, but dripped with undisguised contempt. Miss Imo, ask yourself, besides your face and the status of being from the Imo family, what else do you really have? If you lost your looks, lost your family background, do you think any man would still orbit around you? Imo Suiqing's breathing grew rapid, her face fluctuating between pale and ashen. Yixin didn't give her a chance to respond, and continued coldly. The men surrounding you aren't there because of genuine feelings. They are attracted to your appearance and your family name. Without that skin, without the Imo family's backing, you're worthless in their eyes. He released her cheek and clapped his hands once, as if brushing off invisible dust. You think you're the one playing those men, but anyone with a shred of intelligence wouldn't just be your puppet. Missin was right. The Imo family is a powerful clan, yet you waste your days scheming these stupid tricks. Don't you feel ashamed of bringing shame to your family? His tone turned dark. Remember this, don't set your sights on me again. I don't want to kill you with one punch, and then have the Imo family chase me nonstop. With that, he turned and walked away decisively. Standing there, Imo Suiqing clenched her fists even tighter, her knuckles white, cold frost gathering on her face. No one could tell what she was plotting. Yixin returned to his private chamber. Thinking of Imo Suiqing with a mix of annoyance and detachment, there was no hatred, but not an ounce of goodwill either. He was simply uninterested in a woman so full of self-righteousness. Shaking his thoughts loose, he re-entered the realm prison tower. Senior? He called softly, glancing around the empty first level. Silence answered him, and the mysterious woman remained silent. Yixin's chest tightened, her absence stirred a flicker of unease. Suddenly, a paper fluttered down near the entrance to the second level. The sight made Yixin's eyelid twitch. This strange method again. The paper drifted slowly in front of him, bearing a calm, expressionless face at the top, so emotionless it seemed almost lifeless. Beneath it was stamped a fierce, claw-shaped mark. Yixin's mouth twitched as he scanned his surroundings, a chill creeping into his heart. He immediately withdrew from the tower. What kind of monster is locked away on the second level? He wondered, unease churning in his mind. But one thing was clear. That creature was far beyond what he could handle right now. First, I need to find those so-called Tao principles. He decided swiftly. From then on, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. Though he had reached the Yuchi realm, his control over this level was still imperfect, especially when it came to integrating sword energy and sword aura. With the mysterious woman silent, he was left to explore on his own. On the bright side, his execution of one sword to decide life and death had greatly improved. The previous hesitation was mostly gone, replaced by greatly increased power. Now he was confident this technique alone could slay a Lingkong realm expert, making it his greatest secret weapon and trump card. Day after day, he practiced sword swings and punches in a remote forest, sweat soaking his clothes before turning into rising mist of intense true energy. Each swing left a deep, sharp trace of sword energy hanging in the air. Each punch stirred up fierce winds, setting fallen leaves swirling like a tempest. Whether sword or fist, he refused to lag behind in either art. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, the cloud ship began its slow descent. The Two Realms city was in sight. Yi Xian pushed open the door of the private cabin, stepped onto the deck, and stood at the bow, looking down. The city below rapidly grew larger, its outline becoming clear. Towering gray walls crowded with soldiers in shining armor that reflected the morning light with a cold, pale gleam. Outside the walls, thousands of troops drilled in formation on the open ground, their synchronized marching like thunder, exuding a fierce, killing aura that immediately marked them as elite forces. The cloud ship finally landed steadily in the city square. Yi Xian vaulted off the deck, but before he could even steady himself, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Imo Suiqing. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Imo Suiqing coldly threw out, "Remember this." Then she turned and strode away quickly. Baffling, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled wryly at himself. He pulled out a yellowed map, given to him by old Ji before departure, marked with the exact coordinates of the Swordmaster's cave. After confirming the location, he didn't linger in the city but headed straight through the east gate, moving swiftly along the right mountain range. After crossing several low hills, the grayish-blue mountains stretched endlessly. About 2 hours later, the temperature surged sharply, the rock face hot to the touch, waves of heat seemingly distorting the air. Another hour later, he stopped at a clearing. 3 dark brown mountains stood erect in a triangular formation, with a deep chasm splitting the center, bottomless and foreboding. "We've arrived." Yi Xian stepped forward but was immediately engulfed by an intangible oppressive force, as if the entire mountain pressed down on him. He glanced around but saw no living being. Proof of qualification. A deep voice thundered close to his ear. Yi Xian's heart tightened. He quickly pulled out a jade pendant gifted by Enlightenment and raised it high. Instantly, the pressure receded like a tide withdrawing. He pressed onward, stepping into the ravine. No sooner had he set foot inside than the Lingxiao sword within him trembled violently, as if about to burst free from his body. Alarmed, Yi Xian forcibly suppressed it, cold sweat trickling from his temple. "What's going on?" he muttered, full of bewilderment. "You've come." A clear, cold female voice came from his right. Yi Xian turned to see a woman in a silver dress leaning against a rock. A golden curved dagger hanging at her waist. It was the ninth princess. "Ninth princess." Yi Xian hurried forward, surprised. "You knew I was coming?" The ninth princess sized him up and nodded faintly. "Follow me." She led the way onto a forest path. Amidst the swaying shadows, Yi Xian followed closely but couldn't resist asking, "Did you really know beforehand?" "She is my closest friend," the princess answered lightly. Yi Xian suddenly understood. Enlightenment had evidently told her about the jade gift. Deeper into the woods, a clearing opened up. The ninth princess sat on the grass and gestured for Yi Xian to join her. He settled cross-legged beside her. She snapped off a slender twig and drew a circle on the ground. This cave was left by the sword master of the Tsang realm. As for who that was, I won't say much. It's enough that he was someone who once amazed the entire Qing Tsang realm. This cave dwelling wasn't left behind from his peak years, but from his early days. Even so, its value was beyond reckoning. Princess Jiao and Yi Xian walked through the dense forest as the princess quietly explained the background. This time, the excavation of the cave was overseen by powerful court officials, envoys from various countries, and numerous sects from the mountains. No one could claim the treasure site alone. To avoid conflict, the court issued qualification tokens allowing talented youth from all sides to explore the treasures together. In other words, besides the genius from Jiang Kingdom, remarkable figures from other countries and sect disciples would gather here. Xian was about to witness the true heirs of foreign lands. "Will the Tsangmu Academy be coming?" he asked suddenly. Princess Jiao glanced sideways. "They will, but which individuals haven't been decided yet." Yi Xian nodded, already forming plans in his mind. If it came down to it, head fight. Princess Jiao seemed to see through his thoughts. "Remember, you're here to seek opportunity, not to brawl or kill." Yi Xian chuckled softly. "I'm not looking for trouble. I just worry they might strike first once they see me. You know the grudge between Kanglin Academy and Tsangmu Academy. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Princess Jiu replied dismissively, then suddenly looked him over. You're a sword cultivator? Yixin nodded. Her expression turned serious. Don't reveal it lightly. This is the cave dwelling of the sword lord of the Tsang realm. Sword cultivators have a natural advantage here, so being targeted is a big problem. She glanced at the ruined mountain gate on their right and warned, once inside, opportunities aren't handed out, they're snatched. Whoever grabs them owns them. Then she pulled out 2 jade green pills and flicked one to Yixin. Antidote pill, just in case. Without hesitation, Yixin swallowed it. Seeing his trust, Princess Ju looked at him a moment longer. You trust me that much? I trust Heron Lancio. Yixin answered quietly. And Lancio was Princess Jio's close friend. That was enough. I see. Princess Jio seemed thoughtful, then asked abruptly, do you like her? Yixin fell silent. She didn't press further and took the other pill herself before tapping the golden knife at her waist. Do your best. Just as Yixin was about to speak, footsteps suddenly sounded from the forest. They both looked toward the noise and saw a burly man in his early 20s push aside the bushes. He had a thick beard and wore the garments of the Tang Kingdom. Their eyes met. The man was momentarily stunned and seemed about to leave. But catching sight of Princess Jio, his eyes darkened with gloom. From Jiang Kingdom? Princess Jiu leaned lazily against a tree, ignoring him. The burly man's gaze roamed over her body, a lewd smile creeping across his lips. Hey, I just love sleeping with Jiang Kingdom women, taste the best. Before he could finish, a shadow burst out suddenly. Yixin, who had been sitting cross-legged, sprang forward like a leopard released from a cage, closing the distance to the man instantly. Shocked, the man hurriedly threw a punch. Fist breaker. Yixin shouted lowly as battle intent and the strength of his punch collided. Boom crack. The heavy sound echoed through the forest as the burly man was flung flying. His arm twisted into a grotesque angle midair. He landed howling in pain. Yixin chased after him, yanked him up, and dragged him before Princess Jio, coldly ordering, apologize. For what apology? Princess Jio glanced indifferently at Yixin, then drew her golden knife from her waist. In a flash of cold steel shing, blood sprayed as the burly man's head fell to the grass. Holding the bloody head, Princess Jio said with indifference, you're still not ruthless enough. Learn from this. He probably has companions nearby. Come, he'll take you to kill. Yixin. Yixin looked utterly stunned. Not ruthless enough? From his perspective, his methods were already decisive, yet the 9th princess in front of him was clearly far more merciless. What are you waiting for? Go kill them. The 9th princess suddenly turned back, her gaze sharp and intimidating. Yixin had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he casually searched the burly man's corpse and found a decent haul, several high-quality spirit stones, and combined with what he had saved before, a total of 15, plus nearly 100 gold coins. It was an unexpected windfall. They traveled through the terrain until they reached a gloomy, damp mountain ravine strewn with broken stones. Yixin's eyes quickly scanned the area and spotted 2 men quietly talking. Judging by their clothing and accents, there was no doubt they were from Tang Kingdom. The Tang Kingdom's dress colors, ornament patterns, and speech habits differed distinctly from those of Jiang Kingdom, something Yixin was keenly aware of. The 2 Tang men were startled. Then their eyes fell on the bloody head in the 9th prince's hand. Their expressions instantly darkened. Without warning, the 9th princess flung the severed head at one of them before turning into a blur, dashing forward almost skimming the ground. So fast, Yixin's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react further, the other Tang man charged at him. They wove through the scattered stones as Yixin swung a punch. His fist struck with such force that the gravel exploded beneath his feet. The Tang man felt the impact and tensed, stopping abruptly in a half-squat while crossing his arms to shield his chest. Crack! The ground split as his sleeve burst apart, revealing bare arms that gleamed with a reddish-gold hue, as if forged from refined iron. Bang! Their fists collided with a deafening roar. The Tang man staggered back several yards, and Yixin was forced to retreat over 10 feet. Looking at his hand, his skin was flushed red from the shock. A chill ran through him. These opponents were definitely no ordinary fighters. The Tang man roared and stepped forward fiercely, closing the distance in an instant. His arms swung down like hammers smashing, tearing the air with a series of heavy impacts. Yixin clenched his right fist tightly, gathering his fighting spirit, ready to strike back. But a shadow moved faster than him. A silver dress flashed through the air, a golden blade tracing a cold gleam thunk. The man's head flew upward, blood splattering over the stones. Yixin was stunned, his mind blank. The 9th princess stood calmly with the knife back in her hand, the silver skirt fluttering as if stirred by wind. She did not feel, her cold gaze fixed on him. Why hold back? She stepped closer, eyes sharp as knives. You're a sword cultivator. You could have finished him quickly by unleashing your full power. Why did you hesitate? Do you realize that in a place like this, if you don't finish the fight quickly, you're likely to attract more enemies and end up surrounded? Yixin remained silent. The ninth princess took a step forward, her toes lightly tapping the ground. She looked like a blade drawn from its sheath, her eyes sharp and cold. This isn't some training ground, either you kill others, or others kill you. Yi Xian forced a bitter smile, and said quietly, understood. Be serious. The ninth princess' tone deepened. Yi Xian immediately wiped the grin off his face and nodded solemnly. Got it. Only then did the ninth princess nod slightly. Follow me. With the brief exchange over, Yi Xian bent down and searched the bodies on the ground, pulling out 5 high-grade spirit stones and over 50 gold coins. Adding these to the spoils he already had, his pouch now held 20 high-grade spirit stones and 150 gold coins. The heavy weight made him grin foolishly before he started trotting after the ninth princess. The two made their way through the forest as dusk deepened. After about half an hour, the ninth princess pushed aside some vines and slipped into a secluded cave. She sat cross-legged, quietly releasing spiritual energy. A few dry twigs flew into her palm by themselves, sparking a flame that quickly grew into a small campfire. Then, almost like a magic trick, she pulled out a cleaned fat chicken from somewhere, skewered it on a stick, and started roasting it over the fire. Yi Xian stared in disbelief when they entered the cave. She had been empty-handed, not even carrying salt or oil. Noticing his gaze, the ninth princess raised her eyes and asked coolly, curious? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. She lifted her right hand and twisted her fingertip. A pale green ring shimmered with a soft glow. This is a spatial ring. It creates its own dimension inside where you can store items, though it can't hold living things. Can I see it? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The ninth princess was casual about it, snapping her fingers to send the ring floating in front of him. Yi Xian cupped it carefully, feeling its cool surface as its spiritual energy flickered. How much can this hold? About the size of a room. Yi Xian blinked, then asked eagerly, how much gold for one? 500,000, and they're almost impossible to find for sale. The ninth princess answered coolly. 500,000. Yi Xian froze on the spot, then after a moment returned the ring exactly, as it was not even close to having that kind of money, even if he sold himself. The ninth princess looked at the ring and suddenly said, if you want one, I can give it to you. Yi Xian shook his head without hesitation. Her eyebrow arched. Why not? If you receive, you must also give. Yi Xian's voice was calm. A flicker of approval crossed the ninth princess' eyes. Join my army, and I'll have your back. Yi Xian gave a wry smile. I promised Elder Ji, I'm a member of Kanglin Academy now. A man has to keep his word. The ninth princess nodded and dropped the subject. If he said yes so easily, she'd have to reconsider her judgment. Strength matters, but character matters more. The firelight flickered as the roast chicken turned golden and fragrant. Yi Xian looked toward the dark cave entrance. When do we enter the Swordmaster's mansion? Tomorrow. The ninth princess' tone was firm. Tomorrow's the deadline. Whoever's coming will show up. Yi Xian turned back to her, studying her closely. You're really strong. That's because you haven't met the real monsters yet. The ninth princess lifted her gaze, the firelight dancing in her eyes. Jiang Kingdom is small, Qing Province is vast. After tomorrow, you'll see there are many outstanding people in this world. The scary part is, they all work harder than you do. Yi Xian sat cross-legged opposite her, sincerely saying, you and Miss N are both exceptional. The ninth princess tore off a fragrant chicken drumstick and tossed it to him. Little N was born in Jiang Kingdom, but her background isn't ordinary. Being friends with her is pressure enough. If you have other intentions, that pressure will only grow all the way to the heavens. Yi Xian bit into the chicken and nodded. He'll work hard to get stronger. A faint smile tugged at the ninth princess' lips. That's the spirit. I like your attitude. After speaking, she lay down sideways against the mountain wall. After eating, she went to sleep. Tomorrow, they would enter the mountain to kill. The night passed silently. At the first light of dawn, Yi Xian and Princess Jiu stepped out of the cave. The thin mist still clung to the mountains, and dew soaked the hems of their clothes, but they moved quickly, heading deep into the mountain range. Soon, a towering peak stretching into the clouds appeared before them. Midway up the mountain, a massive cave opening, torn like a wild beast's gaping maw, was clearly visible. Sword lights swirled around the entrance like living creatures. Yi Xian pointed at it. Is that the entrance? Yes, Princess Jiu nodded. That was forcibly carved by some powerful experts. I heard they even killed 2 Tongyu realm masters trying to open this gate. Once we're inside, we have to watch out not just for enemies, but also for the invisible threats lurking within. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Understood. They quickened their pace, when suddenly a black shadow flashed past them, so fast it left only a blur. Yi Xian's heart jolted. That speed rivaled Mo Yunqi's. The shadow stopped and turned, revealing a grim, sinister face. He sneered coldly at them and made a slitting throat gesture, then shot away like a bullet, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was about to speak. Ah! A piercing scream came from afar, but abruptly cut off. A bloodied head rolled down the slope, and stopped at their feet. It was the black-clad man from just now. Blood dripped from his gaping neck wound. Terror still lingered in his eyes. Yi Xian stood frozen. Already done? Princess Jiu glanced dispassionately. This kind of trash is obviously new to the streets. Either they become as powerful and ruthless as Shaolin, or they learn to keep a low profile. Yi Xian nodded immediately. They'll keep a low profile. Low profile what? Princess Jiu suddenly turned to stare at him. Know when to lay low and when to be bold. Otherwise, others will think you're easy prey. Before she finished, she drew the golden dagger at her waist and flexed her arm. Whoosh! A golden blade of light flashed like thunder, and a large tree several dozen feet away exploded into fragments. From behind it, a figure was blasted off their feet, tumbling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Princess Jiu cast a cold glance. Get lost. Without a word, the man shuddered and vanished like a shadow, retreating in panic. She scanned the surroundings with an icy voice. Trash like that shouldn't even show up, wasting my blade's power. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, feeling a quiet warning stir in his heart. Princess Jiu stepped forward. Let's go. They passed through the shattered tree remains and soon arrived at the sword-lit cave entrance halfway up the mountain. Beside the opening, a long-haired man sat cross-legged on a huge rock. His hair reached down to his waist, covering half his face. The exposed half was twisted and charred like burnt coal. Even more chilling were the several still bleeding heads arranged at his feet. The man gripped a blood-red long knife and looked up at them, baring yellowed teeth. His hoarse voice demanded, 100 premium spirit stones toll. Princess Jiu glanced at him with disgust. Being ugly isn't your fault, but grossing me out, that's on you. Then she turned to Yi Xian. Kill him. Before Yi Xian could make a move, the long-haired man nearby suddenly stepped forward with his blade raised, swinging directly at him. The slash was wide and forceful, the blade energy roaring like a waterfall, as if it could split the very air itself. Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeply. Without holding back this time, a fierce battle intent surged through his body, instantly channeling into his right arm. At the same moment, he clenched his fingers tightly. Boom. A shockwave burst forth from between his fingers, manifesting as an invisible fist that forcefully blocked the sharp blade strike. The opponent narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning serious for the first time. But Yi Xian gave him no chance to recover. He stomped his right foot hard. Bang! Stones scattered. The ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and Yi Xian shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The two figures collided mid-air. Thud. A muffled explosion echoed as both were thrown back several meters. Yi Xian quickly regained his balance, while the long-haired man planted his dual hands and blade into the ground, using the momentum to abruptly halt his retreat. Just as Yi Xian was about to advance again, the man suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "You all go in." It was clear he had recognized Yi Xian as a formidable foe and didn't want to risk a full confrontation. Before Yi Xian could respond, he instinctively glanced back, in the spot where the ninth princess had been standing was now completely empty. Alert, he turned sharply, only to find the ninth princess had almost ghost-like appeared in front of the long-haired man. Shing, shing, shing. 3 sharp, piercing sounds of blades being drawn rang out, golden flashes disappearing in an instant. As the third strike fell, the world fell into a sudden silence. The ninth princess sheathed her blade and glanced sideways at Yi Xian. Someone this ugly doesn't deserve to live. With that, she turned and walked toward the nearby cave entrance. Yi Xian looked back toward the long-haired man. After a brief stillness, for bloody cracks suddenly split his body from forehead to feet before he exploded into pieces, his blood and internal organs spilling onto the ground. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Brother, try to be a little better looking in your next life. He bent down to collect the remains and casually rifled through the belongings. In no time, he pulled out 50 high-grade spirit stones and 400 gold coins clearly. This fierce bandit had plundered extensively before. Seeing the bulging bag at his waist, Yi Xian silently thought, the fastest way to get rich really is robbery. It seemed he was starting to enjoy the feeling. The two entered the cave, a chill immediately washing over them. Inside, paths branched endlessly, like a maze. The ninth princess knit her brows, about to decide the way, but Yi Xian's face suddenly changed. His Lingxiao sword inside was trembling again. The ninth princess stopped and looked back. What is it? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian raised a hand, pointing to a narrow path on the right. Go this way. He clearly felt the Lingxiao sword was guiding them. The ninth princess studied him for a long moment, then asked, Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded firmly. Then let's go. She parted her lips softly. The reason Yi Xian trusted her was because of Enlightenment, and she trusted Yi Xian for the same reason Enlightenment only trusted people of good character. They followed the narrow path deeper into the cave. The walls were damp and cold, with water dripping, echoes ringing out. The deeper they went, the graver Yi Xian's expression became. Along the path, he had already come across several bodies, victims of brutal deaths, their corpses scattered messily beside the narrow trail. Bloodstains had long since dried, yet a faint metallic scent still lingered in the air. The prince's earlier words kept echoing in Yi Xian's mind. Opportunities aren't found by searching, but by seizing. They walked down the overgrown path together. After about half an hour, the damp rock walls, occasional dripping water from above, and thinning light all signaled that they had reached deep underground in the mountains. The ninth princess suddenly stopped and whispered, "Are you sure we're on the right track?" Yi Xian wiped the moisture from his temple and nodded lightly. "Keep going down." His spirit sword, Ling Xiao, was guiding him and it pointed only one way, downward. After another half hour, a dark gray cliff wall abruptly blocked their path. "There's no way forward." The princess surveyed the area, then locked eyes with Yi Xian. He took a deep breath and hammered his fist against the wall. Boom! Rocks shattered and scattered, a one-person-high hole instantly opening up, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. Side by side, they peered through the gap. In the dim space stood an ancient underground palace, its roof floating a pitch-black longsword. The blade, over 3 feet long, looked inky except for its tip stained a deep crimson, as if dipped in cinnabar and blood. She turned to Yi Xian. "How did you know the true location of the Sword Lord was here?" Yi Xian smiled wryly and waved Ling Xiao. "It told me." The princess stared at the sword, then at Yi Xian, sighing suddenly. "Are you crazy? You just tell anyone who asks?" She patted his shoulder lightly. "Be more careful in the future." Saying that, she stepped forward toward the palace. Yi Xian shook his head in resignation. A close friend of Enlancio and guided by his instincts, he believed the ninth princess was trustworthy. That was why he didn't hold back. His principle was simple. When making friends, sincerity is everything. They stepped through the hole and arrived outside the palace. The building was small but appeared eerie, bathed in a faint greenish glow. Yi Xian looked up. The black sword hovered silently, its cold aura stirring a surge of passion within him. Instinct told him the sword was no ordinary weapon. Suddenly, the ninth princess climbed the stone steps and reached for the palace door. Yi Xian grabbed her arm, gently shaking his head, brows furrowed, a sudden sense of danger rising. As they halted, footsteps sounded from the right. A man and a woman dressed in black and white robes and dresses approached with an air of distinction, casting brief glances at Yi Xian and the princess but remaining silent. Haha! A sinister laugh echoed, and a shadow flickered. In the next instant, a man appeared atop the stairs. His large black robe concealed his hands, and a wicked smirk twisted his face, his eyes cold and vicious. Tada! More footsteps. Everyone turned to see a woman approaching from a short distance. She wore a cloud-colored long skirt that swept the ground, her figure slender and graceful. A white silk ribbon cinched her delicate waist, accentuating her lithe form. The woman's features were exquisitely delicate, each detail seeming as if sculpted by the finest hand. Yet on that flawless face lay a chilling coldness, like an ancient ice sealed for 1,000 years, easily stopping anyone in their tracks. As Yi Xian thought this, he heard the ninth princess whisper beside him, "It's her." Yi Xian tilted his head. "Who?" "One of Cangmu Academy's 2 great prodigies, Beichen." The ninth princess' voice remained calm, but carried an unmistakable weight. Following her gaze, Yi Xian spotted the woman named Beichen standing quietly at the edge of the crowd. Her steps were light, devoid of any worldly trace. After pausing briefly, she closed her eyes as if shutting herself off from the world. Yi Xian silently wondered, could this woman strike at me directly? A confrontation now would only work to his disadvantage. Soon, Beichen opened her icy blue eyes again. They flicked beyond Yi Xian and the ninth princess to a spot behind them. The two turned to see a man approaching, dressed in tattered, shabby clothes. His black hair was wild and unkempt, like a nest, and his patched coarse robe could not hide the dust and grime covering him. Slung across his back was a heavy, pitch-black iron axe. Its width and thickness, marred with dents and scratches, bore the marks of fierce battles. His arrival instantly tensed the atmosphere. Even the usually composed ninth princess gaze sharpened slightly. The man scanned the crowd, as if assessing every face, then silently stepped aside. On the stone steps, a figure in a black robe's eyes landed on the ninth princess. His tone was teasing, with a faint trace of amusement. "I suppose this must be the famous ninth princess of the Jiang kingdom." The ninth princess met his eyes evenly. "What do you want?" He chuckled lightly, laced with mockery. "I would never dare offend. Just heard that the ninth princess is close friends with Jiang's top prodigy, Enlancio. So, where is this Nguasher today?" Nguasher. At the name, many expressions shifted subtly. Even the axe-bearing man looked up. Enlancio's fame not only shook Jiang but echoed among other nations and mountain clans alike. The ninth princess blinked slowly, half smiling. "How do you know she's not here?" The black-robed man's lips curled into a sly grin. "Even better if she has come. I'm eager to see if this famed Nguasher is truly gifted or just all talk." The ninth princess responded coolly, "She would kill you. You're not on the same level." As Enlancia's closest friend, she knew better than anyone the terrifying power of that genius enough to crush even the most brilliant peers into despair. The man shrugged. "Is that so? Then I'm even more curious." With that, he withdrew his gaze, and the tension in the arena briefly returned to a heavy silence. The ninth princess looked around. Now that we've all arrived at the Sword Master's true domain, but no one dares to move forward, it's clear everyone senses the danger here. If we continue like this, no one benefits. I have a plan, let's cooperate for now. When to end it is up to each of us to decide. Agreed? They exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, no objections. She lifted her gaze to the massive stone palace gate. Who will go first? On the steps, the black-robed man chuckled. Let me start. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant a black beam shot out from his fingertip. Boom. The heavy palace doors shattered with a thunderous crash, stone fragments flying. Everyone's nerves tensed, their energies instantly activating, as if ready for battle at any moment. Suddenly, a cold, familiar voice echoed from inside the hall. You're here. You're here? Everyone froze, bewildered. Come in. The low, steady voice inside the hall echoed once more. The crowd exchanged confused glances, none daring to move. No one had expected that this ancient hall, supposed to be empty, actually still held living beings. A strange pull suddenly rose in Yi Xian's chest, and his feet moved toward the door seemingly of their own accord. All eyes locked onto him. The ninth princess quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Yi Xian froze, then sensed something was wrong. That power came from the Lingxiao sword. His expression darkened as a thought raced through his mind. This sword must be connected to that sword master. In his realm prison tower lay the sealed remnants of a sword master's soul who had already perished. Better to starve than be cowardly. Better to risk it than hesitate. I'm going in first. A black-robed man laughed loudly nearby, turning into a wisp of black smoke as he dashed through the hall's door. Seeing someone take the lead, the other cultivators surged forward as well. Yi Xian exchanged a glance with the ninth princess and then stepped into the hall. As they entered, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The vast space was filled with wooden statues, nearly 1,000, at first glance. Each bore the same youthful face, a wooden sword at their waist. Yi Xian's eyes locked onto those wooden swords. His heart jumped. They were identical in shape and proportion to his Lingxiao sword, even etched with the characters Lingxiao on their blades. What the hell is this? He was completely stunned. Suddenly, all heads turned towards a corner of the hall. There, a woman with long white hair and a faded dress knelt, intently carving a piece of wood. Her gown was worn and dust-covered, her hair trailing on the ground, yet she was utterly focused with each careful stroke. She seemed isolated from the world, but her presence tensed everyone's hearts. If you've come looking for treasure, it's at the little bamboo hut in the back, the white-haired woman said without looking up, her tone calm. There, you'll find things he left behind. Her words landed, and the black-robed man's eyes lit up. He immediately vanished, others following after him. The ninth princess was about to leave as well, but stopped when she saw Yi Xian remain still. Not leaving? You go ahead. I have questions for her. Yi Xian replied quietly. The ninth princess studied him briefly, warned him to be careful, then turned and hurried after the others to the rear hall. A ground-level martial skill. Just as she stepped outside, a shout erupted from the back of the hall, followed by the clash of weapons and shouts of battle. Yi Xian remained unmoved and walked slowly toward the woman. She paused carving and looked him over, shaking her head gently. You're not him. Saying that, she lowered her head and resumed her work. Yi Xian opened his right hand, and the Lingxiao sword hummed to life. Its glow was faint but cold and sharp. The woman's carving knife froze midair, strands of her white hair trembling slightly. After a moment, she set down the wooden statue and spoke softly. The sword's true essence has faded, only a trace of its spirit remains. Has he died? Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he was certain that the sword master on the first floor of the realm prison tower was none other than the woman carved in the sculpture before him. The great hall was silent, with rows of unfinished wooden carvings standing still. Suddenly, the Lingxiao sword suspended behind Yi Xian trembled lightly, as if summoned by some unknown force. It slipped from its sheath and floated down gently to rest at the feet of the long-haired woman. Her hand, holding a carving tool, froze midair. After a long pause, she slowly lowered the chisel and tremblingly cupped the sword in her hands. The blade shimmered faintly with dust and light. She gazed at it for a moment, a smile blossoming at the corner of her lips. But the smile faded quickly, washed away by two streams of clear tears that silently dripped onto the sword's edge, splashing tiny watermarks. Yi Xian stood silently nearby, unsure how to break the quiet. After a long while, the woman spoke in a low voice. I was the one who forged this sword for him, back then. Yi Xian looked up to meet her slightly saddened eyes. She slowly caressed the blade and murmured, that year, he told me to wait here. He promised he would return. I waited and waited, until my black hair turned white as frost. In the end, he never came back, but perhaps it's better this way. At least there was still a memory left. Now, even that memory is gone. She turned to Yi Xian and gently asked, are you his disciple? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, in a way, yes. The woman tidied her somewhat disheveled collar and hair, lifting her gaze to meet his. He never gave me a formal title. Technically, I was never his wife. But would you be willing to call me Shenyang? Yi Xian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Shenyang. A smile appeared on her lips, though tears still shimmered in her eyes. She lightly brushed his cheek with the back of her finger. You are just like he was a young, graceful swordsman, a cultivator of the blade. If in the future you meet someone you truly care about, never betray her. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before asking, Shenyang, after all these years of waiting, do you have any regrets? She shook her head with a soft laugh. If you truly love someone, even if you give everything and get nothing in return, you will never regret it. Yi Xian had no words. The woman slowly walked among the wooden carvings, her fingertips brushing over one figure after another, her eyes rippling with memories as if reliving the past. After a while, she stopped before an unpainted figure and quietly said, Actually, I know by now he has probably forgotten me. With his strength, it wouldn't take him more than 2 hours to rush here from anywhere in Qingsong realm. But it doesn't matter as long as I remember him. That's enough. With that, she opened her right palm. The black sword hanging in the palace suddenly transformed into a streak of ink-black light, shooting swiftly toward her and coming to rest steadily in her hand. This sword is called Lingyu, she said, looking at Yi Xian. Because I never nurtured it, it has fallen from a true sword to a spirit sword. It is a counterpart to Lingxiao. They can separate or combine at will. When merged, they can forcibly elevate one's rank, with a limit reaching the heavenly sword. But their future growth depends entirely on how you bond with and nurture them. Having said that, she passed both Lingyu and Lingxiao's swords to Yi Xian. He hesitated briefly but took them with both hands. The moment his fingers touched the hilts, he clearly sensed a faint resonance between the two blades. The woman nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Yi Xian looked at her back and gently said, Would you come with me? She shook her head, her voice soft but resolute. We met here with him, and here our story must end. She gently stroked Yi Xian's head and said, If someday you have someone you like and promise them something, make sure you don't break your word. Yi Xian didn't argue further. He took a deep breath, bowed solemnly to the long-haired woman, and then turned to leave the hall. Inside the hall, the woman slowly turned around and wrapped her arms around the wooden statue before her, resting her forehead against its shoulder. She closed her eyes and never opened them again. Outside the hall, Yi Xian turned back and bowed deeply at the entrance. Thinking about how long the woman must have waited for the sword master, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Was the sword master held up by mundane matters? Or had he already forgotten the person inside the hall? He dared not delve deeper. Suddenly, fierce sounds of combat erupted from the back of the hall. Yi Xian's expression hardened as he quickly sheathed his twin swords and dashed around the hall. Outside, dozens of people had gathered on the rear plaza, drawn by the noise of the fight. Just then, a graceful figure swooped down from above and landed before him. It was the ninth princess. Before he could speak, she grabbed his arm tightly and said, Let's go. Don't let them escape. The top-grade ground-level martial skill scroll is in that woman's hands, shouted someone behind them. The wind howled fiercely as a group of experts closed in on them. They had only taken a few steps when a man and a woman blocked their path, the very pair who had appeared first. The man spoke coldly, Leave the item behind. The ninth princess smiled darkly, her smile edged with menace. Come and take it if you can. The man barely touched the ground with his toe before the tiles cracked beneath him, and he transformed into a blur hurtling forward. The ninth princess' right hand surged with a golden blade, a streak of dazzling light rending the air. Boom. Both figures staggered backward several steps as stones and dust flew everywhere. The crowd finally snapped to attention and closed in, surrounding Yi Xian and the ninth princess. Her expression darkened. A top-grade ground-level martial skill scroll. There probably weren't even 10 such scrolls in the entire Jiang kingdom. Even the royal family might not possess one. Only ancient giants like the drunken Immortal Tower or Tsangmu Academy might have them. Such a rare treasure, she wouldn't surrender it easily. The man glared at the ninth princess and issued a cold warning. Leave the scroll, and you can leave. The crowd fell silent, everyone eyeing the ninth princess blade warily, afraid to make the first move given her formidable strength. The ninth princess glanced sideways at Yi Xian. What do you think? What do I think? Yi Xian whispered back. How much do you think that scroll would fetch if sold? After a moment's calculation, the ninth princess said, At least 50 million gold coins starting price, and no buyer market. 50 million. Yi Xian's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the ninth princess and suddenly grinned. What do I think? Of course we fight. Fight to the death. As the words left his mouth, he clenched both fists tightly. A fierce battle spirit surged through him, exploding from within like had been injected with pure adrenaline. He charged madly at the man ahead. The ninth princess. I have to say, once Yi Xian unleashed his battle intent, the aura and pressure radiating from him were truly terrifying. This scorching battle intent felt almost tangible, forming a faint blood-red halo around him that made the surrounding air tremble subtly. Anyone who could grasp the art realm within Qingzhou territory already deserved to be called a miraculous prodigy, and Yi Xian was clearly one of the best among them. With a heavy stomp, his figure shot forward like an arrow, reaching within a yard of the black-clad man in the blink of an eye. A fierce wind howled as Yi Xian suddenly raised his fist. A punch exploded. His fist's intent and momentum fused into one, rupturing the air with a sound like an iron hammer striking a drum. The low, thunderous blast echoed continuously across the scene. The man's pupils contracted sharply, unwilling to meet the attack heat-in. Instead, he suddenly unleashed strength through his right arm, smashing his fist heavily into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, rocks scattering into the sky before turning into a swarm of stone arrows fired relentlessly at Yi Xian. The stone rain howled in, but shattered into dust the moment it neared. As the dust cleared, Yi Xian had already closed in, delivering a punch straight to the man's face, simple, direct, and brutal. Before the fist landed, the momentum cracked the ground behind the man into a spiderweb fissure. In a desperate moment, the man dared not absorb the blow. He kicked hard off the ground, sliding backwards over 10 yards and forcibly creating distance. Yi Xian did not press the advantage but instead turned to stand beside the ninth princess. His battle intent still surged fervently, his cold gaze sweeping the area as he calmly asked, "Is there anyone else?" His words sent a ripple of tension through the crowd. The watching cultivators grew serious. A man and woman standing not far away looked solemn, especially the man who had just fought. Yi Xian's fist strength far exceeded his expectations. The ninth princess tightened her grip on her golden blade. Her battle intent ignited as well. She murmured urgently, "Fight! Kill them!" But just as she spoke, a sudden tug on her wrist startled her as Xian had grabbed her, pulling her to turn and run. In a flash, the two dashed dozens of yards ahead, leaving stunned cultivators speechless. Run, they're running? The crowd exchanged glances before snapping back to reality after a moment. They've tricked us. Roars of anger erupted as a group thundered after them. The man and woman from before led the chase, their speed blurring into twin streaks. Yi Xian held the ninth prince's hand tightly as they sprinted, muscles tensed, pushing his powerful body to its speed limits. The wind roared past their ears as trees and grass whipped by in an instant. "Weren't you going to fight?" the ninth princess asked while running. "There are too many of them. We can't win." Yi Xian rolled his eyes, his tone matter-of-fact. "So you were bluffing just now?" She raised an eyebrow. Yi Xian answered earnestly, "This is called a strategic retreat." The ninth princess scoffed softly, a hint of a smile on her lips. "A strategic retreat, huh? Can you at least let go of my hand now?" Only then did Yi Xian realize and blush, quickly releasing her arm but, without slowing down. The exit lay ahead. The two almost stepped through the passage together, about to breathe easy, when their expressions suddenly changed. Whoosh! A phantom-like figure darted to the ninth princess' left side, a sharp, cold blade aimed straight at her chest, at lightning speed. In an instant, Yi Xian instinctively reached out and yanked her into his arms, crashing into the deadly blade himself. Sparks flew. The attacker was slammed violently backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. At the same time, blood sprayed from Yi Xian's chest, staining his robe crimson. The ninth princess stared dumbfounded at the bloodstain, her mind blank. But Yi Xian paid no mind to the wound. His eyes were cold steel as he looked forward, locking onto the attacker, a black-robed man who had appeared before the palace. The man licked blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "A hero saving a beauty?" At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly lunged at the man in the black robe. A sharp sound sliced through the air like a blade tearing apart fabric, a piercing crack echoing through the valley. The man's eyes flashed with fierce light as he abruptly drew both hands from his sleeves. Whoosh! Two black streaks, as thick as fingertips, shot forward, two deadly black arrows. But Yi Xian didn't even blink. He met them heat-in. The arrows penetrated about an inch into his chest before stopping, their shafts still quivering. The man's carefully planned follow-up move instantly fell apart. He stared in shock. This guy hadn't dodged. In the next moment, Yi Xian clenched all his strength and swung a punch directly toward his face. Before the fist landed, his ferocious aura swept forward, making the black robe flutter wildly. Bang! Crack! Bones shattered and the thud resounded almost simultaneously. The man's arms broke, and the force sent him flying over 10 yards, slamming him hard into the mountain wall behind. Rocks tumbled down as he struggled to get up, but Yi Xian appeared like a ghost in front of him. "I am the Prince of Ningguo. If you, Ningguo Prince? I don't know who the hell you are?" Yi Xian cut him off coldly and kicked him hard. Bang! The man's head was flung off by the force of the kick, blood spraying wildly. Yi Xian grabbed the pouch from the man's waist and spun back to stand beside the ninth princess. At that moment, the man and woman who had been chasing them hurried out onto the mountain path behind. Without hesitation, Yi Xian grabbed the ninth prince's wrist and took off at full speed. Footfalls and the howl of the wind echoed in the narrow path. The couple kept close pursuit, with 5 or 6 others lining up behind them. Blood seeped continuously from Yi Xian's chest, soaking through his clothes in vivid red. The man in black was at least of Lingkong realm, a single strike powerful enough to cleave ordinary fighters in two. Yi Xian, holding firm, was already pushing his limits. Just as they emerged from a pine forest, they came to a sudden halt. Up ahead on the stone path stood a woman in a blue gown, calm and still. Beichun. Both Yi Xian and the ninth princess darkened their expressions. Beichun glanced coldly at them without a word. Then her figure blurred and dissolved like mist. Yi Xian was about to strike when the ninth princess pulled him behind her. She stepped forward and drew her sword in a horizontal slash. Sifeng. The blade flashed like a silver ribbon and vanished. A sharp tearing sound echoed sharply through the air, but suddenly a faint green light surged up in front of Beichun, enveloping the sword's energy entirely. A brief silence. Boom. An invisible shockwave exploded, kicking up dust and sand everywhere. The ninth princess was forced back to Yi Xian's side, while Beichun halted several yards before them. The mountain path between them was rent open with deep, unfathomable cracks carved by surging energy. Beichun cast a glance at the ninth princess. Everyone says you, ninth princess, are a brilliant strategist, but to think your swordsmanship is just as sharp, that's truly surprising. The ninth princess glanced at Beichun. You've already obtained something else. Remember, greed can be deadly. Beichun smiled faintly, his eyes shining. A top-grade earth tier martial skill. I'm very tempted. At that moment, Yi Xian and the group of cultivators behind the ninth princess caught up. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the expressions on Yi Xian and the ninth princess darkened in an instant. The ninth princess tilted her head toward Yi Xian, signaling him to make a decision. Yi Xian scanned Beichun and the man and woman standing shoulder to shoulder not far away, then glanced at the approaching crowd behind. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, I think we should all sit down and talk. As for me personally, I'm very willing to communicate. Turning to Beichun and the others, he added, what do you think? The group fell silent. The ninth princess looked at Yi Xian and gave him a thumbs up. Respect. From a distance, Beichun scrutinized Yi Xian up and down with mocking eyes. I think you might be crazy. Yi Xian twitched his mouth. Before he could reply, Beichun stepped forward aggressively. At the same time, the group of cultivators behind Yi Xian and the ninth princess closed in. It was clear that Beichun, the couple, and their followers had agreed to take out these two first. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as the spirit Shao sword within him emitted a low hum. Suddenly, the ninth princess sprang into the air, her golden gown fluttering wildly. She drew the golden blade at her waist, gripping it with both hands. In an instant, the blade intent surged out like a tidal wave from her very core. Boom. A towering pressure pressed down from nowhere. The overwhelming aura made Yi Xian's heart race, nearly forcing him to his knees. Fortunately, he quickly summoned his fighting spirit to steady himself. An earth tier martial skill. Beichun's gaze tightened. You're only at the Lingkong stage, yet you dare wield an earth tier martial skill. Though he said this, he was already secretly retreating. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Earth tier martial skills carried a certain power of heaven and earth. The crowd began to hastily withdraw. The ninth princess waved her golden blade in the air, transforming into a streak of light darting downward. In the blink of an eye, dozens of afterimages flickered across the field, accompanied by blinding golden blade rays bursting like the scorching sun, covering the sky and ground. As the ninth princess landed, Beichun's pupils contracted sharply. He thrust a palm forward, releasing green energy that erupted violently from his palm. But the green light was instantly torn apart by the golden blade rays. Beichun's expression shifted dramatically. He scrambled backward, repeatedly slapping out protective spirit power, but the golden glow forced him into retreat step by step. On the other side, the man and woman also withdrew in panic. Among the cultivators beside them, two who reacted slower were cut down at the waist by the golden blade rays. The raging blade intent smashed into the earth, instantly cracking and churning the ground with swirling dust. At this moment, the ninth princess was unstoppable. Yi Xian stared in disbelief. In just a few heartbeats, the ninth princess figure flashed and appeared before Yi Xian. Excitement filled Yi Xian's eyes. Awesome, really awesome. One more strike, let's finish them off. The ninth princess glanced at him. Then her body suddenly went limp as she collapsed into his arms. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she panted, resting her head on his shoulder. I can't swing anymore. Big brother, can we strategically retreat for now? Yi Xian, run. Yi Xian wasn't foolish, knew that when the ninth princess used that high-grade earth tier martial skill earlier, she must have suffered severe backlash. The thought struck him, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around the prince's slender waist, hoisted her onto his back, then sprang forward like a released arrow, bursting out of the ruins in a single swift motion. About 15 minutes later, the flashes of swords and clashing blades faded away, leaving the once chaotic battlefield eerily silent. Beichun lowered her gaze to her right hand. Several thin, bleeding scratches marked the delicate back of her hand, vividly red against her pale skin. She was quiet for a moment, then lightly raised onto her toes and vanished like a ghost toward the direction where Yi Xian and the ninth princess had disappeared. On the other side, the man and woman, along with two more comrades who had arrived in haste, were unwilling to fall behind. They quickened their pace in pursuit. Everyone had clearly seen the ninth princess suffer a serious backlash after unleashing that top-tier earth skill. Now was her weakest moment. There could be no missed opportunity. A high-grade earth-tier martial skill such a treasure was akin to a secret heirloom for powerful clans and factions. Whoever claimed it could greatly enhance their family's strength. Rivalries were often decided by such deep-rooted inheritances and priceless techniques. Because of this, in addition to Baichen's group, other cultivators drawn by the noise gradually joined the hunt from the surrounding area. Shadows flickered through the forest, the wind howling like a wild beast. Carrying the ninth princess on his back, Yi Xian sprinted, avoiding the main roads back to Liangjie City entirely, instead plunging deep into the dense mountain shadows. The mountains undulated endlessly, and using incredible speed, he zigzagged through the terrain, carefully skirted well-worn paths, determined not to leave a single trace for pursuers. Time passed unknowingly until the roar of a waterfall swallowed the sounds of pursuit. Yi Xian finally stopped at a natural waterfall dozens of feet wide, water cascading down with immense force, the mist and spray buffeting his face. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he gently set the ninth princess down, removed his shoes, and tiptoed along mossy rocks toward the waterfall's flank. Using the waterfall's noise as cover, he painstakingly erased every footprint on leaves and stones. Moments later, he returned silently, leaving behind a flawless trail where even fallen leaves lay undisturbed and unshifted. Satisfied no one was near, Yi Xian lifted the princess once more and slipped into a natural stone hollow hidden behind the falling water. The depression was shallow, just enough space for two people to curl up together. Beyond the thunderous water, cool mountain air mixed with mist drifted in. About 15 minutes later, the sharp sound of rushing air overhead made Yi Xian tense. Sword energy quietly gathered within him, ready to strike like thunder the instant the threat closed in. Fortunately, whoever it was stopped briefly, then turned and walked away, footsteps fading into the distance. Only when absolutely sure it was safe did he release a long breath. Looking down at the ninth princess in his arms, he saw her face pale as death, dark red blood staining the corner of her lips, breath barely a whisper. She had no strength left to fight. Yi Xian sighed deeply in his heart. For that rare earth-tier skill, this woman had truly gambled everything. You're clever. The ninth princess suddenly opened her eyes, weak but clear. You didn't run toward Liangjie City. Yi Xian shook his head and gave a wry smile. How could I? That's your territory. Going there would be certain death. The princess pressed her lips gently, then spoke in a low voice. I need 2 days to recover. 2 days? Yi Xian's chest tightened. If no one found them within that time, it would be a blessing. But if they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The quiet rush of water mixed with their breathing in the narrow space behind the waterfall, the atmosphere thickening. After a while, an awkward silence settled over them. When Yi Xian carried the ninth princess inside, he was soaked by the waterfall, so she was completely drenched, her silk dress clinging tightly to her delicate curves. Cradled in Yi Xian's arms, her wet clothes became somewhat translucent, and the charged, awkward tension between them was almost tangible. The ninth princess looked up steadily at Yi Xian, her gaze calm, but enough to send a shiver down his spine. Yi Xian forced a wry smile. Sorry, I didn't mean anything inappropriate. Rationally, he had no intention of crossing any lines, but instincts aren't always easy to control. Even a sword cultivator is human, especially one like him who had nearly no intimate contact with women. The ninth princess slowly closed her eyes, silent and without words. They remained in that slightly awkward embrace for nearly an hour. Only after nightfall did Yi Xian finally lift her onto his back and leave the cave. He didn't head toward the Two-Realm City, instead turning back to the Swordmaster's residence, the most dangerous place, often being the safest. The surroundings were pitch dark, but Yi Xian moved swiftly and unhindered. Having traversed the mountains around Qingcheng for years, this terrain was nothing to him. About half an hour later, they returned to the underground palace. Yi Xian didn't enter the main hall, but went around to a small bamboo hut behind it. The place had already been ransacked empty except for a few tables, chairs, and a bamboo bed. Gently placing the ninth princess on the bamboo cot, he covered her with his robe. Rest well. He'll stay outside and keep watch, he said, then stepped out. The ninth princess watched his retreating figure in silence. Outside the hut, Yi Xian sat cross-legged and took out a small wooden figurine. It was a little girl, strikingly similar to Yi Ling's own handiwork. He actually carved another one of himself, now kept by Yi Ling. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he pulled out a second figure resembling Enlightenment. The two lay side by side in his palm, bringing a broader smile to Yi Xian's face. Suddenly, he looked up. From the dark emerged a man, one he had seen before near the underground palace entrance. The man's hair was tangled like a bird's nest, dressed in simple cloth, carrying a massive black axe on his back. Yi Xian stood. The man glanced at the bamboo hut and started walking over. Yi Xian stepped sideways to block his path. Without a word, the man's muscles tensed, then he suddenly threw a punch. The force emitted like a breaking dam, and with a loud crack the surrounding stone floor shattered instantly. Yi Xian's expression remained calm as he countered with a punch of his own, his strike carrying battle intention straight from his arm. Boom. The earth shook with the impact, and both were blasted backward. Yi Xian fell back to the hut's doorway, while the man staggered 6 or 7 paces away. The floor was a mess, shards of stone flying everywhere. The man fixed his gaze on Yi Xian and spat out 2 words. Battle intent. Fist power. Quasi-martial arts grandmaster. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fist, the gathered force extending yet restrained, enveloping the burly man not far away. I might not be able to kill you, he said in a low, resolute voice, but am confident I can cripple you. If you make a move, even if you steal that top-tier Earth-grade martial skill scroll, you won't survive today. Cripple me? The burly man raised his hand and lifted a massive axe from his back, its blade flashing cold light. I'd like to see you try. Yi Xian opened his right palm, and an ancient, unadorned longsword appeared out of thin air. The blade trembled as countless sword lights exploded forth from the Lingxiao sword, a single strike to decide life or death. At a distance, the burly man's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a rare seriousness. Yi Xian pointed forward with the sword, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Come on, try me. Before the words had even fallen, the burly man hurled his giant axe with a fierce roar. Sure, the axe tore through the air, carving a long white streak. The wild power it carried cracked the ground in every direction. At the same time, Yi Xian swung his sword. The sword light was like lightning, striking in an instant. One strike to decide life or death. Bang! The sword tip clashed against the axe face with a heavy boom. The axe trembled violently in midair, quickly covered in a network of fine cracks before being shaken loose and flying backward. The burly man's right hand shot forward, forcibly catching the axe. Bang! The shockwave slammed through him. Both man and weapon staggered back 10 paces. Looking down, he saw the flesh between his thumb and forefinger had split open, blood pouring out. The burly man lifted his head, eyes fixed on Yi Xian, voice hoarse. Great sword cultivator. Fierce battle, intense sword, and martial cultivation combined. Yi Xian pondered briefly, then suddenly smiled. How about a favor in return? A favor? The burly man squinted, appraising him for a long moment before sheathing his axe. Zuan of the Xuan sect in the Great Yin Empire. Sword cultivator. Remember this, you owe me a favor. Without hesitation, he strode away, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian stood frozen. He actually agreed to owe me a favor? He had only meant to buy some time. He didn't yet understand the weight of a quasi-sword Dao grandmaster. To any faction, such a figure was worth going to great lengths to recruit. To an individual, having one as an ally on the martial world's road was an endless source of benefit. Moreover, he was not just a quasi-sword Dao grandmaster, but also a quasi-martial arts grandmaster. A value of that rank was no less than that of a top-tier earthly martial arts scroll. More importantly, Zuan wasn't confident of outright victory. A death match would only result in mutual destruction. So he decisively gave up the martial skill scroll and chose to align himself with Yi Xian instead. Zuan disappeared decisively. Yi Xian rubbed his chin, quietly mocking himself. Looks like I'm more popular than I thought. Maybe I really underestimated my own charm. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly looked up. On the path ahead, a woman in blue robes was walking slowly toward him. Seeing who it was, Yi Xian's expression darkened instantly. Beichen, it's you again. Beichen's gaze swept over him coolly. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Not a bad line of thought. Too bad you're underestimating the temptation of Earth-grade martial skills. Some big shots are already jealous. Yi Xian stepped forward, sword in hand, stopping directly before her. How about owing me a favor? A favor? Beichen chuckled lightly, her tone tinged with mockery. Are you sure you're fully awake? Yi Xian. Beichen walked slowly toward Yi Xian, a green glow flickering in the palm of her right hand. Since arriving, she hadn't underestimated a single opponent, and now was no different. Each step carried her full determination. Yi Xian felt a flicker of frustration as she closed in. Why was this woman so uncooperative? With no hope of a peaceful resolution, he suddenly drew his sword and darted out like a wisp of smoke. No fight, no retreat. That was Yi Xian's attitude. A faint smile appeared on Beichen's lips as her figure blurred and a shadow flashed through the bamboo grove. A powerful burst of energy exploded, forcing Yi Xian back to the bamboo house's entrance, while Beichen remained unmoving, her robes barely stirring. Clutching the Lingxiao sword firmly, Yi Xian's gaze darkened. This woman's strength far exceeded the ordinary. At the same time, Beichen's smile faded after just one exchange. She had roughly gauged Yi Xian's true power. Their energies tightened once more, and Beichen prepared to strike again when the bamboo house door swung open. The ninth princess stepped out. Beichen paused, and Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. The ninth princess moved to Yi Xian's side, staring coldly at Beichen. Are you planning to fight us both? She said, pressing her right hand to the golden sword at her waist. The blade trembled lightly as a streak of golden light suddenly burst forth. Beichin chuckled softly. Using Earth Deer martial techniques at the Lingkong stage will backfire. You'll be incapacitated for 2 days. Right now, you're just bluffing. With that, she transformed into a streak of light, lunging toward the two. Strong winds swept by. Yi Xian sprang forward, sword tip stabbing, but Beichin raised her palm to block, green light blazing in her hand. Yi Xian twisted his wrist, sliding the blade diagonally toward her wrist pulse. Beichin's jade hand retracted instantly to evade the sword. At the same time, Yi Xian slashed horizontally, the sword gleaming like clear autumn water. Beichin stepped back narrowly avoiding the cut, and then hiss. A golden blade slashed downward from above her head. She pressed both palms down, unleashing a surge of verdant energy. Boom. The golden blade struck the ground, shattering the green glow instantly. Beichin was forced back 10 yards, her long hair flying wildly. Steadying her stance, she locked eyes with the ninth princess. You still dare to make a move? The princess sneered. As royalty, I have my own trump cards to protect myself. Beichin frowned briefly before relaxing, whispering, let's see how many times you can do that. Before finishing her words, she darted forward again. But this time, the ninth princess sprung up first, holding her golden sword aloft, as overwhelming pressure poured out in Earth Deer martial skill. Feeling that immense force, Beichin's pupils contracted sharply. In the next breath, she twisted sharply and flashed several times, vanishing completely from sight. Clearly, she had no intention of clashing Hedon with the ninth princess Earth Tier technique. Although she wasn't terribly afraid, if she and the ninth princess ended up seriously wounded, the ultimate winner would be someone else. Many spectators were already waiting to swoop in and profit from their mutual destruction. Seeing Beichin retreat, the ninth princess hovered in midair for a moment, then lightly touched down on her toes, standing steadily beside Yi Xian. Let's go inside. Yi Xian nodded and followed her into the bamboo house. Just as the door closed, the ninth princess suddenly went limp and fell backward. Yi Xian's heart tightened. He quickly reached out to support her and saw blood steadily trickling from her lips. He gently laid her on the bed. The blood staining her mouth made her face look even paler. Lowering his voice, Yi Xian said, is a piece of advanced Earth rank martial technique really more important than your life? The ninth princess shook her head faintly. You don't understand. All I know is that if this continues, you will die. Yi Xian's eyes darkened. She looked up weakly, her voice hoarse. Do you know what situation Jiang country is in now? Yi Xian remained silent. She slowly closed her eyes and spoke in a low tone. Numerous noble families compete within the country, each acting independently. Their heirs recognize only their clans, not the nation. Above the noble houses stand 2 giants, the Zuaxian Tower and the Tsangmu Academy. They shamelessly recruit Jiang's talents. But how many who join them are willing to fight for the country? At this, she opened her eyes again, staring directly at Yi Xian. Do you know why Jiang country dares not lightly start a war against Tang? Because the country cannot unite. Once war breaks out, we can't mobilize those forces. If Jiang falls, the Tsangmu Academy and noble heirs will be safe. But what about the ordinary people? Will Zuaxian Tower and those families protect them? Yi Xian exhaled deeply, about to speak, but the ninth princess continued. Most of the profitable industries are monopolized by Zuaxian Tower. The treasury is perpetually empty. With this piece of top-grade Earth-rank martial arts, if we auction it off, at least the treasury can be replenished for 3 years. She shook her head gently. I command tens of thousands of soldiers who have not received pay for 2 months. Yi Xian looked at her. So this is why you came? If not, then what? Her voice was calm. Yi Xian pondered briefly. I understand your difficulties, but have you thought? As long as you live, there's hope. If you die, everything is lost. He glanced outside the bamboo hut. That woman definitely hasn't left. More will come. She also said some big players have long coveted this martial technique. In this situation, whoever takes that scroll becomes the target of everyone's attack. The ninth princess closed her eyes again, her voice dropping to a near whisper. You should leave. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. After a long silence, his expression turned cold as he faced her directly. Hand over that top-grade Earth-rank technique. The ninth princess suddenly opened her eyes in disbelief. Yi Xian's tone grew colder. Give it to me. She stared at him for a long moment, then gave a self-mocking smile. It seems I underestimated the allure of Earth-rank techniques, but I didn't expect either of us would misjudge the other. After she finished speaking, her slender fingers moved lightly. Soon, a black scroll unfurled quietly before Yi Xian. The scroll's surface was pitch dark and glossy, its texture like neither metal nor jade, impossible to discern its true material. Yi Xian picked it up and unrolled it. The large characters that met his eyes were perfectly clear. Top-tier Earth ranks silent annihilation finger. He glanced at it only briefly before rolling it back up and tucking it into his chest. Then he rose, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the bamboo hut. Inside the hut, Princess Jiu watched his retreating figure, her gaze icy and unreadable. After a moment, she retrieved a pitch-black stone from her hand. Infusing it with profound energy, dark patterns surfaced on its surface. She closed her eyes slowly and murmured softly, "Shaoan, this man cannot be trusted." 1,000 miles away, amid a vast range of wild mountains, a woman dressed in snow-white robes was gliding on the wind. Suddenly, she halted and took out a similar black stone, staring at it intently. Then she turned abruptly to leave. Her attendant called out in alarm, "Miss, your duel with the demon commander," but the white-robed woman did not look back, leaving only a resolute silhouette behind. Outside the bamboo hut, Yi Xian leapt several times onto the roof of the hall. He scanned the surroundings until he was certain no one was watching, then pulled out the scroll and let out a low, triumphant laugh. "At last, it's mine." Before his words finished, his figure flickered like a falling leaf drifting into the distance. From the shadows came a sharp command. "That's the Earth rank martial technique." Several shadowy figures burst out and began to pursue Yi Xian swiftly. Leading them was Beichen, followed closely by the man and woman from before. Both were formidable fighters whose strength made even Beichen cautious. Yi Xian moved at astonishing speed. In a blink, he darted past the swordmaster's retreat and plunged deep into the dense mountains and forests. Behind him, footsteps and the rush of wind echoed relentlessly, but the pursuer's eyes remained locked on the scroll. As for Princess Jiao, no one paid her further notice. The terrain grew rugged and tangled with vines. Yi Xian deliberately chose the most treacherous paths, weaving through rocky outcrops, ancient trees, and ravines to lose his trackers. He steadily widened the gap from Beichen and the others. Yet the three showed no sign of giving up. Their footsteps crushed leaves firmly, their cold blades gleaming sharply as they pressed on without hesitation. Dusk deepened, and night quieted over the wilderness. In the pitch-black darkness where one could not see a hand before their face, a smile crept across Yi Xian's lips. Night was his domain. Though Beichen's group was experienced in mountain combat, few had truly fought deep in the mountains at night. Now, they feared not only Yi Xian's unpredictable movements, but also each other secretly attacking. Backstabbing was common during external training. Crouching atop a thickly leafed old tree, Yi Xian produced a small figurine shaped like a leaf spirit and whispered with a chuckle, "Brother, I'm coming home soon." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the side, "You won't be going back." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and snapped his head around. Several dozen feet below to his right stood Beichen, tall and imposing. To his left, the man and woman blocked escape routes, forming a constricting trap. Yi Xian's expression darkened. "How did you find me?" A sarcastic smile curled Beichen's lips. "Because we have powerful people backing us, and it seems you don't. So do you understand now?" Yi Xian was about to reply when the situation suddenly changed. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the trees. Beichen's body was struck and sent flying over 10 yards, crashing through vines before stumbling to the ground. Raising her head, a bright red palm print burned fiercely across her right cheek. Everyone froze in surprise, and Yi Xian momentarily hesitated. Then his expression turned serious. "Actually, I have someone backing me too." Beichen and the others. To Yi Xian's left, a man and a woman grew alert and stepped back several paces. They retreated because during Beichen's sudden knockback earlier, they hadn't caught even a hint of the attacker's trajectory. Someone who could strike without leaving a trace right under their noses was clearly beyond their ability to confront. Meanwhile, Beichen's face darkened. She still hadn't figured out how she had been slapped away or who had done it. Her cold gaze swept the surroundings like a blade, but the night wind was still, the grass unruffled, nothing stirred. Finally, her eyes settled on Yi Xian, who was smoothing down his jacket not far off. Yi Xian adjusted his clothes casually, as if he carried a mountain on his back while appearing relaxed. "You really think only your side has people above you?" He raised a finger and waved it. "No, I've got someone too. In this game, who doesn't have a backup? You." Smack! A crisp slap rang out abruptly. A figure flew sideways, not Beichen, but Yi Xian himself. Beichen and her two companions froze, and even Yi Xian was stunned, speechless. Damn, this guy slaps whoever he doesn't like? Can't he pick a time when no one's around? How is this going to end now? Yi Xian rolled to his feet. A clear red handprint marked his right cheek. The atmosphere instantly grew unbearably awkward. He cleared his throat and forced a smile to smooth things over. "We're all out here chasing opportunity. Cough. How about we sit down and talk things through?" Beichen smiled thinly. "Is that your idea too?" "Exactly. Can't believe we're on the same page." Stop." Beichen raised her hand to cut him off, shaking her head with a sigh. "At first, I thought you were crazy. Now I see. It's not just a thought, you really are." Before she could finish, Yi Xian spun and bolted away like a runaway stray dog, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Beichen's face turned ashen. Not far off, a man in an ink-white robe gave her a cold glance. "Too much talking," he said shortly. Then he and the woman beside him took to the air, chasing after Yi Xian. Beichen narrowed her eyes, a cruel smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly she lifted off, the grass and trees beneath her breaking and soil flying as she soared forth, leaving behind a jagged, shattered path that gleamed harshly in the moonlight. In the darkness, Yi Xian dashed desperately, but his heart grew heavier with each step. From the fragments of conversation head overheard, he realized a terrifying truth. His movements kept getting exposed because someone above was secretly tipping off Beichen's group. Someone was illegally intervening in this game. They dared to do this only because Yi Xian had no backing. If Enlancio were here instead, those big shots wouldn't dare cross the line. That thought made him clench his right fist slowly. Without a support network, no matter where he hid, Beichen could always find him. But if he fought Heaton with the strength he had now, he was no match for the three of them. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter as he sprinted. After a while, something seemed to occur to Yi Xian, and his frown finally smoothed out. He glanced around quickly, then took off running toward a small hill in the distance. When he reached the base of the hill, he immediately rolled to the ground, and in that split second, he secretly hid the earth-tier martial technique amid a pile of leaves without anyone noticing. His momentum carried him tumbling down the slope. He rolled over the grass a few times and swiftly landed on the other side of the hill. Using this momentum, he sped forward several dozen yards until a burning sensation filled his chest, finally stopping beside a large ancient tree. Within about 5 breaths' time, a white figure torn through the air Beichen had arrived. She was at least 3 to 4 breaths ahead of the man and woman behind her. Seeing Beichen, Yi Xian feigned panic and charged backward toward her. A cold smile curved Beichen's lips. Her body trembled slightly as she transformed into a blur and darted forward like a lightning shadow. Raising her palm, she delivered a sharp strike, the wind cutting fiercely, but it was only a test strike, far from her full strength. The real killing move lay in wait. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian made no attempt to block even as she closed in. He took the blow Heaton. Bang! Yi Xian flew off sideways like a broken kite, crashing heavily against a tree trunk before rolling to the ground. Beichen's dark brows furrowed slightly. What was this guy up to? At that moment, the man and woman finally caught up and stopped in surprise at the scene before them. Yi Xian struggled to get up, blood spurting from his mouth and staining his shirt a vivid red. His wide, bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Beichen. I've already handed over the earth-tier technique. Why are you trying to kill me completely? Confusion flickered across Beichen's face. The man and woman glanced coldly at her in unison. Yi Xian spat out another mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse and accusing. You're a damn poisonous. You promised you'd let me go after I gave you the technique. But you're too afraid it'll leak your secrets. You want me dead to silence me. How cruel you are. Beichen's gaze darkened sharply, overflowing with murderous intent. What game are you playing? She demanded, pointing at the man and woman beside her, her voice ice cold. Do you really think they believe you? They exchanged a hesitant glance before shifting their focus back to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly tore off his robe. The fabric fell with a rustle, leaving him clad only in his underwear. He pointed at his nearly naked body and shouted harshly, "See this? There's not a single hair on me." Then flicking his arm, he jabbed toward the jade ring on Beichen's hand. What about you? Do you dare show your ring to everyone? Do you dare? Hearing this, the man and woman's eyes darted sharply to Beichen's slender fingers. Feeling their gaze burn, Beichen's pupils darkened like night while she ground her teeth and hissed, "You're supposed to be a great sword cultivator, yet you stoop to such shameless tricks. I don't think you deserve the title of sword cultivator, more like a contemptible fraud." Before her words finished, a surge of killing intent exploded from her body alongside her spiritual energy, releasing a heavy pressure that descended like a mountain on Yi Xian. His heart skipped a beat, but before he could even breathe, the man and woman struck. 2 overwhelming forces crashed down, shattering Beichen's pressure in moments. Feeling the sudden relief in the weight on him, Yi Xian breathed out quietly. Opposite him, Beichen's eyes blazed with fury. Chest heaving, she shouted angrily at the man and woman, "Are you idiots? You actually believe his lies?" The man glanced over at Yi Xian not far away, whose mouth was still bleeding. After all, Yi Xian was a sword cultivator, so his words should hold some truth. Then he looked at the jade ring on Beichen's hand. Whether it's real or fake, just let go of the ring so the two of us can take a look. Beichen's expression darkened immediately. Peeking into someone else's jade ring was one of the gravest taboos in the warrior world. Before he finished speaking, his right hand slowly clenched, knuckles whitening. The air around them seemed to freeze with a chilling frost. The man and woman felt the murderous intent instantly. They turned back to back, their true chi surging, eyes sharp and alert, ready to strike at any moment. She's waiting for reinforcements. Yi Xian's hoarse but clear voice rang out from afar. I just saw her send a distress signal to Tsangmu Academy. Their people will arrive soon. She's just stalling for time. At his words, the man and woman's expressions stiffened to ice. Stalling? Calling for backup? Strange chi swirled around them, killing intent blazing bright. Beichen glared steadily at Yi Xian. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died 100 times over. Take her down. Yi Xian shouted furiously, charging at Beichen first. The man and woman hesitated only briefly before following suit. Yi Xian led the charge, colliding head-on with Beichen and being blasted backward again, blood splattering from his mouth. He rolled on the ground, but didn't keep pushing. Instead, he quickly rolled aside several times toward a small, inconspicuous hillock nearby. He scooped up a scroll of top-tier earthly-grade martial skill hidden in the fallen leaves, rolled again, and disappeared swiftly into the depths of the forest. Behind him, the clash of true qi rang out continuously. Yi Xian dared not stop, sprinting wildly along the mountain path straight toward the city of two realms. After a short distance, Beichen floated forward, deliberately creating space between himself and the man and woman. Coldly, he said, "You two fools, go ask your people." The man and woman exchanged a glance and then looked up at the sky. After half a quarter hour, their faces turned extremely sour. Their people had failed to tightly watch Yi Xian from the start and missed the best opportunity to intercept him. "We were deceived." The woman gritted her teeth. Beichen looked toward the direction Yi Xian had fled and snorted coldly. "I never thought a sword cultivator could be this shameless. Quite an eye-opener." The man responded coldly, "Don't worry, he won't get away. This scroll of top-tier earthly-grade martial skill belongs to Ning Kingdom now." "Ning Kingdom?" Beichen glanced at him with faint disdain before turning to leave. Ning Kingdom, Jiang Kingdom, Tang Kingdom. For a genius like her, these names would inevitably become meaningless as she rose to greater heights. At the gates of the city of two realms, the ninth princess leaned against the city wall, arms crossed, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, she looked up. In the distance, a woman dressed in pure white, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, walked slowly forward in Lancio. And Lancio stopped before the ninth princess. Just as the princess was about to speak, she turned her head, gazing toward the boundless mountain ranges, and said softly, "You've wronged him." The ninth princess furrowed her brows. "He's not that kind of person," and Lancio continued. "But this is a top-tier earthly-grade martial skill," the ninth princess said gravely. "No one would remain unmoved by it." And Lancio smiled gently. "I believe in him. I trust him." And Lanxia's voice was soft, but filled with conviction. She leaned against the window frame, her gaze unwavering. By the wall, the ninth princess spoke slowly and calmly, her tone gentle but laced with a hint of teasing. "Shaoan, how about a bet?" And Lancio shifted her eyes to her. "A bet on what?" The ninth princess smiled, lightly tapping the wall with her fingertip. "A bet on whether he's really that kind of person. If he is, you'll stay in the palace for another year, then leave after that." And Lancio raised an eyebrow in return. "And if he's not? Then I'll admit I misjudged him." The ninth princess chuckled softly, mischief sparkling in her eyes. "I'll apologize to you in person and present you with a golden dagger." "A golden dagger as a gift." And Lancio blinked in surprise. The ninth princess' lips curled up. "What, are you jealous?" And Lancio pulled her gaze back and looked toward the distant mountains. "I only eat vegetables, I never put vinegar on my food." The ninth princess raised her brows, but said no more. Deep in the mountains, the night wind howled, rustling branches that shattered the moonlight. Yi Xian rushed through the forest, his footsteps striking sharply on dry twigs and stones like rapid gunshots. He had only one goal: the Two Realms City. That was Jiang Nation's stronghold. If he could break into the city, those big shots above wouldn't dare blatantly break the rules anymore. Passing through the last patch of dense woods, the city's shadow flickered ahead. Yi Xian's lips curled in a faint smile as he quickened his pace. Suddenly, a figure landed silently right in front of him. A middle-aged man in an ornate white robe, long hair hanging to his shoulders, hands clasped behind his back, expression indifferent. "Hand over that thing, and it'll spare your life." Yi Xian stopped instantly, his pupils contracting. The man was obviously a powerful enforcer under that big shot, desperate enough for earthly tier martial skill to lose all shame. He slowly clenched his right fist. The middle-aged man smirked. "Looking to fight?" Yi Xian's voice was calm, but carried a chill. "Even if I hand it over, you want spare Mao'd kill me to cover your tracks, right?" The man chuckled softly. "Clever. But if you don't surrender, I can just kill you and take it anyway." He raised his palm, ready to strike. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed. "You really think I'm carrying it on me?" The man frowned. "I underestimated you, but if I capture you, I have my ways to interrogate." Taking a step forward, boom, his foot struck the ground, and the earth cracked sharply in a radius of several feet. The fissures slithered toward Yi Xian like venomous snakes. Yi Xian's face darkened. He dared not block directly. He gathered power in his right arm and smashed out a punch, giving it his all. His opponent was at least a Tongyu realm expert. There was no room for recklessness. The punch carried fierce battle intent, air exploding under its force. Bang! A muffled boom echoed as Yi Xian was blasted backward dozens of yards, slamming heavily into the ground. Gripped by pain, he propped himself up, only to see his right arm torn to the bone, flesh ripped apart. In the distance, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, praising coldly. "Strong body able to withstand my strike. I truly underestimated you." No sooner had he spoken than his toes tapped lightly. A fist-sized green stone leapt from the ground and instantly turned into a sharp arrow flying straight at Yi Xian, whistling fiercely in the night air. In a flash, Yi Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He flipped his palm, drawing his sword. A flash of cold light blazed as a sharp sword gleam cut through the air. Shing! The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the forest. The stone was split in two by the sword's gleam, which then shot straight toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered, flicking his sleeve with a sharp motion. Boom! The fierce wind from his robe ignited the sword's gleam, sending Yi Xian flying backward over 10 yards before he slammed heavily into the rubble. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. Sword and martial cultivation combined. He slowly looked around the desolate slope, silent and empty. Looks like there really's no one behind you. Otherwise, someone would have acted by now. Reassured that no hidden powerful allies lurked, he stepped forward with confidence. Young geniuses who made it here usually had backing. His hesitation earlier stemmed from suspicion that Yi Xian might have strong reinforcements. But since the boy was trapped with no one coming to help, most likely a lone warrior, there was no longer any reason to hold back. Clutching his chest, Yi Xian stared intently at his opponent. The distance between them was less than a few paces when he suddenly leapt into the air. The middle-aged man's lips curved in mockery. A Qi transformation realm cultivator, daring to act so boldly? The difference of two realms made him instinctively look down on the youth. Suddenly, Yi Xian's left hand flashed coldly, and another long sword appeared. As he brought both arms together, the crossed blades emitted a blinding flash crack. Both his arms instantly cracked, blood spurting out. The two swords merged, the sword ranks soaring past spirit, sword to the bright sword. Strike! Yi Xian gritted his teeth and shouted furiously. One sword decides life or death. The sword light roared forward, its force far beyond what Yi Xian should have been capable of. The man's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. Before he could think further, his right palm spun, condensing his true energy into a swirling vortex that surged upward to collide head-on with the sword light. A heavy silence fell. Boom. The vortex was completely shredded, and the violent shockwaves rolled back fiercely. The man was forced backward over 20 yards, barely catching himself as his heels sank into the ground. Looking down, his right sleeve was shredded to dust, his arm crisscrossed with spiderweb cracks bleeding profusely. He raised his eyes to Yi Xian, his expression serious for the first time. Bright sword, a fiercely powerful sword technique. If Yi Xian had been even one realm higher just now, this strike might have ended his life. Yi Xian's breath was ragged as he slowly closed his eyes. Still not enough. The difference in realms is too great. Facing someone 2 realms above, defeat was inevitable. Until he reached the Lingkong realm, he simply couldn't resist. Escape was impossible, and no help was coming. His thoughts spun quickly, then suddenly his eyes flashed coldly. I suggest you retreat now, or later you won't be able to leave at all. A slight smirk lifted the man's lips. So you're trying to tell me you've got someone backing you, right? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course, I'm telling you. There's an incredibly powerful god residing within me. A god? The middle-aged man scoffed. Inside you? Kid, have you gone dazed from all the hits? With that, he slowly closed the distance to Yi Xian. His right hand remained hidden behind his back, green light swirling in his palm as his injured arm gradually healed. Both understood they were stalling. Several other fighters of similar strength were nearby, and he had to recover fast. If news of his injury spread, trouble would follow. Yi Xian backed away while sneering. You're too weak. That god has no interest in you. The man jeered. No interest? What a joke. Sounds like your god chickened out and doesn't dare show up. But before he could finish, crack, a sharp sound rang out. The man was sent flying like a rag. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he turned and ran. On the ground, the man got up, his right cheek bright red from a clear palm print. Looking around in confusion, he lowered his voice. Who's there? What powerful master dares appear now? Only the eerie silence and wind answered. After a long, tense wait, he found nothing. Yi Xian had already burst out of the dense forest. Ahead, the towering walls of Liangjie City came into view. He pushed himself harder. Blood dripped steadily from the corner of his mouth. His arm's wounds were splitting open. The chest injury that had just begun to heal burst again, staining his clothes red. If not for his strong golden body realm constitution holding him up, he would have collapsed long ago. Near the city gates, a woman in white suddenly looked up, catching sight of that faltering figure in the distance. Her jade-like hand trembled slightly. Behind her, the 9th princess also turned, her expression suddenly faltering. Moments later, Yi Xian stumbled up to the 2 women. Seeing the woman in white, he paused briefly, then casually tossed the scroll of top-grade martial arts techniques like trash at the 9th prince's feet. He staggered forward a few steps and stopped in front of the white-clad woman, grinning bitterly. What are you doing here? Blood spat from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. His whole body pitched forward and was caught instinctively by the woman, soft and fragrant in her embrace. Yi Xian nearly became a puddle of weakness, instinctively wrapping his arms around her slender waist and burying his head in her chest. The woman stiffened immediately, but never pushed him away. In the shadow beneath the city wall, an old man stamped his foot anxiously, shouting, "Miss, push him away. Get rid of that little bastard." Yet the woman in white never pushed Yixian away. Seeing this scene, the old man crouched in the corner looked extremely displeased, his expression dark and grim. Since when had his young lady gotten so close to a man? He clenched the fingers hidden in his sleeve tightly and fixed his gaze on the spot where the woman in white and Yixian stood close together. Just as the tension in the arena began to ease, three powerful gusts of wind suddenly tore through the air from afar. Beichen led the group, followed closely by a man and a woman. As they landed, their robes billowed fiercely, stirring up sand and dust. Enlancio glanced sideways and scanned the three of them, then lowered her head gently, handing Yixian in her arms over to the ninth princess. The ninth princess nodded and immediately used her spiritual power to support Yixian's body, shielding him behind herself. The moment Enlancio turned away, the old man silently appeared at her side, whispering, "Miss, it's been confirmed. Some people are not following the rules of the game. I understand." Enlanxia's eyes were calm, but her voice carried a cold edge. She stepped forward toward the three newcomers. The old man opened his mouth, but in the end, he said no more. Years of serving her had taught him that she was truly angered now. Beichen's expression stiffened the moment she saw Enlancio. The man and woman with her, unfamiliar with Enlancio but sensing Beichen's sudden tension, also tightened up. Everyone in Jiang Kingdom knew Enlanxia's name, especially Beichen, who clearly remembered the day when the dean of Tsangmu Academy personally invited Enlancio in. Back then, Enlancio had said lightly, "If anyone under 30 can beat me with one move, I will join." Tsangmu Academy had selected two prodigies for the challenge, Beichen among them. In the end, no one could shake her dominance in the arena, and she never enrolled. Those memories cut sharp, now replayed in Beichen's mind. She realized the top-tier martial skill on the scroll was likely beyond her reach, and hesitancy crept in. Before the thought fully formed, Enlancio vanished from where she stood. Beichen's face changed drastically. She formed a square hand seal with both hands and pressed down on the ground, shouting, "Limitless wind mastery." A fierce gale surged forth, instantly transforming into a tornado that shielded her at its core. At the same time, a shimmering silver spear materialized in Enlanxia's palm. With a sharp kick of her right foot, she struck the spear. Bang! The spear burst into a streak of thunderous light tearing through the sky. Crash! The tornado shattered into turbulent winds as the spear's shadow flickered like lightning across the arena. Boom! Beichen was blasted backward dozens of yards, landing with her legs deeply sunk into broken rock. The ground beneath her cracked in a web of fractures. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. The man and woman nearby turned pale simultaneously. They knew Beichen's strength well, yet she had just been repelled in a single strike. They looked at Enlancio with a mix of curiosity and instinctive caution. But Enlancio did not stop. After pushing Beichen back, her figure again vanished without a trace. The silver spear sliced through the air, sharp and fierce like a dragon's fang, its power overwhelming. As the spear's tip neared, Beichen's pupils constricted sharply, and a grimace twisted across her lips. She quickly formed another seal with both hands. Beast Soul Seal. Boom. A violent aura erupted from her body, and a gigantic phantom beast materialized behind her, head thrown back howling at the sky. With this spectral beast now towering in the arena, an invisible pressure rippled through the air, shaking the ground and leaving the battlefield in ruin. The beast's shadow let out a furious roar at Enlancio, then charged straight at her spear. The silver-white spear tip flashed coldly, and the moment the spear met the beast's shadow, boom, the illusion exploded into a dazzling shower of light. Below the beast, Beichen was flung away like a kite with a broken string, soaring dozens of feet before crashing down. On the other side, a man and a woman, seeing Beichen decisively defeated, didn't hesitate. They leapt forward, rushing toward Enlancio. Without turning her head, Enlancio swung her right arm fiercely, sweeping the spear in a wide arc like a war chariot crashing through enemy ranks. Boom! The two attackers hadn't even gotten close before the overwhelming pressure from the spear's momentum forced them to stagger backwards, the paving stones beneath shattering in fragments. Enlanxia's palm twitched slightly, and she vanished in an instant as if teleported, appearing just in front of where Beichen had fallen. Bang! The crowd's vision blurred, and Beichen was hurled dozens of feet again, slamming heavily into the ground. Before the dust settled, Enlancio appeared like a phantom beside her and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Beichen's body slid over 10 yards, stopping only after smashing into a huge stone. Enlancio shook the spear, preparing to strike again, when suddenly a white-haired old man silently appeared before her. It was Mozong, one of the 3 deputy deans of Tsangmu Academy. Undeterred, Enlancio brought the spear down in a heavy strike. Mozong flicked his sleeves, and a powerful aura swept the blow aside. Boom! The two forces clashed, and Mozong was driven back several steps, while Enlanxia's feet remained planted firmly. Seeing this, Mozong's eyes flashed with shock. She raised her spear once more, but Mozong hurriedly said, "And Guosher, the one who harmed him is not from our Tsangmu Academy, but Wu Yunshan, the Marquis of Ningguo." And Lancio paused mid-action. Mozong then pointed to a nearby man and woman. These two are also from Ningguo. And Lancio glanced their way, and the couple's faces instantly changed. Clearly, they recognized Heron Lancio, the pride of Jianghua. Her knuckles flexed slightly, and the spear vibrated with a faint metallic ring. At that moment, a soft call came from behind. "Missin." She turned and strode quickly to the ninth princess. Yi Xian was conscious again, but still extremely weak. He grinned wryly. No need to fight anymore. And Lancio said nothing. Yi Xian's smile was bittersweet. "Today I took a heavy loss, but I'll find a way to get it back later." He hated relying on Lancio all the time. It made him feel like a kept man, which was unbearable. And Lancio stared at him a moment, then finally nodded, "All right." Seeing them stop, Mozong quietly exhaled in relief. If she hadn't, he truly didn't know how to clean up the mess. The man and woman nearby also relaxed. Their intent wasn't to fight to the death with Lancio. Mozong glanced at Yi Xian once more, then hurried away with the severely injured Beichen. The couple did not linger either and quickly departed. Yi Xian was about to speak again when the ninth princess cut him off sharply. "Enough talk. Don't you think there's already been enough bloodshed?" And Lancio stepped forward, but suddenly Ling Lao approached and whispered in her ear, "Miss, do you really want him dead?" Hearing Elder Ling's words, Princess Jiao and Yi Xian turned to look at him. And Lancio also glanced their way. The aged guard gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with helplessness and worry. "Miss, you are the most outstanding member of our clan in nearly 1,000 years. Countless sects and powers are eager to form alliances through marriage with us. If they learn how close you and that youth have become, what do you think they would do? They wouldn't dare touch you. But I assure you, one day, he might quietly vanish from this world. Those forces have that kind of power." He paused briefly, then added, "And you know better than anyone the expectations the clan head has for you. You can like whomever you want, but you absolutely cannot fall for someone mediocre. Yi Xian is talented, yes, but to stand beside you, he must become a sword emperor or sword master by 30, and that is simply impossible. Miss, the closer you get to him, the sooner he will die. You understand that better than anyone." His voice was steady but firm, loud enough for Princess Jiao and Yi Xian to hear clearly. It was obviously a warning directed at Yi Xian. And Lancio was silent for a long moment. Elder Ling lowered his voice even more, his tone heavier. "Miss, you really must not get any closer to him. You come from two different worlds. He has no right to step into yours." And Lancio didn't respond, instead turning toward Yi Xian and asking softly, "What do you think?" Meeting her gaze squarely, Yi Xian asked frankly, "Do you consider me a friend?" She nodded gently. He grinned, determination shining in his eyes. "Then leave the rest to me." At those words, a rare smile curved in Lanxia's lips. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. She stepped forward, producing a pristine white silk handkerchief, lightly brushing the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her voice was gentle, like a breeze. "When we meet again, may you still be the graceful young man you are today." With that, she folded the handkerchief and turned to leave. "Then can I come find you someday?" Yi Xian suddenly called after her. She halted, turned back, and softly parted her lips. "In the central divine continent, they'll be waiting for you." With that, she vanished into the distance at the far end of the long street. Only Elder Ling remained, casting a deep look at Yi Xian. "What are you coming to her for?" Yi Xian smiled cheekily. "To talk about life. To talk about dreams." Elder Ling's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "Don't come to disgrace yourself." Saying no more, he strode after Lancio. Yi Xian stood frozen, eyes fixed where she disappeared until her figure blended completely with the horizon. Princess Jiao finally couldn't hold back. "What are you still staring at? She's gone." He snapped back to reality, twisting slightly, wincing as the movement reopened his wound. Princess Jiao cast a sidelong glance. "Oh, feeling the pain now, huh?" Yi Xian slung an arm over her shoulder, almost leaning his whole weight on her. Princess Jiao frowned slightly, about to push him away, but then her eyes caught the deep, grotesque scar on his chest, the very wound he got saving her. Fresh blood still oozed, staining his robe. He took a deep breath and forced out a smile. "Big sister, couldn't you hurry up and help me get this treated?" Princess Jiao snapped back to attention, her tone cool, but unmistakably caring. "What wound? When you were looking at little and just now, you didn't seem to remember you were hurt. So I guess beautiful women really can stop pain." Though teasing, she carefully supported him as they headed back to the city. My waist aches, my legs ache. Can you carry me?" "No, I can't walk anymore." "Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" "Ahem, well I can still take a few more steps." Supported by the ninth princess, Yi Xian stepped into the city of two realms. The moment he crossed the city gate, patrolling soldiers quickly surrounded them. But when they recognized that the ninth princess was half embracing Yi Xian, they all froze in place. This fierce and straightforward goddess of war was never known to show such intimacy with any man in the army. The ninth princess' eyes turned cold as she scanned the crowd and barked, What are you staring at? Get lost. The soldiers scattered like startled sparrows. After driving them away, Yi Xian could no longer hold himself up and collapsed completely. The ninth princess shook her head, scooped him up with one arm, and strode across the camp, carrying him directly into her tent. Inside, furnishings were sparse, a sturdy wooden bed, a square table, and a battle map, nothing else. She gently laid Yi Xian on the bed, then turned to order, "Send Xiaoyi here." Before long, a young woman in a teal robe hurried in carrying a medical kit. Xiaoyi, the ninth prince's personal physician. The princess stepped aside silently and said in a low voice, "Heal him, no matter what medicines you need." Xiaoyi paused at the bedside, pressing delicate fingers to Yi Xian's pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed deeply. "His wounds are severe." The ninth princess raised an eyebrow. "Save him." Xiaoyi nodded firmly. "Rest assured, Your Highness. Though badly injured, he is not beyond saving. But the recovery will require many rare and precious herbs, and the old man gave me plenty of supplies. Use whatever you need." The princess interrupted sharply. Xiaoyi hesitated. "There aren't many left. Those were reserved for Your Highness' emergency use, and I used them on him." The prince's voice left no room for argument. Xiaoyi fell silent and nodded again. The ninth princess looked down at the boy on the bed, then lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The night breeze brushed her face as she opened her right palm, where a finely crafted scroll of supreme martial techniques rested quietly. This scroll was sealed by a special secret method and couldn't be replicated. There was only one in the entire world. If it ever made its way to the auction houses, it would send major factions into a frenzy of bidding. Yet the boy had returned and handed it to her as casually as if discarding trash. At that moment, she finally understood. The boy had asked for the scroll at the bamboo hut not to steal it, but to lure the pursuers away alone. She had truly misjudged him. The ninth princess glanced back at the tent, her expression complex and unreadable. Time passed, and slowly Yi Xian's eyes fluttered open. He paused, then suddenly sat up, recognizing the military tent. Memories surged back, clearly the events before losing consciousness. Looking down, he saw his wounds carefully bandaged. Thinking it through, he flipped his palm and suddenly a long sword materialized, the fusion of Ling Xiao and Ling Yu. The two swords had been fully merged, and this new blade now surpassed the spirit swords, becoming a Ming sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't devour this bright sword. Otherwise, he might have directly reached the Lingkong realm. Though breaking through seemed impossible, this was still a bright sword. Mortal weapons ranked from lowest to highest as common sword, spiritual sword, bright sword, true sword, heavenly sword, Tao sword, and immortal sword. A spiritual sword possessed a trace of spirit and had left the mundane behind, but a bright sword was born with intelligence. If a spiritual sword was like an unborn fetus shrouded in chaos, the bright sword was a newborn baby. Their natures were fundamentally different. With Yi Xian's modest Yuchi cultivation level, simply wielding this bright sword would put him at ease even against Lingkong realm experts. Pulling back his thoughts, he gazed at the long sword in his palm. One side crystal blue like a cold pool, the other side fiery red-black like flowing embers, cold light, and dark flames intertwined. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly. "From now on, you'll be called Lingxiu Swordling from Yiling and Xiu from Enlanxiu." Saying this, he smiled broadly, clearly pleased with the new name. The curtain lifted as the ninth princess strode into the tent, carrying two large coarse porcelain bowls. Yi Xian hurriedly sheathed his sword and looked up. She had changed into a fitted silver soft armor, her heroic bearing tinged with a hint of charm. The ninth princess sat down and handed him one of the bowls. It was filled with glossy red braised pork atop pure white rice, the aroma irresistibly enticing. "There's no fine dining in the camp, just make do," she said lightly, then raised her bowl and began eating heartily. Yi Xian was already ravenous and greedily devoured his meal. After a while, the ninth princess set down her bowl and stood. "Come with me to the Drunken Immortal Tavern tonight." "To the Drunken Immortal Tavern?" Yi Xian blinked in surprise. "You were unconscious for 3 days. 3 days ago, I consigned that scroll of earthly level martial technique to the tavern's auction. They advertised it for 3 days, and the auction is tonight." "All right." Yi Xian nodded enthusiastically. The ninth princess fixed him with a gaze. "Don't have any other thoughts?" "What other thoughts?" "That martial technique scroll was hard-earned by you. It's not wrong to say it's yours. I'm auctioning it off. Doesn't that bother you?" "So it was about that." Yi Xian grinned. "How could it? We're friends, and friends should help each other." The ninth princess studied him long and hard, then finally turned to leave. As she spun around, a golden knife clattered to the ground at Yi Xian's feet. He froze, then reflexively bent to pick it up and returned it with both hands. She gave him a cold glare. "You touched it. I don't want it anymore." With that, she pulled the curtain and exited. Wao Yi Xian stood dumbfounded, then looked closely at the golden knife in his hand. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. It was a top-tier spiritual weapon, even higher quality than the Lingxiao sword. He hurried out of the tent and caught up with the ninth princess. "You, this golden knife is top quality. Are you really giving it up?" She glanced back at him coolly. Now I finally understand why you've been single all these years. After speaking, she turned and quickly disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian remained standing there in a daze. Suddenly, from behind him came a light, amused chuckle. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in a bright green long dress. It was Xiao Yi, the same girl who had bandaged his wounds earlier. Who are you? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. When he was injured and unconscious, Xiao Yi had stayed by his tent, so naturally he didn't recognize her now. Xiao Yi's eyes were clear and bright, a gentle smile playing at her lips. During the time you were unconscious, I took care of dressing all your wounds. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly cupped his fist in thanks. Thank you so much. Xiao Yi's gaze fell on the golden dagger in his hand. You want to return this blade to the prince, right? She asked. Yi Xian nodded. This dagger is extremely precious. The prince relies on it for his martial skills. Losing it would greatly weaken his power. Xiao Yi covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Well, you really are a strong single man, huh? With a teasing remark, she lifted her medicine box and walked away lightly on her feet. Yi Xian watched her leave. Later, Yi Xian returned to his own tent and sat cross-legged at the bedside. He took out 2 fine spirit stones and began channeling his cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy. External medicines were temporary fixes at best. Pure spirit energy was the best remedy for healing wounds. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Night fell, and the camp lanterns slowly lit up. The 9th princess entered by lifting the curtain. To be precise, this was her own tent. She had changed out of her silver armor, now wearing a form-fitting silver-white long dress. Its simple design accentuated smooth curves. Her black hair was gathered at the back with a matching silk band, giving her an even more heroic air. The most striking feature was still her small, sharp eyes, cold and razor-sharp like a blade drawn from its sheath, impossible to forget. She snapped her fingers, and a brand new set of black robes dropped in front of Yi Xian. Change into these clothes, then come with me. After speaking, she turned and left the tent. Moments later, Yi Xian had dressed and stepped outside. Under the moonlight, the black brocade robe made his already tall figure appear even straighter. His features were defined, his black hair fluttered slightly in the breeze, and his calm eyes carried a trace of steadfast determination like a sword drawn from its scabbard. The 9th princess paused briefly, then nodded in approval. You could easily rely on your looks, but you choose to train yourself to the limit. I like that. Yi Xian. The two walked side by side out of the camp. The 9th princess spoke quietly. Tonight, major powers will send people to the auction. How much we make is still uncertain. Yi Xian followed beside her, a bit worried. Do you think there will be trouble? Don't worry. This is the territory of the drunken Immortal Tavern, she replied calmly. If something really happens, they'll be responsible. As long as the Sangmu Academy doesn't cause problems, it should be fine. For a top-tier Earth-grade martial skill scroll, Sangmu Academy won't risk making enemies with Drunken Immortal. Yi Xian nodded, then remembered something else. I looked around the camp, but I didn't see Ayu. Is she not here? Ayu. The 9th princess paused thoughtfully, then said plainly, You're not an outsider. Shortly after you left, an old woman took her away. For Ayu, it's a great blessing. You can rest easy now. Yi Xian felt relief wash over him. That's good. Before he finished, a figure in black silently appeared beside the 9th princess. As he moved a step closer, she raised her hand to stop him. Speak directly. The man glanced at Yi Xian, then bowed and reported, Your Highness, representatives from Tang Kingdom and Ning Kingdom are also attending the auction. The 9th princess' eyes instantly grew cold and sharp, radiating a fierce aura. After a brief silence, she turned to Yi Xian and smiled slyly. Get ready tonight, we are going all out. Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the 9th princess before him. The cold moonlight cast sharp shadows on her knife-like profile, making her look even more formidable. Yi Xian prided himself on having killed countless people, and Qingqingthat was a place where if he didn't kill, he would be killed. But deep down, he knew the lives he had taken paled in comparison to this woman who commanded an army of millions. Every time she drew her sword, she faced whole battalions of enemies. The 9th princess seemed lost in thought, then suddenly stopped. No, you can't get involved in these conflicts. With that, she stepped forward and began walking away. Yi Xian hurried after her. If you need help. No need, she interrupted, raising a hand. Jiang State, Ning State, and all those chaotic factions are pointing their weapons at me. I have armies behind me, as well as elite operatives from Jiang's inner circle. You have nothing, so you cannot take part. That's settled. Yi Xian was silent, only able to follow quietly. After a while, the two arrived at the most luxurious tavern in Two Realms City, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At the end of a shabby street, this resplendent building stood out like a jewel set into rough stone. Entering through the grand doors, a delicate-faced hostess quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. 9th princess, your private room is ready. Please follow me. She gestured to lead the way. Passing through corridors and pavilions, they soon reached the top-floor suite. Inside, crimson pillars trimmed in gold stood alongside thick, soft silver-patterned beast skins, and a crystal-clear long table. Behind the table, a wall of transparent crystal overlooked the auction hall below. The hostess bowed again. Your Highness, the auction will begin in half an hour. Please wait here. Then she slipped away. Soon after, two maidservants entered lightly carrying tea, fruit, and pastries. They set the refreshments on the table, then lowered their heads and withdrew at the prince's command to leave. The room was left to only the two of them. Yi Xian looked at the princess and started to speak. Ninth princess, Jiao, she corrected softly. Like Shaoan, just call me Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao. Yi Xian nodded, pushing down his doubts. We obtained a top-grade, Earth-level martial technique from the Swordmaster's cave. Do you really think the big shots will just watch it end up in our hands? Jiang Jiao smiled faintly. You're too naive. Yi Xian was speechless. Opening the Swordmaster's cave cost them so much manpower and resources. Do you think they'll just walk away empty-handed? You should know, the place where Two Realms Mountain stands no longer belongs to Jiang State. Why? The Sword Master chose that location because beneath it lies a natural spiritual vein. Where there's a spiritual vein, there must be spiritual ore. A complete spiritual vein is priceless, far more valuable than an earth-level technique. Jiang Jiao's tone was calm, but carried undeniable conviction. Yi Xian suddenly understood, though his chest still felt heavy. Jiang Jiao glanced at the growing crowd outside the crystal wall and said coldly, the powers allowed their young disciples to enter the cave and search for treasures. But that's just them taking the meat while throwing some soup to those below. That's how everyone stays happy. She paused briefly in thought, then continued, logically, that spirit or should belong to my Jiang kingdom since it lies within our borders. But even if they offered it to us, we wouldn't dare accept it. She explained quickly, her voice low but clear. The old man is smart. He decisively gave up that territory and exchanged it for another spot in the treasure hunt. Honestly, that's already a good outcome. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, a smile tugging at his lips. Inwardly, he thought, just as I suspected, this matter is far more complicated than it seems on the surface. Jiang Jiao's eyes were calm and steady. When she spoke again, her tone dropped lower. In this world, some conflicts are out in the open for everyone to see, but others happen in the shadows, and those are often the most brutal. Like this time, you might not know this, but it wasn't only the 3 Tongyu realm masters who died developing the Swordmaster's cave. According to my intelligence, at least 10 Tongyu realm masters perished, and even stronger figures appeared. She seemed to recall something and turned to lock eyes with Yi Xian. You're at Kanglan Academy. Don't be fooled by how close to collapse it is now. That old man in your family is no ordinary person. As long as he's around, the academy won't fall. And this time, by gathering you few, it's clear after years of silence he's preparing to act. Understandably, South Kanglan Academy's students were nearly wiped out by the Tsangmu Academy. His 2 sons and grandson all died tragically. Yi Xian glanced at her. Why are you telling me all this? Jiang Jiao hesitated briefly, then replied calmly, because I don't want you to become a casualty in these power struggles. No sooner had she said this than the transparent crystal screen before them suddenly lit up. Inside the screen, a brightly lit circular stage appeared. In the center stood a tall woman in a red dress, bowing slightly to all around her. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Qing, the manager of the Two Realm City at Drunken Immortal Tower. I will be hosting tonight's auction. She scanned the crowd with a gentle smile. There are only 3 items for auction tonight. The number may be few, but none will disappoint. As she spoke, a maid entered the stage carrying an exquisite box, placing it carefully on the round table before Su Qing, then stepping aside. Su Qing lifted the lid to reveal a thumb-sized green pill resting quietly inside. Inside the private room, Jiang Jiao's pupils constricted sharply as she whispered 3 words, the void-breaking pill. Yi Xian's gaze also fixed on the screen. On the stage, Su Qing's clear voice announced, the void-breaking pill carries an 80% chance to allow Qi controllers to break through into the Linkong realm. Such a pill should be extremely rare in Jiang Kingdom. Starting bid is 1 million gold coins, with each raised no less than 200,000. Yi Xian's hands trembled involuntarily. 1 million gold coins? He swallowed hard in disbelief. The total income of Qingsheng for half a year probably wouldn't reach that amount. Yet the starting price for a tiny pill was already 1 million. When did gold coins become so worthless? Jiang Jiao spoke quietly from the side. Are you shocked already? Yi Xian nodded, still stunned. Jiang Jiao smiled slightly, her tone steady but full of meaning. Do you realize that most of the wealth in this world is controlled by just a few people? To put it simply, the poor are very poor, while the rich are extremely wealthy. Yi Xian lowered his head and patted the withered money pouch at his waist, forcing a bitter grin. I'm really damn broke. Princess Jiang Jiao's lips curled into a faint smile that fluttered like a breeze over a lake brief and quickly withdrawn. At the center of the auction hall, a lustrous pill spun slowly on a tray before being snatched up for a staggering 3.6 million gold coins. 3.6 million. Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile, silently cursing. Poverty really does kill imagination. The gong struck again, and a woman in a blue robe stepped onto the round platform cradling a rosewood box. Auctioneer Su Qing lifted the lid, revealing a half-foot-long dagger gleaming coldly. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, the black lacquer hilt carved with a fierce beast ready to spring free from its sheath. With a smile, Su Qing introduced it. This is the startling shadow, an exceptional spiritual weapon. Among Jiang Kingdom's spiritual weapons, only our ninth prince's golden blade is more powerful. Starting bid, 2 million gold coins. Each raise must be at least 300,000. 2 million gold coins. Someone immediately pledged. In the private box, Yi Xian froze for a moment and instinctively glanced at Jiang Jiao. She sipped her tea calmly, her eyes still and unreadable. He fingered the golden blade hidden at his waist, bitterness swelling in his chest. This thing is way too valuable. After a brief hesitation, he whispered, "Thank you." Jiang Jiao shot him a sidelong glance, her tone casual but edged with threat. "If you want to pay me back, I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourself." Yi Xian scratched his head and let out a sheepish laugh, but inside he felt warm. The bidding intensified. 3 million. For million. Finally, the hammer fell. 5 million gold coins. 5 million. Yi Xian's heart jumped at the sound. His gaze landed once more on his golden blade, silently calculating. Maybe I should sell it. Sensing his thoughts, Jiang Jiao said flatly, "If you dare sell it, they'll cut off one of your parts and send you to the palace as a eunuch." Yi Xian's neck shrank, and he sheepishly shut up. The gong sounded a third time. Su Qing scanned the crowd, his voice drawing out, "Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the main event." Another attendant carried a heavy black iron box onto the stage. The lid opened to reveal a black scroll shimmering faintly in the firelight. A top-grade, Earth-level martial skill silent annihilation finger. Su Qing's voice was thick with excitement. A Linkong realm practitioner skilled in this can withstand a Tongyu realm opponent. Mastered at Tongyu realm, it's nearly unbeatable at the same level. Those in higher realms gaining this technique can boost their combat power by at least 40. Starting bid, 15 million gold coins, raises no less than 2 million. 20 million. Even as the hammer fell, voices from the floor surged higher. In the box, Yi Xian's eyes nearly bulged out. 20 million? Damn wait, it's already 30 million. Jiang Jiao smiled softly and whispered, "Now you understand how valuable the things you casually gave me really are, don't you?" Yi Xian turned, brandished the golden blade in his hand, and grinned. "No matter how expensive, nothing's worth more than our friendship, right?" He meant it. Neither blood nor friendship could be measured by money. Jiang Jiao turned her face away but couldn't fully hide the faint curve of her lips. By now, the bidding had soared to 46 million. Suddenly, a harsh, out-of-place voice erupted from every corner of the drunken immortal pavilion. 1 gold coin. I want this martial skill. As the words fell, shadows flickered around the private box. Several figures appeared like phantoms behind the two, their eyes sharp, true energy swirling. Jiang Jiao's brows knit tightly. Who dares stir trouble in the drunken immortal pavilion? At that moment, a long-awaited voice exploded in Yi Xian's mind. Run. Run. Yi Xian froze briefly, then grabbed Jiang Jiao's hand and turned running. Run. The voice wasn't anyone else. It came from the mysterious woman who hadn't appeared for a long time. Yi Xian trusted the voice completely. He grabbed Jiang Jiao's arm and dashed outside. Jiang Jiao's guards froze for a moment, then instinctively positioned themselves in front of Yi Xian to protect him. Yi Xian glanced back at Jiang Jiao, who gave a sharp, cold order. Retreat. Only then did everyone snap to attention, and like arrows loosed from a bow, they shot out of the drunken immortal tower. No sooner had they stepped outside than a tremendous force poured down from the rooftop. Boom. The entire drunken immortal tower exploded, wooden beams and tiles flying everywhere, shadows mingling with screams scattering in all directions. Yi Xian and Jiang Jiao stumbled backward, their faces tightening with concern. From the ruins, a shadow suddenly darted out, a figure in black robes, with the same scroll of superior earthly grade martial technique rolled up on the sleeve, clearly trying to escape amid the chaos. Impudent. An angry shout thundered from afar. An invisible pressure slammed down from above, pressing heavily on the black-robed man's body. The next moment, he spread his right palm wide, lightning erupting. Crack. The night sky lit up like daylight, deafening thunder shaking the air. The aura of a divine harmony realm surged fiercely. An aged warrior appeared, blocking the black-robed man's path, sternly demanding, "Who are you, to dare attack my drunken immortal tower?" Drunken immortal tower? The black-robed figure sneered hoarsely. "Ha. Is that supposed to impress me?" Before the words finished, he slammed his palm down again. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning crashed down. The elder's expression changed drastically. He slammed his palms together, raising them to meet the strike. But as soon as the lightning touched his defense, his strength shattered. The next instant, like a kite with its string cut, he was slammed violently into the ground. The black-robed man did not pursue. His figure trembled briefly, then cut through the air, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. From the rubble, The elder grimly got to his feet, staring fixedly at the horizon. He took out a thumb-sized stone and crushed it. A flash of black light shot into the sky clearly, sending a signal for reinforcements. Sure enough, before long, fierce sounds of battle echoed from the distant night sky as allies from the drunken Immortal Tower rushed to continue the pursuit. At that moment, the auctioneer Su Qing hurried up to Yi Xian and Princess Jiu, bowing his head respectfully. Your Highness, I apologize. The item belongs to the drunken Immortal Tower, and we will recover it. Please grant us a little more time. Princess Jiu lifted her eyes toward the direction of the fight, inclining her head slightly. I will return to the drunken Immortal Tower in 5 days. With that, she and Yi Xian turned and left. They remained silent all the way. After crossing several alleys and streets, Yi Xian's mind suddenly echoed with that familiar female voice. Chase after them. Chase after them. Yi Xian froze. Hurry. That person's body carries the aura of a Tao principle. The mysterious woman urged again. Tao principle aura. Yi Xian's heart tightened sharply. Senior, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have chased them a long time ago if I had known. The mysterious woman interrupted quietly. If you chased as soon as they fled, would you want to die? Yi Xian, what's wrong? Jiang Jiu asked beside him. Yi Xian came back to his senses, glanced at Jiang Jiu, and said in a low voice, I have an urgent matter to attend to. You go back first. With that, he turned and sprinted away. Jiang Jiu furrowed his brows, remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the old man beside him. Follow him and don't let anything happen to him. The old man nodded. His figure flickered, and he vanished without a trace. But soon after, the old man reappeared beside Jiang Jiu, looking grim. Your Highness, I lost him. How is that possible? Jiang Jiu narrowed his eyes. The old man said seriously, I don't know. His presence completely vanished, as if he disappeared from the world. Jiang Jiu looked into the distance and murmured softly, this guy is quite mysterious, huh? Outside the two-realm city, Yi Xian ran wildly, soon disappearing into the continuous deep mountains. The mountain wind howled as he just stepped into the range. He heard the clashing of weapons and sudden bursts of energy from deep within. Stop! A mysterious woman's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Yi Xian immediately halted. Senior? Wait until they finish fighting. He settled on a protruding rock, lowering his voice. Senior, what exactly is the Tao rule? You'll understand in time, the woman replied flatly. Well, the guy on the second level has awakened. I know. Can you beat him up for me? Smack. A crisp slap sent Yi Xian flying dozens of yards, breaking 2 thick trees as he fell. Rising up, a red handprint marked his right cheek. You really deserve that, the mysterious woman snorted. Yi Xian rubbed his cheek with a wry smile, but said nothing. The woman continued, forget about the guy on the second level. You need to get the Tao rules as soon as possible. This tower suffered heavy damage before, and without the Tao rules, it will eventually encounter major problems. Yi Xian nodded but remained worried. But that guy? Don't worry. He won't dare kill you. You are the tower master if you die. The tower loses its master and must confront its own instinctive resistance. Even though the tower is missing Tao rules, that resistance is too much for him to handle. As long as you're here and the tower is stable, they won't let you die. Yi Xian muttered to himself. With me here, the tower just becomes a meaningless prop. What a joke. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed deep within the mountains, lightning twisting wildly across the sky. Yi Xian's eye twitched. Senior, that guy is too strong. If I chase after him, is my life in danger? Fortune favors the bold, the woman replied coolly. The surrounding mountain range and trees trembled with a buzzing sound, cracks spreading across the ground. Yi Xian clenched his weapon grip, his expression serious. What kind of powerhouse is this? Suddenly, the sky fell silent. Go after him, the mysterious woman's voice sounded again. Yi Xian no longer hesitated and quickly moved down the shattered mountain path. The further he went, the more alarmed he became. The giant trees along the way were charred black like charcoal, and large areas of earth were torn apart, as if just hit by a major quake. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart sank a little. There was no doubt the man in the black robe was far beyond anything Yi Xian could handle right now. His footsteps faltered, a chill running through his bones. Just then, from deep within his mind, that lazy yet supremely authoritative voice echoed calmly. I'm here. What are you so nervous about? Yi Xian immediately straightened up, determination hardening his expression. If you want me to personally take on the entire drunken immortal pavilion, I won't even blink. With that, he surged his true energy and dashed forward, leaving behind a blur. He pushed through bushes and scattered rocks, quickly climbing a small hill. Behind it, the entire mountain had been blasted apart, rubble strewn chaotically. Between the blackened debris crackled blue-white arcs of electricity, sizzling sharply. Staring at the battlefield, Yi Xian sucked in a breath. That black-robed man is already this powerful. Why is he still after that earth-rank martial skill? The mysterious woman replied slowly. The martial skill you had earlier will only reveal its full power if it falls into his hands. If he succeeds, his strength could increase by 30 to 40% more. Still getting stronger, a shiver ran down Yi Xian's spine. Go to the right. A few hundred feet away, there's a waterfall, she said, guiding him once again. Yi Xian didn't dare delay, his figure flashing quickly. Soon the roar of the waterfall echoed in his ears. Squinting, he recognized it as the very waterfall where he and Jiang Jiao had hidden not long ago. Mist filled the air. He slipped down the slippery cliff face and ducked into a hidden alcove behind the curtain of water. There, the black-robed man lay quietly, breathing weakly, yet his aura remained as cold and sharp as a blade. Senior, is the Tao principle on him? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. No, the woman replied flatly. A heavy weight settled on Yi Xian's chest. But he carries a strong Tao principle aura, which means he must have been close to it somewhere, she added. Yi Xian took a closer look at the black-robed man, thinking, he seems unconscious. Should I wait until he wakes up to ask? Ridiculous. If he opens his eyes, I'm definitely going to get beaten. He's not unconscious, the mysterious woman said coldly, and suddenly, Yi Xian's heart jumped. Before he could react, a terrifying pressure like a mountain falling crashed down on him. His breathing turned shallow. His limbs felt shackled by iron chains. Senior, please help, he silently begged. But all he heard was the roar of the waterfall. The woman remained silent. Yi Xian's face turned deathly pale. Senior, please don't trick me. Before he could finish, the figure of the black-robed man suddenly appeared right in front of him. Her mask was torn away, and her robe shredded, revealing pale skin beneath. Yi Xian finally saw clearly it was a woman. Her face was exquisitely flawless, icy eyes like cold stars, a high-nose bridge catching the light, and naturally curved, rosy lips. Most striking were the breathtaking curves of her chest that contrasted sharply with her slender waist. On any other day, such a sight would set a man's blood boiling, yet now Yi Xian only felt a chill down his spine. The woman stared at him intently, her voice cold and clear. Who are you? Yi Xian swallowed nervously, raising a hand with a wry smile. Let's just pretend I was never here, okay? Her eyes darkened as she held his gaze for several long moments. Strangely, though she was right in front of him, she seemed unable to sense his aura naturally. The mysterious woman was concealing it behind the scenes. Suddenly, she tilted her head, looking toward the dense forest beyond the waterfall. Whoosh! An elderly man with white hair landed on a branch of an ancient tree not far off, his robes billowing. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he swept the area and probed behind the waterfall with his spiritual awareness. After a moment with no findings, he vanished like a shadow into the depths of the woods. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed woman pressed close to Yi Xian, nearly pressing her entire body against his. Her drenched clothes clung tightly to her skin cold, and slick which stiffened him completely, leaving him unable to breathe freely. Once the old man had left, she stared at Yi Xian inches away and quietly said, "Carry me to Ningguo." Her voice was cold and commanding, laced with unshakable authority and a hint of deadly intent. Yi Xian fell silent for a long moment, his heart screaming inside, "Senior, help me." But the mysterious woman gave no reply. Late at night, faint moonlight poured down, casting the earth in a silvery sheen. The waterfall roared, and behind the cascading water, a narrow, shadowy hollow was wrapped in cool mist. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze fixed on the woman in the black robe. They were only an arm's length apart, and he could even catch a faint, elusive scent from her, yet at this moment, there was nothing alluring in his heart. His mind was consumed by a single thought: escape. Unfortunately, there was no way out. Though the woman in black appeared gravely injured, her cultivation level far surpassed his. Even with just a breath left, she was an opponent beyond his reckoning. All Yi Xian could do now was wait and look for a chance. As for the mysterious woman who had claimed she is here, she had fallen silent at the crucial moment, and he no longer dared to hope. Suddenly, the woman in black braced herself against the cliff and rose to her feet, her voice hoarse. "Carry me." Yi Xian lowered his eyes and noticed the pool of fresh blood beneath her. Both legs were clearly severely wounded. As a sudden thought flashed through his mind to take advantage of the moment and run, the woman gave a faint, sly smile. "Want to run? Go ahead and try." They locked eyes for a moment, and Yi Xian had no choice but to resign himself. Their realm difference was too vast. Any hesitation was futile. He turned and crouched down. The woman reached out and rested her hand firmly on his shoulder, then climbed onto his back without hesitation. The heavy weight combined with the warmth of her softness hit him at once. Previously, he had only caught glimpses of the swell at her chest from a distance. Now in close contact, it was far more pronounced than had imagined. And as for her incredible softness, the words like jade, warm and fragrant, flashed through his mind. Not daring to dwell, he bent his knees and sprang up, leaping out from behind the waterfall and running wildly in the direction she pointed. The moonlight streaked across the forest as they raced forward. Wind rushed beneath Yi Xian's feet, but his heart was a tangle of emotions. The woman on his back remained expressionless, her gaze holding a trace of puzzlement. Even now, she could not detect any aura from Yi Xian. With her cultivation several levels higher than his, this was impossible. No technique could completely conceal such a gap. Yet the truth stood before her. and because of it, she had not struck him down. Yi Xian was unaware of this. Only feeling stifled at this critical moment, the silent, mysterious woman left his life or death hanging on the decision of the powerful figure carrying him. He dared not complain, burying his head and running hard, headed straight for the border of Ning Kingdom. Yi Xian was not ignorant of Ning Kingdom's location or situation. Among the neighboring states of Jiang Kingdom, Tang and Ning were closest. Jiang and Tang frequently clashed, but Ning maintained distance, neither befriending Jiang nor submitting to Tang, instead watching coldly with an intent to let them fight it out. Because of Ning's position, neither Jiang nor Tang dared to start a full-scale war. After about half an hour, the forest thinned and the moonlight grew colder and clearer. Suddenly, the woman on his back spoke. "Stop." No sooner had she ordered than Yi Xian skidded to a halt. In the next moment, sharp rushing sounds tore through the silence overhead, and there was more than one. Feeling two oppressive auras flash overhead, Yi Xian's expression grew grave. Either one of those pressures alone was far beyond what he could confront at this moment. The woman in the black robe glanced up at the night sky and sneered. Drunken Immortal Tower really sent out two divine harmony realm fighters at once. Yi Xian lowered his voice. "Senior, maybe we should surrender? With the purple card, perhaps Drunken Immortal Tower won't trouble us." "Surrender?" The black-robed woman raised her chin with amusement. "Isn't that just throwing yourself to death?" Yi Xian shrank his neck and sheepishly followed behind her. She reached out and gently patted his head. "Don't zone out. Let's go." The two hurried onward again. The night wind howled as Yi Xian carried her swiftly over the forest, the rushing wind mixing with the pressure from their pursuers behind them. He could feel the softness of the girl pressed against his back. That faint friction stirred warmth in his heart, but he dared not be distracted. Her strength was far beyond his, and if he lost focus, it would cost him his life. They traveled all night. At dawn, they had left the Two Realms mountain behind, and were less than a day's journey from entering Ning Kingdom's borders. Passing a clear stream, the black-robed woman suddenly said, "Stop." Yi Xian immediately halted. "Carry me across." She pointed to the opposite bank. Yi Xian resigned himself and squatted down, lifting her onto a large rock by the water. Then he stepped back a few paces, glancing around warily. "Planning to escape?" She looked sideways, her tone casual. "I can kill you with a flick of my hand within 50 feet. Try me if you don't believe it." Yi Xian fell silent, looking into his sea of consciousness. "Senior, this woman's really pushing me around. Aren't you going to do something? Help me." The mysterious woman remained quiet. Yi Xian's face showed helplessness, but inside, he was already plotting. The black-robed woman dipped her snow-white legs into the cold water, letting the current wash away the blood. Then she said, "Come here." Yi Xian took a deep breath and stepped forward, standing before her. "After I get you to Ning Kingdom, you'll kill me to silence me, won't you?" The woman raised an eyebrow, surprised he brought it up first. "You stole from Drunken Immortal Tower. They won't let outsiders know." Yi Xian met her gaze. "So once we reach Ning Kingdom, it's my death sentence." She smiled lightly, eyes playful. "I underestimated you." She shook her ankle in the water, droplets sliding down her skin. "You can choose whether to die now or die later." Yi Xian curled a wry smile. "There's a third option." She turned to look at him. "Mutual destruction." With that, he opened his palm, and the Lingxiu sword suddenly appeared, shimmering cold light. The black-robed woman's eyes narrowed. A Ming sword. The blade trembled, humming continuously. Yi Xian stared at her. "I can't beat you. But if I swing this sword, even causing the slightest disturbance, Drunken Immortal Tower will arrive. Once they know I'm here, you won't escape. Not just you, but your backing factions will pay the price." The black-robed woman pursed her lips in a faint smile. "Maybe you won't even get the chance to wield it. Then let's find out." As he spoke, killing intent surged in Yi Xian's eyes. Clearly, he was preparing to unleash a decisive strike that would settle life and death. The mysterious woman's silence made him realize one thing. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on himself. Putting his hope in others was nothing short of foolish. Yi Xian steeled his resolve. If he was going to fight for his life, he would do so to the very end. After all, he was going to die either way, so taking someone down with him was worth it. He held the Lingxiu sword firmly before him. The blade emitted a low hum, radiating icy coldness. From his stance, it was clear that at the slightest thought, the sword's energy could explode in a deadly flash. The woman in black narrowed her eyes and commanded in a low voice, "Stop." Yi Xian halted, but the sword continued to vibrate violently, as if it could leap from his hand at any moment. She met his gaze directly. "I truly underestimated your courage." "I just want to survive," Yi Xian said grimly. A cold smile curled on her lips. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who came looking for me first. And as for how you found me, or why, you certainly didn't come to save me, did you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then spoke frankly. "No? I came just to ask one thing." "What's that?" Curiosity flickered in her eyes. From the shadows, the mysterious woman's voice echoed. "Ask her where she has felt the power of the earth." Yi Xian seized the moment to fix his gaze on the woman in black. "Where did you feel the power of the earth?" As his words fell, she suddenly turned her head, astonishment flashing in her eyes. How do you know I felt the power of the earth? I guessed, Yi Xian replied coldly. Their eyes locked in silent battle, neither willing to back down. After a tense moment, she asked quietly, who exactly are you? Yi Xian stopped evading. Cut the nonsense. You'll take me to Ningguo, and once we're there, you will not kill me. You will tell me where you felt the power of the earth. The woman in black was silent for a long while before finally nodding. Fine. Still wary, Yi Xian pressed on, swear it. Honestly, I don't trust you. She sneered. Turning toward him, she said, then draw your sword right now. With the Zoatian pavilion chasing us, I might not die but you definitely will. Yi Xian stepped back, his gaze even firmer. You have to swear. No killing me, no harming me, no imprisoning me, no injury of any kind. Or else, today we both die together. He tightened his grip. The sword's tip blazed with a blinding light, as if it could tear through the sky at any moment. Her eyes chilled to ice. You're thorough in your thinking. If you don't swear, we die here and now, he said without flinching. Silence pressed down once more. Suddenly, the Lingxiu sword trembled violently. A sliver of light burst forth along the blade. Seeing this, the woman in black finally spoke. Fine, I swear. When you deliver me to Ningguo, I will neither kill you, harm you, nor imprison you. If I break this oath, may I be consumed by inner demons someday. At those words, Yi Xian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If he could avoid a battle to the death, of course he wanted to live. Who doesn't want to live? He sheathed the Lingxiu sword and stepped forward to the woman in black. Get on. We leave now. The woman in the black robe glanced at Yi Xian, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She leaned against him, and Yi Xian immediately quickened his pace. All he wanted now was to get this woman safely to Ning Kingdom and then go search for Dao Ze. Thanks to the mysterious woman helping to conceal their aura, Yi Xian and the black-robed woman were not pursued by the powerful figures from the drunken Immortal Pavilion. By the next night, the two finally crossed into the border of Ning Kingdom. In a dense forest, Yi Xian set the black-robed woman down and stepped back a few paces. Here, he said. The woman looked at him silently. A chill ran through Yi Xian's heart. Could it be that she was going to break her oath? No way, she said with a faint smile. I don't want to have any inner demons later on. But when she spoke those words, Yi Xian's mind went blank. This was bad. He turned and bolted. However, the woman appeared like a ghost right in front of him, gripping his throat. Yi Xian stared fiercely into her eyes. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Don't worry. I won't kill you, nor maim you, and I won't imprison you. Saying that, she took out a pink pill and flicked it with her finger. The pill slid down Yi Xian's throat. The woman stepped back with a faint, eerie smile. What did you make me take? Yi Xian gasped. Her lips curled upward. You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face flushed red, and his whole body burned with heat as if a fire had ignited inside him. Nearby, the woman chuckled softly, rarely so seductive. This is the famous golden spear unyielding pill of Ning Kingdom. It's said to keep a man going all night long. You're quite lucky. She feigned surprise. Oh, I almost forgot we're deep in the wilderness here. Where would a woman even be? True, there's no one around, but there are plenty of beasts. She chuckled again and turned away. After a while, she seemed to recall something and turned back. Remember, I didn't kill you, maim you, or imprison you. She spoke as her body floated upward, ready to fly off. Just then, Yi Xian's Jieshu tower inside him trembled. In an instant, two streaks of sword light shot out from his body. The woman sensed it and spun around. Seeing the sword lights, her expression changed dramatically. She slapped her right hand forward, unleashing a crackling net of lightning. The two sword lights tore through the electrical netting with sizzling sounds. In the next moment, the woman was pinned against a large tree by the sword light. The blades locked her meridians, preventing her from drawing on her energy. Yi Xian lunged in front of her, eyes blood red, his body scorching hot, like a beast in heat. Seeing this wild transformation, the woman's expression shifted. She glared at him fiercely. If you dare touch me, I will annihilate your entire clan. But Yi Xian paid no attention. He began tearing at her wildly. The woman's eyes flickered with panic. Don't act recklessly, or I. Before she could finish, Yi Xian grabbed her mouth with one hand and growled. Any words come later. With that, he wrapped both arms around the black-robed woman. Let it out. At this moment, Yi Xian only wanted to unleash everything inside him wildly and uncontrollably. The night was as dark as ink. The world transformed into a natural quilt and bed. In his arms, he held the beautiful woman tightly. The breeze stirred, rustling the leaves gently, and her hair swayed with the wind. Her body trembled rhythmically, as if about to take flight. Another wave of breathless gasps rose, shifting from soft to loud, gradually echoing through the silent night sky. The moon shyly hid half its face. Time slipped by unnoticed until the eastern sky began to lighten with a faint dawn glow. Under the small tree, silence finally returned. Now, Yi Xian lay on the ground, and above him on a branch sat the mysterious woman in black. But she had already shed her cloak, revealing her true form completely exposed to the air. Fatigue was etched deeply across her face. Yi Xian stirred slightly on the ground, then slowly sat up. His head felt as if struck by a giant hammer. A stabbing pain made him shake it hard until it eased slightly. Suddenly, he looked up at the quietly resting woman, and all the truths of what had happened flooded into his mind. Pulling his gaze away, he asked in a low voice, "Senior, why didn't you stop it?" The mysterious woman's tone was cold. "How could I stop it? Cure your poison? Do I have that kind of power? Don't you have the ability to detoxify?" Yi Xian pressed. "I do." Her eyes darkened, her voice turning icier. "But do you know what I hate most in life? People who break their promises. If someone betrays their word, they must face the consequences themselves." Yi Xian gave a bitter smile, ready to argue, but she cut him off. "You got what you wanted. What else could you possibly want?" He was speechless. As he was about to reply, she said again, "Kill her. Then we leave." "Kill her?" Yi Xian froze, confused. The woman stared with detached calm. "If we don't, with her strength, she'll come back to kill you sooner or later. It's like crushing an ant. Don't expect me to do more. Last time I exhausted myself heavily. This time is even worse. I can only hold on for one more day. After that, he'll fall into a deep sleep. On this day we must get that Tao rule." Yi Xian's expression grew grave. "Senior, are you alright? If you find the Tao rule, I believe you can recover." She nodded slightly, tiredness flickering in her eyes. Yi Xian hesitated, then looked at the woman beside him. Her gaze was calm and unfazed, quietly fixed on him. He stepped forward, voice steady. "I'm your first man, you're my first woman. We owe each other nothing." Saying this, he bent down and began helping her into her clothes one piece at a time. Each movement stirred the medicine's effect inside him again, rousing a faint but growing urge. "It's the medicine," Yi Xian silently warned himself, taking a deep breath to suppress the restlessness. Suddenly, the mysterious woman spoke up. "The medicine inside you is gone." After a moment, Yi Xian finished dressing her. Her previous gown had been torn to shreds, leaving her almost exposed. He took off his own long robe, draped it over her, then stood and turned to leave. Her voice sounded icy and resolute. "If you don't kill me, you'll regret it," she said sharply, utterly devoid of warmth. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. "Even if you kill me, I'm still your man, he." Before he finished speaking, he spun around suddenly and took off at a full sprint, disappearing quickly from the woman's sight. As soon as Yi Xian left, the two sword-light bindings restraining the woman instantly vanished. Freed, her expression twisted into a fierce snarl, her anger almost palpable. Crash! Countless bolts of lightning erupted from within her, scorching the forest around her for dozens of yards until all the trees turned to blackened husks, and the entire woodland was razed to the ground. She soared into the air, sensing her surroundings, but could not detect even a trace of Yi Xian's presence. The young man seemed to have vanished from the world entirely. Her face contorted with rage, icy hatred burning in her eyes. After a moment, she vanished in a flash, cutting through the air. In the blink of an eye, the towering silhouette of the imperial capital of Ningguo appeared on the horizon. Outside the city gates, the guards all knelt in unison as soon as they saw her, shouting, "All hail your majesty." She trembled slightly, but stepped forward into the city. Along the way, the imperial guards within the palace fell to the ground without daring to raise their heads. She strode directly to the main hall, sat upon the golden dragon throne, and lifted a slender jade hand to pick up a brush. After a brief pause, she sketched a young man's face on the white paper. It was Yi Xian. "Order the Jinwu infantry to rush to Jianghua and find this person. I want all information on him within 3 days." A hoarse voice echoed from the corner of the hall, "Dead or alive?" Her eyes turned ice cold, radiating a deadly chill. Meanwhile, deep in a remote mountain forest, Yi Xian ran at full speed. Suddenly, he asked, "Senior, do you think him too soft-hearted?" Inside his mind, the mysterious woman replied calmly, "If you kill her, I will look down on you." Yi Xian was surprised. "Why? Weren't you the one who told me to kill her? Killing her now would mean you fear her. If a sword cultivator's heart holds fear, his sword dulls. Not killing her shows you don't fear her, or that you believe you'll surpass her one day. That is what matters." Yi Xian scratched his head and muttered, "Actually, I wasn't thinking that far ahead." The mysterious woman was silent. Yi Xian sensed trouble and hurried to add, "Of course, you're right. A man must not fear a woman. He'll become stronger an immortal swordsman and show her that being with me is the proudest thing she'll ever have in life." "Stop right there." The woman snapped. "Say one more word, and I might just cleave you with a sword." Embarrassed, Yi Xian fell silent. One day later, Yi Xian returned to the Twin Realms Mountain. "Senior, that woman didn't say where the power of the earth is. Follow my directions." The woman's tone left no room for argument. Yi Xian nodded and quickened his pace. At dusk, he returned to the sword master's cave residence, descending stone steps until he soon reached the entrance to the underground palace. "Don't enter. Go right," the mysterious woman suddenly instructed. Yi Xian looked to his right. A bare cliff wall with no path. "Break it down." He raised his fist and struck. Boom. Rocks and debris flew, but behind the wall was solid mountain rock. "Keep going." He struck repeatedly. After about 15 minutes of relentless punches, the last blow scattered the rubble, revealing a narrow stone stairway descending into darkness. A hidden world. Yi Xian stood stunned. The mysterious woman said, "Keep going down." Yi Xian responded immediately, stepping carefully into the narrow stone stairway. The steps stretched downward endlessly, as if leading him into another world. After about an hour, he suddenly felt the space around him open up, as if he stood inside a shadowy underground realm, though the end was still far out of reach. Half an hour later, a wave of stifling heat hit him, sweat dripping from the tips of his hair. "Keep moving." The mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. Yi Xian took a deep breath, gritting his teeth against the scorching heat as he descended inch by inch. Another half hour passed, and his face burned red from the heat, his breath feeling like it was on fire. Finally, Yi Xian stopped and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Senior, it's too hot." After a moment of silence, the woman said, "Shield yourself with your sword's light." He drew out the Lingxiu sword. The blade erupted with a blue glow, forming a thin sword aura shield that enveloped his entire body. The intense heat was blocked, and his body temperature rapidly cooled. "Keep going." The mysterious woman urged again. Yi Xian quickened his pace, but the temperature around him only rose further, as if each step brought him closer to the flames. Thinking of the Tao rule he was about to obtain, and the advantage it would give him over the dreaded second level of the Jeshu Tower, he clenched his teeth and pushed on. After roughly another hour, he stopped. Ahead, a lake of molten lava surged, blocking the path, the heat nearly scorching his soul. At the center of the lake hovered a pale, earth-colored glow. Squinting intently, he saw it was the character To Earth. Wherever the lava touched the character, it instantly dissolved into nothingness. "Senior?" "The Tao rule." The mysterious woman's voice stirred with excitement. "The Earth Tao rule. If you tame it, your footsteps on the earth will command boundless terrestrial power. You'll control the first level of the Jeshu Tower, be able to store items there, and even use it to suppress enemies." Yi Xian's heart leapt with joy. "Senior, how do I tame it?" "Don't celebrate yet." Though heavily injured, this Tao rule will instinctively resist. Taming it will be painful, not just a little. "A little pain won't stop me. I can endure it." "Good. Calm your mind and follow my instructions. First, sense the Jeshu Tower, then summon it out." Yi Xian closed his eyes and focused. After a dozen breaths, he suddenly opened them. A phantom tower appeared between his brows. Boom. In an instant, the molten lava in the entire underground space turned to nothing. At the same time, the ancient earth character trembled slightly, transforming into a beam of light that shot into Yi Xian's forehead. Crack! The sound of fine fractures exploded across Yi Xian's body surface. His pupils reddened with bloodshot veins, his skin cracked visibly layer by layer, blood splattering everywhere. "Senior, this isn't just a little pain. This is life-threatening. I might have overestimated your strength, Yi Xian." That was exactly what flashed through Yi Xian's mind at that moment, because he felt as if his entire body was shattering apart. Excruciating pain tore through him like 1,000 blades, his meridians, bones, and flesh all seeming to explode at once. Just when he thought death was inevitable, the boundary prison tower at the center of his brow suddenly dimmed, then vanished completely out of thin air. At the same instant, a layer of earth-yellow energy poured down from the void, instantly enveloping him tightly. Boom! Yi Xian's whole body trembled violently, as if the earth beneath him had burst open. Countless streams of yellow light surged outwards, roaring into his feet and rushing wildly inside his body. Each thread of energy poured into his meridians, replenishing his dried-out flesh. The cracks covering his skin visibly healed before his eyes. Within mere moments, he felt as if a new, calm, and weighty power had grown inside him. This power was the Earth's principle at work repairing his body. Yet regeneration didn't mean the pain stopped. That sensation of being ripped by countless soldiers still lingered. Every time his muscles reformed, it stabbed at him like needles, forcing his vision to blur several times. If he hadn't forced himself to endure it, fainting would have been disastrous. Time inched forward amid this agony and restoration. About an hour later, all the cracks and wounds on Yi Xian's body had completely healed, and a faint golden glow appeared on the surface of his skin, as if it had been wrapped anew in forged metal. He slowly opened his eyes and lowered his gaze to his arms, curling his fingers slightly. Shoo! Masses of golden energy exploded from his skin, rapidly condensing into a form-fitting suit of armor. The plates fused seamlessly with his skin, shining with a deadly brilliance. "What is this?" Yi Xian was stunned. The mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. "The earthbound armor, forged from the power of the earth itself. As long as you keep your feet on solid ground, you can summon this armor and harness the earth's power. But at your current level, it can only last for half an hour. If it persists longer than that, it will backfire on you." "Earthbound armor? The power of the earth?" Yi Xian muttered, then asked, "Senior, does this principle now belong to me?" "You wish," the mysterious woman responded coldly. "This earth principle is not one you formed yourself. You are merely borrowing it temporarily. Your current cultivation level is far from truly comprehending it. Use it first to get familiar with the power. It will greatly help you in your future understanding of the principle. After a pause, she continued, right now, you have only 3 tasks. First, refine your sword. Second, cultivate your martial arts. Third, seek out swords to absorb. This principle you can only unleash about 20% of its power at present, but it's enough for now. Yi Xian nodded and looked again at the golden armor, a new calculation forming in his mind. Senior, although I'm only at the Qi transformation stage, I should be able to easily defeat Linkong stage experts, right? You should be thinking whether you can defeat Tanya stage experts, not just Linkong stage. Understand? The mysterious woman reminded him. Tanya stage? Yi Xian's expression froze. That's 2 levels higher. Isn't that too much? Too much? The woman sneered. In my time, if you couldn't kill an opponent 2 stages above you instantly, you weren't worthy of being called a genius. Yi Xian was speechless and somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, her voice turned faint. I helped lock down that black-robed woman for you earlier and suppressed the principle just now. I am extremely exhausted and need rest for a while. Without enough energy to suppress it, you will have to rely on yourself from now on. If you encounter new principles in the future, this tower will alert you. Yi Xian asked gravely, Senior, are you alright? The mysterious woman spoke softly, don't worry about me. Even if all the others trapped in this tower die, I just need to rest for a while. Leaning against the void with a calm expression, she exuded an undeniable sense of power. Take good care of yourself. I don't want to wake up next time and find you dead. Also, the prison tower can be used against enemies, but I don't want you to activate it. Every time you do, the seals inside weaken a little. Be careful. Although you're the tower's master, this tower isn't something you can fully control right now. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if the tower backfires, you'll suffer worse than death. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Senior, I feel like you're giving me a farewell message. Are you really alright? The mysterious woman glanced up, a faint smile in her tone. Do you want to know why the flowers are so red? Yi Xian was struck speechless, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, she added, one last thing. The guy on the 2nd floor means you no harm. He just wants out. But right now, you don't have the ability to release him. Even if you did, you'd better think twice. He's been suppressed for years, and his power is greatly diminished, but he's still beyond your level. He occasionally hits me. Yi Xian complained miserably. He hits people for no reason all the time. More often than not. I want to beat you to death, the woman said calmly, but Yi Xian's neck stiffened at her words. She stared at him seriously, voice low and heavy. Kid, live well. With those words, the tower fell silent. The mysterious woman sank into a deep, complete sleep. The underground was empty and still, with only Yi Xian standing there. His expression solemn, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. From this moment forward, everything depended on himself alone. Closing his eyes, a tiny yet dazzling golden character for Earth appeared on his brow, and the power of the Tao instantly awakened. Clenching his fists, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. Boundless earth power surged toward him like a flood. In an instant, a golden battle armor materialized on him, with layers of rock-like patterns flowing across its surface, sturdy and weighty. Earth armor. Yi Xian ran his hand over the golden plate. Its texture was like rock and iron, capable of withstanding a full strike from a top-tier Tanya realm master. Even the thunder unleashed by the black-robed woman earlier, he now had some confidence he could endure, though surviving, it would still cost him dearly. Besides the armor, he also clearly felt a vast and steady force stirring inside him. After a brief moment, he broke through the soil and emerged to the surface. The barren land was cracked and broken, cold night winds howling. Yi Xian scanned the surroundings, lowered his shoulders, and planted his feet firmly. His right fist slowly clenched. Earth power surged through his limbs and bones like an electric current. After a brief silence, he suddenly unleashed a punch. His punch combined momentum, battle intent, and earth power into one. Boom. His fist struck the ground, and a circle of yellow-brown shockwaves rapidly expanded from him. Within 30 feet, the earth shattered with a roar, dust clouds billowed, and rocks scattered wildly. 2 breaths later, the dust settled to reveal a massive crater half a meter deep beneath Yi Xian's feet, while farther ground continued to crack and split. Looking at his right fist, excitement burned in his eyes. This punch has at least the power of a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill. At this moment, his fist strength was second only to his ultimate technique, one sword to decide life and death. After his sword advanced to the Ming sword stage, its power too had reached a new peak. Below the Tanya realm, he can now act without restraint. No, even within the Tanya realm, he can make a move. Yi Xian withdrew the surging power of the earth with a chuckle. With a step forward, he darted away like the wind. His mood was elated. Even the dust kicked up by his every step seemed to pulse with energy. Soon, the towering walls of Liangjie City appeared in sight. The busy streets at the city gate bustled with people, yet from above the walls, Powerful auras flickered constantly. Yi Xian looked up, frowning slightly. What's going on? Without hesitation, he passed through the city gate. No sooner had he entered than Jiang Jiu appeared with several bodyguards. The young woman glanced at him sharply, her voice urgent. Are you all right? I'm fine. Yi Xian shook his head and returned the question. What happened in Lianjie City? Let's talk in the camp first. Jiang Jiu spoke quietly and led the way. Inside the tent, Jiang Jiu's tone was grave. The auras on the city walls are all from drunken Immortal Tower's experts. I've heard that they lost track of that black-robed man. So, that upper-grade Earth-rank martial technique scroll is probably gone for good. Yi Xian pondered. Drunken Immortal Tower should compensate you, right? Who knows? Jiang Jiu shook her head. Before more could be said, a voice outside announced. Your Highness, Manager Su from Drunken Immortal Tower requests an audience. Jiang Jiu turned and called out, show them in. Then lowered her voice to Yi Xian. Whether they compensate us or not, we'll soon find out. A moment later, Su Qing stepped into the tent. Her gaze flickered briefly upon Yi Xian before she gave a slight nod in greeting. Approaching Jiang Jiu, she bowed low. Your Highness, I'm here today about the Earth-rank martial technique scroll. Jiang Jiu smiled slightly. So, has Drunken Immortal Tower recovered the scroll? Su Qing's expression tightened, and she shook her head. Sorry, we haven't found it. But we have dispatched 3 God Union Realm Masters. We believe. And if you don't recover it? Jiang Jiu cut her off bluntly. Su Qing's voice turned serious. Drunken Immortal Tower will recover it, Your Highness. Please trust USI. But what if you don't? Jiang Jiu interrupted again. Su Qing hesitated but finally said, if not retrieved, Drunken Immortal Tower will compensate Your Highness. How much? Jiang Jiu's gaze was sharp. 10 million gold coins, Su Qing answered. Yi Xian's pupils contracted, and Jiang Jiu's expression instantly darkened. 10 million gold coins? Manager Su, are you joking? That scroll is worth 50 million. Offering only 10 million is that because you think the Jiang royal family is easy to bully? Su Qing's face remained composed. Your Highness, that is the final offer from headquarters. Of course, this isn't entirely fair to you. So from now on, whenever Princess Jiu is in Lianjie City, Drunken Immortal Tower will provide special favors. Threat hung in her tone plainly. Jiang Jiu's eyes turned icy, but she bit back her wrath. Drunken Immortal Tower's influence in the Jiang kingdom runs deep. A direct clash would be unwise. As tension mounted, Yi Xian spoke up. Doesn't Drunken Immortal Tower's behavior seem unfair? Losing a 50 million value scroll and compensating only 10 million it just doesn't add up. Su Qing whipped around, sneering. Fair? Compensation is already generous enough. She glanced at Jiang Jiu, then swung her sleeve and turned to leave. Your Highness, farewell. Jiang Jiu's face was ashen, fists clenched, yet she remained restrained. Just as Su Qing took a step, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, expression firm. I think you should show some decency. Su Qing stepped forward, voice low and grim. If we don't pay a single coin, what can you do about it? That's just bullying with power. Yi Xian said quietly. Exactly. Drunken Immortal Tower intends to bully with power. Don't like it? Su Qing taunted. Before she finished, a cold flash streaked out. Yi Xian drew the golden blade at his waist and slashed fiercely at Su Qing's arm. A hot spray of blood flew through the air as the arm severed cleanly. Jiang Jiu froze on the spot. Yi Xian pressed the blade to Su Qing's neck with a cold shout. I refuse to accept this. The golden blade sliced forward once more. The skin on Su Qing's neck split open, blood gushing out immediately. The tent fell silent. The flickering yellow light of the oil lamp cast faint shadows on their faces. Yi Xian stood in the center, gripping his golden blade. Su Qing stared at him intensely, her face pale and twisted with a mix of disbelief and rage. She had never imagined this man would dare lay a finger on her. After all, behind her stood the mighty Drunken Immortal Tower, the terror of Two Realms City. Jiang Jiu was stunned nearby, her eyes flashing with shock as well. Yi Xian had actually made a move? Her first thought was this is a disaster. The woman before them was from the Drunken Immortal Tower. Su Qing's voice tightened but remained fierce. Do you even know what you've done? The golden blade edged forward slightly, its sharpness grazing her throat. A drop of blood dripped down the blade. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he said, You asked if I would submit. My answer is no. Su Qing turned her gaze to Jiang Jiu, her voice hoarse and venomous. Lord Ninth, is this your person? What? Is the royal family declaring war on the Drunken Immortal Tower? Jiang Jiu stepped in front of Yi Xian, her expression complicated. Do you know what you're doing? I do. Yi Xian nodded. The consequences will be serious, Jiang Jiu warned, lowering her voice. Yi Xian replied quietly, I couldn't stand her bullying you. Jiang Jiu froze, then sharply said, Do you understand? I may have to pay a huge price to fix this. Maybe even fail to fix it. He'll handle it, Yi Xian said grimly. Jiang Jiu's anger erupted suddenly. You? The Drunken Immortal Tower could crush you like an ant. Su Qing sneered, about to taunt, but Jiang Jiu suddenly stepped forward. Her palm struck like lightning on Su Qing's throat. A crack of breaking bones echoed sharply. Blood splattered as Su Qing's eyes widened in utter shock before she collapsed to the ground. Yi Xian stood rooted, taken aback by Jiang Jiu's sudden kill. Jiang Jiu turned and glared at him. Remember, I killed her. This has nothing to do with you. Leave Two Realms City immediately and return to Kanglin Academy, as if you were never here. Without waiting for a reply, she sprinted out of the tent. Yi Xian looked down at the cold corpse and sighed. Have I seriously gone and provoked the drunken immortal tower? Outside the tent, the night wind whipped the banners. Just steps from the tent, an invisible pressure descended on the camp. A black-robed elder appeared in midair and landed before Jiang Jiu. Behind her, another elder and 3 men dressed in black blocked her retreat. Jiang Jiu looked up, her gaze locking onto the black-robed elder. You are the newly appointed 9th Tower Lord of the Drunken Immortal Tower, aren't you? She already knew the former lord had mysteriously vanished and the new one stepped in. The elder nodded faintly. Indeed, that is I? His eyes flicked to the tent behind her. Manager Zust's soul talisman is shattered. I imagine she is already. I killed her. Jiang Jiu coldly interrupted. The elder's eyes narrowed, sharp light flashing. Jiang Jiu stepped forward, meeting his gaze. I once consigned a superior Earth-rank martial skill at the Drunken Immortal Tower, which was stolen by someone. Manager Su told me that the tower wouldn't give me a single cent compensation and that the tower was only interested in bullying others. That's why I killed her. The old man in the black robe stared intently at Jiang Jiu. The flickering light inside the tent cast shifting shadows as his deep voice trembled with barely restrained hostility. 9th Prince, whatever your reasons, you have killed people from my Zhe Xianlu. Jiang Jiu straightened his back and nodded slightly. Yes, but this matter has nothing to do with the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom. I trust you do not want to drag the entire royal house into this feud, do you? With a flick of his sleeve, the old man replied coldly, pardon my bluntness, but Zhe Xianlu fears no one in your Jiang royal family. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Jiu's lips. Then are you saying you want all-out war with my dynasty? Forgive me for being frank, you do not have the right to make that call. The old man was silent for a moment, his eyes growing darker. If your highness cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, all branches of Zhe Xianlu in Jiang Kingdom will stop selling any supplies, weapons, or armor to the royal family. Furthermore, his narrowed eyes swept over the assembled officers outside the tent. Those high-ranking generals under your command would do well to watch their heads when they go outside. Their gazes clashed in the air, icy enough to freeze. After a pause, Jiang Jiu suddenly spoke in a clear, cold voice. This matter does not involve the Jiang royal house. I will return with you to Zhe Xianlu to accept whatever punishment you deem fit. No, your highness. An elder behind Jiang Jiu urged urgently. If you leave now, the Tang Kingdom will seize the chance to strike Wuji City, is in grave danger. Jiang Jiu raised a hand to stop him, eyes still fixed on the old man. You gained a first-rate local martial skill from me without cost. Bringing me back now is a bargain, isn't it? A faint smile appeared at the old man's lips. Your highness, please. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. A bright, commanding voice rang out from inside the tent. Everyone turned to see Yi Xian pushing aside the curtain and stepping forward. Jiang Jiu's expression darkened. She strode up quickly, lowering her voice to scold. What are you doing? Trying to play the hero? Yi Xian grasped her arm calmly. He'll handle this. He gently pulled her behind him and stepped toward the old man. Jiang Jiu froze. Yi Xian stopped before the old man, looking him in the eye. I have 2 demands. First, you apologize to Xiao Jiu. Second, Zhe Xianlu must pay 50 million gold coins in compensation. A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face. Who do you think you are? Without a word, Yi Xian pulled out a purple card from his chest pocket and held it out. The purple glow flickered in the firelight, and the old man's expression instantly stiffened. A purple card, second only to the black card in Zhe Xianlu's hierarchy. Even as the 9th floor master, he had no authority to issue it. That power was reserved for 5th floor masters and above. Yi Xian's voice was steady and resolute. Now, notify your 3rd floor master and have him come here immediately. The old man's eyes shifted drastically as he asked in a low voice. Who are you to possess a purple card? You. Yi Xian raised his hand to cut him off. You have no right to speak with me. Go call the 3rd floor master. A cold wind swept past the tent, and the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, puzzled and wary. Those behind Jiang Jiu wore looks of shock. The old man's face turned grim since becoming 9th floor master. This was the first time he had been so openly reprimanded. Yet he dared not show anger because the person before him held the purple card. Whoever commanded such a token was undoubtedly someone extraordinary. The old man in the black robe thought for a moment, then said, Sir, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. At that moment, Yi Xian cut him off again, his eyes flashing coldly, voice low and sharp. Can't you understand what I'm saying? You have no right to talk to me like that. Get the 3rd floor master of your drunken immortal tower out here. The old man's expression flickered, but he forced himself to contain his anger. A young man daring to openly confront him like this could only mean he had powerful backing. After a moment's hesitation, still unwilling to act recklessly, he pinched his fingertips. A black sound-transmitting stone in his palm crumbled to powder, silently summoning the third-floor master. Seeing his opponent call for backup, Yi Xian's tension eased slightly inside, though his face remained calm. He worried. If this old man stubbornly refused to call anyone, he really had no way to respond. Could he stand there and admit out loud, "Behind me stands a peerless sword immortal"? Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Only by bringing the white-haired elder out could the situation shift after all. That elder had met his master and would surely believe him. Moments later, the air trembled subtly. A white-haired old man silently descended into the center of the crowd. It was the third-floor master of the drunken Immortal Tower. Seeing him, Yi Xian's taut nerves relaxed again, even a trace of warmth stirring in his heart. The white-haired elder saw Yi Xian and paused briefly, then smiled kindly as he stepped forward. "Young friend, it's been a while." The old man in the black robe froze on the spot. Even Jiang Jiao and the others behind Yi Xian exchanged surprised glances. Was the atmosphere really this cordial? Yi Xian didn't dare act arrogantly. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed his head. "Greetings, senior." A look of approval flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes. Smiling, he asked, "How has your master been recently?" "Doing well," Yi Xian answered straightforwardly. His expression then grew serious as he cupped his fists again. "Senior, I have a matter to ask of you. I hope you can help me." The white-haired elder hesitated slightly. The old man in the black robe behind him looked grim. The elder turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Is this related to our drunken Immortal Tower?" "Exactly." Yi Xian nodded. "Earlier, I asked Princess Jiao to auction a superior-grade ground-level martial technique at the tower, but it was stolen. Afterwards, the steward Su and this senior told me." He repeated Su Qing and the old man's exact words with no exaggeration. When the phrase "our drunken Immortal Tower uses its power to bully others" came up, the white-haired elder's eyelid twitched hard. The Yun ship tragedy was fresh in his mind. Back then, Master Han had died because of those words, and the Dragon Sword Immortal's wrath had struck down 2 tower masters of the drunken Immortal Tower. Yi Xian bowed again. "Senior, I don't ask for much, just justice." The white-haired elder fell silent. 50 million gold coins was no small sum, but the sword immortal behind this young man was even more fearsome. Still weighing his options, Yi Xian smiled bitterly and spoke up. "If there are difficulties, senior, I will forego the 50 million gold coins." He raised his hand to wipe away non-existent tears. "My master was right. If you're weak, anyone can bully you." With that, he turned to Jiang Jiao and cupped his fists. "Princess Jiao, until we meet again." Then he strode off quickly. Jiang Jiao stood frozen in place, calling after him loudly, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian's steps faltered, his voice hoarse, "To find my master." With that, his silhouette receded with resolute speed. Everyone saw the young man's back, filled with sorrow and rage, as if burdened with the greatest of grievances. No one knew he was silently shouting in his heart, "Old man, stop me. For God's sake, stop me right now." At this moment, Yi Xian was undeniably panicked. Go find his master? As if he had no clue what to do next and could only grit his teeth and push through the crowd, his pace quickening. Cold sweat had already soaked his palms, trickling down his temples. "Wait, young friend." Not far away, a voice cracked through the air. It was the white-haired elder. To Yi Xian, it sounded like a godsend. If no one stopped him now, he truly would have slipped away in disgrace. He skidded to a halt and turned around. The white-haired elder smiled and cupped his hands. "Young friend, this is such a small matter. No need to trouble your honored master." His tone shifted as he glanced sideways at the black-robed elder by his side. "Go, transfer 50 million gold coins here." That single command silenced the whole room. The black-robed elder hesitated briefly, then forced out in a low voice, "Third floor master, this 50 million. Do it immediately." The white-haired elder furrowed his brow, his tone brooking no argument. The black-robed elder dared not delay any longer. He cast a deep look at Yi Xian before turning to leave in a rush. Nearby, Jiang Jiao stole glances at Yi Xian, curiosity barely contained in his eyes. Only then did the white-haired elder focus his gaze fully on Yi Xian, sizing him up from head to toe. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a light chuckle. "No wonder you're a swordsman, and no wonder you are that senior's disciple. Your physical foundation within my Zue Xianlu, very few could compare. Young man, you have a bright future ahead." Yi Xian bowed slightly. "You flatter me, senior." Modest, neither arrogant nor impatient, good character indeed. The elder nodded approvingly. Just then, the black-robed elder returned, hastily handing over a golden card, speaking rapidly. "This card contains 50 million gold coins. You may withdraw from any bank in Qingzhou, or come straight to Zue Xianlu." Yi Xian took the card and bowed again. "Many thanks." The white-haired elder paused and tested the waters with a smile. "Young friend, earlier there were some misunderstandings between you and my Zhe Xianlu, but ultimately they were just that, misunderstandings. Don't you agree?" Yi Xian's expression turned serious. "Of course. That's good." The elder flicked his dust whisk and smiled. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Please convey my respects to your honored master. If convenient, we would be glad to welcome you both to visit Zui Xian Lu sometime. That will be quite the honor, Yi Xian responded politely. You are most welcome. Farewell. With those words, the elder's figure vanished on the spot, followed closely by the black-robed elder, both disappearing without a trace. In a quiet chamber within Zui Xian Lu, the black-robed elder finally spoke, unable to contain himself. Third floor master, that 50 million. Zui Xian Lu could easily refuse. I refuse? Do you wish to die? The white-haired elder shot him a cold glare. The black-robed elder shivered inwardly. What exactly is that youth's background? The elder's eyes slowly closed. An existence Zui Xian Lu cannot afford to provoke. No way. The black-robed elder's face turned pale. Do you know how Lord Han of the Cold Tower and Lord Ba of the Eighth Tower perished? The elder's voice dropped low. Before the other could answer, he added, both were cut down by a single sword from that youth's master, just one strike. They didn't even manage to block it. The black-robed elder was utterly stunned. The white-haired elder raised his gaze to the sky and sighed softly. I originally thought this youth would join Songmu Academy. Never expected those fools to reject him outright. Heh, now this will be quite a show to watch. With that, he glanced toward the black-robed elder. Everything about this young man must not be spread outside. Let Songmu Academy continue courting disaster on its own. Also, when this youth arrives in Jiang country, make sure you cultivate good ties with him. Don't come bothering him without cause. I don't want to clean up your mess every day. The white-haired elder's voice was low but carried an unyielding authority. As his words fell away, he swept his sleeve lightly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished like a breeze, leaving behind an empty sky and the stunned black-robed elder. The noise outside the camp died down. As the white-haired and black-robed men stepped away, Jiang Jiu immediately approached Yi Xian. Her eyes sparkled sharply as if seeing him for the first time. Under her intense gaze, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. What's with the stare? Jiang Jiu's tone was cool but teasing. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Huh? Embarrassed, Yi Xian scratched his head. Well, actually it's a bit. Before he could finish, Jiang Jiu raised her hand to stop him. No need to explain. You've got to be shrewd, got it? All right. Yi Xian nodded. Seeing him really stop talking, Jiang Jiu rolled her eyes. If I say don't speak, you really want talk? Yi Xian was momentarily dumbfounded, confused. She chuckled softly, delight clear on her face. Looking around, she waved her hand. The nearby warriors and soldiers quickly picked up on the cue and dispersed, leaving only the two of them standing face to face. Only then did Yi Xian pull out a heavy golden card from his pocket and hand it over. Here. The golden card gleamed brightly in the sunlight, but Jiang Jiu's smile slowly faded. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. This is 50 million gold coins, she said, her gaze complicated. I know, Yi Xian grinned like a kid. Honestly, my hands were shaking when I first got it. I've never had this much money in my life. Jiang Jiu looked him in the eye and softly said, you don't have to give it to me. Yi Xian shoved the card into her hand. Why are you getting so fussy? Jiang Jiu's eyes curved with a smile. Well then, he'll take it. She tucked the card into her sleeve and suddenly remembered something, motioning sideways. An elderly man in a blue robe appeared silently, holding an icy blue jade box with both hands, and respectfully presented it to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is the fire spirit. A few days ago, His Highness sent me at night to the imperial capital to request it from the national lord. This is the last one left in the royal family. His Highness took great pains to obtain it. Enough with the details, Jiang Jiu interrupted with a slight frown, then looked up at Yi Xian. I know your sister is ill. This fire spirit should help her. Also, I've requested father to send Jiang country's best medical master to Kanglin Academy, though the outcome is uncertain. Yi Xian took the jade box carefully and cupped his fist in thanks. Thank you. Jiang Jiu looked down at the gold card in her hand and sighed resignedly. You dummy, you suffered a big loss, and yet you thank me? You really are hopeless. Yi Xian opened his mouth but hadn't gotten a chance to explain. Boom. From the direction of the Two Realms mountain came a deafening blast, the ground trembling lightly beneath them. A massive white mushroom cloud rolled through the sky. Both spun to face the scene. Jiang Jiu's brows furrowed deeply. They've broken through the spiritual veins barrier. Looks like war is about to start. Why? Yi Xian asked, confused. Once the barrier is shattered, the spiritual energy will leak out, and the biggest beneficiary will be Two Realm City. It will become a rare feng shui treasure land. Countless factions and noble families will rush here. At that point, this place won't just be a strategic military site. Tang country surely won't sit idly by. She took a deep breath, her gaze suddenly firm as she turned to Yi Xian. Go back to the imperial capital. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. This major conflict between the two armies was beyond his understanding, and he couldn't offer much help. Besides, had been away for quite some time. It was about time to head back. Seeing this, Jiang Jiu reminded him once again, be careful when you go back. What do you mean? Yi Xian looked at her, puzzled. Jiang Jiu's gaze grew serious. As far as I know, Sangmu Academy is conducting a thorough investigation on you. That academy is notorious for its ruthless methods, no less brutal than Zui Xianlu. If they uncover your background, they might strike in secret. Yi Xin frowned. Are they really that insecure? Jiang Jiu shook her head. It's not insecurity, but caution to ensure there are no mistakes. Several geniuses from Kanglin Academy once disappeared suddenly without warning. Just be careful, no matter what. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. Got it. I'll take my leave now. See you next time. With that, he turned and strode away. Jiang Jiu watched his retreating figure until it vanished at the distant mountain path. She quietly shook her head and smiled wryly. What a fool. 2 hours later, Yi Xian boarded the cloud ship bound for the imperial capital. With his purple card status, he immediately checked into a deluxe private cabin spacious and bright and enjoyed the entire trip free of charge. Inside the realm prison tower, all was silent and still. Yet on the deck of the cloud ship, fierce winds howled. Yi Xian held a small wooden doll that resembled Yi Ling, gently stroking it with his fingertip. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He had been away from home for many days. His greatest concern was undoubtedly Yi Ling, with whom had never been separated for so long. Thinking of this, he took out another wooden doll representing Enlightenment. Gazing at the exquisite puppet, his smile deepened briefly, then faded into a solemn expression. Enlightenment's background was exceptional, one powerful enough to make both Zui Xianlu and Sangmu Academy wary was certainly no ordinary person. After a moment, he raised his eyes to the horizon, determination blazing. I will find you. And when I do, anyone who dares stand in my way will be crushed. The second his words left his mouth, a shadow swept silently over the cloud ship. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and an immense, spectral hand slammed down like thunder. Savage shockwaves instantly engulfed the entire ship, the deck erupting in explosions as fissures appeared on the hull. Countless passengers screamed and scattered in panic. The moment the giant hand struck, Yi Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cloud ship. The ship was hundreds of feet above ground, but he had no choice. Staying on meant death, but jumping offered a slim chance of survival. Behind him, the cloud ship shattered with a deafening roar. Splinters and debris flew violently in the raging wind. Yi Xian plummeted rapidly, the rush of air cutting like knives, his skin stinging painfully from the friction. At such a height, even a demonic beast in the Tongyu realm would shatter on impact, let alone him. The brutal winds tore mercilessly at him as his falling speed increased. In the end, every piece of Yi Xian's clothing was shredded to tatters. What should I do? Yi Xian's face was expressionless as the fierce wind tore at his robes during the free fall from the sky. But his mind raced. Panic only means dying faster. About 100 feet from the ground, he suddenly summoned the Lingxiu sword, gripping its hilt tightly with both hands and shouting, Big brother, it all depends on you now, life or death. In the next moment, profound energy surged through his body like a flood and poured into the blade. Amid the roaring wind, he looked up and yelled, Sword, fly for me. The Lingxiu sword trembled faintly, but didn't move. With no way out, Yi Xian frantically pushed his energy harder. Giving up now would be the same as asking to die. Control the sword, control the energy, command the sword with my chi. A sudden thought struck him, and he released his hands. The sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, cutting the air as it shot forward. Joy flooded him at its successful release. But then his expression darkened. The Lingxiu sword showed no sign of returning, only flying further away. Come back, Yi Xian shouted urgently, closing his eyes slowly to forcibly reconnect with the faint link. His energy surged again. At 10 feet from the ground, the sword suddenly snapped back like lightning and stopped before him. He grabbed it tightly, now less than a few feet off the earth. Yet gravity still pulled hard. Moments from life or death, the Lingxiu sword trembled violently and suddenly dragged Yi Xian soaring high again. But after only a few feet, it lost momentum and both man and sword fell. Boom. Yi Xian slammed heavily onto the ground, dust billowing and the earth shaking. Pain hit him hard, but he laughed wildly to the sky. At that moment of counterthrust, he had nullified the falling force. The remaining 10 feet drop with his current body was painful, but not deadly. What mattered more, on the edge between life and death, he had unexpectedly grasped the art of sword control, using chi to command the sword. This was his own breakthrough. His laughter faded as Yi Xian suddenly rose and sprinted off in the distance. Moments later, he disappeared into a dense forest, climbing a large tree to hide. Looking toward the horizon, his eyes grew colder. Why had the Yun ship of the drunken Immortal Tower been ambushed? Who dared to make a move? Thoughts swirled in his mind. The first to come to him was the only faction bold enough within Jiang's state, the Sangmu Academy. But why would Sangmu do such a thing? As he pondered, a presence suddenly approached from afar. Yi Xian's expression shifted. He leapt down silently and flattened against the ground. A tiny earth symbol glowed softly between his brows, revealing his Tao pattern. Drawing on the power of the earth, he concealed all breath and merged with the soil. Nearby, shadows moved between the trees. A man and a woman appeared. Yi Xian recognized them as Kangmas Vice, Dean Mozong, and Beichen. His gaze sharpened and his teeth clenched tightly. Mozong scanned the surroundings with a dark, low voice. Why is there no sign of his body? Beside him, Beichen spoke in a low voice. Master, there's no need for you to go to such lengths. I am confident I can kill him in the upcoming duel. Mozong stood with his hands behind his back, gently shaking his head. You don't understand. Through our investigation, this man is no ordinary opponent. He's not only a quasi-martial Dao Grandmaster, but also a great sword cultivator. It's said that on the day at the drunken Immortal Tower, aboard the Yun ship, he publicly beheaded one of their managers, yet the tower never pursued any charges. More importantly, at the Two Realms Mountain, he could fight you on equal footing just as a Qi domain cultivator. But in the imperial capital, his displayed strength was far below yours. And in such a short time, he has grown to this level. Pausing, Mozong glanced back at Beichen, his tone turning grave. I don't doubt you, master. But this Duelart Songmu Academy must win. Not a single mistake is allowed. Our 1,000-year reputation cannot be shattered in an instant. Beichen remained silent, his fingertips tightening slightly without a word. Mozong continued, don't overthink it. The Academy has absolute confidence in you and Fenju. But Yi Xian is too mysterious, may truly be the legendary sword body. If he continues to grow, he will become our Academy's greatest enemy. Now that he's alone outside, and that Nguisher has left Jianghua, this is the best chance to kill him. To prevent future trouble, I have no choice but to act this way. Beichen hesitated slightly, but then spoke. Master, if word of this were to spread. Mozong snorted coldly. Spread? First, no one knows about this. Even if someone guesses it was our Songmu Academy, who would dare to challenge us? Not in Jianghua. In a month or so, the world will completely forget Yi Xian. Beichen fell silent again. Mozong scanned the surroundings, suddenly frowning. Why haven't we found his body? Beichen looked around thoughtfully and replied. He's only at the Qi domain. Falling from such a height, there's no chance he survived. Maybe he was torn apart midair. Mozong nodded. That makes sense. Forget searching for his body. Let's return to the imperial capital. Fenju has already gone back. You and I both know his temper when we get back. Those few students from Kanglan Academy will understand what it means to wish they were dead. It's a pity Yi Xian is dead. Otherwise, Fenju could have dealt with him properly. With that, Mozong and Beichen stepped into the air and vanished beyond the mountain peak. Elsewhere, Yi Xian fell from midair, his face icy cold. It really was Songmu Academy. Clearly, his earlier display of power had made those old foxes uneasy, leading to this ambush. His toes touched the ground, and he looked up at the sky, murderous intent almost solidifying in his eyes. When I return, each and every one of you will pay. Having just escaped death by a hair, he survived only by relying on his understanding of controlling the sword with qi. Otherwise, he'd be nothing more than a pile of blood and flesh right now. Thinking this, he grew even more cautious compared to the small gangs in Qingqing. The factions in the imperial capital were even more ruthless and shameless. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Calming his mind, he took a moment to breathe, then turned and sprinted toward the Two Realms city. He knew well that traveling on foot to the imperial capital would take at least half a month, definitely not a wise plan. Deep in the mountains, the wind howled through the trees. Yi Xian's footsteps were lightning fast, charging forward relentlessly. Ahead of him hovered the Lingxiu sword. He realized that he still wasn't quite able to fly by sword. There was a frustrating sense of effort without effect. He wasn't sure what he was missing, but sword flight was definitely beyond him for now. However, he could control the sword in combat with ease. This newly mastered skill was undoubtedly a powerful weapon for him. As for truly soaring through the sky on his sword, he would have to put that aside, at least for the time being. In the camp of Liangjie City, inside Jiang Zhou's tent, deep night had fallen. Suddenly, an old man burst in, lowering his voice urgently. Your Highness, young master, yes, cloud ship has met with an accident. Jiang Zhou snapped her head up, her eyes cold and piercing as she stared straight at him. What do you mean? The cloud ship shattered suddenly. The reasons aren't clear yet, but it was most likely sabotage. Is he? Jiang Zhou cut him off sharply. Where is he? The old man fell silent for a moment, then shook his head, unknown if alive or dead. The fall from that height. Bang! Jiang Zhou slammed her palm onto the table, sending wood chips flying. Her face twisted in fury as she gritted her teeth and growled. Damn that Songmu Academy. The old man glanced at her quietly. Jiang Zhou lifted her head, her murderous intent icy and resolute. Send 100 cavalry and scour all around Liangjie City. Find him alive, no excuses. The old man bowed and left. Silence returned to the tent. Jiang Zhou took out a golden card, staring at it coldly, her fingers trembling slightly. If you're really dead, the Songmu Academy will pay blood for blood. She then strode outside, looking up at the darkened sky, whispering, no, you won't die. You have to live well. She dug her nails into her palm until blood seeped out, but she seemed unaware of the pain. Late at night, Yi Xian quietly returned to Liangjie City. Cloaked in black, his face shadowed beneath his hood, he carefully avoided the patrols and did not see Jiangjio. To be safe, he headed directly to the Drunken Immortal Inn and discreetly bought a ticket for a cloud ship bound for the imperial capital. Half an hour later, the massive cloud ship rose into the sky, its lights fading gradually into the night. Inside the cabin, Yi Xian locked the door behind him and immediately entered the realm prison tower. Sword training. This time, he didn't practice sword techniques, but focused solely on guiding the sword with his qi. Inside the tower, the Lingxiu sword flickered left and right in midair, sometimes rushing wildly, sometimes falling abruptly, its movements erratic and uncoordinated. He was not yet skilled at sword control, but he believed hard work would make up for his shortcomings. Over and over, he focused his true energy to guide the long sword, correcting its path and steadying his mind. A day and a half later, the cloud ship drew closer to the imperial capital. Yi Xian was still secluded in training. Thanks to his keen aptitude, he gradually grasped the key points. The Lingxiu sword's flight path shifted from unpredictable to smooth and flowing. 2 more hours passed. Outside the ship, the mist began to clear, and the grand outline of the imperial capital emerged faintly. At the Kanglin Academy in the imperial capital, mist brushed the towering mountain gate. On the bluestone steps in front of Kanglin Hall, Yi Ling sat hugging her knees. In her palm was a clay figurine exact likeness of Yi Xian. She gazed at it for a long time, sighed softly, and then looked up toward the mountain road behind. Brother, I miss you so much. She came to this spot every day, sitting for the length of an incense stick, just waiting for his return. Suddenly, Jianji approached briskly and sat beside her. Yi Ling looked up, a gentle smile touching her lips. Sister Ji, are you hungry again? Jianji shook her head as she sat beside Yi Ling. She glanced at the wooden figurine in Yi Ling's hand. Your brother made this? Yi Ling nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the finger-sized wooden doll. My brother carved it. Isn't it cool? Hee hee. Jianji was about to continue the conversation when suddenly her brow lifted. She looked up toward the entrance of the square. Through the thin mist, a tall, imposing man approached, flanked by a dozen or so students. Their robes bore the emblem of Tsangmu Academy. His stride was steady and sharp. The man at the front had black hair tied up in a top knot, his gaze cutting the surroundings like an ice blade. This was Fenju, known alongside Bei Chun as one of the 2 prodigies of Tsangmu Academy. Fenju's eyes briefly swept over Jianji before he spoke coldly. Where is Yi Xian? Jianji smoothed her robes as she stood calmly. He is not here. Fenju's pupils flickered with cold fury. I'm not even in the capital, and you people from Kanglin Academy dare kill a student from Tsangmu? Who gave you the audacity? Before he finished, his whole body shot forward like an arrow and vanished in an instant. A sharp crack rang out. The green stone ground beneath Ji Anzi's feet abruptly cracked open. She swiftly drew her sword with a backward motion and swung horizontally. Bang! The air was violently torn, but the fierce force still pushed her back several steps, and she slammed against the threshold of the great hall. Fenju raised his palm to strike again, but was interrupted by one of the Tsangmu students beside him pointing toward the side of the hall. Senior Fenju, that's Yi Xian's sister. If she's here, he must be hiding nearby. Fenju turned sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Yi Ling. The little girl was so frightened by the look that she instinctively turned and ran. But in the next moment, Fenju appeared like a shadow before her, grabbing her long hair with 5 fingers and hoisting her off the ground. Ah, Yi Ling cried out, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Inside the hall, Jianji let out a sharp shout and burst forward with a blade rushing toward the back of Fenju's neck. The cold glint of her sword sliced through the air but halfway. It abruptly stopped. Fenju was using Yi Ling as a human shield. Jianji gritted her teeth. Despicable. Despicable? Fenju sneered, holding Yi Ling tightly without a hint of loosening his grip. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm just too lazy to kill you. Listen carefully. Within 1 hour, if Yi Xian doesn't come to Tsangmu Academy to face death, there will be another corpse on the Tsangshan mountain path. With that, he turned and stormed off, dragging Yi Ling along. Jianzi's voice was cold as she called after him, threatening with a little girl. Aren't you afraid of making Tsangmu Academy the laughingstock of the world? Fenju didn't slow down, glancing back at her indifferently. In this Jiang kingdom, who dares mock Tsangmu Academy? Murderous intent blazed in Jianzi's eyes, unhidden. You're a man using such vile tactics. Don't you feel ashamed? A real man will do whatever it takes, Fenju said scornfully. Enough talk. Within 1 hour, if Yi Xian who killed my student doesn't show up at the Tsangshan mountain path, he should prepare to bury his sister. He owes a life, and he must pay it back. Saying this, he strode out of the hall with Yi Ling in tow, a dozen students from Tsangmu Academy following tightly behind. Inside the hall, only Jianji remained, gripping her sword and standing firm. She drew a deep breath and crushed a transmission stone in her hand, causing faint blue sparks to scatter at her fingertips. Not long after Fenju and his group left with Yi Ling, a figure suddenly burst out from the base of the mountain, kicking up dust with his wild run. His robes fluttered wildly as his voice rang out from afar, full of uncontrollable excitement and urgency. Linger, Big Brother is back. Yi Xian ran furiously, laughing loudly. Linger, Big Brother is back. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.